Hello everyone, welcome to part 2. First, let's briefly recap the previous episode. Under the shadows of Arming City, a young boy named Fang Tianyun, who was scorned by his family, harbored a shocking secret. He was a reincarnated soul, once a business tycoon in his past life, now a neglected illegitimate child of the Wilson family. After a spirit awakening ceremony, his true identity was about to be revealed possessed the divine ruins mirage, a unique world within him. In a realm where beast masters were revered, Fang Tianyun quietly plotted his escape from the family, aiming to become the most dazzling beast master. During the family celebration, Fang Tianyun was secretly preparing. His first goal was to become a beast master. Though he was not well regarded within the family, his grandfather, Fang Yingjie, was the only one who genuinely cared for him. Fang Tianyun's upbringing was complex, and his position in the family was awkward, but it didn't matter to him. Within him lay the shrewd soul from Blue Star. Labeled a waste within the family, Fang Tianyun's so-called uselessness was about to become the family's nightmare. He deliberately failed the spirit awakening ceremony to conceal his true strength, all in preparation for leaving the family and soaring high. His power and his secrets were set to astonish the world beyond the family's confines. Fang Tianyun's path of revenge began the moment he left his family. He ventured to Arming City, a haven for adventurers, where he would start his rise. His goal was to become a beast master, and his abilities would make all who once underestimated him deeply regret it. In Arming City, Fang Tianyun faced various challenges, but his power and wisdom allowed him to repeatedly defeat his adversaries. He not only earned a title in the Beast Master ranking competitions, but also achieved consecutive victories in the Night Queen arena, becoming the new star of Arming City. The name Fang Tianyun would become a nightmare for everyone. At an Indo-Fire banquet invitation, Fang Tianyun attended as a baron, accompanied by his personal guard, Regina. At the banquet, he once again showcased his power and charm, drawing the attention of the elite. His story had only just begun. Fang Tianyun's inner monologue. My fate is mine to control, not the heavens. The family's disdain will be their greatest mistake. I, Fang Tianyun, will write my own legend on this eternal continent. That concludes the recap of part 1. I hope you enjoyed it and are excited for today's part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you are interested in this story and are watching it for the first time, you can start from part 1 in the comments section or playlist below. Now, let's dive into part 2. Harry held the evaluation report with trembling hands, cold sweat running down his forehead. The pain from that brutal beating still lingered, keeping him bedridden at home for 3 days. During this time, he carefully avoided his father and brother, terrified of enduring another round of tough love. Despite everything, Harry never forgot the crucial task of confirming his own identity. It wasn't difficult for him to secretly obtain a few strands of hair, but now, holding the results, he was on the verge of collapse. The report clearly indicated that Dick and his father were direct blood relatives, while he was not. This revelation plunged Harry into despair. An urge surged within him to confront his mother and demand to know what outrageous thing she had done. But reason told him that doing so would only make matters worse. For now, this secret was still hidden beneath the surface, and once exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Harry shuddered as he recalled the beating from a few days ago. If Hunter had known he wasn't his biological son, Harry might already be lying in a coffin. This secret absolutely could not be leaked. A sinister expression appeared on Harry's face. To avoid losing his family's protection, he decided he would stop at nothing. Fang Tianyun, Maggie, and everyone who knew this secret had to die. But for now, he seemed to be at the mercy of that person. He needed to find a way to break this deadlock. Just then, his phone rang. Seeing the number on the screen, Harry's heart raced. It was him again. The terse message read, "Meet at Linglong Pavilion tomorrow afternoon." Then, the line went dead. Despite his inner reluctance, Harry had no choice but to comply, as his weakness had been exposed. The next day, Harry arrived at Linglong Pavilion on time. It was a casino under Maggie's control. As soon as he entered, a waiter guided him to a private room. Inside, the man he both feared and knew all too well was already waiting. "Turn off your phone," Lao Feng said coolly. Harry complied. "Do you have any other electronic devices on you?" Lao Feng asked. "No," Harry replied, head bowed. Lao Feng sighed. Why do some idiots always think they can get away with it? He finished his tea in one gulp and suddenly hurled the empty cup at Harry's forehead. The glass shattered on Harry's head, and he collapsed to the ground, wailing. Lao Feng stomped on Harry's wound, making him scream even louder in pain. "I won't do it again. I was wrong. Please, spare me. I'll never do it again," Harry pleaded, but the pressure on his head only increased. He could hear his skull creaking. The fear of death enveloped him. "I'll ask you one more time. Do you have any other electronic devices on you? Just one more chance. Answer wrong, and you won't even get to see your own brains." Lao Feng pressed harder with his foot. "Yes, yes, yes." Harry broke down. I have a micro camera on my chest. I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I'll do anything you want. Lao Fong reached down, tore the button from Harry's shirt, and crushed it between his fingers. Only then did he lift his foot, saying calmly, sit. Harry trembled all over, his eyes filled with terror. Lao Fong's unpredictability made him extremely anxious. To be honest with you, this room is equipped with a strong magnetic disruptor. All electronic devices are useless here, Lao Fong stated calmly. Harry's heart burned with rage, but he dared not show it. I just wanted to see if you were worth cooperating with. Unfortunately, you've disappointed me. Lao Fong's words made Harry hold his breath. All right, enough beating around the bush. I'm giving you an opportunity. How about that? Lao Fong's voice shattered the silence in the room. Harry looked up, a hint of confusion in his eyes. What kind of opportunity? A faint smile played on Lao Fong's lips as he slowly revealed. An opportunity to rise to power. Rise to power? Harry's face was a picture of bewilderment, his brow furrowed. Lao Fong calmly reached into his pocket and pulled out a small bottle, placing it gently on the table. The glass bottle glinted ominously under the lamp's light. This medicine here, Lao Fong pointed to the bottle. Take it home and find a way to give your dear brother a pill every day. After a few days, arrange to meet him somewhere, and we'll help you get rid of him. The words hit Harry like a sledgehammer. His eyes widened. His lips trembled as he stammered, Get rid of Dick? Are you crazy? He started shaking, like a leaf in the cold wind. Lao Fong narrowed his eyes, his voice low and persuasive. Tell me, which is more beneficial to you? A living Dick or a dead Dick? Who do you think your father favors more? Who will inherit the family's resources and power? Do you have a place in that future? He paused, then continued. If Dick takes control of the family, where will that leave you? But if he dies, you would be the only son of the deputy mayor. Lao Fong's words were like the whispers of a devil, easily prying open the door to Harry's deepest desires. The long-suppressed jealousy and resentment surged forth like a flood. Suddenly, Harry became quiet, no longer trembling. His gaze turned vacant, clearly lost in thought. Noticing the change, Lao Fong's lips curled into a barely noticeable smirk. He knew his words had taken root in this fool's mind. Harry couldn't deny he was tempted. The years of envy towards his brother Dick now felt like a festering wound, bursting open. Since childhood, the best of everything always went to Dick. All the praise and glory were his. Ever since Dick became a beast master and Harry remained just a martial artist, the gap between them had only grown wider. Dick never regarded Harry as worth his time, and their father was the same, seeing only his eldest son. In front of Dick, Harry was always submissive, while Dick always received admiration and Harry only scorn. Why? Harry roared internally. Is this fair? Is this fair at all? He felt the dull ache of his injuries, recalling the recent beating and insults from Dick. If not for their father's intervention, he might have been beaten to death. Unbeknownst to him, Harry's face had twisted into a grotesque mask, eyes gleaming with a murderous glint. A voice echoed in his mind. Kill him. Kill him. Everything will be yours. Harry's deep-seated resentment and jealousy towards Dick had been festering for a long time. This animosity was the result of years of accumulated bitterness. However, due to the overwhelming power of his father and brother, he hid these negative emotions deeply, too scared to reveal them. But now, things were different. Lao Fong's involvement gave Harry a glimmer of hope. He recalled how that Fong kid had beaten his older brother so badly that he didn't dare to leave the house. Harry thought to himself, maybe Dick isn't that invincible after all. After all, he only needed to lure Dick out while someone else did the dirty work. At most, he would be an accomplice. Although this would give Lao Fong more leverage over him, Harry felt he had no other choice. He bitterly thought, when you're covered in lice, what's one more? Lao Fong's voice interrupted Harry's thoughts. So, what do you think? With Dick gone, you'll be the sole heir of the family. No one will contest you. Honestly, I'm backing you because I have leverage over you, and you wouldn't dare act against me. But that guy Dick, he hates me too much. He'd probably cause me endless trouble in the future, and I hate trouble. Lao Fong leaned back in his chair and spoke slowly. We might have our differences, but it's not like we can't work together. For me, having you in power is much better than him. Do you understand? He pushed a bottle of pills on the table towards Harry, his eyes sharp. So being controlled or having nothing at all, it's your choice. Lao Fong poured himself another cup of tea and leisurely sipped it, leaving Harry there, conflicted and hesitant. But this state didn't last long. Within a minute, Harry's trembling hand reached out and grabbed the bottle tightly, as if afraid someone would snatch it away. Harry's heart was a mix of anxiety and excitement. Between having nothing and being controlled, he decisively chose the latter. He consoled himself. Being controlled by his father and brother, or by this guy, wasn't much different. In fact, being controlled by this guy might even bring more benefits. If he had to be a dog, he might as well be a well-fed one with a warm kennel at home. Plus, he might even get a chance to turn things around. Being a stray dog was out of the question. Lao Feng nodded in satisfaction. It seems you've made a wise choice. All right, you can go now. I'll contact you when the time is right. He waved his hand, signaling Harry to leave. Harry hesitated for a moment and stammered. How do I lure Dick out? Right now. He wants to kill me. Lao Feng scoffed. Isn't it simple? Just tell him that Gi sect has a potion that speeds up the revival of battle pets. No matter how much he hates you, he'll follow you out. Harry's eyes lit up with realization. Right, that Death Falcon is Dick's prized possession. He's really worried about it now. Using this as bait, he won't be able to resist. With a look of joy, Harry hurriedly took his leave. After the spoiled second-generation heir had completely left, a graceful figure appeared in the room. Maggie teased, "You have some serious skills, sir. If you were in the underworld, we'd be out of business." Lao Feng merely shrugged with a modest smile at Maggie's banter. Maggie then asked, "Are you really planning to kill Dick yourself?" Lao Feng chuckled softly. "If I wanted to do it myself, why would I go through all this trouble?" Maggie instantly understood Lao Feng's intentions. Although she wasn't sure of the specifics, she nodded in agreement. No loose ends, clean and thorough. That's the right way. Are you really going to make that spoiled brat your puppet? Maggie asked again. Lao Feng shook his head disdainfully. A puppet? Ha, you overestimate Harry. He's just cannon fodder, at best an elite one. He explained that he was currently in a honeymoon phase with the city lord and had no need for unnecessary complications. Lao Feng continued. Harry is a piece of trash. He wastes resources, has a ton of bad habits, and blames everyone but himself. His brother may have flaws, but at least he has decent qualities. After all, being city level number 1 isn't something just anyone can achieve. If Harry had the same commendable traits as his brother, that would be truly unfair. After returning home, Harry began his plan immediately. He kept reminding himself, an inside thief is hard to guard against. In the following days, he took on the task of serving Dick tea and water. His attitude was exceptionally diligent, seizing every opportunity to talk to his brother, using soft words and making apologies. Although Dick's dislike for him remained, the urge to beat him up whenever they met had lessened considerably. Dick had no idea that his cowardly, servile brother's true intention was to drug him. Harry was puzzled by Dick's unchanged state. What exactly is this medicine for? Why does it seem to have no effect? But regardless, he continued his act diligently until the bottle was empty. Lao Feng put down the phone, shaking his head with a sigh. Harry had called him proactively, eager to get rid of his older brother. Such brotherly love and filial piety, Lao Feng mocked. He arranged the meeting place at Ling Club and gave Harry some instructions. Turning to Maggie, he said, "Sorry, but your club might see some blood." Maggie responded with a smile. Trading a casino for a grand show is worth it. She then got up to make the necessary arrangements. Meanwhile, Harry had entered Dick's room. Seeing Dick's excitement, Harry hurriedly explained, "Two had them help with the research. They just told me today that it's ready. Shall we go now?" Dick asked eagerly. "Hey bro, it's already so late." Harry tried to dissuade him. "I've arranged with them to go tomorrow afternoon with the money." After some persuasion, Dick's anxious heart finally calmed down a bit. Seeing Dick's excited demeanor, Harry felt secretly pleased. He took the bait. His eyes flashed with a fierce intensity as he screamed internally, "Big brother, you're going down." The next afternoon, Harry arrived with Dick as planned. They entered the room and looked around, finding it completely empty. Dick frowned and said, "They haven't arrived yet?" Harry glanced at his watch and realized they had been waiting for almost 10 minutes. He whispered, "Maybe they got delayed." The security checks in the Huaxiang district have been strict lately, so it's normal to take a bit longer. Despite his words, Harry's eyes were fixed on the empty cup in front of Dick. The tea was already finished, but Dick hadn't made a move. Harry felt a growing anxiety but managed to keep his composure. Dick was entirely focused on the upcoming delivery of the medicine, eager to shorten the revival time of the meteoric falcon, and didn't notice Harry's slightly unusual behavior. At that moment, a waiter entered the room, placed a file folder in front of Dick, and said briefly, "Someone outside asked me to deliver this to you." With that, the waiter turned and left, leaving the two brothers staring at each other. Dick looked at the folder with suspicion. After a moment of hesitation, he opened it. Harry's heart suddenly tightened, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Dick's expression remained calm as he flipped through the documents, but his pupils suddenly dilated as if he had seen something shocking. He cast a strange glance at Harry before continuing to read. That glance made Harry's skin crawl. Dick quickly finished reading the few pages. He abruptly stood up, looking down at Harry with a mocking smile. "Huh. So, it turns out you're not even our father's bloodline. I knew Itho could someone as stupid as you be my brother?" Harry was thunderstruck, standing there in a daze. His mind went blank, unable to respond to Dick's accusations. Dick, however, paid no mind to Harry's reaction. The paternity report, although from an unknown source, had blood-type data and an official seal that indicated its high credibility. Harry's silent demeanor only confirmed Dick's suspicions. He must have known all along and kept it hidden, Dick thought, turning to leave. With such a major revelation, the matter of the medicine could wait. He was eager to report this to their father and seize the opportunity to oust Harry. It was a chance Dick had been longing for. Brother, brother, please, Harry panicked, dropping to his knees and clutching Dick's leg, tears and snot streaming down his face. I was wrong. Don't tell father. If you do, I'm finished. Get off me. Who's your brother? Dick sneered, slapping Harry and kicking him aside. Ignoring the pain, Harry immediately resorted to his specialty, spilling everything in a rush. It wasn't my idea. It was that guy, Fong Tianyan. He made me trick you into coming here. He made me drug you. What? Dick was stunned. Trick me? Wait, what do you mean drugged? Only then did he realize that today's meeting was a setup. Worse yet, the mention of being drugged sent a chill down his spine. Dick quickly understood he had walked into a trap. What did you drug me with, you idiot? Dick snarled, ready to lash out, but suddenly his entire body stiffened. He felt a sharp pain in his chest and collapsed onto the sofa, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. A wave of terror washed over him as he realized his connection to his battle pet had been severed. Harry stood there, watching in shock. Just then, his phone rang, snapping him back to reality. He pulled it out and saw the familiar, dreaded number on the screen. You bastard, Fong. What the hell are you playing at? Harry yelled into the phone. You set me up. I did everything you asked, and now you tell him? Are you trying to screw me over? After Harry's tirade, the voice on the other end simply responded with a satisfied sigh. Harry froze. As someone experienced in the ways of the world, he knew exactly what that sound meant. It was the same rhythm he heard every time he went to relax. Damn it, Harry thought. I'm losing my mind here, and he's enjoying himself? Are you done? The voice on the phone finally spoke. If so, go ahead and finish off your half-brother. What? Harry was completely stunned. Dick is currently poisoned, weak, and unable to summon his battle pet. But this state will only last for 5 minutes, the voice continued. You've already wasted 1 minute. At this point, you either kill him, or he leaves and you die. Your choice. With that, the line went dead. Meanwhile, in a different room, Regina stood up and wiped her mouth with a tissue, her face flushed. Honestly, she chided. Can't we handle business first? You're never serious. Come on, if this isn't business, what is? Fong retorted. This is just a bit of fun. In front of Fong was a large screen divided into 9 sections, providing a comprehensive view of the room from various angles. With Maggie away on other business, it was just Fong and Regina. In such circumstances, a little entertainment was perfectly normal. Do you think he'll do as you said? Regina asked, watching the screen. Just watch, Fong said confidently. He's a scumbag by nature. Back in the room, Harry put down the phone and looked at the weakened Dick. His eyes no longer showed any hesitation or pleading, but rather a growing malice and madness. Dick glared angrily at Harry, the emptiness inside him and the haze in his mind preventing him from accessing his battle pet space. He wanted to kill Harry on the spot, but the poison had already taken effect. This rare toxin, which Maggie had painstakingly acquired from the black market, required prolonged use and a catalyst to activate. The tea on the table was that final catalyst, and even then, the poison would only last for 10 minutes. Seeing Harry's twisted, dark expression, a sense of foreboding gripped Dick's heart. What's with that look, Harry? Are you planning to rebel? Before he could finish speaking, a glinting dagger appeared in Harry's hand. Dick's face turned pale, but it was too late. Harry lunged forward like a ravenous wolf, slashing at his throat. Paralyzed, Dick couldn't fight back, and he could only watch helplessly as Harry's crazed face drew nearer, feeling the blood gush from his neck. Dick was in utter shock, unable to believe he would die at the hands of someone like Harry. Harry showed no hesitation this time. The situation left no room for it. He knew his brother wore protective armor, so he aimed directly for the vulnerable spots. Seeing the terror on Dick's face, Harry felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Look at you now. Damn you. With a roar, Harry descended into madness, repeatedly stabbing Dick's body with the dagger. Come on, get up and keep acting tough. Where's all that strength you had when you beat me up the other day? Weren't you going to beat me to death? How many lives do you have? Huh? Damn it. Harry cursed as he stabbed, the blood quickly staining the entire scene. Everything good went to you. All the applause was yours, and all the criticism was mine. How great do you think you are? Keep being great. I've wanted you dead for a long time. Die. Ha ha ha. Harry ranted hysterically, seemingly venting years of pent-up resentment all at once. Old Fong watched the spectacle with a cold, amused smile. He had expected mutual destruction, but it turned out to be a one-sided massacre. Since Harry survived, he might as well be useful for a bit longer. After all, the series of moves planned against the Hunter family wasn't over yet. Old Fong took out his phone and made another call. The bloody scene on the screen had ended, with Harry sitting there panting heavily. His half-brother's face was unrecognizable, and his death was gruesome. As Harry calmed down, the sight of the carnage almost made him vomit again. But given the situation, he had to suppress the urge. Just then, his phone rang again, delivering a brief instruction. Under the sofa, Harry complied and found a body bag and cleaning supplies under the sofa. His facial muscles twitched as he realized that everything had been premeditated. Despite being led by the nose, he had no choice but to clean up the scene. Meanwhile, Hunter received a package at home. His servant informed him that the delivery person only said the name Fong Tianyun. Hunter frowned and opened the package, finding a document folder with a note. I accidentally stumbled upon some interesting information and urgently wish to share it with the deputy mayor. Please prepare your heart medication. The signature was unmistakably Fong Tianyun. How dare he investigate me? The audacity. Hunter's face darkened with rage. This was blatant provocation. He opened the folder, and his face turned beet red as he clenched his teeth, causing the surrounding servants to break into a cold sweat. This is rebellion. That bastard. That mongrel. Hunter roared, smashing everything in his study to pieces. After finally calming down, he gave a grim order. Bring the driver and my wife to the backyard. Elsewhere, Harry finished cleaning up the scene and put the body bag in the car trunk. He wandered around the city, eventually finding a secluded spot. He didn't choose to leave the city and head to Fengyuan Ridge because exiting the city required passing through security checks, making it impossible to smuggle a body out without getting caught. Old Fong didn't contact Harry again, leaving him anxious and frustrated. Nevertheless, he tried to steady his nerves, preparing to face his father. On his way home, Harry received another call from Old Fong. Don't worry about Dick's death. Just act like you know nothing. We'll take care of it. Okay. Thanks, brother. If you ever need anything, just ask. I'll do whatever I can, Harry promised earnestly. In his mind, they were now in the same boat, and since Old Fong held leverage over him, he had no choice but to see this through to the end. Help? Heh, no need. Good luck, Old Fong said before hanging up. With a screech of the brakes, Harry finally arrived home. After taking a few deep breaths, Harry forced a smile that was more of a grimace and stepped out of the car. He had barely taken 2 steps when his attendant hurried over and respectfully said, Master Harry, the Lord requests your presence in the back garden. The back garden? Harry was puzzled. Hunter had been extremely cold towards him these past few days, avoiding even looking at him. Why would he suddenly want to see me? And at such a sensitive time? As Harry hesitated, 7 or 8 burly bodyguards suddenly surrounded him, creating an immense pressure. Seeing this formation, Harry's heart raced. But he had no choice but to put on a brave face and head towards the back garden. Silently, he prayed that nothing more would go wrong. Upon entering the back garden, Harry noticed that the servants and bodyguards had retreated and locked the door behind them. Hunter sat expressionlessly in the garden, saying nothing. What puzzled Harry even more was the black curtain hanging in the back of the garden, whose purpose he could not fathom. Hesitating for a moment, Harry braced himself and walked forward. Father, he began, but a sudden gust of wind hit him, and a sharp pain spread across his face. Instinctively, Harry covered his cheek and cried out in agony. Hunter's face was dark as he continued to whip Harry mercilessly. Harry was sent sprawling, rolling on the ground and begging for mercy, his screams filling the air. Hunter seemed to have lost all emotion, and his blows only grew heavier. Unable to bear it any longer, Harry scrambled away, shouting in anger and hurt, Why are you hitting me? What did I do wrong? Reason? Hunter sneered. I don't need a reason. I always wondered how a man of my stature could have such a worthless son. Now I know you're a bastard. With that, he raised the whip again. Hunter's words hit Harry like a thunderbolt. The thing he feared most had come to pass. How did Hunter find out? Was it that snitch? Or did something else give it away? Either way, it seemed he was finished. Stop. Dad. What do you mean? I don't understand. Harry clung to a glimmer of hope. Fine. I'll let you die knowing the truth. Hunter roared, striding over to the black curtain and yanking it away. 2 people hung on a scaffold, a man and a woman. Recognizing their faces, Harry's heart sank into despair. Hanging on the scaffold were the deputy mayor's wife and her lover, who was her cousin. Both were covered in wounds, unconscious with rags stuffed in their mouths. The man looked especially pitiful, barely clinging to life. It turned out that when Hunter received the damning documents, he was furious but still somewhat skeptical. Unable to confront his wife directly, he turned to the family driver. Under torture, the driver confessed everything. His pleas for mercy mirrored Harry's, fueling Hunter's rage. Hunter learned that this so-called cousin was actually his wife's lover, and they had been involved even before their marriage. Worse still, they had dared to meet in his own home, making a fool of him. With his status, how could Hunter tolerate such humiliation? He immediately brought the two to the back garden and tortured them. Harry's return had been ill-timed. Previously, Hunter had held back because of blood ties. Now that the truth was out, he had no such reservations. Just as Hunter put down the whip and picked up a steel pipe to strike again, his phone rang. "Who is it?" Hunter snarled, not even looking at the caller ID as he answered. "Honorable Deputy Mayor, do you like the gift I sent you?" The voice on the other end was smug, adding fuel to Hunter's rage. "Don't get too worked, UP, I have something even better for you." Before Hunter could respond, the caller hung up. A video file arrived shortly after. Taking a deep breath, Hunter tried to calm himself and opened the video. His intuition told him it would be shocking, but he still underestimated the gravity of the situation. Harry could only see Hunter's back as he stared at his phone. Suddenly, Hunter's body began to tremble violently. A heart-wrenching, furious scream shattered the silence, causing Harry to wet himself in terror. Hunter turned slowly, an intense, palpable killing intent radiating from him. Harry's eyes widened in shock as he noticed a large-caliber revolver had somehow appeared in Hunter's hand. "Die, you beast!" Hunter's eyes were wide with madness as he fired 3 shots in quick succession. The deafening gunshots echoed in the confined space, but the accuracy was disappointing. Only one bullet found its mark, hitting Harry's leg. Despite this, the excruciating pain made Harry let out an earth-shattering scream. Hunter didn't pause for a moment, quickly turning and firing 2 more shots with deadly precision, sending the 2 lovers straight to hell. These 2 shots were surprisingly accurate. Hunter then casually discarded the gun and pulled out a sharp machete from inside his coat. He advanced towards the fallen Harry step by step, his eyes gleaming with a crazed light. "How dare you? How dare you kill Dick? You traitorous scum!" Hunter snarled through gritted teeth. "Killing you would be too easy. I'm going to carve you up piece by piece." Harry, clutching his wounded leg, crawled backward, begging desperately, "It wasn't me. It was Fong. He made me do it. Please spare me." But no matter what he said, there was no escaping death today. Hunter had just received a video clip from old Fong, showing Harry killing Dick in cold blood. To Hunter, this was the ultimate betrayal. At this moment, his mind was consumed with a single thought: kill this beast and then hunt down Fong for a final showdown. Harry kept retreating until his back hit the locked iron door, leaving him with no escape. Hunter had already ordered his subordinates to stay away from this area, not wanting such a disgraceful matter to spread. Now, this place had become a closed battleground for their unknown confrontation. In a desperate bid for survival, Harry reached into his storage ring and pulled out a red pill, swallowing it without hesitation. He hoped it would quickly heal his leg wound and restore his mobility. However, the faint smell of paint from the pill made him uneasy. Before he could think further, a surge of searing energy rose from his abdomen, spreading like wildfire through his entire body. Harry felt a powerful force rapidly expanding within him. His hands transformed into sharp claws, his skin became covered in scales, and his muscles bulged visibly. The gunshot wound on his leg healed at an astonishing rate. Harry's eyes turned blood red, his face contorting into a monstrous expression. In his vision, the world was now bathed in a crimson hue. A voice roared in his mind, "Kill! Kill everything!" Affected by the swapped red pill, Harry rapidly transformed into a beast, his rationality slipping away. His skin began to sprout coarse, rough hair. His nails turned into sharp claws, and his eyes glowed with a savage red light. Hunter, witnessing this for the first time, froze in his tracks, a chill running down his spine. He stared in disbelief at Harry's transformation. "What has this guy gotten into?" he thought, involuntarily stepping back. Harry's ferocious appearance sent a shiver through Hunter. Just as he was about to call for backup, Harry lunged at him with astonishing speed. In a panic, Hunter drew his weapon and slashed at Harry, but couldn't even scratch his scaly hide. Suddenly, Hunter felt a jolt through his body. He looked down in disbelief to see Harry's sharp claws deeply embedded in his abdomen. "You ugh!" Hunter tried to speak, but spat out a mouthful of blood. With a beastly roar, Harry, his eyes blazing red, lifted Hunter high into the air. Blood gushed from Hunter's wound, forming a crimson pool on the ground. As the bloodshed subsided, Harry's vision gradually cleared. He panted as he looked around, the sight before him making his stomach churn. The backyard was littered with blood and dismembered bodies. Hunter's corpse was torn apart, a gruesome sight. Memories flooded Harry's mind. He realized that he had caused all this. After consuming the pill, he had become a crazed executioner, lost in an uncontrollable frenzy of slaughter, tearing everything in sight to pieces. "They're all dead. All dead," Harry muttered to himself, yet a part of him still savored the thrill of the kill. Suddenly, a sharp pain gripped his heart. His strength quickly drained, and his beastly form began to recede. An overwhelming sense of weakness overcame him, and Harry collapsed onto the blood-soaked ground. Exhaustion washed over him like a tide, and Harry wanted to close his eyes but was held back by an inexplicable fear. No, I don't want to die. He struggled to keep his eyes open, but his breathing gradually slowed until it ceased. In the last moments of consciousness, Harry seemed to see a large black bird flying across the sky. As his phone emitted a loud, crackling noise, the backyard fell into eternal silence. Only the surveillance cameras continued to dutifully record everything. The news of the deputy mayor's family's brutal murder shocked the entire city of Huangming. Even though Harry was also dead, people were outraged by his acts of fratricide and patricide. However, as the autopsy reports and some footage surfaced, the deputy mayor's family's ethical scandals became a hot topic of conversation, and the public's interest soared. Although Fong had previous conflicts with Hunter's family, only a few special individuals connected this incident to him. Even those special individuals had nothing but baseless suspicions, without any concrete evidence. Harry's acts of fratricide and patricide were captured clearly on camera, leaving no doubt. Despite the many oddities in the case and some clever minds suspecting a hidden hand, without solid evidence, these speculations could not lead to a conviction. Fong had used a burner phone for communication, and Harry's phone had been tampered with beforehand, ultimately exploding into pieces. With all suspects and victims dead, there was no evidence pointing to Fong. Everything had been handled meticulously. Fong, congratulations. Well done. Well done indeed. I'm impressed. The city lord praised Fong at the dinner table, giving him a thumbs up. Fong, however, feigned confusion. City lord, what congratulations? What methods? I don't understand. Seeing Fong's bewildered expression, the city lord maintained his smile but secretly admired him. This young man is not only capable but also incredibly shrewd. The tragedy that befell Hunter's family is a blessing for you, the city lord hinted. Oh, city lord, you're joking? I'm not aiming to be the deputy mayor. What's there to celebrate? Fong shook his head. It was Hunter who repeatedly offended you, city lord. Now you can eat and sleep well. The two men smiled on the surface but harbored their own thoughts. Although he didn't extract any concrete information, the city lord viewed the composed and indifferent young man before him with even greater respect. This kid not only had strength but also brains. The city lord had been closely monitoring the conflict between Hunter and Fong Tianyun. He had expected a prolonged battle, but to his surprise, it was resolved within a month, with the losing side utterly and brutally defeated. When he first heard about the complete annihilation of Hunter's family, the city lord was momentarily stunned, thinking, what a ruthless young man. As the investigation deepened and the case was finally closed, the city lord was even more astounded. This kid had cleaned up so well that the security bureau didn't even investigate him. Although he didn't know the exact details of Fong Tianyun's methods, the city lord understood that the death of Hunter's family was undoubtedly linked to this young man. He had truly gone all out. Initially, the city lord had planned to step in and help Fong Tianyun cover his tracks, but it turned out that Fong had handled everything flawlessly himself. Fong, if you ever encounter any difficulties in the future, don't hesitate to ask. As long as I can help, I will, the city lord said earnestly. You're too kind, city lord, Fong replied respectfully. You've already helped me a lot this time. Otherwise, Hunter's family would have caused me no end of trouble. If there's anything you need in the future, just let me know. An outsider might have thought these two were just old comrades sharing a meal, drinking, and boasting. After dealing with Hunter's family, Fong and Regina left Maggie's place and returned to their mansion. However, just as they stepped inside and had no time to settle in, several uninvited guests arrived. Seeing the fleet of cars marked with the security bureau's insignia at his doorstep, Fong's heart skipped a beat. What's going on? Did I slip up? Despite his surprise, Lao Fong stepped forward to greet them. Standing at the door was a familiar face Wadabiao, being led by a tall and robust young man. Hello, let me introduce myself. I'm Yang Zhijio, Dabiao's older brother. The young man extended his hand, his voice deep and powerful. Thank you very much for your help. With that, he bowed deeply to Lao Fong. Before Wadabiao could react, Yang Zhijio pressed down on his head, forcing him to bow as well. Yang Zhijio explained that he had watched the footage of the fight with Maggie. With his keen eye, he naturally saw the value of Lao Feng's intervention. Without Lao Feng's assistance, Wadabiao might not have made it. So, he brought Wadabiao today specifically to express their gratitude. Lao Fong waved his hand with a smile. You're too kind, it was just a small effort. However, he glanced at Wadabiao. Dabiao did promise me a favor. Just as Wadabiao was about to speak, Yang Zhijio slapped him on the head, cutting him off. Yang Zhijio took a white medal from his pocket and handed it to Lao Fong. Please accept this. My family has some influence in the security bureau. If you ever have any dealings with them, Just show this medal. Damn, brother Jew. You even gave him the family medal. That's a big deal, Zhuo said with a playful smirk. It's all because of you. Yang Zhizhou glared at him. Lao Feng accepted the medal, thanking him softly. Although he wasn't particularly interested in such things, Yang Zhijia's explanation piqued his interest in this tangible privilege. Seeing Lao Feng accept the medal, Zhuo sidled up, rubbing his hands together. You did a clean job, impressive. Lao Feng rolled his eyes and ignored him. Zhuo continued, don't worry, I checked with the bureau. Although there are some suspicions, there's no concrete evidence. The director made the final decision himself. He lowered his voice. You really went all out. How did you find the breakthrough? You took down an entire family. It's a pity, if you had come to... You didn't come over just to whisper this nonsense to me, did you? Lao Feng interrupted. Besides, I have no idea what you're talking about. What did I do? This is absurd. Seeing Lao Feng put on an innocent, confused expression, Zhuo made a disdainful gesture. Great acting, they'll give you that. He didn't care about the fate of the Hunter family. It was just small talk. Zhuo hesitated for a moment, looking like he wanted to say something, which Lao Feng found amusing. This usually straightforward guy rarely looked so hesitant. Do you have some time now? Zhuo finally asked. Yes, why? You want to spar with me? Lao Feng asked with a smile. Huh, how did you know? Zhuo was surprised. Hee, I knew this day would come the first time we met. Let's go. Lao Feng had sensed the burning desire to fight in Zhuo's eyes back then. They found a quiet place and had a sparring session. Not long after, Zhuo came out looking dejected. Yang Zhizhou extended his hand with a smile. Out so soon? Pay up, I told you wouldn't win. But you didn't believe me. Zhuo reluctantly took out a wad of cash and handed it to Yang Zhizhou, who happily started counting it. Seriously, a grand from the eldest son of the Yang family? Is it that big of a deal? Zhuo grumbled. You don't get it, it's the principle. Yang Zhizhou laughed. Besides, my salary card is with your sister-in-law, you know that? After counting the money, Yang Zhizhou pocketed it and said to Zhuo, although you didn't win, you lost even faster than I expected. Great conversation skills, Zhuo huffed. You're a martial artist, easy for you to talk. That guy's a monster. He shook his head, trying to shake off the bad memories of the sparring session. Yang Zhizhou mused. I really didn't expect such a talent to emerge from this remote place. The coming years will be interesting. We could use some fresh blood. It's always the same few elite families at the top. Our youth team hasn't had good results internationally for a while, right? Like you aren't part of the youth team, Zhuo retorted. Mr. Quarterfinalist Gatekeeper Zhuo? Embarrassed by the teasing, Zhuo's face turned red. But he quickly added, honestly, at this age, with this level of magic and battle pet configuration, even the top prodigies of the youth team weren't as strong at 16 or 17 as Fang Tianyun is now. Not just the youth team, even the adult team. If you set the age limit at 20, how many players who made a name for themselves at 20 were as formidable as this guy? Zhuo grew more excited as he spoke. And you know what? His demon sword master is something else. It pinned my Brank berserk ape to the ground. In all these years, in both competitions and real battles, no Brank battle pet has ever suppressed my berserk ape like that. His demon sword master, though not yet a rank, is already at the pinnacle of Brank. Yang Zhizhou was silent for a moment, then took out a file and handed it to Zhuo. Take a look at this. You investigated him? Zhuo asked. Isn't that normal? Yang Zhizhou replied. As you said, who wouldn't want to learn about such a rare talent? Zhuo took the file and read it carefully. As he read, his expression shifted from surprise to shock, finally showing a mix of frustration and amusement. Damn, less than a year, Zhuo muttered, seemingly speechless with shock. Yang Zhizhou smiled. Now you know why I bet you wouldn't win? Fang Tianyun is like a force of nature. Zhuo continued reading, growing more astonished. Eventually, he burst out laughing. The Wilson family is a bunch of ultimate idiots. Yang Zhizhou's words were a wake-up call for Zhuo. He began to reassess Fang Tianyun, realizing that this 16 or 17-year-old was far more complex than he appeared. From his meticulous way of handling things, to the incident at the vice mayor's house, and his astonishing 30 points of magical energy, everything about this young man indicated that he was extraordinary. It seems Fang had planned his departure for a long time, Zhuo mused. Yang Zhizhou nodded in agreement. Indeed, he's not just any ordinary kid. According to the information, he's an illegitimate child with a low status in his family and scarce resources. Surprisingly, instead of striving to gain his family's approval, he chose to leave quietly and make a name for himself. Even without family resources, he soared to great heights. You have to respect that, Zhuo scoffed. Fang is no ordinary person. These business families are all about shady dealings with no real skills. If our family had someone like him, we'd treat him like a treasure. The Wilson family might be influential in a city, but in the whole Federation, they're just average. Both men looked down on commercial families like the Wilsons, especially after learning they treated a hidden talent like an ordinary person. Zhuo suddenly wondered, but I'm curious, hasn't the Wilson family done anything yet? They sure are taking their time. Yang Zhizhou burst into laughter. It's not that they haven't done anything. They simply haven't been paying attention. After Feng left, they completely abandoned him. Honestly, I'd love to see the expression on the Wilson family head's face when they realized they let such a prodigy slip away. Zhuo grinned mischievously. Why don't we give them a little push? Forget it. Let things take their course. Yang Zhizhou waved his hand dismissively. I bet once he wins first place in the city competition, his family won't be able to ignore him anymore. They had no doubt that Feng Tianyun would win the city competition. Yang Zhizhou raised an eyebrow. When that happens, your friend will have his hands full. Zhuo sighed and shook his head. Some mistakes can't be undone. A broken glass, no matter how well glued, is still cracked. Although I haven't known Feng for long, I understand him. He may seem carefree and unserious, but he's incredibly proud. Since he left home, he probably won't go back. Yang Zhizhou agreed. Anyone who can leave a resource-rich family and succeed on their own must have a lot of pride. The Wilson family missed their chance to become a top-tier family. It might be their only chance. The two couldn't help but laugh at the thought, filling the car with joyous laughter. Meanwhile, Feng Tianyun looked at the blue family crest in his hand and smiled. It was a gift from Zhuo after a private sparring session. Zhuo had bragged that with this crest, even the military would show some respect. The influence of the Gi sect in Huangming City had been almost completely eradicated, and Zhuo was about to move with the main force to another city to continue their work. This was why he was eager to spar with Feng Tianyun, fearing he wouldn't get another chance. Before leaving, he repeatedly urged Feng Tianyun to visit him in Aozexan City, drawing curious looks from passers-by who wondered about their relationship. Feng Tianyun put the crest into his storage ring and stretched lazily. With everything finally settled, he planned to take a few days off, though his vacation was almost over. He decided to visit Xiaobuddy the next day. At the same time, Hesha and her family, who had just gotten off a plane and into a car, were reading the news on their phones, their brows furrowed in deep thought. They had gone abroad for a holiday after the city lord's banquet. Now, upon returning, they were shocked by the news from Huangming City. They vividly remembered the conflict between Feng Tianyun and the vice mayor's family at the banquet. In just 1 month, such a bizarre thing had happened. A son killing his father and brother? Could this really be a coincidence? Hesha might not think too deeply about it, but her parents were top figures in Huangming City's business world. Such coincidences and luck were obviously implausible to them. That kid has such terrifying power? The couple exchanged a silent glance, their eyes filled with surprise and apprehension. The name Feng Tianyun now left a deep impression on their minds. It wasn't just Hesha's parents. Many guests at the evening banquet were also suspicious of the mysterious deaths of the Hunter family. Those who were well-informed even knew that the lord of the city frequently invited the black-haired boy for meals. This young man's enigmatic identity sparked intense curiosity among the people. Amidst the undercurrents in the city, Lao Feng and Nana arrived at Ling's residence. Ah, brother, sister Nana, you're here. Ling, who was watering the vegetable garden, spotted the familiar figures and immediately dropped her small bucket, running over with joy. She hugged Lao Feng's leg, and he laughed as he lifted her onto his shoulder. Ever since their living conditions improved, Ling's physical health had noticeably strengthened. She was no longer frail and thin, but had started to gain a healthy appearance. In a little while, school will start, and Ling, you'll be able to go to school like other kids, Lao Feng said gently. Hearing this, Ling's face flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling. She recalled her days working in the city, only able to watch enviously as children her age went to school with their backpacks. Now, that dream was finally coming true. Lao Feng had already secured a spot for Ling at Zhanghua Academy. With his connection to Principal Sun, it was merely a matter of saying a word. The three were immersed in a joyful atmosphere, but Lao Feng, with his keen observation, noticed a hint of unease on Ling's face. Ling, is something wrong? Lao Feng asked with concern. Seeing her brother's worried eyes, Ling's face scrunched up a bit, and she timidly said, Xiao Jin, it's missing. To reiterate, this story will not involve any female character being romantically pursued, no tragic endings, and no attempts to disgust the readers or myself. Missing? What exactly happened? Lao Feng was taken aback when he heard the news of the Golden Lynx's disappearance. Xiaojin hasn't come to my place for 2 days. It used to come here every night for dinner, the young girl explained anxiously. Lao Feng pondered for a moment before reassuring her. 2 days isn't too long. With the Golden Lynx's acute hearing, it's unlikely it's in danger. Tomorrow, Nana and I will go with you to look for it. Hearing this, the girl's worried expression faded, replaced by a bright smile. After spending a relaxing evening at Ling's house, Lao Fong returned to Huangming City the next morning. Maggie had requested his help, and having been assisted by the formidable Empress of Extremes multiple times, Lao Fong felt obliged to return the favor. Along the way, servants and guards bowed as he passed, making his way effortlessly to Maggie's modest manor. Congratulations on dealing with such a major threat, Maggie greeted him with a smile. She was dressed in a conservative red nightgown, her elegance accentuated by a unique butterfly mask, adding an air of allure. You're too kind. Without your help, it wouldn't have been so smooth, Lao Fong replied humbly. Now that you and the Lord of the City are so close, I just hope you still remember the Black Rose. Two grown men being so close isn't quite the right term, Lao Fong corrected. Besides, the Lord of the City is the Lord of the City, and you are you. No one can replace anyone else, so there's no need to worry about that. Maggie's smile widened at his words. You didn't call me all the way here just for this, did you? Lao Fong got straight to the point. Maggie hesitated, her demeanor suddenly uncertain. Lao Fong waited patiently for her to gather her thoughts. Finally, Maggie took a deep breath, decisively removed her butterfly mask, and brushed aside her rose gold hair. Do you have any way to treat this kind of wound? Lao Fong was startled by what he saw. From her right eyebrow down to her jaw, extending to her right temple, was a patch of writhing black markings. These markings were eroding the surrounding skin, creating ugly, festering holes. Maggie trembled under his gaze. For any woman, a disfigurement is a severe trauma, let alone for a beauty like Maggie. Lao Fong gently patted her shoulder, examining the black markings and patterns closely. A faint medicinal scent mixed with a hint of decay indicated that Maggie had been using treatments to control the spread. He tried both the rejuvenation seal and the exorcism seal, but the effects were only temporary. He nodded. I see. It's a poison curse, a particularly nasty one. If the poison and the curse aren't neutralized simultaneously, they regenerate each other. Who did this to you? The person is already dead, Maggie replied coldly, her tone filled with a murderous edge. All right, then it doesn't matter, Lao Fong said, shifting his focus to her previous treatments. Maggie explained that with the help of an apothecary and a curse specialist, the curse had once been completely removed. However, 3 days later, the black curse reappeared at her temple and began spreading again. She was now relying on medication to suppress it, but this was not a long-term solution. It reappeared after being completely removed? Lao Fong mused. We need to find the source of the poison. Without locating the source, the curse can't be eradicated. The source? Maggie was puzzled. Lao Fong didn't elaborate and took out a set of silver needles. Take off your nightgown. Expose your arms, belly, and legs. Maggie was stunned by his abruptness. Realizing his mistake, Lao Fong explained. How about this? Go inside. Put on a sleeveless t-shirt and shorts. Two don't have such clothes, Maggie replied, blushing. Lao Fong was surprised but understood given Maggie's status. Then let Mary go buy some for you now. I'll wait here. He poured himself a glass of red wine. Unexpectedly, Maggie gave him a long look, then decisively removed her red nightgown and lay down on her bed. Woke off, cough. Lao Fong was so startled by the sudden scene that he choked on his wine. Regaining his composure, he said seriously, we're treating an ailment here. No funny business. Let's get to the acupuncture. Soon, Maggie's limbs and abdomen were covered with silver needles. Though she had never experienced this treatment before, she trusted Lao Fong completely, closing her eyes without a word. As the treatment progressed, Lao Fong grew more focused. Noticing the needles in her abdomen turning black, he smirked. Got you. The silver needles on both sides of her upper abdomen had turned black, while those on her lower abdomen remained unchanged. Dr. Fong immediately pinpointed the source of the poison. He quickly removed the excess needles from other areas and gestured for Maggie to sit up, handing her a basin. Maggie, bewildered, complied without knowing what Dr. Fong intended to do. Dr. Fong then brought his index and middle fingers together in a sword-like gesture, channeling mystical water energy at several key acupuncture points on Maggie's abdomen. After injecting the energy, he formed a seal with his fingers and shouted, "Come out." Maggie felt a sudden, overwhelming wave of nausea and began to vomit uncontrollably. It was as if her stomach had been completely emptied. When she had nothing left to expel, Dr. Fong handed her some warm water and took the basin from her. His extraordinary senses immediately detected a writhing, elongated worm-like creature in the basin. It looks a bit like a silkworm, but it's covered in a black shell. It seems similar to a curse. The poison source has been expelled, Dr. Fong explained. Hearing this, Maggie hurriedly looked into the basin, disregarding the need to wipe her mouth. Under Dr. Fong's guidance, she too saw the black worm and felt a surge of hope. Does this mean I can fully recover? She asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. Dr. Fong nodded in confirmation and then looked away. Maggie, though not as tall as Regina, was over 170 centimeters with a graceful figure. While her bust wasn't as prominent as Long Yang's, it was still quite impressive. Unlike Regina, whose mind still leaned towards girlishness, Maggie, the formidable empress, was mature both in body and mind, a quintessential femme fatale. Put on your clothes and rest for a while. I'll break the curse for you shortly, Dr. Fong said, taking the basin to the bathroom to clean it. Watching him leave, a sly and satisfied smile appeared on Maggie's pretty face. When Dr. Fong returned, she had already put her nightgown back on, but the intimate scene from before lingered in his mind. Dr. Fong tried to quell his inner turmoil, silently reciting a prayer for calm, and then summoned Xiaoqing. Fortunately, the room was spacious enough for Xiaoqing to fully stretch out. I'll break the curse, and Xiaoqing will detoxify you. Just relax, Dr. Fong instructed succinctly before getting to work. He and Xiaoqing were perfectly synchronized, working seamlessly together. Within minutes, the black curse marks on Maggie's forehead had completely disappeared. Dr. Fong then took a porcelain bottle from his storage ring and handed it to her. This is a healing balm. Apply it to the affected area, and your skin will recover in a few days. Maggie accepted the bottle mechanically, still processing everything that had happened. The curse that had tormented her for years was now completely lifted. It's like they say, it's easy when you know how, Dr. Fong remarked casually, sitting down on the sofa and pouring himself a drink. Thank you, Maggie said, trying to control her emotions, though her voice trembled and her eyes glistened with tears. It was nothing. Like I said, it's a shame for someone as beautiful as you to have any flaws, Dr. Fong replied nonchalantly, not noticing the new, complex emotion in Maggie's gaze. Meanwhile, at the edge of Fengyuan Ridge, Regina was searching for Xiao Jin with Ling familiar with the area. Ling and Regina had split up to cover more ground. However, half an hour later, Regina regretted it was lost. In the dense forest, she had no experience and could only wander cautiously to avoid straying too far. Just then, she heard cheerful chatter not far away. Captain, we've done quite well on this trip, one voice said. Not bad at all. We're almost at the edge of the forest. One more day and we'll be in town. I'll treat everyone to a feast then, the captain replied. The promise excited the whole team, who cheered loudly. This was a bounty hunter squad specializing in capturing battle beasts, led by a 4-star warrior. The lowest ranking member was at least a 2-star, making them an elite team. Captain, that golden beast was really cunning. Good thing we had the long-range sniper rifle. Yeah, that's our biggest catch. When it grows up, it'll be a brank cloud strider. The captain recalled the snarling golden beast in the cage, grinning widely. This cross-dire battle beast was almost as valuable as all the sealing scrolls they had collected on this trip. As they reveled in their success, a frantic cry suddenly rang out, Xiao Jin, wait, uncles, why are you capturing him? Ling, who had been exploring in the mountains, was drawn by a commotion in the distance. As she approached, she saw Xiao Jin trapped in a cage and gasped in shock. Despite having learned to be self-reliant due to family circumstances, Ling was still naive and confused about the identities of the people in front of her. She even innocently thought that Xiao Jin might have accidentally hurt them. Ling's shout caught the attention of the bounty hunting team. Huh, where did this little girl come from? The unexpected appearance of a young girl in the desolate wilderness surprised everyone. Ignoring their astonishment, Ling stepped forward and bowed slightly. I'm very sorry. Could you please release Xiao Jin? If it caused you any trouble, I'll apologize and compensate you on its behalf. Following Ling's gaze, the group realized that Xiao Jin referred to the golden beast. Their faces immediately twisted into strange expressions. Ha ha ha, where did this silly girl come from? She wants us to release the golden beast? That's hilarious. They laughed uproariously, looking at Ling with disbelief and mockery. Despite sensing the hostility, Ling stood firm in front of the group, showing no signs of backing down. The bounty team leader, with a sly and amused expression, asked, compensate? How much money do you have? Two only have this much, Ling stammered, taking out her small purse and emptying its contents. The sight of the money made the bounty hunters laugh even harder. Though it was a considerable amount, it was nothing compared to the value of the golden beast. The leader walked up with a smile, counting the money in his hand. I didn't expect a mountain girl to have so much money, he thought in amazement. Ling had saved a lot from her generous wages, given by Lao Fong, due to her frugality. This isn't enough. Go back and earn more. We'll keep the golden beast as collateral for now, the leader said, pocketing the money in a blatant act of robbery. Move aside, don't block the way, he snapped, pushing Ling out of the way. Though he didn't use much force, Ling, being small, tumbled several times before coming to a stop, her hands and feet scraped and bruised. Yet, the little girl stood up again, her eyes red and tears flowing silently. Her tiny figure, though seemingly fragile, stood stubbornly, evoking a sense of pity. Seeing Ling pushed down, Xiao Jin became even more enraged, thrashing against the cage to no avail. Ling followed the group silently, realizing that reasoning with these barbaric people was pointless. The bounty leader scoffed at the girl trailing behind. An insignificant mountain girl posed no threat to him. Suddenly, two of his men approached him, whispering something while casting lecherous glances at Ling. Seriously? You two perverts have that kind of fetish? The leader sneered, his gaze also falling on Ling. Despite her fall, her delicate features were still apparent, hinting at her future beauty. Though she was too young for most, some had peculiar tastes. We're almost at the city. Clean up the area, the leader ordered, not opposing his men's request. Bounty hunters in lawless regions often had a history of atrocities, thriving in the chaos. In such places, human nature's dark side was magnified, making people more terrifying than beasts. As Ling followed the group, she noticed two men approaching her with sinister smiles. Realizing something was wrong, she turned pale and stumbled backward, falling again in her panic. Uncles, what are you doing? Don't come any closer, she pleaded, her intuition warning her of imminent danger. Don't be scared, little girl. We'll take good care of you. Yeah, we'll buy you candy. Just be obedient. The word uncle only fueled their depravity. Ling tried to crawl away, but the men's shadows loomed closer with every step. As they were about to reach her, she closed her eyes and screamed with all her might, "No, don't. Brother, help me." Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Keep screaming. The louder, the better. Brother? Even if you call for your father, no one can. Before he could finish, a sharp pain and a sense of weightlessness struck the two men. Their sudden screams halted the bounty team's advance. What's going on? Nana! Ling exclaimed with joy as she saw the familiar figure land in front of her, and she immediately threw herself into Lyjana's arms. It's okay now. We're here. The dragon lady softly reassured the little one in her embrace, though her amber beast eyes were filled with a fierce killing intent. At that moment, a member of the bounty team pointed to the sky in terror. It's the ghost phoenix owl, and it's mutated. A massive black bird circled above, its sharp yellow talons effortlessly gripping the heads of two team members. The two twisted perverts felt the increasing pressure on their skulls, screaming in agony as their limbs flailed helplessly. Prepare for battle. The bounty team captain shouted, but before he could finish, the giant bird, nicknamed Fat Ku, exerted force, and the two heads in its claws burst like watermelons. The horrifying scene drained the color from many faces present. Before anyone could react, a storm of black feather blades rained down, causing more screams and bodies to fall. In an instant, a third of the team's combat strength was lost. Damn it, we're so close to the city's edge. Why is there a class war beast here? The bounty captain hid behind a large shield, both furious and puzzled. Their target was supposed to be a class war beast for making sealing scrolls. A class war beast was completely unexpected, especially a troublesome flying type like this. Suddenly, the captain noticed spatial markings on the giant bird. This isn't a war beast. It's a war pet. He realized an attack from a beast master was underway. Who is it? We haven't offended you. Why are you attacking us? He shouted angrily. His answer came in the form of a terrifying crescent energy blade, tearing through the ground and leaving a trail of severed limbs and corpses. Another third of the team fell. Then, a massive purple figure emerged slowly from the dense forest. Demon Sword Saint. The team's beast master stammered, his teeth chattering. Demon Sword Saint, what rank? The captain urgently asked. Mid. Rare. Before the beast master could finish, a sharp, thick thorn shot up from the ground, impaling his chest and lifting him high into the air. Similar horrors befell other team members. Some writhed on the ground, their faces turning blue, convulsing. Others hung like cured meat on the thorny tendrils. Charge! Down the mountain! The bounty captain screamed, his eyes bloodshot. Survival was now the priority. The reason for the attack no longer mattered. The surviving members snapped out of their daze and fled desperately. However, Fat Ku swooped low, flapping its wings violently, sending those in the front tumbling to the ground. More thorny tendrils burst from the earth, weaving an impenetrable wall ahead, cutting off any hope of escape. Lyjana, holding Ling, walked straight towards the cage holding Xiaojin, ignoring the bloody chaos around her. A diligent warrior tried to stop her, but the dragon lady slapped him to the ground and then crushed his head with a stomp. She drew her crescent blade and with a gentle slash, the sturdy iron cage was cut in half without even sparking. The weapon was astonishingly sharp, far surpassing the crimson crescent in quality. Freed, Xiaojin affectionately circled Lyjana twice, nuzzling her leg with his large head and licking Ling's small hand. Then the mother beast turned in fury, biting through the throat of a bounty team member. Lyjana, carrying Ling, moved to the front of the team, standing side by side with Fat Ku. After letting off some steam, Xiaojin quickly caught up with the group. Just then, a figure slowly descended from the sky, hovering above them. The expressionless face looked down at the bounty hunters, accompanied by a smaller figure Xiaoqing. "It's my brother," Ling exclaimed, her eyes welling up with tears of joy as she saw the familiar figure, a delighted smile spreading across her face. However, Ling's joy sharply contrasted with the reactions of the surviving bounty hunters. Their faces turned ashen, as if plunged into an icy abyss. "Master, I was wrong." The bounty leader was the first to react, dropping to his knees with a thud and banging his forehead on the ground, producing a series of loud knocks. "I failed to recognize your greatness. Please spare my life. I'm willing to offer all the spoils from this mission as compensation." Seeing this, the other surviving members quickly followed suit, falling to their knees and begging for mercy. They were so desperate to survive that they would call him ancestor if it meant sparing their lives. With 3 fierce battle beasts and the stench of blood all around, none dared to entertain thoughts of resistance. Ignoring the noisy pleas, Lao Fong directly asked, "Ling, do you want to spare these people?" The kneeling crowd froze upon hearing this, then focused their gazes on Ling. They immediately understood the situation and began kowtowing fervently, calling her little grandaunt in a chorus of desperate pleas. Ling was visibly taken aback by Lao Fong's question. She glanced at the bloody scene before her, feeling a mix of reluctance and discomfort, yet she showed little fear. The memory of those 2 perverts about to assault her moments ago was what truly terrified her. "Everything is up to my brother," Ling said softly, turning her head away from the gruesome sight. She didn't even spare a glance at the pleading men. "Good," Lao Fong shouted, a smile appearing on his face for the first time. "I am very pleased with that answer. Towards those who are kind and righteous, we should show respect and courtesy. But towards the wicked..." Lao Fong's words trailed off as his fingers suddenly spread open like claws and slashed forward with great force. In an instant, a massive white tiger claw phantom flashed across the bounty captain, slicing through him like a blade. The bounty captain's upper body disintegrated into fragments, blood and flesh flying everywhere. "Be even more ruthless than they are," Lao Fong coldly completed his sentence. The surrounding team members, splattered with bits of flesh, screamed in terror, their cries echoing like wails of the damned. The captain's head hit the ground with a thud, his face frozen in an expression of disbelief. The sudden violence left even Regina in awe, marveling at the incredible power of Lao Fong's technique. Xiaoqing's tentacles shot out like lightning, making quick work of the remaining panicked underlings with a few swift movements. In no time, the entire bounty team was annihilated, leaving no survivors. Ling sat at the edge of the porch, her small white feet swinging leisurely. She gazed into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Lao Fong approached and sat down beside her, mimicking her posture. "What are you thinking about?" Lao Fong asked softly. Ling snapped out of her reverie, her eyes lighting up. "Ah, you're here, brother." She beamed a radiant smile, as if seeing Lao Fong always filled her with genuine joy. "Ling, are you afraid of me?" Lao Fong asked with a gentle smile, his eyes filled with tenderness as he looked at her. Ling looked back at Lao Fong with her equally large, watery eyes before suddenly throwing herself into his arms. She hugged him tightly, as if afraid he might vanish at any moment. "How could I be afraid of you, brother?" Ling said softly. "You're here to protect me. I'll never be afraid of you." Hearing these words, Lao Fong gently stroked Ling's silky hair, a warm feeling rising in his heart. Despite the hardships of life, Ling always maintained a sincere and loving heart, cherishing the people and things around her. Lao Fong could have had Regina take Ling away today, sparing her from the bloody scene, but he chose not to. He wanted Ling to understand the world as it is, not live in a fantasy utopia. He wanted her to know that not everyone is worthy of love, and with love comes hate. What's important is understanding why others hate. This world is neither perfect nor completely terrible. Even gods who make mistakes must suffer in the human realm, showing that it's not an easy place. But Lao Fong was comforted by the fact that Ling seemed to understand his intentions. Her words, "brothers in charge," were enough to prove that this clever girl had grasped much. "Ling, you're about to start school soon. How about I give you a new name?" Lao Fong suggested. "A new name?" Ling's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Just then, the wind chimes under the eaves tinkled in the breeze, catching Lao Fong's attention. "Fong Ling Yao, how about this name?" Lao Fong said, writing it down for Ling to see. Ling looked at the new name and immediately cheered with joy. Her laughter was infectious, making even Lao Fong laugh along. Seemingly attracted by the cheerful laughter, Xiaojin suddenly bounded up to the porch. It first affectionately licked Lao Fong and rubbed against him, then stretched out lazily beside Ling. "Ling, put your hand on Xiaojin's head," Lao Fong instructed. Though puzzled, Ling obediently complied. Her trust in Lao Fong was almost blind. Lao Fong then opened his pet space, and a contract light enveloped both Ling and Xiaojin. In an instant, Xiaojin transformed into a golden star and vanished. while a golden mark appeared on the back of Ling's hand. Equal contract, successfully signed, Lao Feng announced. The process had been remarkably smooth. After Lao Feng explained everything, Ling was so excited she couldn't stop moving. With a gentle wave of her hand, golden light flashed, and Xiao Jin reappeared, while the golden mark on her hand disappeared. Ling, what do you want to do in the future? Lao Feng asked gently. I want to be a beast tamer like you, brother. Ling answered firmly, her eyes shining with determination. Seeing the resolve in the little girl's eyes, Lao Feng smiled with satisfaction. A beast tamer? All right, then from today on, I'll teach you how to train. Although the start of the school year was approaching, Lao Feng was busier than ever these days. He needed to change houses, move, and prepare for the new life ahead. The moment Lao Feng renamed Ling not only signified a transformation in the girl's identity, but also heralded a significant change in their lifestyle. With Ling about to start school, it became necessary to hire servants to manage daily household tasks. Consequently, Lao Feng decisively upgraded their original villa to a sprawling estate covering over 100 acres. This new residence boasted forests, water features, houses, and land, providing ample space for Lao Feng to realize his grand plans. However, with the expansion of the estate came an increased demand for manpower. Moving was the easy part, but finding suitable personnel proved to be a real headache. Lao Feng spent several days scouring the job market, yet he couldn't find a satisfactory candidate for the position of housekeeper. As the overseer of all household affairs, a competent housekeeper is essentially the right-hand person of the owner, significantly enhancing Lao Feng's efficiency. Just as Lao Feng was troubled by this issue, the city lord invited him for lunch again. During their casual conversation, Lao Feng mentioned his predicament. To his surprise, the city lord was even more excited about Lao Feng's move than Lao Feng himself. He eagerly skipped the topic of the estate and began passionately recommending a castle instead. The city lord assured Lao Feng that if he agreed, everything else would be taken care of, even the expenses. Faced with such an enthusiastic proposal, Lao Feng politely declined. After all, he wasn't short on money and saw no need to accept such generous treatment. A housekeeper? Haha, Lao Feng, you've come to the right person. The city lord laughed. I happen to know a friend who comes from a family of housekeepers. He served the previous minister of finance in the capital before retiring due to old age. His network is undoubtedly far superior to what you'd find in the job market. You should pay him a visit. I'll give him a heads up for you. Thank you very much, city lord, Lao Feng said sincerely, recognizing that such a resource was indeed rare. After lunch, Lao Feng eagerly set off to visit the address provided by the city lord. Meanwhile, the city lord cheerfully made a phone call. Old Ivan, I'm recommending someone to you. This could be a great opportunity for your family to rise to prominence again. Make sure you seize it. Grandpa, you want me to be his housekeeper? Melia frowned, clearly displeased. She held an information dossier in her hand, feeling quite resistant to the task at hand. The dossier showed that although this district champion held a baron's title, his background was rather thin. He was not even 20, younger than her, and probably immature. Melia thought to herself, isn't this just babysitting? She recalled snippets she had read online. This young man named Fang Tianyun was indeed talented and making waves. It was rumored that he had some conflict with the deputy mayor, suggesting he might be rash. However, fortune seemed to favor him as the deputy mayor's family mysteriously perished. Of course, Melia didn't associate this incident with Fang Tianyun. Melia knew that being a housekeeper, though a service position, had its own hierarchy. Her family always served royals and high-ranking officials, making them top tier in the field. A good saddle for a good horse, how could she serve a mule? More importantly, her family's housekeepers were different from the average ones, who might change every couple of months. Her family members often served no more than 3 people in their lifetime. Her grandfather, for instance, had served the Minister of Finance for 40 years, becoming like family. If not for his desire to retire in his hometown, the minister would never have let him go. Therefore, Melia was very selective about whom she served. Her father and aunt were housekeepers for prestigious families in the capital, and she had expected to develop her career in Ozexan City. Her grandfather's request today caught her off guard. Seeing his granddaughter's gloomy expression, old Ivan couldn't help but smile. He remembered when the city lord first called. He didn't think much of it and planned to casually recommend a trainee. After all, there were many training programs under their family name. However, when Tanguy revealed some inside information, old Ivan's attitude changed dramatically. He recognized Fang Tianyun's potential and deemed it worth a shot, thus summoning his own granddaughter. Melia, though only 20, was the most capable among the younger generation of the family. This time, old Ivan was making a significant investment. Sensing his granddaughter's reluctance, old Ivan gently persuaded, Melia, I know you think it's not a good match. But remember, Fang Tianyun is still young. You need to consider the long term. When I joined the Roberts household, he wasn't a finance minister. Everything has a process. Growing together with your service recipient is a valuable experience. Besides, don't you trust your grandpa's judgment? No, I only trust my own judgment, Melia replied bluntly. Cough, cough. Old Ivan choked on his tea, coughing repeatedly. This granddaughter of his certainly had a strong personality. Seeing her grandfather's awkward state, Melia couldn't help but smile. However, Grandpa's judgment is an important reference. I'll take on this task. But what? Old Ivan asked curiously. Let's talk when he arrives. From then on, it's between him and me. Just then, a servant came in to report, Sir, Miss, a young man is here to see you. The grandfather and granddaughter exchanged a knowing glance. He had arrived. Fong Tianyun stepped into the room and immediately noticed the elderly man and young woman inside. The older man, with a warm smile, was likely old Ivan, as mentioned by the city lord. He then turned his attention to the young woman. Bright eyes, straight nose, and a serious expression. She was stunningly beautiful, dressed in a dark purple Gothic-style dress, slightly modified to appear more formal. Female housekeepers often wore such Gothic-style attire, though it was not the only option. Her posture was as upright as a sculpture, exuding an air of elegance and formality despite her expressionless face. Unlike Hesh's deadpan look, hers was more about maintaining a deliberate sense of dignity. Fong Tianyun mused to himself that this beautiful woman had a princess-cut hairstyle. Her long, jet-black hair fell like a waterfall, with the ends dyed a uniform dark purple. He recalled a humorous saying, bad boys get perms, bad girls get waves, and green teas get princess cuts. Of course, this was just a joke and not a fair way to judge someone's character. While Fong Tianyun was observing her, the grandfather and granddaughter were also silently assessing him. He was handsome and impressive, with a flawless appearance. Melia had to admit that he looked even better in person than in the videos. Welcome, welcome. Old Ivan greeted warmly. The city lord mentioned that a young hero would be visiting. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation. You're too kind, Fong Tianyun responded humbly. After some brief pleasantries, old Ivan introduced Melia to Fong Tianyun. Learning that she was old Ivan's granddaughter and was being recommended to him, Fong Tianyun was taken aback by the gesture. The city lord had already told him a bit about the family, and he had expected to get a disciple at best. He didn't expect them to send their heir apparent. Does Miss Melia have any requirements? Fong Tianyun asked. Melia responded calmly, we don't need to sign a contract for the first 3 years. My only requirement is that I can resign at any time within those 3 years. No contract? How about the salary? Fong Tianyun inquired with a smile. The salary is up to you, Melia replied straightforwardly. Interesting, anything goes? Lao Fong mused inwardly, a playful glint in his eyes. He knew full well that humans never genuinely mean anything goes. The underlying implication of that statement was clear: the other party didn't care about money. Lao Fong's thoughts began to race. If it wasn't money, then what did this Miss Melia care about? After a moment, he had an epiphany, and a small smile crept onto his face. Some pursue wealth, others crave fame. The things people desire in this world are indeed varied. Intrigued, Lao Fong decided to delve deeper and take this opportunity to learn more about this unique woman. Clearing his throat, he spoke with a probing tone. It seems Miss Melia is testing me as well. You're currently a baroness, which doesn't align with my goals, but am willing to give it a try. At these words, old Ivan's eyebrows twitched slightly, and his gaze fell upon Lao Fong. He thought to himself that his granddaughter was indeed quite a character. But what intrigued him more was how this young man would respond to such a blunt and somewhat impolite remark. Lao Fong was unfazed and burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, Miss Melia, I appreciate your straightforwardness. I can only say that years from now, you'll realize this is the best decision of your life. This bold and confident statement caused old Ivan's eyebrow to twitch again. Lao Fong, on the other hand, maintained eye contact with Melia, as if invisible sparks were flying between them. Lao Fong pondered that while her words were blunt, they were not rude. Given his current title, it was indeed somewhat of a downgrade. She hadn't shown disdain or mockery. She was merely stating facts. If she truly looked down on him, she wouldn't have taken the job. The fact that she did meant she saw potential. Smiling slightly, Lao Fong said with equal confidence, I also admire your confidence. Let's hope neither of us disappoints the other, my lord. The term my lord seemed to seal the deal. Watching the two exchange smiles, old Ivan felt a bit bewildered. He had to admit, his granddaughter was indeed extraordinary, and this Fong Tianyun was no ordinary person either. These two uniquely minded young individuals seemed to have found common ground. With arrangements in place, Lao Fong wasted no time and left with Melia. On the way back, Melia unceremoniously directed Lao Fong to the passenger seat, stating that she was already on duty. One had to admit, Melia's driving skills were exceptional, so much so that Lao Fong nearly fell asleep in the car. Suddenly Melia, focused on driving, spoke up. My lord, may I ask you a question? Lao Fong nodded slightly. Go ahead. Does the matter with the deputy mayor's family have anything to do with you? My Leah asked directly. Without hesitation, Lao Fong replied, of course it does. You could say I was the one who orchestrated it. This candid response took my Leah by surprise. She remarked, we've only just met, and you're already so open with me, my lord. Lao Fong suddenly asked seriously, my Leah, what are you to me? A housekeeper, my Leah answered just as seriously. And what is the primary virtue of a housekeeper? Lao Fong pressed. Loyalty. My Leah responded without hesitation, her expression earnest. Lao Fong chuckled. Then there you have it. A person who arranges my daily routines. I don't need to be guarded with you. You're loyal to me, and I trust you. If you doubt people, don't use them. If you use people, don't doubt them. This creates a harmonious master-servant relationship, doesn't it? This exchange made my Leah glance sideways at him, though she kept her eyes on the road. Through this conversation, my Leah realized that this man was quite different from her initial impression. She had to admit that her earlier judgment of him as immature was somewhat superficial. This young lord was both mature and quite cunning. Upon returning home, Lao Fong introduced my Leah to the two Meilu in the household, one large and one small. The home in Lingshan had been temporarily closed, and because of school, the little girl would primarily live in Lao Fang's estate. Since Lao Fong had given her a name, this little girl was obedient to his every word. My Leah took a keen interest in Rei Jana, the half-dragon maid. After all, Lao Fong's legendary heroic rage for beauty was well known among the upper echelons of society. Moreover, women like Rei Jana, both in temperament and appearance, were quite rare. However, my Leah couldn't help but sigh at how sparsely populated the grand estate was, with only 4 people including herself. My Leah quickly set to work, purchasing additional vehicles, hiring servants and cooks, and acquiring robotic bodyguards. She completed all these tasks within 2 days and only used half the budget. The decision to hire robotic bodyguards was Lao Fong's. In his view, powerful human bodyguards were unnecessary and wasteful, while weaker ones were ineffective. So, he opted for robots. With advanced technology, the robotic bodyguard industry was well developed. Lao Fong hired a dozen of the latest SW3 model robots, equipped with both hot and cold weapons and capable of serving as mobile surveillance cameras. They were more than sufficient for handling minor threats. Though expensive, Lao Fong didn't mind. Problems solvable with money weren't real problems. Standing on the balcony of his mansion, Lao Fong overlooked the maids busily tending to the garden below. He felt as though he now had the beginnings of a family. The estate was becoming lively and vibrant. Interestingly, he seemed to be the only male. Lao Fong couldn't help but think this was every man's dream. Melia's exceptional abilities were evident. Under her management, the estate's personnel and resources were efficiently organized. All Lao Fong needed to do was provide the funds. Melia's meticulous budgeting and detailed record-keeping further impressed him. Having such a capable person on board saved him a lot of effort. Managing a family indeed required significant energy, but Lao Fong knew he wasn't cut out for such mundane tasks. His role was to be the foundation of the family. Simply put, as long as he stood firm, the family would remain unshaken. Just then, Melia's respectful voice came from behind. My lord, Miss Hesha from the Foster family is here. Shall I let her in? Lao Fong turned to see my Leah in her gothic dress, feeling a sense of change. Even receiving guests now had a certain protocol, a sign of his elevated status. He nodded slightly and said, have her wait in the drawing room. I'll be down shortly. Hesha glanced around, her eyes sweeping over the motionless maids, and she couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. Just a few months ago, this place was sparsely populated and rather unremarkable. Now, it was filled with grandeur. She recalled being stopped by the security robot at the entrance and realized that meeting this old classmate would likely require more formality in the future. A rare guest indeed. You're the first to visit since we moved, making our humble abode truly shine, came a hearty voice as Lao Fong and my Leah descended the stairs. Hesha pointed towards the parlor, which was filled with various flowers and vases. These are for you, she said. My Leah gave a subtle nod, and the maids immediately began arranging the flowers. Lao Fong nodded appreciatively. The manor is quite large and in need of decoration. This housewarming gift is very thoughtful. He paused, unlike the Lord Mayor, who sent an extravagant set of furniture stuffed with gold and jewels yesterday quite over the top. Hesha smiled. That really is excessive, don't you think? She added. Maggie also sent some gifts through Mary, but she couldn't visit in person due to her status. As they sat down to chat, Lao Fong asked, so, where did our esteemed class president go during this break? You've been quite elusive. I went on a trip to Beilonggia with my parents, Hesha replied. School starts in a few days, and I heard you moved, so I came to visit. A servant brought over drinks, and Hesha noticed the oranger liquid in front of her, blushing slightly. How did you know I like grapefruit pomegranate iced tea? Lao Fong was taken aback, sipping his oolong tea awkwardly. You like grapefruit pomegranate iced tea? I had no idea. He tried to play it cool. I just served it randomly. If you like it, I'll get you a refill. Don't worry, there's plenty. Hesha didn't press further, but her shy, evasive glance suggested she had misunderstood something. Lao Fong quickly shifted the topic to create a new atmosphere. Under his lead, Hesha gradually relaxed and became more talkative. During their conversation, Lao Fong learned that Hesha's lava cannon toad had finally fully recovered yesterday. As time passed, Hesha's attention unconsciously shifted to the imposing magnesium aluminum butler standing silently behind Lao Fong. The butler's presence was overwhelming, standing as straight as a statue, exuding an intimidating aura of obedience. This feeling wasn't about strength but rather an innate, accumulated demeanor. Hesha's family butler, though close to her and having watched her grow up, couldn't compare in terms of aura. Suddenly, Hesha's pupils contracted, her expression one of shock. Lao Fong noticed her reaction. What's wrong? Nothing, Hesha quickly replied, not noticing Melia's violet eyes briefly glancing at her. Hesha was internally shocked. Ramirez? This woman is from the Ramirez family. She recognized the family crest on Melia's left chest. The Ramirez family was renowned in the elite circles of Huangming City, with many elite families' butlers connected to them. Despite being a butler family, their status in Huangming City was top tier. Butlers held high status within their families, serving only the head. The Ramirez family's network and resources were formidable. Even the Lord Mayor had to seek their help for policies. Hesha knew well that this family crest meant Melia was a direct descendant of the Ramirez family, and such individuals were typically dispatched to the capital or major cities to serve high-ranking officials. No elite family in Huangming City dared to hire a direct descendant of the Ramirez family due to their powerful network, which they couldn't handle. Just like Melia's strong aura who could truly command her, yet Lao Fong had proven he could. Melia still vividly remembered Lao Feng's imposing presence when he publicly empowered her in front of all the servants gathered in the manor. His mere gaze had made everyone kneel, even rendering her legs weak and mind foggy. Hesha was now utterly confused, her mind in a whirl. Why would a direct descendant of the Ramirez family unprecedentedly appear here? Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed her mind. Could it be that this guy kidnapped her? Given the unpredictable nature of this guy, coupled with his previous borderline insane actions, Hesha found her notion of him being an unpredictable man increasingly logical. At this moment, Lao Fong felt extremely uneasy under Hesha's peculiar gaze. Come with me, I have something to tell you, Hesha said, standing up and walking outside. Lao Fong, utterly confused, followed her, wondering what on earth she had in mind. Are you out of your mind? You dared to kidnap someone from the Ramirez family? Hesha's opening line left Lao Fong dumbfounded. Kidnap? What kidnapping? Lao Fong was completely at a loss. The housekeeper. What's her deal? Hesha continued to press. What do you mean? I hired her, Lao Fong replied honestly. Hired? Are you joking? No one in the entire city of Huangming could afford to hire a direct descendant of the Ramirez family. Do you think I don't know that? Hesha's face was stern, her tone filled with urgency and anger. Lao Fong realized that he couldn't explain this situation on his own. He led Hesha back to their seats and said to Melia, Sister May, this young lady thinks I kidnapped you. Could you please explain it to her? Melia was momentarily taken aback, but then calmly said, Miss Hesha, you are mistaken. My relationship with the young master follows proper procedures, and there is no illegal activity involved. Now it was Hesha's turn to be stunned. Given her age and experience, it was hard for her to grasp everything that was happening, let alone understand adult long-term investments and high-stakes gambles. The ambiguity of the information was also a factor. After all, not everyone knew about Lao Fong's secretive activities and his astonishing achievements in less than a year. Why? Hesha couldn't suppress her curiosity any longer. Sorry, that's private and I can't disclose it, Melia replied with a blank expression. Lao Fong shrugged at Hesha's inquisitive look, indicating he couldn't explain it either. After all, he couldn't just tell her that the head of the Ramirez family thought he was impressive and thus sold him his granddaughter. Eventually, Hesha left with a head full of questions. How did you know Hesha likes grapefruit pomegranate iced tea? Lao Fong curiously asked Melia, who was arranging flowers. Melia continued to arrange the flowers as she recited information about Hesha. Hesha Foster, the only daughter of the Foster family, professional beastmaster, possesses a Blevel-Lotier battle pet called Lava Cannon Toad. Her hobbies include classical dancing, her favorite food is fruit salad, and her favorite drink is grapefruit pomegranate iced tea. You investigated her? Lao Fong asked in surprise. To be precise, I investigated all the upper-class families in Huangming City over the past few days and memorized the information, Melia said, pointing to her head with a confident smile. Professional, Lao Fong praised, giving a thumbs up. No wonder she's the top in the housekeeper industry. Her professionalism and self-requirements are unparalleled. At least when Lao Fong visited other people's homes, even the city lord's residence. No one had ever proactively served him his favorite ice cola. It was either tea or alcohol. With the start of the school term, Lao Feng's life returned to its regular and mundane routine. Mornings were spent attending classes, while afternoons were spent skipping classes to train at home. This blatant half-day class schedule left Melia quite bewildered. However, considering her young master's official grades, she let it slide. Evenings were for more training, sometimes solo and sometimes with the Dragon Girl in less serious sessions. The next day, it was clear that Melia was sleep-deprived. Despite her strong professional skills and mature demeanor, she was still an inexperienced young lady. The noise next door had been too much. As the night wore on, the sky gradually brightened. Lao Feng sat at the dining table, feeling a searing gaze from behind that made him uneasy. It was Melia, her eyes filled with curiosity. After fighting for so long, the young master can still get up on time for breakfast? Melia pondered silently, her gaze shifting between Lao Feng and the still sleeping Long Yang. Lao Feng's refreshed appearance made her thoughtful. It seems the young master has remarkable stamina. This realization led Melia to make a decision. She quietly moved her room from the second floor to the first floor, right next to Ling's room. This way, the entire second floor became the exclusive battleground for Lao Feng and Ligiana. The city lord often invited Lao Feng to banquets. When he learned that Lao Feng's steward was actually Melia, his surprise was evident. Even my steward was sent after years of friendship. Old Ivan finally agreed to send one of his direct disciples. That old guy really spared no expense. The city lord marveled to himself. One day, Lao Feng was training in the backyard. Sitting cross-legged, his body hovered in the air, surrounded by a glowing aura. At times, a black tortoise would appear. At other times, a tiger's shadow would roar, exuding an imposing presence. With his breathing exercises, the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently, creating gusts of wind. The turf was overturned repeatedly, as if plowed countless times. No one dared to come within 100 meters. Melia observed all of this from a distance. During this period, she had witnessed the young master's rigorous and disciplined training firsthand. Although she didn't know the exact technique, the forms and aura it displayed were extraordinary. As a 3-star mage, Melia had a keen eye, even though her primary role as a steward limited her own training. Just then, a sharp siren pierced the sky, echoing throughout Huangming City. Lao Feng's eyes snapped open, alert. That sound? Could it be a beast tide? The blaring sirens pierced the skies, plunging Huangming City into an immediate state of alert. Various factions swiftly mobilized, and the city's atmosphere became tense in an instant. Old Feng was taken aback upon hearing that the first line of defense had been breached. He mentally reviewed Huangming City's geography, bordered by the inland to the west and surrounded by the adventurers' territories to the east, south, and north. The northern side had a natural barrier of a 500-mile plain and the Silver Sand Sea, making a beast tide attack nearly impossible, hence only 2 lines of defense were set up there. The eastern Fengyuan Ridge and the southern Bone Burial Desert were the primary defense zones, with military lines established every 500 kilometers, totaling 3 lines of defense. The alarm signaled that the first line had fallen. Old Feng recalled that the last time Huangming City had sounded an alarm was 6 or 7 years ago. His phone vibrated ceaselessly, with various groups buzzing with anxiety. Suddenly, Hesh's call interrupted his thoughts. Speaking rapidly, she said, "Did you hear that? The beast tide attack alarm just went off. We need to assemble outside the city. All primal spirit practitioners are mobilizing. The military is already reinforcing and setting up new defenses. The official website will update the battle status soon." Her voice carried both tension and excitement. "Got it," Old Feng replied briefly. After hanging up, he immediately began his preparations. Maria asked with a serious expression, "Is there anything I can do?" Old Feng reassured her, "Stay in the city and take care of the family. Don't forget to pick up Ling from school." He gave a confident smile and prepared to leave. "Don't overdo it. Come back safe," Maria urged. "Don't worry, I know my limits," Old Feng replied, though he too felt a thrill at the thought of confronting the unknown beast tide. As he entered the room, he saw Regina excitedly carrying her sword. As his personal guard, she clearly wanted to join him. Although Old Feng was reluctant to take her to such a chaotic battlefield, he knew he couldn't dissuade her upon seeing the determined look in the dragon girl's eyes. Besides, Regina had made significant progress in her training recently. As long as she didn't act alone, she should be able to protect herself. Just then, calls from Maggie and the city lord came in succession. Maggie expressed her concern, while the city lord urged Old Feng to be cautious and not to overexert himself. The city lord emphasized that individual abilities were insignificant in the face of a massive beast tide. He himself was already on his way to the front lines. Stepping out of his home, Old Feng immediately sensed the city's heightened tension. The streets were filled with fully armed primal spirit practitioners heading out of the city, The military was ready to move, and numerous Ceres and Charis mechs were present. The Ceres mech stood about 8 meters tall, while the Charis reached nearly 20 meters, their series numbers indicating the level of beasts they could handle. These elite and expensive units were rarely seen. Helicopters and fighter jets roared overhead, flying towards the front lines. Security Bureau vehicles patrolled the streets, maintaining order. The entire city was on high alert. At that moment, Old Fong's phone rang again. It was an official update. The beast tide was coming from the direction of the Bone Burial Desert. This confirmed what most had suspected. Fengyuan Ridge was a frequent haunt for adventurers, with its beast population well controlled. The Bone Burial Desert, however, was a harsh environment with predominantly gregarious beasts, posing high risks with low rewards, hence rarely visited by adventurers. Reduced human activity had led to an uncontrolled beast population, culminating in the beast tide. Preliminary data from the officials indicated 62 giant claw yellow velvet scorpion leaders, 55 flathead red-spotted viper leaders, and 53 camouflage fire lizard leaders. These were all typical gregarious beasts. Old Fong quickly calculated. A single giant claw yellow velvet scorpion colony usually consists of one Blevel leader, 300,500 Clevel elites, and 2,000,3,000 level cannon fodder. 62 colonies meant nearly 200,000 giant claw yellow velvet scorpions. Considering the larger scale of flathead red-spotted viper colonies, and adding the camouflage fire lizards, the beast tide scale was approaching 1,000,000. And this was just preliminary data. The actual numbers could be higher. Gregarious beasts were both loved and hated by adventurers. Unlike evolving beasts that could progress from Clevel to Blevel, their ranks were fixed. Blevel cannon fodder would always remain cannon fodder, unable to evolve into Clevel elites or Blevel leaders, much like worker ants could never become queens. This meant the easily captured ones were worthless, while the valuable ones were hard to catch. Although everyone wanted a Blevel leader, they were always heavily protected by numerous underlings, and few adventuring teams could handle such a swarm. In comparison, capturing a solitary Blevel beast was more cost-effective. This explained why the Bone Burial Desert was so sparsely populated by humans. Currently, the beast tide had breached the first military line and was 400 kilometers from the second line. Human forces from all sides were fully mobilized, rushing to the front lines. The entire Huangming city, from civilians to adventurers, from the military to the government, was making frantic preparations for the impending battle. When they finally reached the outskirts of the city, Lao Fong was stunned by the scene before him. A massive crowd had gathered, reminiscent of an audience at a Night Queen concert. But these were no ordinary people. They were skilled fighters from various factions, adventure groups, mercenary bands, bounty hunters, and even beastmaster teams. The main gate was sealed off, allowing only military personnel through, while the rest had to gather at the side entrance. Facing the impending beast tide, the crowd was brimming with enthusiasm. Though the beast tide was dangerous, it also held opportunities. Over 100 beast leaders meant an equal number of Blevel beasts. Capturing just one could make someone rich. With the military and others around, the chances to exploit the chaos were significantly increased. Among them were those who came to defend their homeland, those seeking to gain experience, and those looking to strike it rich or engage in speculative trading. Each had their own motives. While their combat abilities were formidable, their reliability was highly unpredictable and heavily reliant on luck. The authorities adopted a laissez-faire attitude towards this group, as long as they didn't cause trouble. They even provided assistance within their means, recognizing them as fellow combatants against the enemy. Before each military operation, the official channels would announce the timings, and the original spirit practitioners simply had to avoid these periods. Some savvy individuals would swoop in to scavenge after the bombings, but their survival depended entirely on their skills. Once everyone had gathered, the crowd began moving towards the southern front in small groups. Private convoys and hired transport vehicles sprang into action. A few ostentatious ones summoned their flying battle pets and headed straight for the front lines. However, these were in the minority. Most beastmasters had personal guards they couldn't leave behind. At this moment, Lao Fong finally spotted Hesha. She was fully armed, accompanied by 4 guards, 2 women and 2 men, 2 mages and 2 warriors, all 5-star rated. No wonder her family owned a mine. They were incredibly wealthy. Lao Fong also saw Hesha's cousin, Hu Bin, a hip-hop enthusiast with only a level battle pet. He too was in full armor, accompanied by a 4-star mage and a 4-star warrior. Though not as impressive as his cousin, he was still well prepared. "Hello, brother-in-law," Hu Bin called out with a cheeky grin, instantly creating an awkward atmosphere. Hesha, embarrassed and angry, punched him in the face, knocking him to the ground. Lao Fong looked around and noticed that this area was filled with beastmasters, all from wealthy backgrounds. Large armored vehicles, supply trucks, and small, privately owned helicopters were everywhere, exuding an aura of wealth. It seemed that these second and third generation elites were moving together. Passers-by stared at Lao Fong, whispering among themselves. Some bold girls even approached him for his contact information. It appeared many recognized him. Lao Feng mused that if they were on Blue Star, these elites would probably be hiding at home, watching the live broadcast and eating snacks. The people of Eternal Continent had a strong sense of adventure and martial spirit, with a deep admiration for strength, especially in a border city like Huangming. Do you want to join us? Hesha asked, blushing. No, you guys are too slow. I'll go ahead and see you at the front line. Take care, Lao Feng said, summoning Fei Gu. He and Regina mounted the bird and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing from sight. Hu Bin, clutching his panda eyes, stood up and looked at his cousin, staring blankly at the sky. Just as he was about to speak, he got punched again, now sporting symmetrical black eyes and howling in pain. As Lao Feng flew through the sky, he noticed a temporary signal tower floating in the distance. Surprisingly, he didn't encounter any beasts along the way, only groups of humans traveling on the ground, with jets and transport planes occasionally flying overhead. Suddenly, the authorities released new information. Lao Feng quickly lowered his altitude. 15 minutes later, the sky was filled with the trails of missile exhausts, countless missiles disappearing into the distance in an instant. The Federal 34th Army Corps of Huangming City had begun a saturation bombing of the frontline beast-tied battlefield. Witnessing this spectacular scene up close, Lao Feng felt little awe. He realized that he had become strong enough to withstand missiles with his bare body. A distance of 500 kilometers would take considerable time for a ground convoy, but for Lao Feng in the sky, it only takes an hour to reach the destination. On board the helicopter, a reporter named Xia Xiaoyu, dressed in formal attire and wearing a work badge, is broadcasting live. Next to her, a cameraman deftly switches angles to show the scenery below. Everyone, look down. Xia Xiaoyu points to the ground. The 34th Corps' 56th Army has half of its forces already at the second defensive line, fortifying their positions. Additionally, several adventurer and mercenary groups have arrived to assist in the defense. As the camera zooms in, Xia Xiaoyu continues, the 56th Army isn't just holding the second line. They've dispatched an armored division to intercept at Shuangya Yixianshan, 100 kilometers away. We're heading there now. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupts the broadcast. Hey, isn't that reporter Xia? Xia Xiaoyu turns around in surprise to see a giant black bird flying alongside the helicopter, with a man and a woman riding on its back. She immediately recognizes the young man, recently the most popular close combat dark beast tamer in Huangming City. The cameraman quickly focuses on Lao Feng, and this scene is broadcast live to the citizens of Huangming City. The viewers are thrilled, their interest piqued. Unaware that he is on live TV, Lao Feng, thinking it's a recorded segment, says, "All right, I need to move on. Take care, reporter Xia. Goodbye." With that, his mount, the Gue Huang owl, flaps its wings and shoots forward like an arrow, leaving the helicopter far behind in a visible gust of wind. The audience watching the screen gasps in amazement. Even though it was just a routine journey, Lao Feng's dramatic exit was undeniably impressive. After all, he is currently the only one who can fly to the battlefield on a war beast. Xia Xiaoyu hastily instructs the helicopter to speed up, but due to the need for continuous battlefield reporting, their pace is limited. Within seconds, the giant black bird is out of sight. Meanwhile, the live chat explodes with comments. Some call for tracking Lao Feng, while others understand the reporter's responsibilities. Amid the heated debate, Xia Xiaoyu focuses on ensuring the helicopter advances as quickly as possible while continuing to report on what she sees. Lao Feng, riding the Gue Huang owl, soon catches up with the 20,000 strong armored division. Through official real-time updates, he learns that the second defensive line has a strategy to push forward and hold Shuangya Yixianshan. As the most mobile unit, the armored division naturally leads the charge. Soon, a row of majestic yellow-brown mountains comes into view. The most striking are two nearly 1,000-meter-high square peaks with an 80-meter-wide gap between them, forming the critical passage known as Shuangya Yixianshan's only direct route through. By this time, many soldiers have already started building defensive structures at the mountain's high points. In front of the mountains lies a flat, weathered desert area, creating a naturally defensible position. Lao Feng does not pause and continues flying forward. Apart from a few reconnaissance planes, no human presence is seen ahead. But he isn't worried, knowing that there are no flying beasts in this wave of the beast tide. Lao Feng smirks to himself. I'm taking advantage of the fact that you can't fly. Do you understand the value of air superiority? Lao Feng piloted the aircraft forward for nearly an hour before finally encountering a beast horde in a landscape reminiscent of the Lus Plateau. The sight was overwhelming. Scorpions, venomous snakes, and lizards swarming over the rugged terrain, stretching as far as the eye could see. The scene was far more shocking than any photo or movie could convey, and even Lao Feng, who didn't suffer from trypophobia, felt a wave of nausea. From the distance came a rustling sound, like countless grains of sand rubbing together, creating an eerie sense of oppression. Lao Fong and Regina felt their scalps tingle, their sanity rapidly declining. Lao Fong had always loathed insects and reptiles, and seeing them gathered in such massive numbers made his skin crawl. Upon closer inspection, Lao Fong noticed that among the horde were larger leaders, surrounded by tightly knit class elites. This strategic arrangement made Lao Fong realize that the upcoming battle would be anything but easy. Just then, a wave of missiles rained down from the sky, landing precisely in the advancing horde. Explosions erupted one after another, with flames shooting up and debris flying everywhere. Lao Fong watched with blood pumping, exclaiming, "Art is an explosion. Indeed, firepower is a man's romance." However, the fierce bombardment only caused a brief pause in the beast horde. Soon, new creatures were trampling over the bodies of their fallen comrades, crossing through the flames to fill the gaps. The missiles inflicted significant damage on the class cannon fodder and somewhat injured the class elites, but they proved ineffective against the class leaders. Witnessing this, Lao Fong made a quick decision to turn the aircraft around and head back. He knew that an epic battle was about to erupt. Lao Fong returned to the narrow pass at Double Cliffs, nodding silently at the sight before him. At the mountain's peak, rows of artillery were neatly aligned, their barrels gleaming coldly. Below, formidable metal fortifications stood tall, with infantry already positioned in the trenches. At the mountain's base, armored divisions were poised, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. The narrow gorge, nearly 100 meters wide and stretching a kilometer long, had become the focal point of the defense. Engineers were busy setting traps on the cliffs and ground, preparing for the imminent assault by climbing beasts. The air was thick with a sense of impending battle, and the soldiers remained focused on their tasks, undistracted by Lao Fong's arrival. Suddenly, a familiar figure came into view. City Lord Tangyi, dressed in a crisp military uniform, was approaching Lao Fong. "Haha, Lao Fong, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly," Tangyi said, a hint of admiration in his voice. Lao Fong responded with respect. "I didn't expect to see you on the front lines, City Lord. I am truly impressed." Lao Fong then relayed his recent reconnaissance findings to Tangyi. At this rate, the beast horde would reach the narrow pass in 6 to 7 hours at most. Nearby, Xia Xiaoyu and her cameraman quietly appeared. Upon hearing the news, they immediately began preparing their report. Journalists from major media outlets were also arriving, matching the official forces in speed and efficiency. Far in the rear, Hesha watched the live broadcast on her tablet. Seeing Lao Fong's figure, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Understanding the imminent prolonged battle, Lao Fong and Regina decided to rest at the quarters arranged by the city lord, conserving their strength for the fierce fight ahead. Hours flew by. As the deafening sound of artillery fire filled the air, Lao Fong's eyes snapped open. At dawn, the beast horde had finally arrived. The pair quickly dashed out of their tent, seeing soldiers already in action. On the distant mountains, 200mm cannons roared, spitting orange flames. Without a word, Lao Fong and Regina mounted Feigu, soaring into the sky. Flying over the mountains, a spectacular scene unfolded before them. The distant desert plains were completely covered by artillery fire, with smoke and dust billowing and missiles streaking across the sky. Xia Xiaoyu commenced her live broadcast from a helicopter, conveying the breathtaking moment to viewers nationwide. On the mountains, the artillery batteries continuously cycled through loading and firing. As the first battery cooled, the second took over, ensuring relentless firepower. The beast horde was firmly suppressed at the plain's far end, with only small groups breaking through, quickly taken out by snipers on the peaks. The human army displayed formidable combat strength, far from the helplessness often depicted in films. Huangming City, seasoned by numerous beast horde attacks, had well-trained troops and state-of-the-art equipment, capable of holding their own against most beast hordes. However, as time passed, the pressure mounted. After nearly 5 hours of continuous bombardment, the beast horde showed no signs of retreat, their relentless and fearless nature being their most terrifying trait. At that moment, bright fireworks suddenly rose from the distant horizon, arcing towards the mountain positions. It was the counterattack from class leaders, the explosive fire meteors of the camouflaged fire lizards, and the deadly corrosive bombs of the giant clawed yellow scorpions, raining down like a storm. Laser intercept. A commanding voice rang out as blue laser beams shot skyward. While most attacks were intercepted, some residual energy hit the positions, causing casualties and equipment damage. The corrosive liquid, in particular, rendered some artillery pieces, which had just endured high-intensity operations, unusable. The beast horde's counterattack had officially begun, and Lao Fong was ready to take action. As the leader-class war beasts launched their offensive, the human positions in the mountains were relentlessly struck. Energy attacks rained down like a storm, overwhelming the defensive systems. The assault had been ongoing for hours without any sign of letting up, and the war beasts seemed tireless. Compared to humans, their endurance was clearly superior. Although both sides had yet to engage in close-quarters combat, the sheer number of war beasts suggested they still had ample strength for continued assaults. Fortunately, there were no flying war beasts in this wave, which was a small blessing. Just as netizens were fervently discussing the battle, a surprising scene was captured on camera. A human and a bird appeared in the sky above the battlefield. It wasn't unusual for the large black bird to be soaring in the sky, but what left everyone speechless was the human who was also hovering steadily in midair. Even more astonishing, he had a transparent shield above his head, resembling a turtle shell, deflecting all incoming attacks. At the same time, the black bird whipped up tornadoes, sweeping away the projectiles aimed at the positions below. Instantly, this young man became the focal point of national attention. Netizens quickly recognized him, and discussions erupted. Who is this guy? That move was so cool. You must be from out of town. This kid is famous around here. He won the district championship at 16 and is hailed as the best under 20. Yeah, he recently defeated the city champion too. I didn't know he could fly. That's incredible. Beat the city champion? Are you exaggerating? Exaggerating? Look it up yourself. There's video proof. As the camera focused on Lao Fong, debates about his identity and background raged across forums and live streams. The beast tide attacking the Bone Desert drew the attention of nearby cities, as it was no small event. However, Lao Fong was oblivious to these discussions. He was intently focused on the battle before him. Although he and Fei Gu managed to intercept the airborne projectiles in this area with the Xuanwu shield and wind control, their defensive range was limited compared to the vast battle line stretching across the mountains. Regina had already been placed on Xia Xiaoyu's helicopter by Lao Fong. In the current situation, even he had limited room to maneuver, let alone the close combat specialist Dragon Maiden. Seeing more and more people getting injured below, Lao Fong decisively summoned Shao Qing. He had abandoned the idea of hiding his strength for this battle. He was here to fight, not to slack off. The moment Shao Qing landed, it spread a fungal mat across the positions, bestowing buffs on the soldiers. It extended its tendrils, injecting energy into the injured soldiers to heal them. Under Lao Fong's protection, the combat effectiveness of this defensive position remained intact. Many soldiers looked up and saluted him with respect. Shao Qing's appearance caused a sensation online. That's the twin stars of life and death. Are you kidding? No. This Fong Tianyun is what? Speak clearly. The 17-year-old champion with a 32-win streak in Night Empress, and he also has a demon swordsman who defeated 3 opponents in a row. Holy crap. It's him. Bro, are you a Night Empress fan too? I'm stunned right now. Night Empress fans instantly recognized Lao Fong. A terrifying chain reaction ensued as they flooded related forums and communities, spreading the word about Lao Fong's other identity and his glorious achievements in Night Empress, complete with videos. The underground arena fandom exploded, and Lao Fong's dual identity went viral. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Brother Fong is the war god of Night Empress. In a luxury SUV, Hu Bin's high-pitched exclamation was deafening. He stared at the live stream with eyes wide open. Hesha, watching the same live stream, rubbed her ears in annoyance. Cousin, did you know about this all along? Hu Bin asked, noticing Hesha's calm expression. Correct. Hesha replied without taking her eyes off the screen. Meanwhile, in a manner, Ling, who had been silently praying, saw the familiar figure on TV and immediately waved her arms excitedly, her face flushed with joy. Go, brother. You're the best. Malia, also watching the screen, remained calm but her eyes sparkled. This didn't match what she knew. Apparently, their young master had hidden many secrets, and her grandfather hadn't told her everything. Despite the online frenzy, Lao Fong was feeling quite frustrated. He could only defend passively and couldn't launch an offensive. The military was still maintaining fire cover. He couldn't just charge through the artillery fire, as that would be suicidal. The battle had reached a stalemate. Despite the carpet bombing, the leader-class war beasts sustained minimal damage. The enemy's long-range attacks continued unabated. The area Lao Fong protected remained relatively safe, but casualties were mounting elsewhere. Some artillery had been damaged and rendered unusable. Finally, after several hours, the frequency of the enemy's long-range attacks began to decrease. Even for the leader-class war beasts, the relentless assault was a significant drain. With almost a third of the artillery lost, engineers hurried to repair them during the lull in enemy fire. The artillery and missile barrages ceased as well. The reason was simple. The beast tide seemed to have halted its assault. The battlefield suddenly fell into a brief silence. Lao Fong finally had a chance to observe the far end of the plain. Surprisingly, there was no scene of carnage. Under such intense bombardment, those who could withstand it were unscathed, while those who couldn't had long been obliterated, leaving no trace. It was now near dusk. From dawn to evening, the intense battle had passed in what felt like the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Lao Fong's attention was drawn to a massive fiery hemisphere glowing on the horizon. The light resembled the rising sun, but the real sun was still high in the sky. That looks like a swarm skill. Lao Feng's heart raced with alarm. Upon seeing the large, dome-shaped orange shield, the military launched another round of heavy fire. Shells rained down like a storm, but were all deflected by the massive protective barrier. "We can't penetrate their armor," someone exclaimed in shock. As the orange dome drew closer, the troops finally saw what lay inside. A dense swarm of fire lizards, from leaders to elites to cannon fodder, were all connected by orange energy lines. These lines linked all the fire lizards together, channeling their power into dozens of lizard leaders, forming an impenetrable group defense shield. "The chain wall," someone murmured. "Such a skill that gathers the strength of the entire swarm is not easily broken." Despite this, the military's firepower only intensified. Though this super iron tortoise had crossed into the plain, each step forward was met with a barrage of bombardments. Both sides were under immense pressure, and victory would go to whoever could outlast the other. The military was clearly prepared. While pressuring the shielded fire lizards, missile batteries continuously attacked the rear of the beast horde, aiming to disrupt their recovery rhythm and ideally force them to retreat. If this nearly 10,000-strong lizard suicide squad broke through, the beast horde behind them would undoubtedly surge forward, putting humanity under immense strain. Rows of mechs emerged from a narrow pass and lined up in front of the mountains. The series made up 70%, the cherries 20%, and the series 10%. Simultaneously, the elite guards, composed of martial artists, moved into action, ready to coordinate with the mechs. These warriors wore futuristic, magical armor and wielded various melee and short-range weapons, specializing in close combat. The formation resembled an infantry tank coordination, with mechs replacing tanks. By now, the lizard suicide squad had reached the center of the plain. Various mid-range weapons were aimed at them, causing the orange shield to flicker and grow weaker. Under the relentless fire, the chain wall finally shattered. More precisely, the fire lizards themselves dismantled the failing shield to preserve their strength for the charge. Close enough for hand-to-hand combat, the fire lizards surged forward, braving sniper bullets, mech fire, and various high-tech weapons. Though their numbers dwindled rapidly without the shield's protection, they were now too close for large-scale destructive weapons. In a moment of high tension, the leading cherries mechs transformed their arms into giant shields. The clash of metal and beast was overwhelming. Rear mechs placed their mechanical arms on the ones taking the brunt of the assault, forming an unbreakable defensive line. United, the troops only retreated 5 or 6 meters before standing firm. "We're holding," someone shouted. "Attack!" With a command, the elite guards, long poised for action, leaped over the mechs, throwing grenades in midair and landing with deadly strikes, quickly cutting down swathes of enemies. Following them, the frontline cherries mechs retracted their shields and brandished massive chainsaws, plunging into the enemy ranks, unleashing another wave of carnage. On the battlefield, mech pilots and elite guards worked together like a relentless meat grinder, advancing with precision. The intense battle thrilled viewers watching through their screens and even stirred the blood of Old Feng. He didn't rush in to help, knowing that these two units had their own attack rhythm and that the humans were already gaining the upper hand. His intervention would only be superfluous. The Fire Lizard Suicide Squad had already expended significant energy using the chain wall. Despite their numerical advantage, they were still being suppressed by the well-trained mech pilots and elite guards. The towering series mechs, nearly 20 meters tall, began targeting the enemy's level leaders with pinpoint strikes. Given enough time, the remaining 50,000 fire lizards would inevitably be annihilated. Old Feng, who had been closely monitoring the entire battlefield, suddenly sensed something was amiss in the rear. His sharp eyes scanned the plains and noticed a significant increase in the number of battle beasts rushing in to provide support. Even more concerning was the fact that among these new arrivals were not only a large number of class elites, but also a few class leaders. Damn! Old Feng's heart sank as he realized that relying solely on firepower would no longer be enough to hold off the enemy's rear. Although the number of battle beasts braving the artillery fire to enter the plains wasn't overwhelming yet, the momentum was building. The military seemed to have noticed this crisis as well. The pace of the two units below had clearly accelerated, but the firepower suppression on the enemy's rear showed no significant improvement. After nearly a day of intense fighting, the long-range firepower from Yixianshan was starting to wane. Even the missile barrage from Huangming City required some time to reach the battlefield due to the distance. The military dispatched bombers again, laying down a layer of incendiary bombs on the distant plains, but to little effect. The flames were easily extinguished by the sandstorm skill of the giant, pincered yellow velvet scorpions. In this critical moment, tanks and armored vehicles from behind the mountains began to climb up to provide support. Despite the military's awareness of the dire situation, there was no effective method available to block the enemy's advance. Old Feng narrowed his eyes and made a swift decision. He quickly put away Shaoqing, leaped onto the back of the bird Fei Gu, and dashed towards the rear of the beast horde. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoyu, who had been live streaming for nearly a day, was still full of energy. Her attention, along with that of other media personnel, was focused on the fierce battle below, neglecting old Fang's movements. "Follow him," came the sudden voice of Regina beside her. Xia Xiaoyu was startled for a moment, but then followed Regina's direction, just in time to see Fang riding the bird ahead. "Pilot, follow him quickly," Xia Xiaoyu ordered without hesitation. Her past experiences had taught her that as long as she followed that guy, there would always be big news. Why isn't the camera focusing on the battlefield? The audience was puzzled, but then a familiar figure appeared on screen. Fang Tianyun, riding his ghostly owl, Gue Huangshao, advancing forward. Despite the dangers ahead, he pressed on without hesitation. The audience, initially annoyed by the camera shift, was now captivated and refocused on the live stream. During the flight, old Fang made a quick call to the city lord, instructing him succinctly, "Keep the bombing zone fixed, don't change it. I'll intercept the beasts that make it through the bombardment, buying us more time." The city lord was stunned, silent for a moment. One man intercepting? Against a tide of 1,000,000 beasts? Wasn't that too reckless? Sure, not many would survive the bombardment, but those that did would be at least clever. "Fang, the city lord began to object, but old Fang cut him off. "Trust me, I don't take risks I can't handle. Just make sure the military doesn't adjust the bombing zone. If they mess up, it'll be a joke." With that, he hung up. Old Fang quickly reached the designated position, about a kilometer from the bombing zone. Below, several beasts had already made it through, most of them clever elites, injured but still advancing. Without hesitation, old Fang summoned Hao Ge. The moment the demon sword saint appeared, old Fang's true strength was revealed. The viewers in the live stream were stunned. Even though they weren't professionals, they could tell this setup was extraordinary. Such a battle pet configuration at his age was beyond their comprehension. "He's a monster. I believe he defeated the city's top fighter. How did he train like this? The mana in his pet space is insane. And the pets are powerful too, 2 levels and a top-tier clevel. Who is this guy?" Amidst the shock, someone raised a critical question. Did anyone notice the most important thing? What's he planning to do alone? This question plunged the chat into a brief silence. Then, speculation and doubt flooded in. No way. Does he plan to intercept them alone? That's impossible. Even if he's a prodigy, it's a beast tide. Without an A level, individual strength is insignificant. He's crazy, too reckless. Why not stay safe? In such a big battle, he's really overestimating himself. If he screws up, it'll be a joke. Many geniuses fall every year. Sarcastic, skeptical, and pitying comments filled the chat. Few believed in old Fang's seemingly absurd and reckless act. Even Melia, watching from her screen, looked serious and tense. "Master, you're being too impulsive," she thought, wishing she could rush to pull him back. Despite having recently reviewed her master's impressive record in underground arenas, Melia was still shocked by the demon sword saint's appearance. No wonder her grandfather had sent her to serve him. His potential was terrifyingly extraordinary. But now, seeing his figure hovering in the air, facing the numerous battle beasts ahead, this heroic scene filled Melia with admiration. Yet, she kept repeating to herself, "Too impulsive, too impulsive." Regardless of others' opinions, old Fang had already begun his action. Hao landed, drawing his crimson crescent blade, and unleashed a hell slash. The 10-meter-long crescent blade cut through the air, leaving a trail of severed limbs and blood. It was like cutting wheat. The red moon swept through, creating a large vacuum area. This time, the hell slash was executed with unparalleled satisfaction. The densely packed beasts were perfect targets for AoE damage. The demon sword saint's presence successfully drew the attention of these venomous creatures. Following their principle of leaving no grass behind, they all charged at Hao. "Bring it on." Hao, exhilarated, charged into the clever elites with his blade. His fighting style was all about wide swings, perfect for handling multiple foes. The more he killed, the more bloodthirsty he became. Each swing took down a clever beast as easily as eating or drinking. Not enough. Too slow. Hao roared. Netherworld wind prison slash. On the Gobi Plains, a blood-red tornado appeared, sucking in all nearby beasts and shredding them. The beast horde emerging from the bombing zone was again caught in a meat grinder, halting their advance. The viewers were stunned. The crazed beast master, his insane battle pet, and their incredible power left everyone speechless. At that moment, several massive sandstorm tornadoes collided with the blood-red tornado. A few level leaders had joined the fray. After a brief clash, the sandstorm tornadoes dissipated, and the injured yellow-clawed scorpions retreated. Hao, however, remained unscathed. Old Fang then joined Hao on the ground. Facing the 5 or 6 level leaders and numerous clever elites, he roared with commanding fury. Roar! A powerful tiger roar echoed forward, accompanied by a massive white tiger phantom crossing the desolate land. The helicopter above wobbled. The pilot, Xia Xiaoyu, and the cameraman were almost taken out by the roar, their hearts nearly stopping. The viewers at home weren't much better off. Even through the screen, they were scared into a cold sweat. The previously tired netizens were instantly alert. The beasts facing the tiger's roar, whether Blevel leaders or Clevel elites, froze in place, their morale plummeting. The terrifying tiger roar and the white tiger phantom's oppressive presence, though brief, were more than the beak-level beast could bear. Meanwhile, Hao's state was fully boosted. His bloodlust soared. The white tiger's roar was a buff skill, weakening enemies and strengthening allies. With bloodthirsty energy surging, Hao's crimson crescent blade extended dramatically. Have you ever heard of the legendary 40-meter blade? A nearly 50-meter-long crimson blade ignited a hellish scene on its surface. The yin flag appeared once more. The massive flag that extended with the lengthened blade was incomparable to what it was during the initial competition. The enormous flag, towering 60 to 70 meters high, left the audience in stunned silence. Even the viewers watching the live stream were deeply shaken, with the chat comments coming to a halt. Could this really be the power of a Blevel battle beast? The fight hadn't even started, yet the ferocious aura emanating from the screen was enough to make anyone's heart tremble. However, Old Fong, involved in the situation, knew all too well that maintaining such a huge yin flag took a significant toll on Ahau. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 40-meter-long blade swung through the air, sweeping across like it was mowing down an army. Any leader or elite that the ghostly yin flag touched was instantly devoured by malevolent spirits, turning into dust in seconds. The sweeping arc left a massive vacuum area on the ground. The malevolent spirits, having feasted on their victims, flew back into Ahau's body, quickly replenishing his spent energy. Slash, devour, and recover. Once this cycle started, Brother Hao seemed like a perpetual motion machine, wielding the 40-meter-long ghostly yin flag blade, reaping lives on the battlefield with impunity. No one could escape death at his hands. This astonishing scene left the entire audience dumbfounded. The blood-red flag whipping through the sky, the malevolent spirits devouring lives, and the lone warrior and his beast standing unchallenged etched a deep impression into everyone's mind. People couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this even human? Is this even a beast? What kind of being is this?" Though hard to comprehend, everyone was awestruck by this display of power. Many viewers started to speculate. Could it be that the demonic sword saint has evolved to a level? This thought sent chills down many spines, causing cold sweat to break out. It was terrifying. How could such a young person exist? Some experts in the audience noticed some nuances. Although the Golyuo Sha was incredibly strong, it hadn't reached a level. To be precise, it was at the peak of Blevel, having surpassed it, but not yet entering a level. But that was already extraordinary. With whatever horrifying training methods Fang Tianyun had used, the battle prowess of this Golyuo Sha was nothing short of insane. As the viewers recovered from their shock, the live chat exploded with activity again. More and more people flocked to the main live broadcast. Some exclaimed, "Your Huangming city really has produced a monstrous talent." Others curiously asked, "What's going on? What are you broadcasting?" And there were explanations. The main battlefield is almost done. What's there to see? This is the real classic moment. Thanks to reporter Xia for not missing this incredible solo performance. Similar discussions erupted in various civilian organizations. Someone sighed, "Man, we haven't even reached the battlefield, and he's already stolen the spotlight. What a shame." Immediately, someone retorted, "Shame? Even if you had the chance, could you pull this off? Do you think you're him? I'd be thankful if you could just stay alive." Amid the heated online discussions, Old Fong's fame skyrocketed like a rocket, unstoppable. "I never thought we'd be classmates with such a monster," Hubin muttered. Hesha remarked calmly, "He hasn't attended any classes for months." Hubin grinned, "Honestly, sis, I thought you were a genius, someone I could never catch up to. But now, I won't say more to avoid making you feel awkward. Those who get it, get it." But Hesha didn't mind. She continued to stare at the screen, her mind in turmoil. To her, this man was someone she could never hope to match. At that moment, on the battlefield, Old Fong casually waved his hand behind him. 8 huge iron cages were taken out from his storage ring, crashing to the ground with a thunderous noise. Despite falling from dozens of meters high, the cages remained intact, demonstrating their incredible sturdiness. Old Fong now held a shimmering golden rope. He leaped forward, targeting a Blevel leader, barely alive and entangled by malevolent spirits. With a flick of his hand, the demon-subduing rope wrapped around it. He yanked it back, shouting, "Gotcha!" The near-dead Blevel battle beast was precisely thrown into the beast cage. The malevolent spirits left its body and returned to Ahau, no longer gnawing on it. Shaoqing then took over, stabilizing its injuries. The only requirement was to keep it alive. Lastly, Feigu swooped down, gripping the beast cage firmly with its claws, and flew back to the base. This seamless beast capturing process once again stunned all viewers. Someone couldn't help but comment, bro, isn't this a bit too much? Shouldn't you be tense and serious in this situation? Are you being polite? Can you respect the beast tide? Making a fortune so blatantly. Have you considered the feelings of the live stream viewers? What was thought to be a futile and reckless act turned into a legendary moment of one person holding the line. Even more outrageous, it evolved into a live procurement scene. But one had to admit, with such strength, you could indeed do as you please. Brotherhow's current power was overwhelming. Each slash consumed a lot of energy, but with each slash, he regained his state completely. If any tough opponent could withstand a few slashes and break the energy recovery cycle, Aha wouldn't dare to continue playing like this. Or they could temporarily stop charging or disperse their formation to reduce Ahao's recovery rate. Unfortunately, these battle beasts had limited intelligence and couldn't perceive Ahao's state changes. They just mindlessly attacked without finding a strategy. When they grouped up, the perpetual motion cycle began, making it an endless feast for Ahao. Even the live stream viewers, many of whom thought the demonic sword saint possessed extraordinary strength and endurance, hadn't grasped the underlying mechanics. As one parabolic arc after another was drawn, the 8 beast cages on the ground quickly filled up. Among them was a 2-headed flathead red-band viper, a benign mutant. At this point, various civilian organizations, adventure groups, and mercenaries watching the live stream were all groaning in frustration, gritting their teeth, and howling in dissatisfaction. Watching this guy make money was more painful than losing it themselves. Accelerate! 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 The shout jolted the previously disorganized civilian groups into action. They revved their engines and raced to the battlefield with newfound urgency. The situation on the battlefield was rapidly changing. Some cunning organizations had initially slowed their pace, partly due to the rough terrain and partly to let the military forces deplete the enemy's strength so they could swoop in for easy gains. However, Old Fong's series of efficient maneuvers completely disrupted these profit-driven groups' plans. Charge! If we're late, we won't even get the scraps. The crowd was anxious, fearing they might miss out on the spoils of war. By the time Fei Gu delivered the last captured beast back to the base, the battle at Yixianshan was nearing its end. The Vanguard's suicide squad of fire lizards had been almost entirely wiped out. Fei Gu felt a bit frustrated, recalling how his and Xiao Qing's tasks had shifted from plugging gaps and cleaning up stragglers to merely being transporters. He couldn't help but feel overshadowed by the blade-wielding hero. Meanwhile, Zhuo, watching the live stream, excitedly exclaimed to young Zhizhou beside him, "Did you see that? With someone as insane as Brother Fong, how could I possibly win? Losing is totally normal." The news of Huangming City's beast tide attack had gone viral online, and Zhuo couldn't wait to watch the live stream as soon as he got off work. In response to Zhuo's lament, young Zhizhou gave a meaningful smile and asked, "If it were you, could you hold them off?" Zhuo shook his head and chuckled bitterly. "Come on, I may be brave, but I know my limits. Even if I went in with my 2 battle pets, I could hold out for a bit, but achieving what he did? Impossible. You have to understand, so far, only that Blind Blade Master has been intercepting. The other 2 are off making money. Man, that demon sword saint of his has strength and stamina beyond belief," Zhuo said, eyes glued to the screen as the demon sword saint swung his 40-meter Yinchi blade, effortlessly cutting through groups of Kalami without tiring. There must be some secret technique. Otherwise, I don't believe it. With the fire lizard suicide squad annihilated by the human forces, Old Fong, who had been holding the line for nearly half an hour, decided to retreat. The bombardment zone ahead showed no signs of emerging war beasts, and the enemy's assault had temporarily ceased. Old Fong recalled Xiao Qing and Ahao, mounted Fei Gu, and picked up Nana from the helicopter. Watching the black-haired youth on the bird's back, reporter Xia was momentarily speechless and could only exclaim, "Fong, you never cease to amaze." This youth, invincible on the battlefield, felt both familiar and strange to her. Xia Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a sense of pity for the boys who had once competed with Old Fong in the district tournament. His prowess was on a whole different level. Xia Xiaoyu's words echoed the sentiments of many viewers. Seeing the close-up shot of the handsome young man, everyone felt a surreal sense of being in a dream. "Today's work is done for now. See you at the base, reporter Xia." Old Fong smiled slightly, said no more, and headed back to the base with Regina. This simple statement snapped the viewers back to reality, reminding them that such a powerful individual truly existed. As Old Fong flew over Yixianshan, many soldiers, including mech pilots and the guard regiment, spontaneously saluted him. Old Fong's performance on the battlefield today, especially his solo interception at the end, earned him the respect and camaraderie of these soldiers. If the elite and leaders of the enemy had broken through the bombardment zone and joined the fire lizard horde, the battle would have been much tougher, and the losses among the mech pilots and guard regiment would have been significantly higher. As soon as Old Fong landed, the eagerly waiting city lord and senior military officials approached him. Ha ha ha, a hero in his youth. Little Fong, you're incredible. Well done. The city lord looked Fong Tianyun up and down, his eyes full of admiration. Your achievements today will be well documented and reported. The city lord was secretly pleased, recalling the envious looks of his old friends at the military headquarters when he boasted about his close relationship with Old Fong. Sir, I am the deputy commander of the 56th Army. An officer stepped forward. The commander, as the overall director, couldn't come personally, so I am here to convey our gratitude on his behalf. No need to be so formal, Old Fong replied calmly. The commander's duty is to protect the homeland, and fostering harmonious civil-military relations is the responsibility of every citizen. This is simply what I should do. Old Fong delivered this official-sounding statement flawlessly. The deputy commander breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Old Fong with increased admiration. Originally, I thought someone like Fong Tianyun, a peerless talent, would be arrogant and hard to get along with. To my surprise, he turned out to be humble and approachable. After the group finally left, Old Fong shook his head with a wry smile. If it weren't for the tense current battle situation and their pressing duties, tonight's dinner gathering would have been unavoidable. He realized that peaceful days were likely coming to an end. Looking around, Old Fong noticed his living quarters had been upgraded from a large tent to a private room equipped with the best facilities available. In the backyard, 8 beast cages were neatly lined up, with no one daring to act recklessly. Although Grade War beasts were precious, wise people wouldn't offend someone as significant as Fong Tianyun for a moment of greed. This area had essentially become Old Fong's private territory, a privilege enjoyed by very few in the current environment. Suddenly, Old Fong noticed that Regina seemed downcast. What's wrong? He asked with concern. You look really upset. Am I kind of useless? Regina said gloomily. She hadn't had any chance to showcase her skills all day. Old Fong reassured her. You're best at close combat. On a large battlefield like this, have you seen any martial artists charging in alone? Even the elite guards stick together. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. How about I get you a Gatling gun tomorrow, so you can have some fun from a helicopter? I still prefer cold weapons. I'll pass on the guns. Regina felt somewhat comforted by Old Fong's words. Indeed, on such a battlefield, without close combat, martial artists had little opportunity to shine. Just then, Regina suddenly felt herself being lifted off the ground, and Old Fong gently laid her on the bed. A familiar, masculine presence loomed over her. Who said you're useless? Old Fong whispered. You have a very important role. Now, it's your turn to perform. In the intimate atmosphere, a tender moment began inside the room. And here, well skip 16,324 words. After a day of fierce battles, the beast horde temporarily ceased its assault, giving both sides a rare moment of respite. Xia Xiaoyu returned to the base, and after a quick wash, she found herself unable to rest. With some time left before bed, she decided to lead her cameraman colleague towards the area where Lao Fong resided. Wait here, I'll go say hello first. Xia Xiaoyu planned to conduct a personal interview and, out of courtesy, asked the cameraman to wait outside while she went to inquire. After tidying up her appearance, she pushed open the door and walked in. As soon as she stepped inside, Xia Xiaoyu sensed something was off. She heard some strange noises coming from within the house. As she cautiously approached and was about to knock, a high-pitched soprano voice suddenly rang out, freezing her hand in midair. The experienced reporter immediately realized what was happening, hurriedly turned around, and thoughtfully closed the outer door behind her. That guy, after a whole day's work, still has so much energy? Xia Xiaoyu muttered to herself, blushing. Xiajia, are we not doing the interview? The cameraman, seeing his senior return in a hurry, was puzzled. He's resting, we'll do it another time. Xia Xiaoyu replied briefly before quickly leaving. The next morning, Lao Fong woke up to find many new people at the base. Various civilian organizations had finally arrived at the battlefield. People's reactions to Lao Fong varied. Some greeted him enthusiastically, some watched from a distance with awe, and some bold girls even approached him directly, a few of them being quite attractive. Faced with this situation, Lao Fong unhesitatingly mounted Fei Gu and literally took off. Regina didn't follow him this time. She knew she wouldn't be of much use on the battlefield and chose to stay behind to guard Lao Fong's spoils, preventing any ill-intentioned individuals from getting ideas. Upon reaching the front lines, Lao Fong noticed that the military had started to rest, while the newly arrived adventurers and mercenaries were getting restless. Teams began to leave Yixianshan, launching provocative attacks on the beast horde at the edge of the plain. They deployed long-range mages for harassment, supported by vehicles for mobility, making the battle intense. Lao Fong merely observed like a bystander. Despite this, he remained the center of attention, with people frequently looking up at him. Many beast masters riding their flying war pets in the sky came to greet him, some of them over 30 years old. Lao Fong knew that the best adult achievement in Huangming City was only at the national level, let alone world class. A beastmaster within a level warped was a record from centuries ago. Although Huangming City prided itself as a city of adventurers, its achievements in beast mastery were quite embarrassing. However, its military strength was formidable, boasting an 11 mech. Yet, this expensive machine hadn't been deployed for the beast tide. The city lord deemed it unnecessary unless the city was on the brink of falling. Thus, Lao Fong's presence excited the entire Huangming city, finally giving them something to boast about in the field of beast mastery. Unbeknownst to Lao Fong, he had already garnered a massive following both in reality and online within Huangming City. Hello, Mr. Fong. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Bob, a toy manufacturer. A voice interrupted Lao Fong's thoughts. Turning to look, he saw a chubby man in a suit and top hat smiling at him from atop a clever gray king vulture. Lao Fong nodded in acknowledgement. This Bob fellow, clutching the bird's neck nervously with a parachute on his back, looked quite comical. Sorry to disturb you, but given your fame, I was afraid I'd miss my chance if I came later. I hope you don't mind meeting in such a manner, Bob said, somewhat embarrassed by his awkward appearance. What kind of business do you want to discuss? Lao Fong asked with a smile, feeling a bit of goodwill towards this bold and persistent businessman. I want to buy the rights to your demon sword saint. Name your price, Bob said directly. Oh, you've got quite an appetite. Lao Fong raised an eyebrow. Don't push your luck with me. You're a toy maker. You just need my personal authorization. Why do you need the rights? So greedy. Authorization works too. Name your price, or we can do a profit-sharing deal, Bob said cheerfully, maintaining his warm smile. Lao Fong thought to himself, this guy is interesting, thick-skinned, daring, and opportunistic. He knows how to seize a business opportunity. Lao Fong wasn't bothered by Bob's initial bold attempt to secure the rights. Can a timid, unambitious businessman make money? On the contrary, Bob's displayed traits intrigued Lao Fong. You want to make toys and merchandise of my demon sword saint? Lao Fong asked. Yes, exactly. Bob nodded eagerly. Come to my estate in Huangming City, and we can discuss the details, Lao Fong suggested. Great. Thank you, sir, Bob said, not pressing further and retreating voluntarily. At that moment, Lao Fong's expression suddenly changed. He quickly found an uninhabited mountain peak to land on and summoned Xiaoqing. What? You're giving birth? Who's the father? Lao Fong asked in astonishment. Old Fong's barrage of questions left Xiaoqing bewildered. She furrowed her brow slightly and explained. I mean, I'm about to level up, to move on to the next stage. Do you understand? Xiaoqing's death face shot Old Fong a glance, while her life face blushed faintly, looking quite charming. Level up? Old Fong was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up with joy. You're going to grow? When approximately? Probably in the next few days, Xiaoqing replied. I can feel the power stirring. The life energy in this black soil is very strong. Without that black jar, I might have had to wait a long time to reach the next stage. Do you need me to do anything? Old Fong asked, concerned. No, I'm just giving you a heads up, Xiaoqing said. Your spatial magic energy should be enough, right? Don't worry, sister. You soar high, and I'll be right behind you, Old Fong said with a laugh. You're so shameless, Xiaoqing rolled her eyes at him. Watching the increasingly human-like Xiaoqing, Old Fong was left speechless. With Xiaoqing about to evolve and the increasing support from civilian forces on the battlefield, Old Fong's presence there began to diminish. The situation temporarily stabilized, with humans even gaining a slight upper hand. At this moment, Hesha, her cousin Hu Bin, and their group of second and third generation young battle beasts finally arrived at the battlefield. Fongge, my idol. Can I get an autograph and a photo? Hu Bin shouted from afar, drawing the attention of passers-by. But with his thick skin, he clearly didn't care about the stares. Hesha, looking both annoyed and helpless, explained, sorry, Hu Bin is a bit hyperactive and has a rather crude mind. Please don't mind him. As Hu Bin took selfies with Old Fong from various angles, Old Fong laughed. It's fine. We're all classmates. I actually like this kid's personality. You're the best, Fongge. Way better than a certain poker-faced woman, Hu Bin said, proudly raising an eyebrow at his cousin after getting Old Fong's approval. Ignoring her mischievous cousin, Hesha watched as Hu Bin asked, by the way, Fongge, did you capture a lot of grade battle beasts? He winked at his cousin, making it obvious that Hesha had something in mind but was too shy to say it herself. Come with me, Old Fong said with a smile, leading them to the backyard of his residence. There, a camouflaged fire lizard, 3 flathead red-spotted vipers, and 4 giant-clawed yellow scorpions, all grade leaders, were confined in cages. Though alive, they were missing limbs and were in a crippled state. This way, they stay docile. They'll regenerate and recover after signing the contract. So these minor injuries don't matter. As long as they don't die, Old Fong explained. Wow, wow, Hu Bin exclaimed, eyes wide with amazement, practically drooling. Even the usually cold Hesha couldn't hide her excitement. Old Fong said, "Which one do you want? I'll give you the first pick at an 80 discount off the market price. But I can't give it away for free. It's a matter of survival, you know? I can only offer discounts and priority selection for friends. It's important to note that these grade beasts were in high demand and short supply. The best beasts on the market were usually crayed due to the limitations of ceiling scrolls, the power of grade beasts, and the high transportation requirements. Plus, luck played a big role. Grade beasts rarely appeared on the market, and when they did, they were snatched up at auctions. Just having the opportunity to buy one was a favor in itself. Hesha pointed to a beast in one of the cages and asked, "I want this one. Is that okay?" As expected, "I knew you'd pick that one," Old Fong said with a smile. "It's a mid-level grade, a mutated flathead red-spotted viper. Hesha, make me an offer." Hesha had chosen the most valuable of the 8 leaders, one with an additional firehead and extra fire poison skills. 50 million, Hesha stated calmly. The price was not only fair but slightly higher. But from her demeanor, it was clear that 50 million was nothing to her. "Deal," Old Fong said, not bothering to mention the discount. Such offers meant little to someone from Hesha's background. He turned to Hu Bin and asked, "Hu De Shao, aren't you getting one?" "Forget it. My battle pet space only has 9 magic energy points, not enough for a great beast," Hu Bin said, shrugging. Although a bit disappointed, his carefree nature kept him from dwelling on it. He basically just slacks off when he comes here. Even though he's a beast master, he's quite laid back about training. Just then, Hesha sent over her beast cage. Compared to Lao Fong's sturdy but plain cages, Hesha's was the deluxe version. This high-tech cage resembled a sophisticated ice chamber and directly froze the red-headed pit viper. Due to a lack of space magic energy points, Hesha had to temporarily preserve it in cold storage, waiting to sign a battle pet contract later. Seeing this, Lao Fong seized the opportunity. "Help me spread the word among the wealthy kids," he told his companion. "Tell them I'm now selling grade battle beasts, first come, first served. If I don't clear out this batch, I won't have space to catch new ones." Once the news broke, the rich kids swarmed in. The street became bustling with people, and onlookers thought something major had happened. However, when dozens of people crowded around 7 battle beasts, the atmosphere turned tense. Seeing this, Lao Fong quickly changed tactics. "Since you all arrived around the same time, let's switch to an auction," he announced, secretly pleased. These young folks were competitive and stubborn, practically throwing money into his pockets. The auction was intensely lively, with bids flying back and forth. Reporter Xiada took the opportunity to start a live broadcast, reporting this profit-driven frenzy caused by the beast tied to viewers online. In the end, Lao Fong couldn't stop grinning as he pocketed billions effortlessly. "You got your battle beasts, I got my money, she got her traffic, and the audience got their envy and jealousy," Lao Fong mused, looking at the scene before him. "We all have a bright and beautiful future ahead." The subsequent waves of beast attacks were once again halted by the human army on the plains outside the narrow pass. The beast onslaught came in relentless waves, like the tide, but gradually faded before the human defenses. The initial vigor of the beasts waned visibly with each charge, becoming weaker and less effective over time. After several rounds of intense confrontation, the number of beasts significantly dwindled. It is estimated that at least half of the beast horde, nearly 700,000 to 800,000 in number, was annihilated. Although the human army suffered relatively fewer casualties, the consumption of munitions and supplies was staggering. The defensive line held strong, but at a tremendous material cost. Meanwhile, the civilian organizations involved in the battle had mixed fortunes. Some lucky groups managed to capture a few valuable war beasts and were overjoyed, while less fortunate teams not only lost members but also came away empty-handed, filled with frustration. Despite the underlying conflicts of interest, the various parties on the battlefield remained relatively orderly under the scrutiny of the media and official oversight. No scandals of mutual attacks or backstabbing due to disputes over benefits surfaced, at least for now. However, back at the bases away from the front lines, several groups had already engaged in clandestine power struggles over resource allocation, with tensions escalating several times. If not for the timely intervention of the military, large-scale conflicts might have erupted. In this chaotic situation, Lao Fong once again leveraged his skills to secure a new batch of supplies, making a considerable profit. His prowess and status had reached a level that commanded respect and deterred any potential threats. Moreover, Lao Fong's gains were entirely due to his own efforts, free from any disputes over benefits, which attracted many who wished to align with him but dared not act rashly. Lao Fong's every move on the battlefield was closely monitored by the media, with at least half of the cameras focused on him whenever he appeared. However, there were always some foolish individuals who tried to take advantage, only to be caught and severely punished by Fat Goo, ending up with bruised and battered faces. To make matters worse, this scene was live-streamed to countless viewers, causing an immediate uproar. Furious netizens quickly dug up all the information about the offending adventure group and publicly criticized them on various forums. The uproar even caught the attention of the authorities in Huangming City, leading to the adventure group being summoned by the security bureau stationed at the Narrow Pass and subsequently disappearing from the battlefield. This incident made it clear to everyone. Fang Tianyun was not to be trifled with. He was not only a cherished figure in Huangming City, but also an undisputed internet sensation, enjoying dual support from both the public and the government. As the beast horde continued to retreat, the human front lines steadily advanced. Most of the in-depth work was handled by civilian organizations, while the military focused on defending the lines and eliminating the enemy's living forces. However, today, the military made an exception and dispatched an elite capture team composed of mecha operators and the Imperial Guard. Among them was a familiar face to Lao Feng Dr. Miao Jingyuan from the Research Institute, who was responsible for handling the details of live captures and blood sample collection. The military's objective this time was scientific research, which explained their meticulous attention to detail. This also clarified why they did not purchase war beasts from civilian organizations if they had the capability to capture them themselves. Why spend money? Those funds were better invested in developing more mechs. Seeing the military take the initiative, civilian organizations were equally excited, viewing it as a prime opportunity to fish in troubled waters. The entire battlefield became a frenzy, with everyone rushing forward. The beast horde had retreated to the ravine area, and humans were hot on their heels. The battlefield was filled with shouts and cries of, "This one's mine." And that one's mine too. If they couldn't win the scramble, some even threatened to kill the war beasts outright, preferring mutual destruction. The atmosphere grew increasingly volatile and aggressive. The military capture team was also frustrated. The civilian organizations seemed to be on steroids, always moving faster than them. For every 10 kilometers the military covered, the civilians covered 15. Little did the military know, these civilian groups felt emboldened by the military's presence. Usually, they would be cautious, not daring to venture too deep for fear of needing military rescue, which would undoubtedly attract public criticism. But now, with the military backing them, they felt assured of help in case of trouble. If faced with insurmountable challenges, they could always retreat and let the capture team handle it. As a result, the civilian teams recklessly pushed forward, forcing the military capture team to advance as well in search of targets. This created a vicious cycle, with the distance between the two groups growing larger and larger. However, the team led by Hesha, composed of second and third generation members, was less reckless. They stayed within a kilometer of the military capture team. Their primary goal was survival and training, not necessarily capturing war beasts. After all, with so many eager participants ahead, they could always buy what they needed later. Even so, Hesh's team didn't manage to score any captures, let alone the military capture team. The capture team leader couldn't help but curse, "I've had it with these people. Forget it, we're approaching the ravine area, we need to pull back. Captain, a lot of those people have already rushed into the ravine. Should we?" One team member began, only to be cut off by the captain. "Let them go to hell. Damn it, if anything happens, they deserve it. Notify the team. Prepare to retreat." The captain ordered angrily, "These civilian groups are like bandits. They leave nothing behind. Not even a shred of decency." The military capture team maintained caution and tight formation during their operations, moving slower compared to the reckless civilian groups speeding ahead in vehicles. As a result, by the end of the day, the capture team had nothing to show for their efforts, much to the captain's frustration. As dusk approached, the dangerous ravine area loomed ahead, and the military's ability to provide support became increasingly limited. Considering safety, the capture team decisively opted to retreat. Just as the team turned to leave, a chilling "shh" sound emerged from all directions. The noise sent shivers down their spines, like countless tiny creatures closing in. "Enemy attack!" the captain shouted, and the entire team instantly snapped into combat mode. Damn it, what were the scouts doing? Captain Jean roared, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at the hills on either side. A massive horde of beasts surged down like a flood from a broken dam, creating a terrifying scene. That such a huge number of creatures had gone undetected was a colossal failure. "Captain Jean, don't be agitated." Miao Jinjiwan's voice came through from the armored truck. "These war beasts must have tunneled underground to avoid detection. Use the chemical grenades I brought and spread them around to buy us some time. Also, if possible, try to capture some live specimens. It's part of our mission." "Thank you." With that, she retreated back into the vehicle. Captain Jean nodded with a bitter smile. "All right, Professor Miao, we'll do our best." He marveled at the professor's strong nerves. Meanwhile, in the valley ahead, civilian groups were frantically trying to capture the beasts, driven by greed to outdo each other. Suddenly, a chillingly loud rustling sound snapped them back to reality. Retreat! Retreat! Faced with scorpions and venomous snakes pouring down the cliffs, everyone chose to fall back without hesitation. Unfortunately, their retreat route was blocked. When did this happen? Damn it. What were the people at the back doing? How did they get ambushed without noticing? Someone cursed. Rocks began to tumble down the cliff, aiming to crush the human team. It turned out that camouflaged fire lizards had activated their disguise abilities. Fight your way out. If we can link up with the military capture team, we'll be safe. Someone shouted. The capture team, they're surrounded too. This news hit like a thunderbolt, stunning many. Casualties began to rise, but most people steadied themselves and fought desperately to break through. Through live broadcasts from aerial media, all the netizens and the military were aware of the dire situation ahead. Missiles had been launched, but with little effect. Worse still, the main battlefield at Yixianshan had mysteriously ignited with countless beasts seemingly appearing out of nowhere, flooding the plain. Another underground tunnel. The commander of the 56th Army slammed his fist on the operations table in anger. This was a well-planned offensive by the enemy. The main battlefield engagement severely limited support for the capture team and civilian groups. Old Fong, who was relaxing, received an urgent call from the city lord. After hearing the situation, he frowned deeply. The previously victorious campaign had suddenly taken a turn for the worse, and they were now encircled. All right, I'm on my way. Although Old Fong didn't care much about the civilian group's fate, he decided to help out of respect for Professor Miao and Hesha. Besides, with the military and the city lord sincerely requesting his assistance, and given his current reputation, it was the right thing to do. After comforting the reluctant dragon lady, Rajana, Old Fong hurried to the military base. Once he fully understood the rescue plan, he quickly boarded a fighter jet and headed to the target location. Meanwhile, two giant whale airships from the base slowly ascended, beginning their dangerous rescue mission. Oh my god. Sis, am I going to die here? I want to go home. I miss Mom. Hubin cried, his face contorted with fear and sweat streaming down his forehead. His drank battle pet trembled beside him, clearly sensing the danger as well. Stop whining. Get behind me, Hesha commanded calmly. Her lava cannon toad was spewing molten lava at the front, creating a barrier to hold back the beast horde. For five-star professionals stood around her like an iron wall, ensuring her temporary safety. Meanwhile, the wealthy science team finally rendezvoused with the military capture squad. Captain Jean received rescue updates and plans from headquarters and decided to hold their ground. Professor Miao's newly developed potion grenades proved highly effective, as the liquid and smell from the explosions repelled the poisonous beasts like mosquitoes encountering insecticide. The shoulder cannons of the mechs roared continuously, and chainsaw blades were soaked in beast blood. As time passed, more and more elite guards engaged in close combat. Despite the overwhelming numerical disadvantage, the addition of the rich kids helped ease some of the pressure. Although these young second and third generations were not particularly strong, their hired bodyguards were battle-hardened veterans. Viewers watching the live stream held their breath. The timid ones even closed their eyes and began to pray. The comment section was filled with worry and speculation. How did things go south so quickly? Stay calm, trust the military. The rescue team is already on the way. Aren't there two airships en route? The giant whale airship is huge, but not that fast. Can this team hold out for another half hour? It seems unlikely. Shut your jinxing mouth. Haven't you seen Tianyun hasn't shown up yet? When he arrives, that demon sword saint will surely turn the tide. Meanwhile, the situation was even more perilous for the greedy adventurer and mercenary groups. Trapped in a canyon with no hope of breaking through, some inexperienced members were paralyzed with fear at the sight of the approaching beast horde, unable to even lift their weapons. The more seasoned groups quickly banded together, concentrating their efforts on breaking out. Survival was the only priority now. Captain Jean sliced open an elite yellow-furred scorpion and tossed it aside, anxiously asking the communication officer for an update on reinforcements. At that moment, the thunderous roar of a warplane filled the sky. Everyone looked up with hope, but their faces quickly fell. It was just one fighter jet. As confusion spread, a figure leaped from the jet. As it descended, the rapidly diving form of Lao Fong came into view. The entire battlefield erupted in cheers, including the viewers at home. Lao Fong's timely arrival felt like a savior in their darkest hour. Just before landing, Lao Fong deployed his Xuanwu shield, executing a stylish hover and perfect landing. This flashy maneuver drew cheers and applause from the crowd. Captain Jean sighed in relief. Even though it was just one person, Lao Fang's presence boosted everyone's morale immensely. Yes, Brother Fong is here. We're saved. Hubin exclaimed, dancing with excitement, as if he had seen salvation. Hesha also finally allowed herself to relax, her tense nerves easing at last. This man always exudes a dependable strength. Lao Fong stood on the edge of the battlefield, his sharp gaze sweeping over the scene before him. He nodded slightly. Although the battlefield had sustained some damage, their arrival was not too late. Lao Fong raised his arm, and a portal opened in response. Originally intending to summon A Hao, his expression suddenly changed, and he decided otherwise. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Xiao Qing's figure slowly materialized in midair. Murmurs of confusion arose among the onlookers. Huh? Why not the demon sword saint? This unexpected choice left everyone puzzled, except for Lao Feng himself. If there was a most popular battle pet of Lao Feng's at the moment, it was undoubtedly the demon sword saint. Not only did it possess high status and formidable strength, but it was also a rare breed with a cool appearance. In contrast, the Shengemo twins, although excellent, were somewhat lacking in power, being only crank. Moreover, their heavy reliance on soil posed significant limitations. Even though Lao Feng had found ways to mitigate this weakness, overall stability was still a concern. Facing the oncoming beast horde, the twins seemed a bit outmatched. Many thought that even summoning the mutated ghost Huang Owl would have been a more suitable choice. As Lao Feng's fame skyrocketed, information about his 3 battle pets sparked heated discussions on various forums and communities. Through a recent brief interview by Xia Xiaoyu, many had learned the names of the Demon Sword Saint and the Ghost Huang Owl. Due to the Demon Sword Saint's impressive strength, netizens and fans affectionately called it Brother Hao. In contrast, the twins had been somewhat overlooked. However, Xiao Qing, floating in the air at this moment, paid no mind to others' opinions. Her expression was solemn, and the roots beneath her petals automatically detached from the black soil pot. The pot flew into her hand, which she held up with one palm. Suddenly, a beam of light burst forth from Xiao Qing. The light alternated between gentle and intense, making it impossible to look directly at her. Eventually, the light shot up towards the sky, dazzlingly bright, as if piercing through the clouds. Faced with that light, everyone instinctively turned their heads or closed their eyes. Even Professor Miao, usually calm and composed, couldn't hide her excitement. As one of the few who knew what was about to happen, her reaction was particularly striking. The light came and went quickly. When it disappeared, everyone looked back and were stunned by what they saw. A giant pink and white flower hovered in midair, gently shaking its petals as it slowly descended. At the center of the flower were 2 five-maternal female elves, Xiao Qing's life and death faces, now separated. The appearance of these 2 elves hadn't changed much. They were still clad in dresses made of green leaves. One radiated the vibrant green of life, while the other exuded the eerie green of death. Each wore a natural crown made of twigs and branches, adding to their mysterious aura. What was most astonishing was their size. Even old Feng hadn't expected Xiao Qing to grow so large. Although only their upper bodies were visible, they were already as tall as Brother Hao. The flower beneath them had a diameter of 20 meters, equivalent to the height of a 6-story building. Its thick, robust stem resembled octopus tentacles, capable of morphing into various shapes as needed. Class B, upper rare, twin queens. They evolved? Everyone was utterly dumbfounded, some even drooling without realizing it. Although they knew this day would come, it seemed to have arrived too quickly. Class 2B, turned into 3B? Looks like it. This is getting more and more absurd. How can such an illogical existence be real? Tianyun is so cool. And the twin queens are stunning. I'm in love. After a moment of silence, the excitement exploded. Fang Tianyun's name once again caused a sensation online. Meanwhile, in a classroom, Xiaoyan, what are you looking at? Gina asked curiously. You were sneaking peeks at your phone during class and almost got caught by the teacher. Now that class is over. You're still glued to your phone, and your face is all red. Without looking up, Xiaoyan replied, haven't you heard about the beast tide attacking Huangming City recently? Oh, I've heard a bit. Are you watching news about that? Gina said. Beast tides attack border cities from time to time, so these news stories can be pretty common. Some inland media barely cover them. Although the beast tide in Huangming City is terrifying in number, it hasn't even breached the second defensive line yet. The situation is still under control. So, the high attention on Huangming City's beast tide is mainly in the eastern border areas. For residents there, it's a big deal, but on a national scale, especially in the central and western regions, it doesn't stir much interest. Generally, only when the situation becomes critical does it capture nationwide attention. No, I'm watching a live stream, Xiaoyan said excitedly. Wow, this guy is so handsome. I can't believe such an extraordinary person emerged from that remote eastern area. Seeing her best friend so infatuated, Gina felt both amused and curious. She knew Xiaoyan had high standards. What kind of person could captivate her so much that she would sneak her phone into class? Driven by curiosity, Gina leaned in closer. On the battlefield, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the twin queens slowly descended to the ground. As soon as they landed, Xiao Qing's thick stem rooted itself into the soil. Although she no longer needed to rely on the earth, it remained her most potent energy source. By drawing power from the ground, she could stay in peak condition with minimal energy consumption. However, the soil in this desert was quite barren. The life face of the twin queens leisurely grabbed a handful of black soil from a jar and scattered it on the ground. reminiscent of the bodhisattva sprinkling holy water. As the black soil mixed with the dry earth, the soil in that area became looser and more fertile. Though it couldn't match the quality of the soil in the jar, it was now quite fertile. Next, both the life and death faces moved in perfect unison, bringing their hands together and then lifting them upward. As they did, the ground within a kilometer radius suddenly came to life. With a rumbling sound, various thick trees and plants rapidly sprouted from the earth. Lord of the domain, enchanted forest, hovering midair, Lao Fong watched in awe as a forest rapidly sprouted from the ground below. A line from his mind echoed, "Would conquer's ear than unstoppable force." The scene reminded him of the arrival of the tree realm. In the blink of an eye, a lush oasis stretched for miles across the barren desert. To be precise, it resembled a tropical rainforest, verdant and teeming with life. Lao Fong's voice resonated through the forest, reaching all corners. "Everyone, stay calm and open communications. This dense forest will protect us. Just coordinate your defenses." The drastic change in the environment startled everyone on the ground, but Lao Fong's words helped ease their tension. Those nearby instinctively looked towards the unwavering twin queens. Professor Miao, overwhelmed with excitement, ignored her assistant Xia Xiaoyun's calls and rushed out of the vehicle early on. Her camera focused on the twin queens, capturing a flurry of shots. Meanwhile, Xiao Qing, firmly rooted in place, was unfazed by the surrounding changes. Her entire focus was on the enchanted forest, which she perceived as her domain, and she was its sovereign. Lao Fong, observing the forest from above, marveled at the sight. This wasn't just a sanctuary, it was a deadly trap. The sudden appearance of the tropical rainforest momentarily halted the beast horde, but soon they charged into the green expanse without hesitation. Thud, thud. The sound of flesh being pierced filled the air. Thick tree trunks transformed into sharp spears, skewering the invading beasts like gruesome kebabs. The moss-covered ground caused the beasts to lose their balance, drastically reducing their combat effectiveness. Even the agile red-spotted vipers struggled to maintain their footing on the slick surface. A plant resembling a giant chomper from Plants vs. Zombies opened its gaping maw, devouring beasts with a crisp crunch. Another plant had fruits resembling massive cactus balls on flexible stems, swinging like deadly flails, breaking bones and crushing sinews. There were plants that shot poisonous thorns, others that wielded flying leaf blades. Each bizarre and fantastical plant employed unimaginable methods to massacre the invading beasts. This enchanted forest had transformed into a horrifying meat grinder, annihilating any beast that dared to enter. Thud. The book in Xiaoyan's hand fell to the ground once more. She glanced at Gina beside her, puzzled, and bent down to pick it up. Since the morning, her friend had been acting completely out of sorts, a stark contrast to her usual self. "No, it's nothing. I've just been feeling a bit unwell these past few days," Gina explained with a pale face, her voice trembling slightly as if hiding an unspeakable secret. Xiaoyan gave a knowing smile. "Oh, all right then. Make sure to drink plenty of hot water," her expression seemed to say. "I understand everything." Gina silently accepted the well-meaning misunderstanding without further explanation. Inside, her emotions were a chaotic mix, her thoughts tangled like a ball of yarn. Not long ago, a live-streamed video had upended her understanding. The familiar dark-haired boy in the footage was none other than Fong Tianyun, who had left the Wilson family a year ago. She vividly remembered the scene of his departure. Since then, Gina had quietly gathered some information about Fong Tianyun. Unfortunately, this low-profile, almost invisible illegitimate child of the Wilson family had left behind little useful information. The only widely known fact was his failure to awaken his spiritual power at 15, leading to his being labeled a failure. However, Fong Tianyun's unusual behavior on the day he left made Gina suspect that he was anything but ordinary. She chose not to report this to the family head, partly due to her cautious nature, and partly because she herself was unsure of what had happened or how to articulate it. As a newcomer to the Wilson family, Gina was always careful, never daring to meddle in family affairs. After Fong Tianyun's departure, his absence had no noticeable impact on the family. To Gina, even the cat owned by the second Miss, Eva, seemed to have more presence than this illegitimate child. But as the live stream progressed, Gina felt dizzy. If not for the people around her, she would have pinched herself to ensure she wasn't dreaming. Fong Tianyun's astonishing growth over the past year had a devastating impact on her. The barrage of comments flashing on the screen left Gina in shock. A 3-level battle pet, and only 17 years old. What kind of concept was this? It was simply beyond belief. By comparison, Gina had barely managed to obtain a Clevel Ice Silver Fox under the Wilson family's careful nurturing. Her second-place finish in the last district competition had already made the family ecstatic, celebrating with banquets. Fong Tianyun's current achievements were worlds apart. A terrifying thought suddenly crossed Gina's mind. If the family learned about Fong Tianyun's current status, what would become of her? The disparity in their abilities was like night and day. If he returned to the family, what would her fate be? A strong sense of unease and melancholy washed over her. Despite her good achievements, Gina had always remained low-key in the Wilson family, never daring to be arrogant. This was due to her humble nature and the insecurity she felt as an outsider relying on others. The Wilson family's complex web of relationships was something Gina preferred not to get entangled in. She just wanted to focus on her own tasks. Whether the family would bring Fong Tianyun back, Gina knew well from her interactions with Lady Laura, the family head, over the past year. They certainly would. Lady Laura was not only capable but also ambitious and highly controlling. If she learned that this once overlooked illegitimate grandson now had extraordinary abilities, she would undoubtedly go to great lengths to bring him back into the family fold. As one of Lady Laura's favorites, Gina had frequent interactions with her and had some understanding of her character. She knew that her own favor was not purely out of merit. Having lost her parents early and lived under others' roofs, Gina had a deep understanding of human relationships. Wow, the Twin Queen is amazing. She single-handedly stopped the beast tide. She's my idol. Xiaoyan's exclamation brought Gina back to reality. Gina sighed softly, deciding to go with the flow. She hadn't intervened when Feng Tianyun left a year ago, and she didn't plan to get involved now. Despite her outward success, her options were limited. On the battlefield, the beast tide's advance was halted. Fire lizards began spewing flames into the dense forest. However, fire-resistant trees like camphor, cedar, and larch quickly grew, significantly weakening the fire's effect. Suddenly, green toxic mist spread through the enchanted forest. Beasts that charged in began to stagger and eventually collapsed, convulsing. Even scorpions and snakes, though venomous, were not immune to all poisons. A fully armored Clevel mech leaped out of the toxic mist, finishing off the convulsing enemies with a sword. Thanks to Old Fang's warning, the troops in the enchanted forest had already prepared for the poison, moving freely. The coordinated attacks of massive plants, military forces, mages, and warriors turned the enchanted forest into a slaughterhouse for the beast tide, killing as many as came. Injured humans were quickly healed by the forest and returned to the battle. Captain Jean couldn't stop grinning. At this rate, they could hold out for half a day, let alone half an hour. This guy's battle pets were truly unique, each more extraordinary than the last. Just a quick question. Where can I get a Twin Queen? I'm not picky, even a twin star would do. In your dreams. The blazing meteor once again soared into the sky as the camouflaged fire lizards began their parabolic bombardment on the enchanted forest. Simultaneously, a large contingent of class leaders led their troops in a charge. The audience's excitement quickly turned to tension as they realized the escalating pressure from the beast horde. Amidst the fierce assault of the fire meteors, Shaoqing remained calm and composed, casting spells with precision. In an instant, robust trees surged from the ground, their sturdy leaves unfurling like giant umbrellas, forming an impenetrable defensive barrier over the enchanted forest. The fire meteors landed on the leaves, only sparking minor flames, utterly unable to breach the natural fortress made of umbrella trees. This defensive capability, which continuously drew energy from the earth, even elicited a silent admiration from Lao Feng. Facing an entity like the Twin Queens, victory was impossible without overwhelming power or a fatal, decisive strike. Simply put, it was either a swift kill or a slow, inevitable defeat. The life facet of the Twin Queens moved again, tossing dozens of potato-sized seeds. Accompanied by a series of endearing chattering sounds, an even more formidable wooden warrior army emerged. These over 4-meter tall wooden soldiers, donning green leaf hats, wielding wooden spears in their right hands and wooden axes in their left, with tentacle-like sturdy branches growing from their backs, were several times more powerful than the previous wooden army. As the class leaders made their grand entrance, Lao Feng also released Fei Gu and Hao Gu. The canopy of umbrella trees plunged the entire enchanted forest into darkness, which played to Fei Gu's strengths, while Hao Gu, lacking eye organs, remained unaffected. The human troops maintained their combat effectiveness with night vision equipment, while the beast horde suffered from impaired vision and dulled senses within the forest. Constantly getting pricked by trees or ambushed by sharp-toothed flowers, they found themselves in a nightmare. The combined forces of the wooden army, Hao Gu, and Fei Gu quickly dismantled the pressure brought by the class leaders. In the darkness, each crimson flash signaled another body cleaved in two. Hao Gu avoided large-scale AoE attacks to preserve the dense forest, opting for precise, individual kills instead. Fei Gu became a silent assassin, decapitating enemies before they even sensed danger. The wooden army, akin to tireless suicide squads, stood invincible within the forest, swiftly healing their wounds using the power of nature. Due to the dense canopy of umbrella trees, the outside world couldn't directly observe the events inside the enchanted forest. Bold journalists like Xia Xiaoyu had to lower their helicopters for live broadcasts. Viewers were stunned by the one-sided battle within the forest, marveling at Fang Tianyun's formidable pet configuration. The Devil Sword Saint with its powerful assault capabilities, the Twin Queens with their unparalleled defensive prowess, and the Ghostly Owl with its aerial combat skills. Each pet had its unique strengths. Aside from lacking an aquatic battle beast, this lineup was nearly perfect. And since aquatic beasts were not mainstream, this minor flaw was negligible. The audience fervently discussed in the livestream chat, with some even suggesting that the next city tournament's first place should be awarded to Fang Tianyun outright, believing that only the state-level competition could pose any challenge to him. Everyone was amazed by his youth, calling him the true chosen one. At that moment, a group of surviving civilian organization members frantically rushed toward the enchanted forest from the canyon direction. They had paid a heavy price to break through the beast horde's encirclement. Among them were seasoned adult beast tamers, who, if united, formed a considerable force. Desperate and pursued by relentless war beasts, they raced towards the enchanted forest, knowing it was their only sanctuary. Two massive whale-class airships slowly emerged on the horizon, prompting cheers from the audience. The leaders of the beast horde immediately launched long-range attacks at the colossal vessels, but the airship's energy shields easily deflected these limited assaults. Seeing this, Lao Fang ordered everyone to gather at the center of the forest, preparing to cover the boarding process. Everyone obeyed without hesitation, following the young leader's commands to the letter. The Twin Queens quickly cleared a flat area for the airships to land. Captain Jean began organizing the boarding sequence. First, Professor Miao and other researchers, followed by the second and third generation groups, while the soldiers continued to act as guards. Everyone moved swiftly, racing against time. As Hesha boarded the airship, she couldn't help but glance back at the figure in the sky, prompting Hu Bin to complain, "Come on, lady, get in already. Can't you save the starry-eyed gazing for later? We're in the middle of a crisis here." When the researchers and the wealthy heirs boarded the vessel, the capture team continued to hold their ground, buying precious time for the civilian organizations to escape. This scene took Lao Fang by surprise. Although he often cursed them and was genuinely annoyed by their selfishness, Captain Jean displayed the true qualities of a soldier. Lao Fang mused to himself that, much like those adventurers in life who everyone finds bothersome, kind-hearted citizens and diligent public servants would always lend a hand if they could. After all, abandoning others to save oneself in plain view was simply not right. The audience, while understanding that the disaster was caused by the greed of the adventurers and mercenaries, couldn't help but feel some pity as they witnessed their tragic demise. Some soft-hearted viewers, unable to bear the gruesome scenes, promptly exited the live stream. Upon closer observation, Lao Fang noticed that the Beast Tide's assault had cost the civilian organizations more than half of their members. This wave had weeded out most of the rookies, leaving only those with some measure of strength. Seeing the relentless pursuit of the remaining stragglers, Lao Fang decided to put an end to this farce. The Twin Queens raised their hands again, and four enormous flower buds emerged from the ground, growing until they reached 30 meters in height. All cameras immediately focused on them, knowing that any movement from Lao Fang or the Twin Queens would capture the attention of the entire media. Suddenly, a synchronized electronic charging sound emanated from the buds. Accompanied by this imposing noise, the segmented stems of the buds began to light up from bottom to top. The scene, with its icy white, orange-yellow, azure blue, and eerie green hues, resembled Godzilla charging up for an atomic breath. In the wide-eyed gaze of all the spectators, the fully charged buds burst open. From the center, four massive beams of different colors, each about 5 meters in diameter, shot out. Nature's Wrath, the Destruction Quartet, Icy White Frost, Fiery Orange Blaze, Azure Blue Lightning, and Eerie Green Poison. These powerful beams, like auroras piercing the world, streaked across the sky and struck the ground. The members of the civilian organizations, who were running frantically, felt something terrifying brush past overhead. When they turned around, they saw a sight they would never forget. The four destructive beams plowed a path across the ground, leaving nothing but barren earth in their wake. This overwhelming attack cleared a large swath of the pursuing beast tide. The ground hit by the beams was quickly covered in frost, flames, electromagnetic fields, and poisonous swamps, killing any beasts caught within and forcing the rest to detour, throwing the entire beast tide into disarray. The scene fell silent. The sheer power and visual impact of the beam attack left everyone stunned. Some were speechless with awe, while others wryly admitted that they thought they understood monsters, combat, and energy waves. To be honest, people were becoming desensitized to the extraordinary displays of Lao Fang's battle pets. Just when they thought they had seen the peak of his abilities, this black-haired youth would always prove them wrong with even more astonishing feats. Even with the Earth as an energy battery, Xiao Qing seemed slightly fatigued after unleashing such a powerful skill, but she recovered fully within seconds, ready for action once more. Following the Twin Queen's devastating move, the pressure on the fleeing civilian teams was greatly reduced. and they hurriedly boarded the airship in the enchanted forest. As the last group of soldiers boarded, the giant whale began to ascend. Lao Feng retracted his battle pets and flew into the airship. With Shao Qing's disappearance, the enchanted forest also faded away, leaving the beast tied to howl helplessly at the distant airship amid a field of corpses. As soon as he entered the airship, Lao Feng saw reporter Xia interviewing Captain Jean. Xia Xiaoyu had somehow managed to slip in, her professionalism evident. Instinctively, Lao Feng turned to sneak away, but it was too late. He now carries an aura of attention wherever he goes, drawing eyes effortlessly. Before he could even change his stance, a figure darted towards him with lightning speed. My name is Jean He, captain of this capture squad. A man in military uniform stood firmly, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Lao Feng. On behalf of all my soldiers, I sincerely thank you for saving our lives. As he spoke, Captain Jean removed his helmet and solemnly saluted and bowed to Lao Feng. The other soldiers present followed their captain's lead, uniformly paying the highest respect to Lao Feng. Lao Feng smiled faintly, returned the salute, and said calmly, "No need to be so polite. It's our duty to support each other." Just then, a discordant voice rose from the crowd. "What kind of army are you? If you had been faster, we would have broken through already." A weary survivor grumbled indignantly. "Exactly," another voice chimed in. "If the two teams hadn't been so far apart, we wouldn't have lost so many people, right?" Yet another angry voice joined. "The military didn't suffer much, but our people nearly all died. These selfish guys still have the nerve to call themselves soldiers." The angry complaints made everyone present frown. Lao Feng, Xia Xiaoyu, and Captain Jean exchanged a complex glance, all feeling a bit uneasy. But seeing the survivors in their disheveled state, Captain Jean ultimately chose to remain silent. He consoled himself that these people were probably just speaking out of grief and anger. They'd calm down with time, and there was no need to argue. In the distance, the young scions of wealthy families were resting in another area. The brutal battle had drained their energy, leaving most of them collapsed on the ground, too exhausted to speak. Only a few still had enough strength to glance over occasionally, their eyes mostly focused on Feng. Just then, a burly martial artist suddenly burst forth from the crowd. Covered in blood and dust, his face twisted in a terrifying expression. He charged at Captain Jean, swinging a fist at his face. After the intense battle, everyone's nerves were relaxed, leading to a moment of complacency. The sudden attack caught Captain Jean completely off guard, and he took the punch squarely. The martial artist then grabbed him by the collar. "Do you know that because of your inaction, my brother is dead?" The martial artist roared, spitting as he spoke. "Damn it, if you had moved faster, my brother wouldn't have." As he was furiously accusing, he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Instinctively, he started to turn his head, only to be met with a fist the size of a sandbag slamming into his face. "The military might tolerate your antics for the sake of image, but Lao Feng won't put up with it." With a swift and powerful straight punch, Lao Feng's fist arced through the air and landed squarely on the troublemaker's face. The man dropped instantly, unconscious, teeth scattered. The once fervent crowd fell silent, as if doused with cold water. Facing Lao Feng's stern expression and his still outstretched fist, all potential troublemakers shivered and fell silent. The scene drew cheers from viewers at home. Most people could still tell right from wrong. But Lao Feng's actions were just beginning. With a flurry of movements, he delivered a left kick followed by a right roundhouse, sending the would-be agitators to the ground, groaning. His seamless street fighting moves left everyone stunned. No one dared to retaliate because standing behind Lao Feng was the legendary demon sword saint, Hao Ge. Even standing still, his presence was intimidating. Besides, given Lao Feng's current status and popularity, these people could only greet him with smiles, no matter the beating or scolding. After all, they were in the wrong. Online, some tried to criticize Lao Feng for being too impulsive, but they were quickly drowned out by overwhelming support. Feng Tianyun's popularity among young people was sky-high. Lao Feng looked impassively at the burly man he had knocked out, still unconscious on the ground, and said coldly to those around, "Whoever's got clear urine, wake him up with it." No sooner had he spoken than a trembling fool pulled down his pants and started watering the flowers on the unconscious man. Even Lao Feng was taken aback, and others were left speechless. The man, fearing Lao Feng wasn't joking, decided to comply quickly and then fled the scene before the unconscious man woke up. When the martial artist finally came to, he was greeted by a strange, pungent smell. A nearby soldier grinned and said, "Don't worry, you were just given a reward." "Who hit me? Who just hit me?" The martial artist, regaining his senses, was furious. "Shut up." Lao Feng's roar made the martial artist look over and instantly fall silent in fear. "Do any of you have any complaints? Do you even deserve to have complaints?" Lao Feng's gaze was sharp as he addressed the crowd. "Why did today's incident happen? Do you really not have a clue?" Under Lao Feng's intense presence, everyone trembled, too scared to speak. Was the progress of the capture team publicly announced? Lao Feng demanded. The crowd remained silent. I asked you a question. Was it publicly announced? Yes, yes. Under his pressure, they finally mumbled an answer. Did anyone force you to rush so fast? Answer me. The crowd exchanged glances before reluctantly replying. No. No one. Damn it. Each one greedier and faster than the last. And now you blame the military for moving too slowly? Lao Feng scolded. If any of you had been a bit less greedy, the military would have completed the task and returned sooner. You'd be at the base enjoying food and drink by now. Instead of dealing with this mess, Lao Feng's words hit like a wake-up call, leaving everyone too scared to breathe. At that moment, a local thug sneered. Young man, you may be strong, but aren't you a bit too arrogant? You're overstepping your bounds. Before he could finish, Hao Gu appeared behind him like lightning and kicked him flying. Lao Feng met him with a perfect side kick, folding the man in half and leaving him writhing on the ground, spitting up bile. Ignoring the thug's pained groans, Lao Feng's cold gaze swept over the cowering crowd. Anyone else? He asked icily. As the troublemaker was carried away for treatment, the scene fell silent. A flicker of fear flashed in the eyes of the onlookers, who simultaneously realized that this young man before them was nothing like an ordinary soldier. His ruthless methods left everyone too intimidated to make any rash moves. Captain Jean quietly approached Feng and expressed his gratitude in a low voice. As soldiers, they were supposed to endure and prioritize the bigger picture. However, Feng's decisive actions had not only resolved their immediate crisis, but also deterred the troublemakers from further mischief. Upon returning to the base, Feng chose to stay out of the front lines. Having achieved significant accomplishments twice in a row, he felt it was time to let others shine. I've had my share. It's time for others to get a piece of the action, he thought, as he turned back to his room, locked the door, and continued his battle with Regina. A few days passed, and as the number of beasts dwindled, the protracted war finally neared its end. If anyone were to ask who the biggest winner of this beast-tide battle was, Feng would undoubtedly be the answer. His fame had spread across most of the eastern region, and nearly everyone in Huangming City knew of this young powerhouse. As for the gains, he had made a fortune from several battlefield halls, amassing over 6 billion star coins. However, with fame and fortune came a host of new troubles. Feng had to change his daily routine. Whenever he went out or attended banquets, he chose to fly directly to his destination, avoiding the main entrance. The moment he appeared, he would be swarmed by waiting reporters. Microphones were thrust into his face, and the flash of cameras was incessant. The barrage of gossip questions made it hard for him to make out anything specific. Additionally, there was a minor issue to address. With the twin stars evolving into the twin queens, the unified name Shaoqing was no longer suitable. Feng decided to stick with the names he had previously given the twin stars. Feng Muqing would refer to the living form as Shaoqing, and the deceased form as Xiaomu. Finally, after eliminating about 70 to 80% of the beast tide, the remaining monsters retreated deep into the Boneyard Desert. To celebrate the victory, the base held a grand banquet. Reluctantly, Feng attended. However, he underestimated the persistence of the media. Watching journalists pull out cameras from all sorts of improbable places, he couldn't help but be amazed. In the end, he had to ask the guards to escort the unruly reporters out. At the banquet, Feng could hardly move. It took him nearly 15 minutes to cover a mere 20 meters, surrounded by people. Wealthy heirs, high-ranking officials, and even some women took the opportunity to get close to him. For self-defense, he had no choice but to reciprocate. Finally breaking free from the crowd, Feng exhaled deeply. Scanning the room, he spotted 3 familiar faces: Professor Miao, her assistant Xia Xiaoyun, and TV reporter Xia Xiaoyu. The Xia sisters were engaged in a lively conversation, while Professor Miao looked at him thoughtfully. The moment their eyes met, Feng instantly knew she had something important to discuss with him. Young Master Feng, how have you been these past few days? Professor Miao's voice came through the phone, tinged with a hint of unnatural politeness. Old Feng detected the unusual tone in her voice and responded with a chuckle. Sister Miao, just get to the point. Beating around the bush isn't your style, and I appreciate straightforwardness and efficiency. Professor Miao breathed a sigh of relief, as if a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. Her voice immediately became more confident. Old Feng, I want to study your twin queens. Her eyes sparkled with unrestrained eagerness, and even over the phone, Old Feng could sense her enthusiasm. The twin queens are incredibly rare, Professor Miao continued, her excitement causing her to speak more quickly. They're almost impossible to find in the wild, let alone tame as battle pets. Ever since they were the Gemini stars of life and death, I've wanted to study them. I never expected them to evolve into twin queens so quickly. It's absolutely thrilling. She went on to elaborate on the twin queens' characteristics. Except for their slightly lower mobility, their overall abilities are outstanding. For someone like me, who is deeply invested in research, it's an irresistible temptation. And as a pharmaceutical expert, their dual healing and poisoning abilities have been occupying my mind constantly. Old Fong chuckled, recalling his recent conversation over drinks with high-ranking military officers. Those usually stern officers, under the influence of alcohol, did not hide their desire for the twin queens. It's not just you, Old Fong said. The military folks are also enamored with the twin queens. They can fight and heal, tank and push lanes, alter terrain, summon allies, engage in both ranged and melee combat, and their output is phenomenal. Placing them on the battlefield is like having a natural stronghold. They said if the human army could pair up with such battle pets, it would be a game changer. Professor Miao quickly clarified, of course, my research isn't about dissecting them like lab rats. I just want to take some samples, make some records, and enrich the compendium. I would never harm the battle pet itself. If you're worried, you can supervise the entire process. Old Fong readily agreed. Sure, no problem. There's no charge for this kind of thing. He expressed his sincere respect for Professor Miao. I truly admire people like you who are dedicated to pure research without chasing fame or fortune. After all, technology is the primary productive force, and for human society to progress, we need people like you. Since it was a celebration banquet organized by the military, a speech from the top brass was naturally inevitable. However, after the routine official remarks, the commander suddenly announced a shocking piece of news. Due to Fang Tianyun's outstanding performance in the recent Beast Tide campaign, the military had decided to promote him to the rank of senior colonel. The unexpected news left Old Fong stunned. Senior colonel, as the highest-ranking field officer, is only one step below a general. Although it might be more of an honorary title with some benefits, but without actual power, for someone like Old Fong, who had no foundational connections in the military, this rank was already quite high. For an ordinary person to rise to senior colonel in the military, it would typically take around 20 years, not counting those with family connections. The surrounding officers cast envious glances at Old Fong. Despite their envy, they had no objections, as Old Fong's critical contributions during the crisis were evident to all. What surprised Old Fong even more was that this promotion was not just an honorary position, but came with real authority. If necessary, he could temporarily command a brigade. In other words, Old Fong now had a military force at his disposal, which was considerable power for a non-military person. The military's effort to win over Old Fong was significant, showing how highly they regarded this young talent. Numerous senior officers approached to congratulate him and hinted that if he ever needed assistance, he could borrow troops from them. Over the past 10 days of socializing, Old Fong had become well acquainted with these high-ranking officials from the Huangming city military. He repeatedly expressed his gratitude, acknowledging the goodwill and the offers of support. From then on, within the military, Old Fong was known as Senior Colonel Fong. After the celebration banquet, the entire human army began to retreat. While Old Fong had arrived on a bird mount, he returned with the city lord on a military transport plane. In just over an hour, they were back in Huangming City, among the first to return. Upon arriving home, Melia led a group of maids to greet them respectfully at the door. The synchronized welcome home, young master was quite impressive. As soon as he stepped inside, Ling clung to him affectionately, exclaiming, "Big brother is amazing. Everyone in my class talks about you every day. You're the best, big brother." Seeing her beaming with joy, Old Fong smiled and asked about her school life. After assigning tasks to the servants, Melia returned inside, seeing the three of them enjoying their time together. She chuckled and said, "Miss Ling has been praying for the safety of the young master and Miss Nana every day." Hearing this, Ling blushed and shyly looked down. She was then enveloped in a hug by Regina, almost suffocating in her ample bosom. Old Fong couldn't help but remind, "Be gentle. Don't smother her." Ling's adorable struggling made him laugh. This warm and loving scene brought a slight smile to Melia's lips, and she couldn't help but glance enviously at Regina's impressive figure. When Old Fong finished his bath and came out, Regina had already taken Ling to play by the lake in the estate, leaving him alone in the living room with Melia. He noticed something different in Melia's gaze. "Is there something you want to say?" Old Fong asked. "No, it's just that I didn't realize the young master's abilities were so deeply hidden," Melia replied. Hey, that's not my fault. You never asked, so it's not on me," Old Fong playfully defended himself. Melia rolled her eyes at his response and smiled. "I used to have a lot of free time, but after this trip, it looks like I'll be quite busy." Given Melia's capabilities, managing a small estate was hardly a challenge for her. However, after the Beast Tide campaign, things had changed significantly. She had closely observed Old Fong's performance and the fame he had gained. She was also acutely aware of the changes this fame would bring. Just in the past few days, several paparazzi had started lurking around the estate. As expected, the following days saw a constant stream of visitors. Journalists, businesspeople, and nobles all came to pay their respects, vividly illustrating the saying, When poor, nobody inquires. When rich, distant relatives come, Melia's presence continued to astonish and impress these visitors. The direct descendant of the Ramirez family? This news hit like a bombshell, instantly elevating Lao Fang's status to new heights. Maria's words sent shockwaves through the entire high society. As soon as the news spread, the manor's entrance was swarming with people. Influential figures from all walks of life rushed to pay their respects, eager not to miss the chance to connect with a future luminary. Maria stood at the door, greeting wave after wave of visitors with a beaming smile, though she was utterly exhausted inside. She secretly cursed the young master who had caused all this trouble. "I'm very sorry, the young master is out at the moment," Maria mechanically repeated, turning away the endless stream of visitors. Meanwhile, Lao Fang had already sneaked away with Regina, heading straight for Ling's village home to begin their honeymoon trip. Initially, Lao Fang thought he could hide at school during the day and return to the manor at night. Reality, however, hit him hard. Upon arriving at the school gate, he was immediately surrounded by swarms of students, especially the overly enthusiastic girls. If it weren't for his ability to fly, he might have lost his clothes. The school had become a lion's den, and the manor was besieged by Maria's tireless handling of visitors. Left with no other choice, Lao Fang made a bold decision. He would escape to the mountains with the dragon girl and lay low for a while. As for the mess at home, it would have to be left to Maria for the time being. Maria's resentful gaze still lingered in Lao Fang's mind as he left. She had no choice but to deal with the endless stream of guests day after day, repeatedly saying, "The young master is on a trip." Over time, this phrase became almost a reflex for her. However, Lao Fang had underestimated the commotion he had caused. More than half a month passed, and the visitors kept coming. Now, many of them were businessmen seeking Lao Fang's endorsement for various products. Maria turned them all down. Eventually, even Maria couldn't hold out any longer. She decisively shut the manor's gates, cooling the enthusiasm of the overzealous visitors. Taking this opportunity, she went home to rest for 2 days, finally regaining some of her energy. Meanwhile, Lao Fang had quietly moved from Ling's home to the city's research institute. There, he was hiding and secretly contemplating his next move. In the large open space of the research institute, an unusual scene was unfolding. Lao Fang, Nana, Xiaoqing, and Xiaomu sat in a circle, engrossed in a game of Fight the Landlord, as if they were in their own little world. Strips of paper with varying lengths were stuck on their faces, drawing curious and amused glances from the white-coat researchers passing by. "I'll play a single 6, Lao Fang declared as he laid down his card. "I'll pass." Xiaoqing hesitated for a moment before deciding to skip her turn. "What? You're not taking the 6? How are you supposed to defend the bottom?" Xiaomu exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes wide. "Haha, don't move, don't move, Xiao Jie is in control," Nana shouted triumphantly. Bomb. Lao Fang slapped the table and threw down a pair of jokers. Seeing Xiaomu and Xiaoqing getting overly excited and starting to playfully punch each other with their small fists, Lao Fang quickly intervened. "Hey, hey, hey, why are you two getting physical? Cut it out." Although he knew the sisters were just fooling around, considering their impressive size and strength, their playfulness could easily scare the ordinary people around them. Sure enough, at his words, the two girls immediately stopped. Lao Fang recalled his promise to Professor Miao and took the twin queens to the research institute during the holidays. The secluded nature of the place, combined with the secretive schedule, provided a rare tranquility. Although some young researchers asked for photos and autographs, they were quite restrained and didn't disrupt daily life. Professor Miao seemed almost obsessed these days. Despite Lao Fang's assurance that there was no rush and they could return anytime, she continued to work tirelessly, getting less than 5 hours of sleep each day. Lao Fang couldn't help but admire the female doctor's dedication to her research. In the afternoon, Lao Fang was training in a quiet spot while Xiaomu, Xiaoqing, and Regina snacked and watched shows on the big screen. Suddenly, Lao Fang's phone rang. "What's up? Is something wrong?" Lao Fang answered Maria's call. "Master, you might need to come back. Your cousin is waiting at the gate." Maria's tone was serious. "Cousin? What cousin?" Lao Fang was confused. "You might not be aware, but based on my thorough investigation, the lady at the gate is indeed your cousin." "What's her name?" Lao Fang asked with a playful expression. "Fang Xuedong." "Okay, I got it. Have her wait outside, and don't worry about her. I'll handle it when I get back." After hanging up, Lao Fang was deep in thought. Although he had never met this cousin, he had a good idea of her identity, likely the child of his uncle Fang Zhongxing, whom he had never met. As for her purpose in coming, Lao Fang already had some suspicions. "Professor Miao, I have some family matters to attend to. I need to head back," Lao Fang informed the professor, who was deeply immersed in her research. "No problem. The samples we've collected these past few days will keep us busy for a long time. You can take Fang Muching back with you," Professor Miao replied without looking up, focused on her sample analysis. Lao Fong didn't mind her attitude. In fact, he appreciated her dedication to her work. After saying goodbye, he gathered the twin queens and left with Regina, taking the chubby owl back home. Meanwhile, Fang Xuedong stood at Lao Fong's doorstep, observing the impressive convoy and the guards maintaining order in the distance. She was secretly astonished at her cousin's apparent status. If her father hadn't mentioned this illegitimate son when he returned from the main family years ago, and if she hadn't seen the familiar name in a live stream, she might have missed this golden opportunity. As the daughter of the eldest son of the family, Fang Xuedong had always harbored a strong resentment towards the main family. To her, her second uncle's family were thieves who had taken everything that rightfully belonged to her father. She longed for revenge and to reclaim what was hers, but her own strength was insufficient. Her father, Fang Zhongxing, was gentle by nature and seemed disinterested in seeking revenge against the family. Her elder brother was just a brute who only knew martial arts and couldn't be relied upon. But Fang Tianyun was different. When she saw him on the screen, Fang Xuedong felt that her long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. My cousin, Fang Tianyun, didn't stay in Xingluan City. Instead, he ventured to the far-off borderlands and made quite a name for himself there. This fact revealed just how poorly this outcast illegitimate child was treated in the main family. Old Fong calculated silently. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Now, this guy must harbor a deep hatred for the Wilson family, he thought. I can definitely use that to my advantage. With his help, the success rate of my plan will increase significantly. At this moment, Old Fong had already quietly infiltrated the manor. He glanced around and muttered to himself, walking through the front door would be asking for trouble. Then, he turned to Mylia beside him, a hint of teasing in his eyes. Are you a housekeeper or an informant? Old Fong held the detailed information about Fang Zhongxing's family that Mylia had handed him. Mylia's lips curled into a slight smile, her tone light. A competent housekeeper needs to have intel as well. It seems I've done a thorough job investigating the young master. Old Fong raised an eyebrow, and Mylia responded with a playful smile, explaining, the young master is quite secretive, so naturally, I need to understand everything about him to serve him better. Wouldn't you agree? In this relaxed atmosphere, the usually meticulous housekeeper Mylia seemed much more approachable. Old Fong carefully looked through the documents in his hand, thinking, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. He knew almost nothing about his nominal uncle, Fang Zhongxing. In his 10+ years with the family, Fang Zhongxing had only returned once, and they hadn't even met. Old Fong recalled his secluded life at home. Other than his grandfather, he barely saw any family members once a month. This wasn't just because of his low status, but also his deliberate avoidance. They had no common ground, so they went their separate ways, which suited him just fine. The documents revealed that Fang Zhongxing had left Xingluan City with limited funds years ago and moved to Hualan City, northeast of Minzhou. In this agricultural province, he founded a grain and oil company and gradually expanded it. Although his assets couldn't compare to the main family's real estate and entertainment businesses, he held a respectable position in Hualan City. Old Fong remembered his grandfather Fang Yingji's evaluation of Fang Zhongxing, a man of strategy, gentle in nature, and kind to others. He had a similar temperament to Fang Yingjia but possessed a sharper business acumen. In contrast, Fang Yingjia was more like a typical wealthy heir, skilled in arts but struggling in the business world. According to the intel, Fang Zhongxing had 2 children. His son, Fang Xinjia, was 26 years old, a 4-star martial artist who enjoyed practicing martial arts and adventuring, and didn't involve himself much in the family business. His daughter, Fang Xuedong, was 24, a 2-star mage who graduated from the Federal Royal Academy with master's degrees in business, finance, and economics. She currently assisted her father in managing their business and held a significant position. After reading through the documents, Old Fong instructed, all right, let her in. When Mylia asked if she should personally escort her, Old Fong waved his hand dismissively. No need. Just have a servant bring her in. Before long, a maid led Fang Xuedong into the room. She was dressed in expensive attire, with striking features and an air of confidence mixed with urgency. As she entered, she meticulously surveyed her surroundings. However, when she saw the imposing Mylia and Old Fong's emotionless purple eyes, Fang Xuedong's confident smile faltered slightly, and she couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. Fang Xuedong's gaze fell on the young man with black hair sitting at the head of the table, silently admiring his appearance. Despite his calm demeanor, he exuded an intangible sense of aloofness, as if an invisible wall surrounded him. She gave a warm smile and took the initiative to speak. Cousin, I'm your cousin Fang Xuedong. I know you don't remember me, but my father is your uncle. Our family and the Wilsons have had a long history. Before she could finish, the young man interrupted her coldly. That's enough. There's no need for lengthy introductions. If you know I don't remember you, why try to get close? I prefer people to call me by my name. Get to the point. What do you want from me? Fang Xuedong was taken aback. Her imagined heartwarming reunion shattered in an instant. She had expected this cousin to be someone who had suffered under the family and longed for affection, but his demeanor was unexpectedly distant. Despite this, she was unwilling to give up on the family connection and continued to try. Cousin, I know you've been wronged by the family, which is why you're emotionally closed off and unwilling to accept others. But we're the same kind of people, both abandoned by the family. You just need to. Her words were once again cut off by a disdainful snort. Feng Shuedong immediately sensed that things were not going well, as if she had stepped on a landmine. The young man's voice carried a clear annoyance. Did you not do your homework before coming to see me? First, let me correct a misconception. It wasn't the family that abandoned me. I abandoned the family. And one last warning, if I hear you call me cousin again, you can leave. Feng Shuedong's smile froze on her face. She realized she had completely misjudged the situation. This cousin was far more difficult to approach than she had imagined. Cold and commanding words spilled from Feng Tianyun's mouth, yet his expression remained calm and composed. This contrast made Feng Shuedong's heart skip a beat, plunging the entire hall into an awkward silence. Feng Shuedong recalled her father's words, realizing he had been spot on. Upon discovering old Feng's presence during a live stream, she had rushed to Huangming City, fearing the main family might arrive before her. Though her actions were swift, her preparations were lacking, driven solely by passion and assumptions. The harsh reality made Feng Shuedong understand that playing the family card was futile and had to be temporarily abandoned. As for Feng Tianyun's comment about abandoning the family, she still took it as mere rhetoric. Forcing a smile that was now visibly strained, she steadied her voice and said, "Young Master Feng, if we join forces, we can definitely overthrow the main family." Her previously confident demeanor was now giving way to the realization that things were not as simple as she had imagined. Oh, join forces? Feng Tianyun chuckled and shook his head slightly. Instead of pursuing this detail immediately, he continued, "And what happens after we overthrow the main family?" Biting her lip and quickly calculating, Feng Shuedong replied, "We split the main family's assets 50-50. This was far beyond her initial plan, which had been to use someone else's power for her own gain and bind them with familial ties. But seeing that the young man in front of her was not easily fooled, she had to offer more substantial benefits. Feng Tianyun remained expressionless and said, "Give me a reason to join forces with you." "Because we have a common goal." Feng Shuedong took a deep breath, trying to exude confidence. "A common goal? Ha ha ha." Feng Tianyun couldn't help but laugh. "Miss Feng, let me ask you, why are you so presumptuous?" Hearing his unrestrained and mocking laughter, Feng Shuedong coldly retorted, "Don't you have any hatred for the main family?" "Hatred? Miss Feng, do you kill cockroaches because you hate them?" Feng Shuedong was momentarily speechless. She began to sense something was off. This man was entirely different from what she had imagined. Ignoring her silence, Feng Tianyun continued, "If you want to talk about grievances, I do have some with the family. But hatred? To be honest, I don't have that feeling. You could say I despise and loathe the Wilson family, but to talk about hatred? You're giving them too much credit. As for joining forces with you, do you think you have the qualifications? Sorry, but you don't have any chips valuable enough for me. Let's set aside the baseless family ties and talk business. And in business, you don't measure up." Feng Shuedong's lips began to pale, and her fists clenched involuntarily. "What? Angry?" Feng Tianyun sneered. "To be honest, you and those people in the family disgust me. You all have the same nature. On one hand, you envy my achievements. On the other, you secretly despise my so-called illegitimate status. You wear a hypocritical smile while flaunting your ridiculous schemes and tricks. Pathetic, isn't it? Did you really think I would respect you?" Feng Shuedong's face turned even paler, but she managed to force a stiff smile and said, "Young Master Feng, you might have misunderstood." "Misunderstanding is irrelevant," Feng Tianyun said coldly. "Our perspectives, levels, awareness, and strengths are worlds apart. You shouldn't be here, understand?" With a thud, Feng Shuedong finally collapsed into the chair behind her. Feng Tianyun continued, "The difference between us is that even if you kneel to the family, they wouldn't give you a scrap of meat. In the future, the family will kneel before me, begging me to eat from their plate, and I won't even bother. Moreover, when I'm displeased, I can beat or scold them, and they will have to endure it with a smile. If I wanted to deal with the family, I wouldn't need to join forces with anyone, and I certainly wouldn't do it for the so-called inheritance. That would lower my standards and status. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Feng Shuedong was completely stunned. Such arrogant and overbearing words shattered her perception. But she had to admit, this person who looked down on her indeed had the capital to do so. Seeing Feng Shuedong's shocked and speechless expression, Feng Tianyun seemed to understand her thoughts and said, "Do you think I'm arrogant? Haha, whether I'm arrogant or not, time will tell. Do you have anything else to say?" Feng Shuedong weakly smiled and shook her head. She realized how wrong she had been. This cousin completely shattered her expectations and trampled on her dignity. This first meeting made her deeply aware that Fang Tianyun was beyond her control. Regret filled Fang Shuedong's heart. If she hadn't been so hasty and had done more preparation, she might not have secured a partnership, but at least she wouldn't have ended up in such an embarrassing situation. This meeting not only failed to achieve her goal, but also left an extremely poor impression on the other party. She finally understood that underestimating the enemy was underestimating oneself. Her performance had turned her into a clown. Since you have nothing more to say, you should leave the way you came, Fang Tianyun ordered, showing no courtesy. He added, let me give you some advice. Stop focusing on the small world of the family. You're trapping yourself in a cage. With your professional abilities, stepping out of the family's entanglements might reveal a world far larger than you imagine, and the Wilson family would seem insignificant. Lastly, learn from your father. His wisdom is invaluable. With that, Fang Tianyun took a sip of his cold soda and said no more. Fang Shuedong stood up, took a deep breath, and tried to maintain her composure. She bowed respectfully and said, thank you. I apologize for my ignorance and offense today. Fang Tianyun took another sip of his soda and waved his hand, indicating she could leave. A hint of unwillingness and struggle flashed in Fang Shuedong's eyes, but seeing Fang Tianyun not even sparing her a glance, she could only turn and leave under the servant's guidance. Aren't you going to invite your long-lost relative to stay for a meal, young master? A servant quietly asked. Fang Tianyun dismissively replied, a meal? You know we haven't seen each other in years, and she came empty-handed, just with her mouth. She couldn't even bring a couple of cans of oil from her family's business. How stingy. Malia couldn't help but laugh at her young master's joke. Fang Shuedong had actually brought a lot of gifts, all stored in her ring, as befits a lady of her standing. However, the tense conversation had made her forget all about them. Young master, do you think Miss Fang will give up her ideas? Malia asked curiously. Old Fang thought for a moment and shook his head. Give up? Judging by her look when she left. No way. She's too fixated. Clearly, she didn't take my words to heart. He continued. Some people are destined to take the hard road, to learn through pain. Words alone won't change them. Call it human nature or stubbornness. But some folks need a harsh wake-up call to realize their mistakes. It's a common trait. Do you think your cousin will succeed? Malia pressed on. Succeed? Her? Not a chance, old Fang scoffed. Based on her performance during this visit, I'd give Fang Shuedong a failing grade. Before any action, I always gather intel. Even before meeting her, I had a rough idea of her background. But Fang Shuedong just blundered in blindly, overly confident like a gambler. She may be desperate, but that's no excuse for recklessness. With such poor judgment, she's bound to fail against someone as cunning as grandmother Lola. Time has a way of healing all wounds. As the days went by, the threshold of the Fang family home finally got a break. Fang Shuedong didn't leave Huangming City. Instead, she chose to stay for a while. During this time, she gained a deeper understanding of her cousin. The more she learned, the more sleepless and regretful she became about her earlier impatience and arrogance. But there's no remedy for regret. Initially, Fang Shuedong wanted to gather more intel before attempting another visit. But the more she learned, the less courage she had to try again. She gradually understood what Fang Tianyun had said that day. In Huangming City, her cousin's status was unimaginably high. Even families on par with her own were eager to align themselves with Fang Tianyun. In Xingluan City, the Wilson family had never achieved such prominence. A guest of the city's lord, closely connected with the military, and even granted the rank of colonel. Fang Shuedong finally realized that as long as old Fang didn't mess things up himself, no one could touch him. Even the Wilson family couldn't compare. Local power is hard to challenge, especially when it's a formidable local power. Outsiders trying to assert dominance here would likely fail miserably. On the day Fang Shuedong planned to leave Huangming City, she received shocking news. Due to Beastmaster Fang Tianyun's outstanding performance during the Beast Tide, the Federation decided to award him the title and Medal of City Hero. Fang Shuedong felt dizzy and immediately put on a pained expression. Old Tang, what's the point of this thing? Old Fang said, biting the medal lightly. Don't tell me it's just like those meaningless certificates and banners. You know I'm a practical person. It's pure gold. Not bad. At least they didn't skimp on quality. The city lord rolled his eyes at old Fang's nonchalant attitude. You little rascal. I went through a lot of trouble to compile your achievements during the Beast Tide, report them, and get this for you. Don't be ungrateful. Haha, just kidding. Old Fang quickly laughed. Don't worry, if any clueless official tries to challenge you, just say the word, and I'll give them a thorough ideological reformation. Get out of here. You sound like a thug. The city lord waved him off. This medal is well deserved. I'm just doing my duty. This city hero medal is more than just an honorary title. Only those who make significant contributions to the city can receive it. With it, Old Fong became a truly revered figure in Huangming City. Besides many benefits, he also gained several administrative privileges, like personal tax exemption, which would make merchants envious. With this, if Tang Yi ever stepped down, Old Fong would be qualified to run for the next city lord. Old Tang, you seem troubled. Old Fong keenly noticed the city lord's unease. The two had grown close over time, and were quite familiar with each other. The city lord raised an eyebrow. After all the effort I put into getting you this medal, you won't just run back to Xingluan City, will you? Damn. I knew this old fox had an ulterior motive, Old Fong thought. So he's worried I'll leave. He laughed and said, why would I go back? Do you think the Wilson family can afford someone like me? Or do you think I'm on good terms with them? Not necessarily, the city lord said. Blood is thicker than water. Despite the conflicts, over time. All right, stop with the winking, Old Fong interrupted. To be honest, except for my good relationship with my grandfather, I will never step foot in that family again. I might return to Xingluan City in the future to stir things up a bit, but I'll always be a part of Huangming City. You can count on that. Old Fong wasn't joking. Huangming City was where he truly thrived, and it held special meaning for him. This was his real home. Haha, Xiaofeng, let's go eat. Tonight, we won't stop until we're drunk, the city lord said, finally relieved. A broad smile spread across his face. He couldn't afford to let such a prodigy slip away from Huangming City. Given Lao Feng's current popularity in Huangming City, if we let him escape, the citizens would likely besiege the mayor's residence. As the mayor was speaking, his communicator suddenly rang. It was Mylia. Lao Feng took the communicator, his brow slightly furrowed. It turned out that Maggie was in a bidding war over a piece of land. The Empress of Extremes had recently expanded her business beyond the Huaxiang district. Although it was a legitimate hotel real estate business, this competition had turned into a beast battle. Maggie had hired a Night Queen's beast master for the contest. Despite being a winning contestant, their beast lineup was inferior to the opponents. Mylia promptly relayed the detailed information to Lao Feng. Lao Feng, who was dining, excused himself from the mayor and left in a hurry. Their relationship had become quite casual by now. Maggie was engrossed in her documents when Mary suddenly burst in. Master, he's here. He? Who? Maggie looked up, puzzled. Of course, the person you've been daydreaming about lately, Mary teased. You cheeky girl, no respect at all, Maggie scolded with a smile, her face blushing. Should I tell him you're not home? You little rascal, do you want a beating? Maggie pretended to pinch her, and Mary giggled as she dodged and ran out. Maggie quickly walked to the full-length mirror to straighten her appearance. Soon, Lao Feng was led into the room. Master, I've brought him, Mary said before slipping out and closing the door behind her. Only the two of them were left in the room. Lao Feng looked at the radiant Maggie and said with a smile, congratulations on regaining your looks. I've been busy lately, but I had some free time today. Hope I'm not disturbing you. It's all thanks to your miraculous hands that my appearance is restored. You must have been busy with the beast tide incident. It's an honor to have you here today. How could it be a disturbance? Maggie replied with a bright smile. Lao Feng noticed the butterfly mask on the desk and asked in surprise, why do you still keep this? I've gotten used to wearing it over the years, Maggie answered softly. Lao Feng wanted to ask why she didn't wear it in front of him but decided against it. Instead, he asked, why didn't you ask me for help with the beast battle this time? Maggie was silent for a moment, and Lao Feng understood. You were worried my fame would expose our connection and cause trouble, right? With your current reputation, it's indeed not good for you to be too close to us in the extremes. Maggie's voice grew softer and even trembled a bit. You're overthinking it. Lao Feng laughed. By doing this, you're putting me in a difficult position. Do you think I'm the kind of person who abandons friends after becoming successful? No, I just... Maggie hurried to explain but realized Lao Feng was teasing her. She glared at him angrily. I know you're trying to protect my reputation, but it's unnecessary, Lao Feng said seriously. In the face of strength and honor, even if mistakes are made, people might forgive you if your attitude is right. Especially minor flaws people won't care. I'll participate in the beast battle. He then looked at Maggie with a teasing gaze. She was wearing a casual slip dress, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window like a goddess in the sunlight. You don't trust me. I'm quite hurt. Shouldn't you compensate me? Lao Feng said with a mischievous smile. Maggie was stunned for a moment, then smiled. What kind of compensation does Mr. Feng want? Without another word, Lao Feng lay on the sofa where Maggie was sitting, resting his head on her lap. Maggie's body stiffened noticeably. I haven't had a good rest these days. Let me sleep here for a while, Lao Feng said and closed his eyes. When she heard his soft snoring and felt his completely relaxed body, Maggie slowly relaxed. Her face turned a vivid shade of red. Looking at the handsome face in repose, Maggie was mesmerized. The usually cold, wise, and decisive man seemed like a carefree boy, wholly unguarded. This trust stirred a deep emotion within Maggie. She gently brushed his hair back from his temples and slowly leaned down towards his face. Creak. Maggie and the intruding Mary locked eyes, both momentarily dumbfounded. Maggie closed her eyes and bowed her head slightly, suppressing the urge to jump up from the shock, fearing she might wake the man on her lap. Mary, holding a tray with a wine bottle and glasses, looked embarrassed. She tiptoed over to set the tray down and quickly turned to leave. Before closing the door, she gave her master a thumbs up, making Maggie both laugh and cry. After being interrupted, Maggie regained her composure. She looked at the sleeping man on her lap, smiled serenely, and picked up her documents to read. The sunlight bathed the two of them, creating a tranquil and beautiful scene. At that moment, the sleeping Lao Fong secretly opened one eye and rolled it towards the door. Mary really had the worst timing. The news that Lao Fong would be replacing Black Rose in the battle spread through Huangming City like wildfire. This supposedly private beast-fighting match turned into a public spectacle due to the participants' identities. Lao Fong's rising fame led competitors to surrender preemptively, but some disgruntled rivals secretly fueled the rumor mill, accelerating the spread of the news. Reporters, sensing a juicy story, swarmed in like mosquitoes to blood. Online forums in Huangming City buzzed with heated discussions. Fong Tianyun is involved with Jidao now. Black Rose is lucky to have such a strong ally. Jidao is legal. Who doesn't have a private life? Does Tianyun really need to do anything illegal? I think Fong Tianyun is pretty down-to-earth. This is his personal business. Amid the fervent online debates, a few detractors tried to stir up trouble. However, they underestimated the power of Fong's fanbase. Young people from Huangming City and neighboring towns, who were ardent fans of Lao Fong, swiftly crushed these minor critics with overwhelming force. When interviewed by reporters, Lao Fong responded nonchalantly, "Friends should help each other. I judge people by their character, not their status." His grounded and positive remarks dispelled doubts and garnered him even more admiration. With the official Beastmaster rating exams approaching, several top young Beastmasters from Huangming City had to relocate to other cities. Their dreams of claiming the city championship were dashed by Lao Fong's presence. Meanwhile, Bob in the mansion was overjoyed. He had come to deliver dividends to Lao Fong. The market performance of Hao Ge's figurines was exceptionally strong. Despite the factory working overtime, they couldn't keep up with demand. Limited edition models were fetching astronomical prices. Even with just a 20 profit share, Bob was making a fortune. He envied Lao Fong's tax exemption privilege that came with his City Hero medal. Half an hour later, Lao Fong, having finished his training, entered the living room. Bob waited respectfully. He noticed that young people in Huangming City were starting a trend of cutting their hair short, and even the standard version of the Ghost Phoenix Owl figurine had skyrocketed in price. Lao Fong casually glanced at the dividend documents and set them aside, displaying a nonchalant attitude toward money that Bob found awe-inspiring. "Is there something else you need to say?" Lao Fong asked, sensing Bob's hesitation. Bob tentatively inquired, "Young Master Fong, about the authorization for the Twin Queens, do you think? Focus on Hao Gu for a year first." Lao Fong replied indifferently, not wanting to use Fong Muching's commercial authorization just yet. Though slightly disappointed, Bob nodded repeatedly and took his leave. He knew that in front of this young magnate, being prudent was the wisest course of action. Clinging to the powerful, even if it's just for the scraps, can still lead to prosperity. Bob understood this well, always maintaining a humble and respectful demeanor. He knew he wasn't indispensable and kept a constant reminder in his heart. Many people would give anything for the chance to bow down. For Lao Fong, money had become nothing more than a numbers game. His focus had long shifted beyond wealth to rare items that could truly enhance his power. Recently, Lao Fong ventured once more into the ancient battlefield within the mystical ruins, reaping significant rewards. His greatest prize was a Dragon Clan cultivation manual named Nine Heavens Dragon Technique, which he unearthed beside a nearly kilometer-long dragon skeleton. Time was of the essence, and Lao Fong couldn't afford the meticulous exploration of an archaeologist. Relying on his experience, he quickly judged the value of the massive buried skeleton. Without hesitation, he handed the manual to Regina. However, given the clear differences between Eastern and Western dragons, Lao Fong decided to personally guide and accompany Regina in her cultivation, carefully explaining every point of confusion. In this world, though dragon-type battle beasts were numerous, most were Western drakes. Pure Eastern dragons were still absent from known bestiaries. Over time, Regina's training not only showed no anomalies, but also led to a rapid increase in her strength, propelling her to a 5-star battle rank. She was delighted to find that the resistance between her two bloodlines was gradually decreasing. Initially, Lao Fong was puzzled by the term decreasing resistance, but he soon realized it was actually the process of bloodline integration. As a half-human, half-dragon being, Regina's human and dragon bloodlines had always been in conflict, incompatible with each other. He recalled that during the capture of Brother Hao, Regina had unleashed tremendous power by forcibly merging the two bloodlines. However, This fusion was a double-edged sword. The deeper the integration, the stronger the energy released, but the natural repulsion between the two bloodlines also meant greater side effects from such forced fusion. Now, with the cultivation of the Nine Heavens Dragon technique, Regina was thrilled to discover that the natural barrier between her bloodlines was starting to weaken. Where did you get such an incredible technique? The excited dragon lady asked, her face full of wonder. Lao Fong smiled smugly. An heirloom from our ancestors, impressive, isn't it? The city tournament arrived as scheduled, and Lao Fong showed up early at the venue. Even though he didn't make a dramatic entrance, his presence still caused a stir. Cameras and everyone's eyes instantly focused on the tall figure with a calm demeanor. His fame and prowess made it impossible for him to go unnoticed. The contestants looked at Lao Fong with both admiration and awe. They secretly prayed not to be the unfortunate one to face this demon king first. Hey, reporter Xia, you're here early, Lao Fong greeted as he spotted a familiar figure. Xia Xiaoyu raised her microphone. I've been looking for you for a while. How are you feeling? Lao Fong shrugged, responding casually, feeling? Just so-so. His recent interview experiences had made him quite adept at handling such situations. All right, just so-so, Xia Xiaoyu smiled wryly. I feel sorry for the other contestants. Do you have anything to say to them? Top 10, aiming for number 2, Lao Fong answered succinctly. In the past, such a response might have been seen as arrogant, but now no one questioned it. Everyone thought it was perfectly normal. The audience had their snacks and drinks ready, glued to their screens to watch the live broadcast of the city tournament. As the district champion, Lao Fong had a bye in the first 2 rounds. After 2 rounds of laughter and cheers, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. The Demon King was entering the stage. Everyone was silently chanting, "Not me, not me, not me." Unfortunately, someone had to face their fear. Lao Fong glanced at the pale, trembling young man in his 20s next to him, worried he might faint at any moment. Don't be nervous, kid. Relax, Lao Fong patted the guy's shoulder, his tone mature but not out of place. Mr. Tianyun, I'm your fan. The young man forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Lao Fong thought to himself, great, a fan? I hope he doesn't turn on me next. He smiled and said, 4396, right? Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. Thank you. 5 minutes later, the young man was carried away by medical staff, convulsing from the shock. Wow, just 1 strike, an audience member exclaimed. Not bad. He even let the opponent attack twice first, though it didn't matter. Another responded with resignation. Then, an unprecedented scene unfolded. After Lao Fong knocked out the first contestant's pet with 1 strike, subsequent opponents forfeited one after another. It wasn't a lack of fighting spirit. It was like a pit bull trying to fight a tiger impossible. Instead of getting knocked out and waiting to revive, they chose to surrender and save their pets. Thus, Lao Fong advanced to the finals after just 1 match. Everyone was stunned, but it made sense. Having such a dominant presence in the city tournament would indeed demoralize the other contestants. Amidst the attention, even the final opponent chose to surrender. Although it seemed absurd, no one questioned it. Lao Fong easily won first place in the city tournament, earning the title of Viscount. It was a remarkable official evaluation event. Competing continuously, advancing continuously, and winning continuously, all while being so young. Half a year ago, most of the district's top 10 were still developing and didn't participate in this city tournament. After all, the city tournament featured many seasoned contestants who had previously ranked in the district's top 10 and had several years of development ahead. For a newcomer to participate was to court humiliation unless they had at least 2 CS. However, Lao Fong, this complete anomaly, broke the pattern. A 17-year-old city champion could cause quite a stir across the entire federation. Meanwhile, in Xingluan City, an official charity gala was being held. Most of the guests were business magnates from Xingluan City. Naturally, Lady Lola of the Wilson family was among the invitees. The donation segment had passed, and the guests were now chatting casually. An elderly man, brimming with energy, was surrounded by people toasting him, becoming the focus of the evening. The Bureau of Commerce director's wife said to Lola, "Sister Lola, old Jiang must be feeling proud this time. His 23-year-old grandson is amazing, winning first place in the city tournament." "Ah, it's enviable." Lola glanced at old Jiang, who was surrounded by people, a hint of warmth in her eyes, and nodded non-committally. "But Sister Lola, you don't need to worry. Your Gina, so young and already the district runner-up, will surely achieve great results in the city tournament after a few more years of training." Though the comment was flattering, it still pleased Lola. Gina indeed had great talent, and with the family's substantial resources, entering the city's top 10 in a few years was almost certain. By the way, Sister Lola, have you been following the news online lately? That city, what was it called? Oh, right, the one in the far east of the Federation. They have a 17-year-old city champion. It's a big deal for them. 17 years old and already ranked first in the city? Laura couldn't help but frown upon hearing the news. How could someone from such a remote, impoverished place achieve such a feat? She thought to herself, it must be because the overall competition was too weak. She wore a surprised expression, but deep down, she seriously doubted the authenticity of the news. Exactly, that's what I thought too. The director's wife chimed in. The competition there must have been really weak, allowing someone to slip through by sheer luck. It's probably a case of, in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. Oh, by the way, I remember that young man shares the same surname as your husband. His name is... The director's wife, whose memory wasn't the best, quickly pulled out her phone to look it up. Her fingers swiped rapidly across the screen, eyes fixed on it. Ah, found it, she said excitedly. His name is Fong Tianyun. Fong Tianyun? Laura repeated, her frown deepening. The name sounded strangely familiar, and just as she was trying to recall, crash, the wine glass slipped from Laura's hand, shattering on the marble floor. Red wine splashed onto her expensive dress, but she seemed oblivious. Laura stood frozen, eyes wide with shock, her mouth slightly agape as if struck by lightning. The director's wife was startled by the sudden noise and quickly called out, "Waiter, please come and clean this up." She turned to Laura, concerned. "Laura, are you okay?" That was dangerous. A waiter hurried over to carefully clean up the broken glass. Laura finally snapped out of it, trying to compose herself. "Oh, it's nothing. Just a bit of a slip. What did you say that young man's name was again?" "Fong Tianyun," the director's wife repeated, her gaze lingering on Laura's face. She noticed that Laura looked even paler than usual and couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. The skin of the wealthy is always so flawless, she thought, completely unaware of Laura's inner turmoil. Forcing herself to stand up, Laura managed a weak smile. "Sorry, I'm not feeling well. I think I should head home." She took a step forward but stumbled, almost falling. "Are you all right?" The director's wife quickly supported her. "Should I call someone to help you?" "No need. It's just a minor issue." Laura took a deep breath, her eyes regaining their determination. She left the banquet hall with long strides, her mind no longer on socializing. Once in the car, Laura couldn't wait to pull out her phone and start searching for news. Usually too busy with business to pay attention to online information, especially non-business-related news, she was now desperate. What she found left her deeply unsettled. "Madam, we're home," the driver cautiously reminded her. "Shut up," Laura suddenly snapped, startling the driver so much that his heart nearly leaped out of his chest. He couldn't understand why his well-intentioned reminder had provoked such a fierce reaction. Watching the woman in the back seat, her eyes glued to her phone, he dared not make another sound. In his memory, this formidable matriarch of the Wilson family was always composed and rarely lost control like this. Laura's mind was now consumed by what she was reading. Her fingers moved rapidly over the screen, absorbing every piece of information she could find. She read through every public accolade and achievement of Fong Tianyun, especially those related to the city of Huangming. Community forums were filled with posts about him, all prominently featured. District champion, consecutive victories as the Night Queen, his dual identity, conflicts with the eldest son of the deputy mayor, the mysterious demise of the deputy mayor's family, his exceptional performance during the Beast Tide, his colonel rank, the city hero medal, and his recent city championship. These legendary feats and gossip, corroborated by fan videos, painted a clear picture for Laura. Laura had never scrutinized online information so carefully, afraid of missing any detail. The more she read, the dizzier she felt, her body trembling uncontrollably, her mind in a haze. Why? How? Why? How? These two questions hammered at her heart and brain. Dizziness, heart palpitations, nausea, an overwhelming mix of emotions surged through her, too complex to describe. Laura felt a level of discomfort she hadn't experienced in years. Finally, unable to hold back any longer, she grabbed a convenience bag and began to vomit. She retched violently, her heavy breathing interspersed with faint sobs. This once dignified matriarch had never looked so disheveled. The driver, terrified, had already gone to call the private doctor. Once her stomach was empty, Laura felt a slight relief from her pent-up emotions. She closed her eyes and threw her phone onto the seat, then slumped into the soft seat, utterly exhausted. Yet her mind remained restless. It felt like having a lottery ticket worth $1 billion only to lose it. The regret, anger, and despair were emotions only someone who had experienced it could understand. Just then, the private doctor and his team hurriedly arrived. As soon as the car door opened, Laura coldly commanded, "Close the door and leave." The doctor's concise and icy words sent the private doctor scrambling to shut the door. Though reprimanded, they dared not leave and waited outside with their assistants. Laura sat in her seat, ignoring the stains on her dress. She just wanted to think quietly. The impact of this news was devastating, and she needed a clear head to analyze the situation. She pondered, What had happened to her estranged grandson? Did he have some fortuitous encounter after leaving home? Or had he been planning this all along? If it was the former, there was still room for maneuver. But if it was the latter, Laura's eyes snapped open, filled with concern. If it was the latter, the situation was far more frightening. Reflecting on Fang Tianyun's astonishing and somewhat outrageous growth over the past year, Laura felt a heavy weight in her heart. Her brows furrowed as her thoughts surged like waves. It's probably the latter, Laura muttered to herself, her fingers tapping the desk unconsciously. She knew that while strength might be gained rapidly through fortuitous encounters, wisdom and intellect required time to cultivate. It was impossible for someone to achieve such a high social status in a city merely by being a powerful beast master in such a short period. Laura's gaze swept across the honor certificates hanging on the wall. Colonel rank, city hero medal. These honors, imbued with real power, now seemed glaringly conspicuous to her. She understood that without the right connections, such accolades were hard to come by, no matter how much strength one possessed. Leaving home, venturing to the outskirts, undergoing a second awakening ceremony, acquiring a battle pet, rising to prominence, these key elements connected in Laura's mind, sending chills down her spine. She suddenly stood up and paced back and forth in the study. If anyone tells me this is just luck, I swear I'll slap them, Laura laughed at herself. This intricate and well-coordinated plan clearly had been premeditated. With this realization, Laura began to recall everything about Fang Tianyun and the family over the years. She closed her eyes, trying to overturn her established impressions and rebuild his character. Yet, upon deeper reflection, she found nothing of substantial value in her memory. Opening her eyes with a grave expression, Laura realized that before Fang Tianyun's awakening at 15, she had hardly any complete impression of him. He didn't join family meals, nor did he attend various festival banquets. If it weren't for her husband's close relationship with this grandson, she might have forgotten his existence entirely. Laura sat back in her chair, gently massaging her temples. As the family head, she was always busy, and truth be told, there had been very little interaction between her and this younger generation over the past decade. Suddenly, Laura's head shot up, her eyes flashing with a hint of terror. No, something's not right, she murmured to herself, a horrifying thought forming in her mind. Everyone in the family, including herself, had assumed that Fang Tianyun's low profile was due to his status, leading to his introversion and timidity. But the battle videos and interviews on the forum showed none of these traits. Instead, he appeared calm, confident, and articulate. Laura stood up abruptly, her face pale. Wrong. We've been deceived, completely deceived, she said with a trembling voice. This kid's supposed introversion and low profile in the family was a deliberate act to downplay his presence. Although Laura hadn't paid much attention to Fang Tianyun, she knew that as an illegitimate grandson, his resources and treatment in the family must have been subpar. If even she, the family head, didn't care about him, there was no way his stepmother and father would. Lisa, his stepmother, would be considered merciful if she didn't make trouble for him. The only one who was kind to him was her husband, but Fang Yingjie didn't manage family affairs. Laura had a near-perfect understanding of everyone's character in the family. Who was talented, who was mediocre, she knew it all. But she never expected that she would misjudge Fang Tianyun so badly. Facing unfair treatment, Fang Tianyun chose not to fight or compete, instead opting to lie low and hide his value. He fooled everyone in the family, including her. Reconstructing the past based on the present results, Laura finally gave a new, reasonable explanation for her grandson's past behavior. It was simply astonishing. For such an extraordinary individual, even someone as strong as Laura felt a strange sense of fear from the bottom of her heart. Her hands trembled involuntarily. This kind of mindset is beyond what a normal child could possess. Can such a person really exist? For the first 15 years, Fang Tianyun followed a single template without any deviation. If there had been any changes, Laura might have caught some clues. For instance, if this child had been lively before 7 but became silent afterward, she might have noticed. But Fang Tianyun was different. He had been silent and reserved since he could remember and remained so until 16. This inherent perception, once formed, greatly lowered people's vigilance. If it were acquired later, there would be causes and effects to investigate. But how do you investigate something inherent? Do you dig into the womb? Combining this with Fang Tianyun's current confident and unreserved behavior, Laura finally understood. It was indeed inherent, but inherently adept at acting. Heh, Laura chuckled bitterly. I've been hunting geese for years, only to have one peck my eye out. Yingjie, your grandson has really made a fool out of me. Laura's gaze fell on the family photo album on the desk. She had indeed looked down on this timid, illegitimate grandson back then. But now, with his achievements, he was mocking her, saying, "Fooled you, idiot." At this point, Laura couldn't help but imagine Fang Tianyun's smug expression, feeling a mix of emotions. Was it his superb acting skills, or her poor judgment? It hardly mattered now. She had worked hard to cultivate Gina, hoping to elevate the family, only to realize she had been foolishly picking up pebbles while ignoring a gold mine. It was as if she had become a clown. However, one question still puzzled Laura to no end. She stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the garden. Why would the boy with such formidable strength choose to keep a low profile? Even before his awakening, with such a terrifying mindset, it wouldn't have been difficult to show a bit of his value and gain her attention. Though the family might have neglected him due to his status, and the resources might have been unfairly distributed, he was still well fed and housed. He was part of the family, with no deep-seated grudges. Why didn't he show his potential? If he had shown even a little, allowing her to see his value, wouldn't his treatment have been different? Things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Why didn't you show your potential? Laura couldn't help but shout in a low voice, then realizing her loss of composure, took a deep breath to calm down. Laura resented her misjudgment, but also couldn't understand why Fang Tianyun hadn't shown his worth to gain her favor. Sigh. Laura sighed deeply. Frustration, confusion, and headache washed over her. Losing such a valuable talent hurt deeply. Most of the people left in the family were mediocre, not up to the task. Gina was talented, but compared to this illegitimate grandson in terms of strength and bloodline, she couldn't compare. Laura felt like slapping herself. The more she thought about it, the more it hurt. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Where's the madam? She's in the study, sir. Still in the study? It's been 3 days, what's going on? Fang Yingjie, carrying a fishing bag and a nearly 100-pound big bluefish, had just returned home, attracting envious gazes along the way. Now, he was full of questions. He put down the fish and quickly walked toward the study. My wife has been in the study for 3 days and 2 nights. I need to check what's going on, Fang Yingjie muttered, his face full of concern. After tossing his fishing gear and catch to the servants, Fang Yingjie changed into clean clothes and walked into the study. Laura was engrossed in her computer screen. The food on the table long gone cold. Fang Yingjie sighed inwardly, thinking that no amount of work should justify skipping meals. Take a look at this, Laura said without lifting her head, casually throwing a thick stack of documents across the table. Fang Yingjie caught the papers and began reading them intently, completely missing the occasional flashes of Fang Tianyun on the computer screen. As he read further, Fang Yingjie's expression shifted from confusion to shock. His eyes widened as he repeatedly flipped through the pages, muttering to himself, "No way. That kid said he was studying in Yunfei City. How did he end up in Huangming City and make such a name for himself?" After the initial shock, a wave of immense joy washed over him. He couldn't help but leap for joy, tears welling up in his eyes. Ha ha, he's made it, truly made it. Even though he didn't fully understand the intricacies of Beastmasters, he knew the value of those accolades. After his excitement subsided, Fang Yingjie noticed Laura was still sitting at her desk, the screen now off, silently eating her meal, seemingly unfazed by his outburst. "Should I reheat the food for you?" Fang Yingjie asked with concern. "No need," Laura replied flatly, then murmured to herself, "Food can be reheated. But can a cold heart be warmed again?" Seeing his wife's expression, Fang Yingjie sat down silently, conveying with his eyes, "Don't ask me. I never meddle in these things. You handle it." Laura sighed. "Can you tell me more about the kid? After all, in this family, you interact with him the most." Fang Yingjie leaned back in his chair casually. "Oh, come on, it's too late. His wings are fully grown. What's the point of talking about it now? Can you stop frustrating me? My head is already pounding these days," Laura said wearily. Seeing the fatigue on his wife's face, Fang Yingjie dropped his playful demeanor and said seriously, "Honestly, I'm just as surprised. He managed to keep such monumental achievements hidden from everyone, including me, and in just 1 year," Laura added, expressionless. Then, she angrily crumpled a piece of paper and threw it at Fang Yingjie. "You're a great-grandfather, aren't you? Spending so much time with your grandson and not noticing his talents. If you'd told me earlier, he wouldn't have felt the need to strike out on his own." Fang Yingjie retorted, "Oh, and you're his grandmother. How often do you see him in a year? Don't you know how busy I am? Are we an ordinary family? Is our time not more valuable? Should I waste it on someone who doesn't seem to have any value? How would you know he has no value if you don't interact with him?" Laura countered, "Value should show itself. We never restricted him from doing anything. We gave him education, food, clothes, and ample space to prove himself. Why didn't he strive for it? Do you know how hard I fought to prove myself back in the day?" Fang Yingjie said passionately. "You are you. He is him. He's low-key, unambitious, and doesn't fight for things. What can you do about it? Yet he still made a name for himself after leaving home. It's just a difference in personal values." Laura retorted. Fang Yingjie, still defiant, said, "And another thing. Relying on past experiences can be deadly. Value, value, value. Do you know why I don't sit in your position? First, I'm not capable enough, and second, The sacrifices are too great. All kinds of emotions, including family ties, must give way to the family's interests. And let's not forget, even the eldest, who was highly valued by the family and praised by you, was eventually driven away by you. Laura's cold gaze made Fong Yingjie shiver. Fine, let's drop it. He suddenly stopped arguing. Laura rubbed her forehead wearily. I know you're still bitter about what happened with Zhongxing. I appreciate that you've never thrown a tantrum over it. I can only tell you that I have my own logic and intentions behind my actions. But I must admit, I was utterly wrong about Fong Tianyun. Seeing Laura's exhausted look, Fong Yingjie felt a pang of sympathy. Laura noticed and said, enough with that look. You've been taking it easy while I handle everything for years. Don't think about sharing my burdens. You can't, and I don't need you to. Just focus on your artistic creations. Fong Yingjie laughed. Don't worry. I feel for you, but I'm not going to start working. If I mess up, you'll have to clean up after me. If I somehow succeed, I'm afraid you'll banish me to the frontier. This joke brought a slight smile to Laura's face, easing her mood somewhat. Fong Yingjie continued, you might not believe it, but even though I'm closest to the kid in the family, he always has this sense of distance. Distance? Laura frowned in confusion. Let me put it this way. My relationship with him feels more like a bond of grace rather than kinship. He never shows extreme joy or sorrow, never throws tantrums or acts spoiled. At least, I've never seen it. Fong Yingjie explained. And logically, since the family doesn't favor him, he should be a child lacking love. But honestly, I've never seen any sign of that. Leaning back in his chair, Fong Yingjie looked somewhat enlightened. You should understand that the environment shapes people. But this kid seems to have been born with his own set of rules, completely unaffected by his surroundings. He never seemed like a child to me. I don't think I've ever seen him cry. Now I might understand. This kid was born to be extraordinary. Is he really just a freak? Ever since he became self-aware, he's been planning to run away from home? Laura's words dripped with sarcasm. Her brows were furrowed, a hint of worry flickering in her eyes. Fong Yingjie sensed Laura's mood shift and cautiously suggested, how about I give him a call, and you can ask him yourself? His eyes darted nervously over Laura's face, waiting for her reaction. Laura chose silence in response to Fong Yingjie's suggestion. She recalled the past 3 days holed up in her study, surrounded by every piece of information she could find about Fong Tianyun. She had been extremely cautious about this peculiar individual. Even though the facts were hard to accept and somewhat absurd, Laura had to admit that this young man had grown immensely in less than 2 years. His influence, though not overwhelming, was enough to cast a shadow over the entire Wilson family. Laura didn't have a clear feeling of like or dislike towards Fong Tianyun. It was more of a complex sense of unfamiliarity. She remembered the brief moment of revulsion she felt years ago when she found the baby at the doorstep, but that was more directed at her own son. Fong Tianyun was merely collateral damage. As the head of the family, Laura didn't have the time or energy to dwell on personal emotions. It was this pragmatic attitude that led her to agree with her husband's request to keep Fong Tianyun in the family. To Laura, the occasional teasing from his stepmother Lisa and her 2 children was trivial. Fong Tianyun's almost invisible status in the family, coupled with his deliberate low profile, turned him into a phantom tank. This detachment was almost inevitable. You make the call. For now, I'll stay out of it, Laura finally decided, unwilling to act rashly without a detailed plan. Her fingers tapped the table unconsciously, revealing her inner unease. Fong Yingjie nodded, picked up the phone, and dialed, putting it on speaker. Laura held her breath, listening intently. Hello, old man. What made you think of calling me? A confident, unfamiliar voice came through the phone, sounding fresh to Laura. Fong Yingjie chuckled. You rascal, how's everything at the academy? Not bad, just the usual, the voice replied nonchalantly. Don't lie to me. First place in the district competition, first in the city competition, quietly making a name for yourself? Huh? When did you get so impressive? Fong Yingjie couldn't help but expose his grandson's modesty. Heh, I've always been impressive, you know? The voice on the phone carried a hint of pride, making Laura's lips twitch. Since when did you stop fishing, bird watching, painting, and dancing with a dozen old ladies in the square, and start surfing the web for news? Fong Tianyun teased. Fong Yingjie blushed, stealing a glance at Laura, but her attention was fully on the phone. You've accomplished so much. When do you have time to come home and visit your grandpa? It's been over a year, and I miss you. Come back, and I'll treat you to a drink, Fong Yingjie invited cautiously, swallowing nervously after speaking. Laura's body visibly tensed, a fine sheen of sweat appearing on her forehead, her fists clenching involuntarily. How can a dragon be confined to shallow waters? If you miss me, old man, come to Huangming City. Staying home all the time is no fun. If you come, I'll take you fishing at Silvervale Sea. Fong Tianyun deftly sidestepped the invitation to return home. Really? Fong Yingjie's eyes lit up with interest, while Laura's face grew darker. All right, if I have time. I'll visit Huangming City. Be safe out there. Fang Yingjie wisely dropped the subject. Don't worry. By the way, could you pass on a message to grandmother? Fang Tianyun suddenly said, making the two in the room tense up instantly, especially Laura, whose muscles tightened visibly. I've kept my promise to stay away from the family and never use the Wilson name for personal gain. Besides, the Wilson name holds no weight in Huangming City. No one recognizes it. So, I hope the family doesn't try to leverage my current reputation for its own benefit. If I find out about any such actions tarnishing my name, I will publicly sever ties with the family and seek retribution. Don't doubt the weight of my words. If you don't believe me, you can have grandmother try. Watching Laura's closed eyes, taut muscles, and trembling form, Fang Yingjie began to sweat profusely. Xiaofeng, don't you think your words are a bit too harsh? Fang Yingjie tried to ease the tension. It's not harsh. It's a threat. Fang Tianyun's voice was calm and resolute, like a sharp sword piercing Laura's heart. The old man is still too conservative, huh? A light chuckle came from the other end of the phone, followed by a cryptic remark. Well, not pretending anymore, are we? Laura tightened her grip on the receiver, feeling a wave of unease. The voice continued, don't worry. Even though grandmother will be furious and regretful when she hears about this, she'll know what to do once she calms down. After all, grandmother is an exceptionally wise and intelligent person. With that, the call abruptly ended. Laura's blood pressure soared, but the last two sentences felt like a bucket of cold water, instantly cooling her down. She sat there, the recent conversation echoing in her mind. This was no longer the timid child who had left home. In his place was a confident, composed young man unafraid to strike hard. Her words had been rebuffed without hesitation, and what frightened her more was his accurate prediction of her emotions and decisions. Laura realized she knew almost nothing about this grandson, while he seemed to know her inside out. This information imbalance made her re-evaluate old Fang's assessment to the fullest. Is he really an unreasonable freak? She muttered, filled with deep apprehension. Just then, Fang Yingjie's voice interrupted her thoughts. Let me be clear. If you want that kid to lose his good opinion of me, you can let me go and pester him. And the result will surely be a complete disaster. Laura sat in her chair with a stern expression, silent. She understood her husband's implication well. Using the scant familial affection as a bargaining chip was tantamount to courting disaster. After a long silence, Laura finally spoke, her voice tinged with weariness. Sigh. I need to think this through carefully. You go ahead. She paused then added, oh, and bring Amos and his family to me. Have them wait at the hall in trance. With those words, Laura's face had already adopted a steely expression, as if preparing for the game ahead. Young master, are you really planning to openly cut ties with your family? Maria put down the phone, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. After months of getting to know old Fang, their relationship had grown closer. With no one else around, she felt free to speak her mind. Old Fang chuckled softly, a sly glint in his eyes. Don't worry. As long as my grandmother is around, they won't disown me unless I choose to cut ties myself. Besides, what's the fun in that? Maria gave old Fang a knowing look. She knew his nature all too well. Old Fang continued, the real thrill is when you're about to hit the ground and someone pulls you up a bit, then lets you drop again just as you're almost safe. Caught between heaven and earth. Neither up nor down, that's entertaining. If you want to play, you can't just kill someone outright. If they're dead, who are you going to play with? A corpse? Meanwhile, on the other side of the family mansion, Amos and his family of 4 stood at the entrance hall, closely monitored by a group of private guards. They had been waiting for over an hour, exhaustion and frustration evident on their faces. The Amos couple had initially thought that being summoned by the family head was a good thing. They hadn't expected this kind of situation. The guards' eyes looked more like they were watching prisoners rather than protecting them. Finally, Lisa couldn't hold back any longer. What's the meaning of this? No answers, just standing here? She turned to leave, but 2 crossed blades blocked her path. The family head has ordered that no one is to leave, a guard said coldly. I need to use the bathroom. Move. Lisa demanded impatiently, but the guards didn't budge. The atmosphere grew tense, with Lisa and her son Arthur on the verge of exploding in anger. Only Eva remained calm, observing without participating in the argument. At that moment, a middle-aged female warrior with a sword strapped to her side emerged from the hall. She was Marcia, the personal bodyguard of Laura, the family head. Stop it. Enough. Marcia's loud command silenced everyone. Ignoring Amos's questions, she delivered Laura's orders. The family head commands that the 4 of you wait here. No one is to leave without permission. Otherwise, face the consequences. Also, no loud talking. For every extra word, you'll wait an additional hour. The guards will keep track and enforce this. After delivering the message, Marcia turned and left, leaving the 4 of them staring at each other. Laura's authority in the family was enough to keep Lisa and Arthur from causing any more trouble. They stood quietly, albeit exchanging worried and confused glances. You glared at me fiercely, and I looked at him in confusion. The gazes of the four of us intertwined silently in the hall, questioning who had committed the grave mistake that angered the head of the family. However, this wordless confrontation led to no conclusions. In the end, the couple and their two children were punished by being made to stand at the hall entrance for an entire night. Spoiled and pampered, they were now utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Arthur and Eva, being original spirit cultivators, could still rely on their extraordinary physiques to endure, but Lisa was not so fortunate. She wobbled several times, nearly collapsing, clearly never having experienced such torment. When the morning light finally bathed them, Marcia appeared again to announce the head's orders. Amos was reassigned to outdoor duties, overseeing construction, effective immediately. Even more shocking, everyone's monthly allowance was slashed to 1/8 of what it used to be. These words hit them like a sledgehammer, leaving all four stunned. Even the usually composed Eva stood there in disbelief. The severity of the punishment was astonishing. Amos, who had been comfortably working in an office, was now reduced overnight to a laborer under the scorching sun, and everyone's wages were cut to 1/8 of their original amount, an almost unheard-of reduction. Lisa couldn't hold back any longer and shouted at Amos. "What on earth did you do?" Amos retorted. "You're asking me? I'd like to ask you all the same. What did you do behind my back? Confess." Arthur meekly interjected. I just got into a fight recently, but that can't be it, right?" The couple ignored their son's feeble defense and continued to glare at each other in anger and confusion. Such a severe punishment must mean someone had committed a grave offense. But what kind of mistake could have led to such collective punishment for the entire family? They were filled with frustration and questions, with no one to turn to. Originally drowsy, none of them felt the slightest bit sleepy now. With their wages slashed to 1/8, who could sleep peacefully? Finally, Amos couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward, gritting his teeth as he addressed the head guard. "Sir, could you please inform the head of the family that I wish to see her?" The head guard responded coldly. "Sorry, the head has already said she won't see any of you." Glancing at the clock on the wall, he added, "It's 8 o'clock, Mr. Amos. Time to start your labor." At this moment, old Fong was sprawled out in his room, sweat beading on his forehead, breathing heavily and rapidly. He had just completed the life bond contract with Fong Muching, and the intense mental effort that lasted nearly half an hour had left him utterly exhausted, despite his vast mental strength. Damn, this mental power consumption is insane. Old Fong muttered to himself, feeling lucky he had chosen the twin empresses with their telepathic connection. If it had been Hao Gu or Fei Gu, things might have gone south quickly. Despite the fatigue, the rewards were immense. Since the twin stars evolved into the twin empresses, their magic energy had surged to 20 points. After forming the life bond, this 20 points was halved to 10. Adding Hao Ge's 20 points and Fei Gu's 15 points, Old Fong's battle pets now had a combined magic energy of 45 points. Coupled with his own 72 points of spatial magic energy, achieved through half a year of rigorous training, he now had 27 points of free magic energy. Damn, can't these guys' magic energy increase a bit slower? Old Fong thought sarcastically, then laughed at himself. After all, who wouldn't want their battle pets to grow stronger? He was just a few points away from reaching a level magic energy. Old Fong estimated that with another 6 months, his magic energy would be sufficient. However, a level battle beasts were not easy to come by. They were rare resources, heavily dependent on luck. Forget it, let's focus on training. This can't be rushed, Old Fong reassured himself. Besides, at my age, there's no need to push myself so hard. Stressing out isn't the way to go. After a shower, Old Fong felt much more refreshed. He donned a bathrobe and slippers and headed downstairs, only to see a familiar figure in the living room. When did Hesha get here? He saw Hesha, with her long crystal blue hair, sitting quietly. Given that Old Fong didn't want to be disturbed during the life bond ceremony, he had instructed that no one was allowed upstairs until he came down. Maria had naturally followed his orders, leaving Hesha to wait in the living room. "Finished your training?" Hesha asked calmly, looking at the casually dressed Old Fong. To her, the outrageous things this man had done made such minor details insignificant. "Yeah, done. What's up?" Old Fong cut straight to the point. "I need your help with something." "Of course, we'll pay you accordingly," Hesha said, her tone serious. "Go on. What is it?" Old Fong yawned, appearing indifferent. Hesha then detailed the trouble her family was facing. The Hesha family dominated the raw spirit stone business in Huangming City, owning more than a dozen spirit mines. Recently, their northern mines near the Silver Sand Sea were attacked by an unknown battle beast, causing significant casualties and even injuring several 5-star battle mages. With that power, it must be at least a mid-B level. "What kind of beast is it?" Old Fong asked, still unperturbed. Only an A-level creature could now stir strong emotions in him. "We don't know," Hesha's answer surprised Old Fong. Although the Human Battle Beast Compendium wasn't 100 complete, it was about 95. Those not in the compendium were usually legendary creatures. Hesha pulled out a large tablet and started playing a video of the mine attack. The footage showed a golden dragon, nearly 50 meters long, flying through the air. It had the typical features of a Western dragon: golden scales, golden bat-like wings, for legs, massive claws, and a spiked tail resembling a spear. However, when the camera zoomed in on the dragon's head, Old Fong was stunned. A human head? Old Fong stared at the screen in disbelief. It was a wild, beautiful face with white hair crackling with electric currents that extended down to the neck. A pair of massive golden, spiral-shaped horns adorned its forehead, and its pupils glowed with a fierce blue lightning, exuding an aura of majesty. Even with his encyclopedic knowledge of battle beasts, Old Fong couldn't identify this creature. Even disregarding the head, the body alone didn't match any known templates in terms of shape, color, or attributes. Old Fong had a rough guess. This wasn't a battle beast but a hybrid, similar to Raijana, with a high proportion of battle beast blood. Although he had never seen such a massive dragon hybrid, breaking common perceptions of dragons, the reality was undeniable. This female-headed dragon hybrid was beyond human imagination. Do you think it might be a mutated form? Hesha asked, unsure. In response, Old Fong gave her a disdainful look. Mutated form? Since when do mutated forms grow human heads? Hirsch's thinking remained constrained by conventional cognition, unlike Lao Fong, who never set boundaries for his thoughts. Although there were no known cases of war beasts transforming into human form, Lao Fong did not dismiss the possibility. Given the presence of distinct human organs, it had to be a hybrid, fundamentally different from a mutant. Lao Fong meticulously reviewed all the footage. Hirsch's private guards were no match for this hybrid golden dragon. Various physical and magical attacks only sparked slightly against its golden scales, failing to make any impact. During the battle, the dragon could form a defensive golden scale mask over its head, resembling a futuristic golden helmet. Thunder rained down like water towers, creating a scene of utter devastation. This young golden dragon moved effortlessly, unstoppable, showcasing power on par with Hao Gu. Lao Fong asked, puzzled, why is she attacking your mining site? The dragon can absorb energy from the primal spirit stones, Hersha explained. Lao Fong had an epiphany and immediately contacted Professor Miao to report the discovery. Professor Miao's eyes lit up with excitement, and she eagerly expressed her desire to assemble a team and head to the site immediately. Thus, Lao Fong, the dragon girl Ajana, Hersha, and Professor Miao's research team quickly gathered and prepared to board a plane to the Silver Vale Sea. Just as Lao Fong stepped out of his house, Andrew, the butler of the Wilson family, arrived. After waiting for a day, Andrew was finally led into the hall. Under the dim lighting, a stern-looking girl with purple eyes stood on a high platform, moonlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, outlining her silhouette and the family crest. Andrew gulped, realizing the rumors were true. Melia spoke coldly. What brings you here? Andrew nervously conveyed his congratulations and requested to see young Master Fong. Melia sneered and ordered him to leave with the gifts, leaving only a letter behind. Under Melia's intimidating presence, Andrew hastily retreated. The lights brightened, and Melia showed a disdainful expression before reporting her findings. Meanwhile, Lao Fong was already on his private jet, receiving Melia's message. Hersha reminded him, we've arrived at our destination. Get ready to disembark. The Foster family owns 6 open-pit mines in the plains near the Silver Vale Sea. 3 of these mines, located within the same area and about 100 kilometers apart, have been attacked. However, it wasn't just the Hesha family's mines that were targeted by the hybrid golden dragon. All private mines in the region have suffered varying degrees of damage. Old Fong stared at the electronic map on the table, deep in thought. From previous battle analyses, it was clear that this hybrid golden dragon exhibited a high level of intelligence. It adopted a Hitandran strategy, never pursuing or lingering, consuming its fill and then swiftly departing. By the time reinforcements arrived, there was nothing left but devastation, and the dragon was long gone. With their current strength, they couldn't possibly capture this hybrid golden dragon. What was even more surprising was that the dragon deliberately destroyed all private signal towers in the area, forcing everyone to rely on walkie-talkies for communication. Moreover, this lightning attribute dragon could create a strong magnetic field within a certain range, disrupting communication signals, which was why reinforcements couldn't arrive in time. The electromagnetic waves emitted by private radars were also absorbed by the dragon, making it akin to an invisible fighter jet, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Even in a direct encounter, if this female dragon ascended into the clouds, humans could only look up in frustration, helpless. During this period, the mine owners in the area were at their wits' end, anxious and desperate. The most puzzling aspect was that the golden dragon only attacked private mines, avoiding official ones. This selective targeting showed that it understood whom to provoke and whom to avoid. If it had damaged official property, the military and the security bureau would undoubtedly take action, given that the government had numerous martial artists and mages, and raw spirit stones were an important financial resource. Old Fong couldn't help but marvel at the dragon's human-like intelligence. It knew how to disrupt communications and pick easy targets, a stark contrast to previous incidents. Clearly, this hybrid golden dragon had migrated from elsewhere. However, despite mercenaries and private guards scouring every nearby hill and valley, they still couldn't find the dragon's lair. The area was mostly flat plains with only a few hills, making it easy to rule out potential hiding spots. The current dilemma was that they had no idea where the dragon came from, where it resided, or how to track its movements. This complete lack of information left them entirely on the defensive, unable to take the initiative. As everyone was deep in thought, Old Fong, without lifting his head, said, "Do you think the dragon might be hiding in the Silver Veil Sea?" This question stunned Professor Miao, Hesha, and the other expert guards. Though some wanted to argue that dragons typically hid in caves, they held their tongues out of respect for Old Fong's status and strength. Old Fong was known for his pragmatic approach, analyzing each issue based on its specifics, rarely constrained by conventional wisdom. His reasoning was simple. Since they had already searched the surrounding ground without finding any lairs, the only possibilities left were the sky and the water. It couldn't be resting on clouds, so that left the water. More importantly, Old Fong noticed that the mines attacked by the Golden Dragon, when connected, formed a line roughly parallel to the Silver Veil Sea's coastline, about 60 to 70 kilometers away. Thus, the possibility of the dragon hiding in the water was not only plausible but quite likely. In Old Fong's mind, dragons were mystical creatures capable of soaring through the skies and diving into the earth. Given the current circumstances, proposing that the dragon was hiding in the water seemed perfectly reasonable to him. While Western dragons typically lived in caves, this was a magical world, and anomalies were not out of the question. Professor Miao quickly supported Old Fong's hypothesis. "I agree with Mr. Fong's suggestion. Although this is a flying dragon, given the current situation, its hiding in the water seems far more likely than on land. Moreover, I must emphasize that this is an unprecedented hybrid dragon, and we cannot judge it by conventional standards. Any hypothesis that fits the facts must be considered. Water-dwelling dragons existed, but a water dragon with wings that could fly was indeed not documented in current records." After a thorough discussion, Old Fong summarized the conversation and formulated a battle plan. Lao Fong dispatched several squads to search along the coastline. Out of the 3 mines, 2 were guarded by the Hesha family's self-defense forces, while Lao Fong himself oversaw the largest and most prominent one. This mine stood out because Lao Fong had ordered all the original spirit stones from the underground warehouse to be moved to the open pit site. The dazzling spirit stones were piled up like a mountain, creating a massive lure designed to attract enemies. The Twin Queens and Regina were also placed at this mine, along with Professor Miao and his research team. With Fong Muling in command, this location was undoubtedly the safest in the entire area. Meanwhile, Lao Fong had ventured to the Silver Veil Sea. Under the azure sky, Feigu's black figure was particularly striking, its dark golden eyes fixed on the waters below, scanning for any unusual activity. At this moment, Lao Fong was roaming the deep sea. The Xuanwu divine shield completely isolated the surrounding water flow, making him appear as if he were in a fully transparent underwater submarine, observing the myriad marine creatures with great interest. The Xuanwu divine shield not only provided formidable defense, but also rendered him visually invisible, concealing his scent and body entirely. This allowed him to move freely in the water. The surrounding sea creatures had no idea a human was among them. Lao Fong chose to patrol in a shallow area about 300 meters deep, where there were no formidable sea beasts. He searched the seafloor for several kilometers, but found nothing remarkable. He began to doubt whether his assumptions were correct, wondering if the dragon was hiding in deeper waters. Despite this, he decided to continue searching in this highly concealed shallow area. A few hours later, a glowing coral reef appeared before him, its beauty capturing Lao Fong's attention. However, amidst the serene blue light, his pupils suddenly focused on a hint of gold. It was a massive golden tail. Lao Fong adjusted his position, rising a bit higher. From this vantage point, he finally had a perfect view of the nearly 50-meter-long golden dragon. The dragon's lithe and elegant body lay motionless on the coral reef, its slender lines occasionally flickering with pale blue arcs of electricity. Scattered around were numerous electrocuted fish, a testament to the dragon's formidable defense even in its slumber. Even from 50 or 60 meters away, Lao Fong could sense the immense electric power in the water through his Xuanwu shield. The faint blue glow emitted by the coral reef was likely a unique phenomenon caused by the golden dragon's electrical discharge. The sight of the slumbering dragoness on a bed of glowing coral presented an indescribable, fantastical beauty. Lao Fong proceeded cautiously, searching for the best angle to observe. With his powerful mental strength, he finally saw the dragoness's beautiful face clearly. Her white hair floated gently in the water like seaweed, and her golden front claws were crossed in front of her, resting under her chin and cheeks. This pose reminded Lao Fong of female classmates dozing off on their desks during classes, with a touch of endearing cuteness. The only difference was that this dragoness wouldn't drool. At last, Lao Fong could fully appreciate the dragoness's face. Unlike the previous recordings, which were marred by strong magnetic interference, what he saw now was a clear and complete dragon head. Although much larger than a human head, the features were distinctly discernible. However, the more he observed, the more uneasy he felt. The face was fair and beautiful, but what shocked him most was its resemblance to Nana. To verify this bizarre suspicion, Lao Fong descended a bit to enhance the precision of his mental probing. As he got closer, the similarities became even more apparent. Besides the skin tone, the face shape, eyebrows, and mouth bore a striking resemblance to Regina. Even the hair color was the same off-white. The one was shoulder length and the other flowed down the neck. Given his intimate relationship with Regina, Lao Fong could vividly picture her in his mind, so there was no mistaking this resemblance. Lao Fong was puzzled. Could his keen eye have a hidden talent for genetic identification? Regardless, he wasn't going to let this dragoness slip away. There might indeed be some connection between her and Nana. As for the possibility that this dragon could be his mother-in-law, Lao Fong quickly dismissed the absurd notion. Judging by its appearance and prowess, this metallic dragon clearly lacked the ability to shapeshift. Without that ability, the likelihood of it mating with a human was almost zero. Another possibility was that the male was also a dragon, and Regina's human bloodline came from this hybrid dragoness. But a dragoness with a dominant dragon bloodline and a purebred male dragon couldn't produce a hybrid like Regina, who had less than 20% dragon blood. Although the chance of this dragon being his mother-in-law was slim, Lao Fong still felt a bit uneasy. Despite the theoretical and practical unlikelihood, even a 1% chance made him cautious. He decided to be extra careful when making his move. Lao Fong immediately used his mental link to share his underwater discovery with Fong Muqing. At this moment, he was glad he had brought Professor Miao along, so they could verify his suspicions as soon as they captured the golden dragoness. The mental link was a power Lao Fong and the twin queens gained after forming a life bond. Besides enabling telepathic communication, it allowed Lao Fong to transmit his visual experiences to the queens as if they were seeing them firsthand. Similarly, Lao Fong could share the queen's vision and information at any time, making this unblocked communication capability truly remarkable. On the other side, Fong Muqing, upon learning the location of the hybrid golden dragon, quickly relayed the information to Regina, instructing her to notify the others for swift action. Lao Fong chose to keep the potential connection between the golden dragon and Regina a secret for now, not wanting to affect Nana's mindset and risk any mishaps. He decided to capture the golden dragoness first, and the truth would naturally come to light. Even in the worst case, they could at least obtain a blood sample for research. As Lao Fong pondered underwater, protected by his shield, a sudden change occurred. The golden dragoness opened her eyes. Sensing trouble, Lao Fong quickly backed away to avoid any potential morning grumpiness. The hybrid golden dragon stretched her body, shook her head, then raised it, her pupils glowing blue. With a flap of her wings, her massive form shot toward the surface like an arrow. A thick blue lightning bolt struck the sea from the clouds, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap and towering waves. A magnificent golden figure, bathed in lightning, leaped from the sea and soared into the sky. She was clearly waking up and ready to hunt. With a splash, Lao Fong also emerged from the water, flying after her. However, the golden dragon was already a distant silhouette. Without hesitation, Lao Fong pursued with all his might. Of course, relying solely on his flying ability would only widen the gap, but Fei Gu had received the message and was swiftly heading toward the area. Simultaneously, Lao Fong conveyed the golden dragon's sudden departure to the twin queens, issuing orders for immediate action. No matter what, they had to capture this dragoness today. Riding on Fei Gu's back, Lao Fong found himself falling further and further behind the golden mother dragon. The distance between them kept growing. He couldn't help but joke. "When we get back, you big, fat bird, you're going on a diet." Fei Gu let out a mournful coo, clearly aware of its own lack of speed. The golden dragon's flight speed far exceeded Lao Fong's expectations. Its unique wing design allowing the base to rotate significantly both clockwise and counterclockwise enabled it to move through water like a fish and be incredibly agile in the air. This design made the golden dragon faster and more flexible than some birds. In contrast, while Fei Gu excelled at short bursts of speed, its long-distance flight speed was only slightly above average. Moreover, it had to carry Lao Fong, who was no lightweight. Despite this, Lao Fong managed to keep track of his target. By sensing the strong thunder elemental energy along the path, he not only stayed on the golden dragon's trail, but also roughly deduced the order of its attacks on the mines. The first target was none other than the mine where Feng Muqing was stationed. Lao Feng felt a surge of joy. The Golden Dragon had clearly scouted the mines in this area thoroughly. According to the sequence of proximity, the mine Lao Feng was tasked with guarding was the first stop. This was precisely why he had placed the twin queens there. At this moment, Lao Feng hoped that Feng Muqing could hold off the dragon as long as possible until he arrived. To motivate Fei Ge to speed up, he took out a fishing rod from his storage ring, attached a roasted chicken to it, and swung it forward. The tantalizing aroma of the roasted chicken dangled in front of Fei Ge, its favorite treat. Lao Feng hoped this would make Fei Ge drool and speed up. However, Fei Ge responded with a look of exasperation, as if to say, "I might be a bird, but you're definitely not human." Meanwhile, at the open pit mine, the piles of elemental stones glistened under the sunlight, visible from miles away. The Golden Dragon had arrived, hovering cautiously above the clouds, observing the surroundings. She sensed it was a trap. The area was too quiet, with hardly any human defenses in sight. But this didn't deter her. She had faced countless traps before, and each time, her opponents had ended up losing everything. To her, without sufficient strength, even the most ingenious traps were futile. The Golden Dragon's forehead, adorned with golden bull horns, began to emit intense electrical arcs, quickly forming a massive blue lightning ball. The ball then exploded into countless bolts of lightning, bombarding the area below, leaving the vicinity of the elemental stone piles in ruins. Her strategy was straightforward and brutal. Neutralize any threat with overwhelming force. In a safe room underground, Professor Miao, Regina, and others could feel the dirt falling from above, as if they were experiencing a minor earthquake, indicating the immense power of the lightning barrage. Seeing the scorched ground below, the Golden Dragon finally let her guard down, a satisfied smile appearing on her face. She retracted her wings and landed in the only untouched area, the elemental stone piles. Just as she was about to enjoy the energy feast before her, several thick tentacles burst from the ground, swiftly wrapping around her limbs and body. Boom! The pile of elemental stones exploded under the immense force. A gigantic pink and white flower bud emerged from the scattered stones, its powerful blooming force sending stones flying in all directions. As the outer bud opened, revealing another bud inside, two magnificent figures finally appear. It was Shaoqing and Xiaomu, the twin queens. The twin queens had been hiding beneath the pile of elemental stones all along. The outer flower bud was used to mask their presence, making it impossible to detect their elemental energy. The dense elemental aura emitted by the stone pile further confused the Golden Dragon. Naturally, the dragon's attack avoided the elemental stones, making it a perfect disguise. Although startled by the sudden tentacle attack, the Golden Dragon reacted quickly. She immediately donned her golden scale mask, entering combat mode, and began thrashing wildly, fighting back fiercely. With the upgrade of the twin stars to twin queens, the strength, size, and scale of the thorny tentacles had significantly improved, but the Golden Dragon still managed to tear them apart. The Golden Dragon's strength was indeed formidable. Her claws were sharp, and her armor exceptionally thick. The thorns on the tentacles couldn't penetrate her golden scales, and thus couldn't inject their venom. Fortunately, the tentacles regenerated continuously, otherwise, she might have taken to the skies again. Realizing the dragon's immense power, the twin queens dared not be careless. An intense battle was about to unfold. Xiaomu decisively released a poisonous mist, only to find that the Golden Dragon was unaffected. It turned out that the golden mask had a built-in anti-poison function, making Xiaomu secretly click her tongue in frustration. Shaoqing controlled countless thorny tendrils to entangle the dragon, but suppressing such a massive creature was indeed challenging. With a wave of her hands, the petals of the outer flowers spun like giant blades, slicing towards the Golden Dragon. Sparks flew with the clanging of metal, yet the dragon's armor remained unscathed. Frustrated by the repeated failures to break through the armor, Xiaomu raised her hands sharply, summoning dozens of spiked maces from the ground, which swung fiercely at the trapped Golden Dragon. The Golden Dragon, a hybrid, finally felt pain from this blunt force attack. Although the damage was limited, the continuous pain made it difficult for her to concentrate. More and more tendrils wrapped around the dragon, and the areas where she could exert force were diminishing, making it seem like only a matter of time before she was completely restrained. At that moment, a dazzling blue light suddenly erupted from the Golden Dragon, with violent electricity scattering in all directions. However, the seemingly powerful attack had very limited effect. The twin empresses had already prepared by planting several lightning-absorbing flowers on the ground, whose stems lit up instantly. All the binding tendrils had been specially treated to enhance their electrical resistance, explaining why they were easily broken by the dragon earlier. Just as the sea of tendrils was about to fully control the Golden Dragon, a deafening roar echoed through the arena. With this roar, the golden dragon's body quickly became wet, covered in flowing water. The dragon's human-faced head opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of water like a flood. Xiaoqing and Xiaomu both realized the danger at the same time. The dragon truly had water attributes. Although it had been speculated that the dragon could control water, the golden dragon had not displayed any water-related abilities during the half-hour of battle. Moreover, Lao Feng had been preoccupied with the golden dragon's bloodline issues and had overlooked the attribute aspect due to the urgency. After all, living in water doesn't necessarily mean having water attributes. Just like Hesh's lava toad can stay in water for a long time without possessing water attributes. Just then, the blue lightning flashed around the golden dragon once more, making the situation even more dire. As soon as the tentacles touched the water and then electricity surged through, they stiffened instantly. Their grip weakened significantly. With the water reducing the resistance, Xiaoqing quickly summoned a large wooden wall to block and absorb the incoming water stream, effectively cutting off the electricity. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the golden dragon struggled free from the entangling thorny tentacles. With a powerful flap of its wings, the massive creature lifted off the ground. However, just as it was about to ascend, a sharp sound pierced the air. The dragon felt a sudden tightness in its left hind leg, halting its ascent. In a fit of rage, the golden dragon looked down to find a nearly 40-meter-long rose whip blade tightly wrapped around its hind leg, with the other end firmly held by Xiaomu. The dragon flapped its wings forcefully, the violent wind stretching the whip blade taut. Despite using both hands, Xiaomu was clearly at a disadvantage in this raw contest of strength due to the disparity in size. Fortunately, with the whip blade rooted in the ground and the golden dragon relying solely on its wings, the situation reached a stalemate. One couldn't ascend, and the other couldn't pull down. As Xiaoqing's tentacles began to climb again, the golden dragon opened its mouth and unleashed a precise stream of water, severing the already taut whip blade instantly. Finally freed, the golden dragon soared into the sky, quickly reaching an altitude of 500 meters. In the distance, Regina, Professor Meow, and some guards had retreated to a safe area, observing the battle. This level of combat was beyond ordinary intervention. Professor Meow, focused on the battle, suddenly noticed Regina's unusual state and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Startled, Regina snapped out of her daze. "I'm fine," she replied. Internally, she was puzzled by the inexplicable familiarity she felt upon seeing the golden dragon, as if the dragon blood within her was stirring. High above, the golden dragon's face was filled with anger. Given its cautious nature, it should have left immediately to find the next mining site. However, unwilling to accept such a significant loss, it decided to retaliate. Electricity gathered between its horns, forming a massive spherical lightning bolt nearly 10 meters in diameter, which it hurled down. Compared to the Thunder Beast's spherical lightning, this attack was far more formidable. Facing the menacing attack, the twin queens remained calm. Two lightning-absorbing flowers bloomed, releasing thick beams of lightning that shattered the spherical bolt into a dazzling blue firework, scattering electric arcs everywhere. Boom! The sky lit up with blinding blue light, forcing everyone to close their eyes. Seeing its attack fail, the golden dragon roared, causing the sky to darken with storm clouds. Torrential rain began to pour, as if the dragon was controlling the weather. Xiaoqing's face tensed, and she quickly summoned an umbrella-like canopy to shield them. As expected, the golden dragon launched another lightning barrage amidst the downpour. The canopy, which had previously withstood scattered attacks from beast hordes, began to char and crack under the combined assault of rain and lightning. However, new leaves quickly regenerated. As long as the destruction rate didn't surpass the regeneration rate, the twin queens could endure the battle of attrition. Suddenly, Xiaoqing instinctively dodged, narrowly avoiding a water blade that sliced off her arm. Unfazed, her arm began to regenerate at a visible speed. Meanwhile, the white petals around her grew larger and turned brown, emitting a metallic sheen. Another fierce water blade struck, but this time the sturdy brown petals blocked it successfully, though they cracked momentarily. Xiaoqing had clearly learned her lesson and wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Despite the relentless lightning and rain bombardment, the twin queens held their ground. The golden dragon's enormous horns crackled with golden electricity, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Sensing the impending ultimate attack, the twin queens didn't hesitate. For gigantic flower buds emerged from the ground, charging up powerfully. Observers couldn't help but gulp, realizing that a decisive clash was imminent. Finally, a thick golden laser beam, entwined with electric arcs, shot down from the dragon's horns. Simultaneously, the 4 flower buds on the ground released beams of different colors, converging in a powerful counterattack. Boom! The golden beam clashed violently with the multicolored rays. At first, the twin queens' beams were pushed back. In terms of raw power, the golden dragon was indeed superior. As the golden beam slowly advanced toward the ground, The onlookers grew increasingly tense. However, the golden beam's advance slowed and eventually halted 80 meters above the ground. Then, the multicolored rays began to push back, gaining momentum rapidly. In the ongoing struggle, the golden dragon's energy waned first. As the golden beam retreated, the dragon shook its head and abandoned the duel. The multicolored rays narrowly missed its mask. Panting heavily, the golden dragon was clearly exhausted. Shaoqing and Xiaomu were also breathing deeply, both sides having expended significant energy. Half a minute later, while the golden dragon was still catching its breath, the twin queens had already recovered. Hearing the charging sound from the flower buds again, the golden dragon panicked. Without hesitation, it flapped its wings to flee, acknowledging the wisdom in retreating while it still could. The situation was a stalemate, with both sides growing increasingly frustrated and unable to gain the upper hand. The golden dragon hovered high above, too wary to descend, while the twin queens remained steadfast on the ground, unable to reach their airborne foe. The golden dragon recalled the humiliation of being suppressed upon landing and, filled with lingering fear, kept herself above 200 meters. She had assumed that an aerial advantage would secure her victory, but a barrage of attacks had left her worse off. To her frustration, her opponents seemed unscathed, their auras as stable as ever. She had to admit, the two flamboyant women on the ground were incredibly difficult to deal with. Continuing the fight would only deplete her energy pointlessly. On the other side, the twin queens were also struggling. While they could defend themselves without issue, their offensive capabilities were severely limited once the golden dragon took to the skies. The initiative had shifted, leaving them at a disadvantage as their opponent could strike or retreat at will. Just as the hybrid golden dragon was about to withdraw, a blazing lava fireball suddenly hurtled towards her. With a casual lift of her left claw, she caught the fireball and crushed it effortlessly, causing it to explode in a burst of flames. The entire process was executed with seamless precision. Hesha, who had just arrived on the battlefield, watched this scene unfold with a sinking heart, biting her lip in frustration. Her pet's ultimate move had been neutralized so easily? How could the gap be so wide? Even though they were both brank, Hesha recalled the two beams of light piercing the sky she had seen on her way here. Even from a distance, their terrifying power had shaken her. The glaring disparity before her was even harder to accept. She had hoped that her first-place finish in the district competition would allow her to catch up to that man, but she found herself unable to even glimpse his shadow. Under normal circumstances, such a lava fireball would be insignificant. But the golden dragon, already seething with unvented anger, was not in the mood for provocations from any random challenger. Without a word, the golden dragon unleashed thick bolts of lightning. The lava cannon toad, which had just leaped into the air to dodge, was instantly enveloped in a web of electricity. After a fierce barrage, Hesha's lava cannon toad lay on the ground, eyes rolled back and body smoking, clearly knocked out. As the golden dragon prepared to deliver a final blow to the toad, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her back. Two golden scales had been ripped off by Feiga. Enraged by the sneak attack, the golden dragon roared and spun around. But Feiga's large claws were firmly embedded in her flesh, clinging on like a stubborn barnacle. No matter how hard the golden dragon tried to shake him off, Feigu remained unyielding. Desperate, the golden dragon flapped her wings wildly, sparks flying everywhere, but she couldn't break through her own scales' defenses. Feigu then switched to his sharpest weapons, his beak and talons. With a few fierce pecks, the golden scales began to crack. Unable to bear the pain, the golden dragon clawed at her back, but couldn't reach it, much like a human struggling to scratch their own back. Feigu had chosen his position with infuriating precision. Furious, the golden dragon electrified her entire body, forcing Feigu to release his grip and retreat. But within moments, the golden dragon was upon him again, her electrified claws striking with thunderous force. The claw was nearly the size of Feigu's body. Yet despite the precision of the strike, the golden dragon felt no impact, as if she had struck air. Feigu's figure reappeared in front of the golden dragon, leaving behind only a dissipating cloud of dark smoke. This was Feigu's newly developed skill from the Black Pearl Phantom Fog Strike. Feigu spread his wings and launched a barrage of black feathers at the golden dragon's face. Unfortunately, the attack only sparked against her mask. The golden dragon, now aware, swiped again, but Feigu vanished, reappearing at his previous location. "Good grief, a trickster owl!" exclaimed Lao Feng, who was watching from above, stunned by the similarity to a certain game character's skill. The golden dragon once again struck only a fading cloud of dark fog. Feigu continued to lay down 10 clouds of black fog around the golden dragon. When the fog dissipated, it left behind invisible magical markers, allowing Feigu to teleport between them at will by expending a bit of primal energy. Good grief, is this flying thunder god? Black Flash. Using this uncanny teleportation, Feigu held his own in close combat. Despite the size difference, Feigu's agility made him a challenging target, turning the tables on the golden dragon. After several rounds, the golden dragon was livid. Massive bolts of lightning shot out from her body in all directions, a brute force area attack. Yet amidst the blue lightning web, a tiny black figure flickered, deftly evading the assault. Feigu emerged unscathed, a testament to his skill. Lao Feng couldn't help but admire Feigu's maneuvering, but after the initial awe, he opened a portal. A purple figure leaped out, sword in hand, diving towards the battlefield below. Impressive as Feigu's performance was, it was clear that his attacks lacked the power to make a significant impact. Just as the golden dragon was locked in a fierce battle with Feigu, a sudden sense of foreboding washed over her. She looked up abruptly to see a meteor, trailing a blood-red fiery tail, hurtling down towards her. In that instant, Hao Gu unleashed his ultimate move, one slash of ghost burial. Crimson Moon Roar, a massive scarlet crescent moon, entwined with countless terrifying spirits and evil ghosts, rose into the sky. The overwhelming blade energy cut through the air like lightning, striking precisely at the base of the golden dragon's wing. Her roar, filled with indescribable agony, echoed through the heavens. Hao Ji's upgraded version of the one slash of ghost burial nearly severed one of her bat wings. The golden dragon, now off balance, wobbled uncontrollably in midair. Seizing the moment, Hao Gu swung his blade again, creating another crescent moon aimed at the base of her other wing. Another anguished roar followed as the golden dragon's wings were completely crippled. Deprived of her ability to fly, the golden dragon plummeted towards the ground. The twin queens were already prepared, and countless thorny tendrils immediately ensnared the falling dragon. Despite her attempts to struggle and counterattack, with blue light and water surging from her body, it was all in vain. After a grueling battle that lasted dozens of rounds, the hybrid golden dragon finally collapsed from exhaustion. The paralyzing venom injected through her wing wounds began to take effect, and she gradually lost consciousness. In her final moments before blacking out, the golden dragon seemed to see a familiar yet unfamiliar figure approaching her. The news of Fang Tianyun's successful capture of the golden dragon spread quickly, causing a frenzy among the nearby mine owners. However, when the curious arrived at the Hesha family's mine, they found the entire area tightly sealed off by the Foster family's private guards. Some, unwilling to give up, attempted to use technological devices to spy from a distance, only to see a dense forest created by the Twin Queen's abilities. Deep within this forest, the unconscious golden dragon lay quietly, with most of her injuries already healed. Researchers in white lab coats busily conducted various examinations around her. Old Fong stood nearby, comforting the anxious Rayjana. When Rayjana saw the golden dragon's face, which bore a striking resemblance to her own, her heart was thrown into turmoil. As someone who had been an orphan since childhood, discovering a potential blood relative stirred a whirlwind of emotions within her. Old Fong had been by her side these past 2 days, providing emotional support. As Old Fong and Rayjana embraced, the laboratory door suddenly swung open. Professor Miao, who had been working non-stop for 2 days and nights, burst in with greasy hair and dark circles under his eyes, shouting excitedly, "You too, come quickly. The test results are out." Upon hearing Professor Miao's words, both Lao Fong and Regina's eyes widened in disbelief. It was hard for them to digest the shocking information that the golden dragon was not Regina's mother, but her half-sister, and she was already 53 years old. Professor Miao continued to explain that in this world, human lifespans have significantly increased due to the cultivation of primal energy and technological advancements. The highest recorded lifespan is currently 324 years, but most top-tier experts start aging after 200 years. 7-star martial kings and mage kings can live up to around 200 years, while ordinary primal energy cultivators have lifespans between 150 and 160 years. For ordinary people who cannot cultivate primal energy, their average lifespan is only a few years longer than that of Earthlings. However, for the golden dragon, with 86 dragon blood, 53 years is equivalent to about 1,112 years in human terms, still considered childhood. Professor Miao detailed the blood test results. Regina has 18 dragon blood and 82 human blood, while the golden dragon has 86 dragon blood and only 14 human blood. Despite being somewhat prepared, Regina was still stunned to learn she had a blood-related sister. Lao Fong, on the other hand, was secretly relieved that he had held back earlier. Though the golden dragon wasn't his mother-in-law, she was still his sister-in-law. This unprecedented situation was hard to believe. Professor Miao looked at Regina in amazement. Despite not having slept for 2 days and nights, she was still energetic and didn't seem to care about her slightly disheveled appearance. As a researcher, she was thrilled by this rare case of dragon-human hybrid and was already brainstorming various research directions. Lao Fong began steering the discussion towards the concept of transformation. He proposed the possibility of battle beasts taking on human forms, a bold idea that surprised Professor Miao. She admitted it was an innovative thought, but there were no existing cases to support it. Lao Feng elaborated on his reasoning. In the case of half-siblings, either the mother was a dragon, or a human who mated with a male dragon. Given the size difference, natural mating seemed unlikely. This raised the question of whether Regina and the golden dragon were the result of an evil experiment or a natural occurrence. Professor Miao listened with a furrowed brow, while Regina trembled. As a principled scientist, Professor Miao detested unethical experiments. Regina, on the other hand, felt more anger than anything else. Whether it was artificial experimentation or natural mating, she had no fondness for her parents whom she had never met. At that moment, Professor Miao reminded them that the golden dragon might wake up soon, and they needed to be prepared to prevent another conflict. This statement snapped Regina out of her thoughts, and she felt a surge of anticipation and kinship towards her Suntobmit sister. After all, in a way, they were both victims of circumstance. Meanwhile, on the fierce wind ocean, a small fleet was slowly sailing forward. When the commander reported that they were about to enter the inner sea of the Aozian Federation, a man referred to as Your Highness snorted and ordered the fleet to wait there while he prepared to continue ahead in a small boat. The golden dragon slowly opened her eyes, bewilderedly scanning the dense forest around her. After a moment of confusion, she suddenly realized her restrained situation, her eyes becoming sharp in an instant. Despite her weakened state, she struggled fiercely, her will to resist undiminished. Just as the golden dragon was about to exhaust her last bit of energy to unleash water and electricity, a gentle voice reached her ears. Calm down, stop. This unexpected remark made her pause, and she looked towards the source of the voice. A tall woman stood before her, and their eyes met. Normally, the golden dragon would either fly away or swat the intruder aside. However, facing this human female, she found herself frozen in place, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over her. Seeing the dragon respond to her words, Regina felt a surge of joy. She began to gradually release her aura, silver antelope-like dragon horns emerging from her forehead, and silver dragon scales appearing on her body. Thanks to her cultivation of the Nine Heavens dragon technique, the bloodline barrier had been broken, and this transformation carried almost no debilitating side effects. As Regina's draconic bloodline activated, the golden dragon's eyes widened, the shock in her pupils growing more intense. She even extended her neck, bringing her massive head closer to scrutinize Regina. The golden dragon could feel it too, a strong blood connection with this human-like female before her. For a moment, both stood still, gazing at each other. Regina finally spoke. I know you can understand me. I am your sister, and you are my elder sister. Hearing this, the golden dragon's enormous body visibly trembled. Unexpectedly, the golden dragon began to shed tears. She did not cry out loud but silently watched her sister, the tears streaming down her beautiful face. Each tear was as large as a bucket of water, hitting the ground with a loud splash. Seeing her sister's silent tears, Regina's eyes also reddened. Without needing words, she could comprehend the bittersweet experiences her sister had endured. A blooming flower lifted Regina to the golden dragon's face. She reached out and gently caressed the dragon's delicate white face. Initially, the golden dragon flinched, but then she calmed down. The golden dragon slightly opened her mouth. You are, but ultimately gave up trying. She could understand human language, but could not speak it, unable to clearly express her complex emotions. Regina smiled understandingly. It's okay, I understand. I'll teach you human language later. For now, let me talk and you listen. She softly recounted her life story. Her days in the orphanage, drifting through society, fighting in the arena, meeting her partner, and her current happy life. The golden dragon listened attentively, fully absorbed. Overhead, Feng Daxiao, observing from the clouds, finally breathed a sigh of relief. To avoid startling the golden dragon and to ensure safety, the area had long been cleared, leaving only Regina. If even Regina, with her blood connection, couldn't communicate, no one else could. Surprisingly, after establishing their blood relationship, the once volatile golden dragon became remarkably gentle. As Feng Daxiao pondered, Regina waved at him. He slowly descended, silently raising the Xuanwu shield. While the golden dragon was gentle with Regina, she might still unleash her electrical attacks on him. After all, Old Feng's 3 battle pets had once been ordered by their boss to severely beat up their boss's older sister-in-law. Even though Old Feng himself hadn't been involved directly, he still felt a bit uneasy. When Feng Daxiao appeared, the golden magnesium aluminum dragon immediately became alert. Her eyes flashed with suspicion and caution, and she took a slight step back to maintain a safe distance, clearly wary of this human. Although Regina had introduced Old Feng beforehand and assured that he was completely trustworthy, for a golden dragon who rarely interacted with humans and often clashed with them, trusting a human obviously required time. Considering the golden dragon's temperament, this reaction was already quite restrained. If it weren't for Nana's prior groundwork, the Golden Dragon would likely have already launched an all-out attack with electric sparks flying. Old Fong noticed the Golden Dragon's wariness and gave a slight smile, choosing not to speak. Instead, he extended his mental energy, attempting to establish a connection with the Golden Dragon. When his mental energy touched her, she visibly tensed, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. This direct voice in her mind was a new experience for her, but she realized it was from the human floating in the air. After persistent effort, Old Fong finally received some mental responses from the Golden Dragon. Although these responses were not very clear after all, the Golden Dragon neither spoke human language nor possessed the telepathic abilities of the twin empresses, making her able to listen but not speak. Old Fong still gleaned valuable information from the exchange. He learned that the older sister-in-law, despite being over 50 years old, had lived mostly in the wild, largely isolated from the human world. Even when she occasionally encountered humans, it usually ended in conflict. After all, faced with such a formidable creature, humans often had ulterior motives, either trying to capture or tame her, which naturally led to clashes. Therefore, despite possessing advanced intelligence comparable to humans and being extremely clever, the Golden Dragon's long-term isolation had left her mentally unbalanced. In the untamed wilderness, she might be an undisputed queen, but if brought into human society, she would likely be like a naive girl unfamiliar with the world. Old Fong realized that in the coming days, he and Nana would face a daunting task, helping the Golden Dragon adapt to human society and make up for her social shortcomings. This was undoubtedly a highly challenging endeavor, but also one filled with opportunities. A commercial vessel slowly approached the docks of Silver Vale Sea. Third Prince Balin stood on the deck, his expression dark and stern. He had hoped that switching to a merchant ship would help them evade inspections, but to his dismay, the Azesian Navy intercepted and inspected them multiple times, wasting precious time. I wonder what's happening with that Golden Dragon now, Balin worried to himself. If someone else tames it, this whole trip will be for nothing. Your Highness, we've docked. We can disembark now, a subordinate reported respectfully. Balin, slightly agitated, ordered, go and fetch Lord Boigu. Remember, do not delay. Yes, sir. Just as the subordinate turned to leave, Balin called him back. Never mind. I'll go myself, he decided. You all get the equipment ready and assemble quickly. Yes, sir. The subordinate obeyed and hurried off. Meanwhile, in a dense forest not far from the port, the Golden Dragon had regained its freedom. The presence of Regina had convinced it to stay, much to Old Fang's relief. Currently, only Old Fong and Nana interacted with the Golden Dragon, while the others kept a considerable distance. Nana was mainly responsible for communication, while young Master Fong handled feeding. Old Fong's storage ring was now filled with a large quantity of raw spirit stones. Although Hesha had intended to pay him a hefty fee for his help, Old Fong repeatedly declined. After all, his eldest sister had caused quite a mess in Hesha's mining operations, and it was already generous of them not to demand compensation. To make up for the losses, Old Fong bought a large amount of raw spirit stones at a price 30 above the market rate, planning to use them to feed his eldest sister. Initially, the Golden Dragon eyed Old Fong warily. Although Old Fong hadn't participated in the battle, the dragon had deduced, through its connection with the Twin Empress, that he was the mastermind behind its defeat. However, with regular interaction, mental communication, and consistent feeding, coupled with Old Fong's close relationship with Regina, the unpleasant memories quickly faded. Under the patient guidance of Old Fong and Regina, the Golden Dragon began to learn human language. Being inherently intelligent, it quickly picked up the basics with proper instruction. Through in-depth conversations, Old Fong learned that his eldest sister initially roamed the far west. After her frequent appearances exposed her identity, she crossed the ocean to the north, possibly the North Longa region. After staying there for a while, she ventured back to the sea, drifting southeast until she arrived in Azesia. The Golden Dragon led a simple life, eating, sleeping, and occasionally stealing some ores for a feast to replenish nutrients. It wasn't picky about its resting place, be it a cave or underwater, as long as it was hidden. This unpretentious lifestyle lasted for half a century, making it understandably excited to meet Regina. As a creature with human blood, the Golden Dragon also had social needs and felt lonely from prolonged isolation. Notably, the Golden Dragon had never eaten humans. Firstly, because of their similar appearance, and secondly, because humans were too small to be satisfying. It preferred cooked meat, a habit it picked up from adventurers camping in the wild. This level of refinement matched its human-like face, making it seem quite civilized. A few days later, the Golden Dragon grew restless. Such a large creature inevitably felt cramped staying in one place for too long. Thus, Old Fong and Nana decided to follow the Golden Dragon as it left the mining area to explore elsewhere. Old Fong attempted to sit on the dragon's back like Nana, and the dragon merely glanced back at him before allowing it. This filled young Master Fong with a sense of accomplishment. With that, the now fully recovered Golden Dragon soared into the sky with the two of them, disappearing into the horizon. A few days later, an unfamiliar adventurer group arrived at the mining site. Since the mines needed rebuilding, Hesha, as the only daughter of the Foster family, took on the responsibility of overseeing the site's management and planning. Professor Miao and her research team had obtained the samples they needed, and on the day old Fong and Nana rode the dragon away, she led her assistants on a flight back to Arming City. Just as Hesha was engrossed in her work, the office door was suddenly flung open. One of her subordinates burst in, panting heavily. He reported in a flustered voice, "Someone has trespassed into the mine and injured our private guards." This unexpected news hit Hesha like a sledgehammer, shattering her calm demeanor. Even someone as typically composed and unflappable as her couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Hesha hurried to the scene, fury boiling within her. How dare someone trespass into a private area and, even worse, assault her guards? When she arrived, the sight before her only fueled her rage. Her subordinates were sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. In the center of the mine, a group of strangers were brazenly searching around, treating the place as if it were their own. A young man noticed Hesha's arrival. Leaning lazily against a rock, he looked her up and down with a mocking gaze. "You must be the one in charge of this mine, right? Didn't expect the boss to be such a young girl," he said with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Suppressing her anger, Hesha demanded coldly, "Who are you? This is a private mine. You've trespassed and assaulted my guards, which is a violation of federal law." Despite the turmoil within her, she chose to approach the situation diplomatically. The man chuckled nonchalantly. "Relax, Miss Hesha. We didn't kill anyone, just gave them a little lesson. Once this is all sorted out, I'll compensate you with a generous amount for their medical expenses." Hesha's brow furrowed at his condescending attitude. She scrutinized the intruders closely. They were all dressed in matching blue and white uniforms, with shark emblems on their chests. Her attention was suddenly drawn to an elderly man among them. Though his hair was jet black, the deep wrinkles on his face betrayed his age. He wore a sleeveless leather armor with a long cloak draped over his back. His physique was incredibly robust, and he gripped a massive greatsword with its tip embedded deep in the ground. The old man stood silently with his eyes closed, exuding an overwhelming presence that made Hesha break out in a cold sweat. Noticing her reaction, the young man smirked triumphantly. "By the way, let me introduce ourselves. We are the Gray Shark Adventurers." His tone suddenly became serious. "Now, tell me, where is the Golden Dragoness? Don't tell me it's not here. We did our homework before coming." "That Golden Dragon is definitely in this mine," Baron said, crossing his legs and smirking with confidence. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes scanning Hesha with a hint of disdain. Hesha frowned slightly, growing more cautious. She scrutinized the group, noticing their differences from the locals. "You're not from around here, are you? And it seems like your information might not be as accurate as you think," she said, her tone probing. Hesha calculated that these people were likely outsiders. Local adventurers would never dare to intrude so brazenly if they knew who was here. What puzzled her more was the presence of such remarkable individuals within this group. Her gaze lingered on the elderly man meditating with his eyes closed, deepening her suspicions. Noticing Hesha's meaningful look, Baron's demeanor shifted to irritation. His tone turned harsh. "Stop pretending. Where's the Golden Dragon?" Hesha replied calmly. "If you had arrived a few days earlier, you might have seen it. As of now, you could say you're quite lucky." She was telling the truth, genuinely believing they were fortunate. If that man were still here, Baron wouldn't be standing so confidently. However, to Baron, Hesha's words sounded mocking. His expression darkened. "Miss, my patience is wearing thin. Tell me where you've hidden the Golden Dragon or where you've moved it. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to use some methods you'll regret." Unfazed by the threat, Hesha maintained her calm tone. The Golden Dragon flew away on its own. If it had been transported, its size would make it impossible to keep secret. "You wouldn't be here if it had been moved." She paused before continuing. "As for any methods you plan to use, be aware that this place is under remote surveillance. My family owns more than one mine here. We know exactly what you and your people look like." Hesha's words clarified the dragon's whereabouts, hinted at her family's power, and highlighted the surveillance. No matter who they were, her statement should make them think twice. Baron's confidence began to wane, replaced by caution. Hesha's words had indeed made him wary, and his previously arrogant demeanor softened somewhat. In truth, Hesha's guess was correct. Baron had rushed here immediately upon learning the dragon's location, knowing little about the mine's ownership or the capture details. He only focused on the target, disregarding time, place, and people. His confidence was more akin to arrogance. Now, however, the situation was awkward. Knowing there was more than one mine, and being under surveillance meant their actions might already be recorded. Without secrecy, any underhanded tactics were off the table. Despite his high status, Baron couldn't afford to act recklessly on Federation soil. Adjusting his posture slightly, Baron adopted a more courteous tone. Miss, you have a keen eye. We are from the Duchy of Loxy. The Golden Dragon attacked our town, and we were tasked with capturing it. We would appreciate your cooperation. The Duchy of Loxy? Hesha finally understood their origin. To the north of the Ozessan Federation lay the vast fierce wind sea, dotted with numerous islands, some of which were independent small nations. Those with trade relations or protection from major countries often received the title of duchy. These island nations developed well, keeping pace with civilization. In contrast, isolated or poorly positioned islands remained primitive or disconnected from modern society. As one of the 6 major countries, the Ozessan Federation had several duchy allies in the fierce wind sea, Loxy being one of them. Their origin surprised Hesha, who had assumed they were from the west or central regions, not overseas. Hesha responded calmly. A few days ago, the Golden Dragon broke free and fled. You can ask around. Soon enough, there will be reports of its sightings in this area. She purposely omitted mentioning Feng Tianyun, only stating the dragon had escaped. Since Feng Tianyun captured the Golden Dragon, local adventurers and mercenaries had mostly disappeared due to the lack of tasks. Without missions, they naturally left. Near the Silver Veil Sea, tourists vastly outnumbered adventurers unless someone had a specific need for oceanic beasts. Without tasks, adventurers rarely visited. Had Baron arrived a few days earlier, he would have heard Feng Tianyun's name from the adventurers' discussions. Unfortunately, he missed the best timing. Hesha's words were mostly believable to Baron. As she said, the Golden Dragon's size made it impossible to hide. A bit of investigation would reveal the truth. Baron nodded. I believe you, Mississippi. But you seem to be a beast tamer too. Just to be sure, let's verify. He pulled out a magical detector from his storage ring, signaling Hesha to come closer. However, Hesha didn't comply. Instead, she summoned her lava cannon toad, her tone now tinged with anger. If you want verification, let's do it another way. From the start, Baron's condescending attitude had pushed Hesha to her limit. The final straw was the detector. Baron raised an eyebrow, smirking with disdain. Oh, seems like you have a temper. Fine, let's test it differently. His gaze fell on the lava cannon toad, his voice dripping with provocation. A brank beast? Huh? Impressive for someone so young. They'll just sit here and see what your toad can do. Baron's arrogance completely infuriated Hesha. The lava cannon toad opened its mouth, instantly charging a lava cannon and firing at Baron. Despite her anger, Hesha held back, not wanting to kill. The cannon's trajectory was slightly off, meant to graze Baron and cause non-lethal injuries. However, in that critical moment, a burly figure suddenly appeared, shielding Baron. He raised his sword and slashed downward. Boom! The massive fireball, as tall as a person, was split in half by this seemingly simple strike. The force of the blow sent the 2 halves of the fireball crashing into the hillside, creating a deafening explosion. Before anyone could recover from their shock, a tremendous pressure descended from above. Looking up, they saw a figure made of crystalline blue flames hovering in the air, exuding an overwhelming aura of primal energy. Not good. Fall back. Alarm bells rang in everyone's minds. Hesha's 4 5-star guards reacted swiftly, some raising shields, others drawing swords. But it was too late. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the blue figure swung a massive sword, striking the ground with immense force. 5 enormous blue crescent-shaped energy waves shot out from the blade, effortlessly tearing through the guards' defenses like a hot knife through butter. Ugh! For figures spat blood and were sent flying, their shields and weapons shattered. The lava cannon toad, too close and too slow to dodge, was caught in the attack. Its tough lava armor was easily shattered, and one of its arms and a leg, along with nearly half its body, were sliced off by the sword energy. In a single strike, all 4 guards and the beast were rendered incapable of fighting. Hesha looked at her fallen guards, all bleeding and incapacitated, and the deep sword marks in the ground, her face pale with shock. She hurriedly retrieved the severely damaged lava cannon toad into her space, and the luxurious magic shield in her hand, inlaid with primal spirit stones, now seemed utterly laughable. Hesha stared intently at the old figure standing with his sword, expressionless, and tremblingly uttered 4 words. 7-star martial king. A 7-star martial master, a true warrior in the martial arts world, was crowned with the title of king. This simple title carried with it a frightening level of power. Clap clap. Balin, seated in a chair, clapped excitedly. You get what you pay for. Expensive, yes, but also incredibly powerful. Brilliant, simply brilliant. Lord Boguet, your strength is indeed extraordinary. This strike was unparalleled, truly impressive. Ignoring Balin's flattery, the elderly martial king named Boguet silently carried his weapon and stepped aside, uninterested in responding. Unparalleled? Hesha thought to herself, unimpressed. She had seen even greater powers, but now was not the time to speak of it. So, young lady, can we proceed with the test now? Balin swaggered forward with a testing device, a smug and sinister smile on his face. With the appearance of the lava cannon toad, anyone with a bit of common sense knew that Hesha couldn't possibly have taken the golden dragon. Given her age, her magical space couldn't hold both of these beasts simultaneously. But Balin insisted on the test, his intentions clear. Hesha understood that he simply wanted to humiliate her. She took a deep breath, expressionless, placed her hand on the device, then turned to tend to her injured guards, unwilling to engage further. Seeing Hesha's cold demeanor, Balin spat in frustration. He enjoyed seeing the look of humiliation on people's faces when they were bullied, and Hesha's reaction was unsatisfying. But there was nothing more to be done now. Besides, Balin's mind was mostly occupied with thoughts of the golden dragon. Miss, this is our walkie-talkie. If the golden dragon comes back, please contact us immediately, Balin said in a threatening tone, placing the walkie-talkie down with a forced smile before leading his men away. Miss, these foreigners are too much. That old man with the giant sword is incredibly strong. How does this adventurer group have such a powerful member? Miss, perhaps you should contact young Master Fong? Voices of concern arose around her. Hesha didn't respond, silently cleaning up the scene and summoning a doctor to treat the wounded. Contacting Fong Tianyun was something she wanted to do, but the number you have dialed is not in service. Meanwhile, in a treacherous part of the Silver Vale Sea, the sound of crashing waves mingled with joyful laughter. Two mixed blood sisters played in the sea while old Fong meditated underwater near the shore. This area, due to its dangerous terrain, rarely saw visitors. Tourists usually stayed in signal-covered zones. After a few days together, the sisters had grown closer, and even old Fong had developed a more amicable relationship with his sister-in-law. Now, she could fly over and pat his big face without being rejected. The most notable progress was in the golden dragon's language ability. It could now speak simple sentences and clearly express its intentions. As for the golden dragon, old Fong had no intention of contracting it. The contract with mixed blood creatures had strict conditions. The beast's bloodline had to be at least 80 pure, and the contract had to be voluntary. This was similar to the conditions of an equality contract, which also had to be mutually consensual. Lao Fong couldn't help but feel a deep respect for the historical figure who invented the war beast contract, marveling at how it balanced practicality and morality. He pondered the strength of his golden dragon war pet, affectionately called Big Sister. Although both were at the level just below A, she was still slightly weaker compared to the training fanatic, Hao Go. After all, this dragon had grown purely through innate talent and luck, lacking systematic training. Determined, Lao Fong decided that his next war pet had to be a level, refusing to consider anything lower. Adding another level beast would only further strain his war pet space. He devised a brilliant plan for Big Sisterto, have Regina enter into an equal contract with her. This would not only enhance their combined strength, but also provide protection for the golden dragon. Most importantly, once the dragon matured mentally, they could dissolve the contract seamlessly at any time. A few days later, when the moment was right, Lao Fong shared his idea with Nana. After careful consideration, the dragon girl agreed that it was the best solution for now. With Lao Feng's assistance, Nana successfully entered into an equal contract with her sister, the process going unexpectedly smoothly. Lao Fong had initially worried about potential obstacles, given that the two hadn't known each other for long. However, the golden dragon, despite being half a century old, behaved like a younger sister relying on her elder sibling in front of Regina. Lao Fong was relieved to see that his big sister maintained a rare innocence when it came to family bonds. With the matter resolved successfully, Lao Fong breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to return. Just as he and Nana stepped into the tourist area, his phone rang, shattering the tranquility. Originally, I planned to spend a couple of days with Nana in the tourist area, but one call from Hesha, and the plan was naturally ruined. Lao Fong frowned and pondered, surprised at the thought. A 7-star martial king in an adventure team? That's simply unbelievable. He quickly calculated in his mind. Although 7-star martial kings are rare in the mercenary market, they are not unheard of. But their hiring price is astronomical, beyond the reach of ordinary people. Moreover, without some connections, you wouldn't even get a chance to hire such experts. 7-star level experts are always in high demand, and they never lack work regardless of the price. Lao Fong squinted, deep in thought. That guy named Balin, he clearly has a significant background. The Gray Shark adventure team is probably just a cover. Upon learning that the opposition was targeting his sister-in-law, Lao Fong's expression darkened, and he made a quick decision. He turned to Nana and said briefly, "Let's go. We'll take the golden dragon directly to the mine." In less than half an hour, they arrived at their destination. Lao Fong issued instructions to Hesha. "You still have the walkie-talkie, right? Contact Balin and tell him the golden dragon is back, and he can come to get it. Then lead everyone in the mine to evacuate to another site for a day. I'll handle this within today." After listening to Hesha's detailed report on the day's events, Lao Feng calmly made arrangements. Hesha seemed to understand, her eyes widening slightly as she stared at Lao Feng. Lao Feng said coolly, "Get everyone out of here. The fewer people know about this, the better." Hesha initially wanted to stay, but after a moment's thought, she decided to follow Lao Feng's instructions. She led all the guards and workers to evacuate in an orderly manner, strictly prohibiting anyone from looking back or falling behind. After the Foster family had left, Lao Feng personally shut down all the surveillance systems within the mine. Just as he finished, the Gray Shark adventure team hurriedly arrived within minutes. Balin frowned at the silent and empty mine. Where is everyone? Not even a greeting. He had initially thought Hesha's contact was a sign of her knowing the situation, but now he felt something was off. The further Balin walked in, the more uneasy he felt. But when he reached the pit, all his doubts vanished. He saw the coveted golden dragon standing quietly in the pit. Ha ha ha, heaven is helping me. Balin was ecstatic, but he quickly calmed down and shouted, "Set up the formation." Quickly, 6 mages slowly rose into the air, chanting incantations and using scrolls to weave a massive magical net in the sky. Even 6 six-star mages, Lao Feng silently assessed. This kid has really invested heavily. Balin, overwhelmed with excitement at the sight of the motionless golden dragon, exclaimed, "Hey, it's really obedient." Suddenly, a calm voice interrupted Balin's joy. "There's someone on the dragon's head." Following Marshal King Bogey's reminder, Balin noticed a woman standing on the dragon's head. Upon closer inspection, she turned out to be a half-breed. Regina's sharp gaze scanned the people below. Armored and armed, she gracefully leaped from the dragon's head and landed steadily. She flashed a mischievous smile at Balin, raised her left hand, and wiggled her fingers. "Sorry, but I already signed the contract." Regina had already decided to kill these people who coveted her sister. Her words nearly stopped Balin's heart. But when he saw the contract mark on Regina's hand, his worry dissipated. This scare made him curse out loud. "Damn it. Just an equal contract. Scared the hell out of me, damn it." Balin's face twisted with rage, and he threatened viciously, "I'll give you 30 seconds to break the contract yourself, or I guarantee you'll die a gruesome death, you half-breed." Regina's lips curled into a disdainful smile, her eyes filled with mockery. She coldly replied, "The one who will die a gruesome death is you." At that moment, a voice devoid of any emotion echoed from the sky, like a divine decree. Above the sky, this emotionless sentence descended like a god's proclamation. Who? Everyone present, including Balin, looked up. Even the 6 mages weaving the net in the air raised their heads in surprise. All they saw was a crimson comet hurtling towards the ground. The magical net was effortlessly pierced, unable to stop the blood-red comet's descent. "Retreat!" The shout came from the usually quiet Bogey. He was the first to sense the overwhelming pressure bearing down on them. The 7-star Marshal King immediately stood in front of Balin with his sword drawn. Suddenly, a blood-red comet crashed down in the middle of the two opposing forces. Hao Ji's ultimate move, Crimson Crescent, struck the ground with immense force, unleashing a hellish dance of chaos. Countless blood-red blades intertwined into a net, advancing like a bulldozer. The frontline members of the Gray Shark adventurers had no time to react and were instantly shredded into pieces by the blade net, leaving a mess of severed limbs scattered everywhere. The blade net continued its relentless advance, slicing through the remains with the efficiency and lethality of a laser cutter. At this moment, Bogey was being forced back by a 12-meter-long crescent blade aura. This was a special gift prepared by Hao Gu just for him. Bogey's battle boots carved 2 deep trenches in the ground, and Baron, standing behind him, was knocked off balance by Bogey's powerful back. "Huh!" Bogey roared, his muscles bulging as blue primal energy burst from his body. Gripping his sword hilt with one hand and pressing the blade with the other, he managed to shatter the crescent blade aura. The power of this strike mirrored his signature overhead slash, but the damage inflicted was vastly different. Deep furrows appeared on Bogey's wrinkled face as he solemnly uttered 2 words, "A master." The Gray Shark adventurers suffered heavy losses, with nearly a third of their elite 100-man team wiped out by this attack. Blood flowed like a river, and the ground was littered with dismembered bodies. Baron, lying on the ground, scrambled backward in terror, using his hands and feet. "Who? Who is it?" Baron's voice was harsh and frantic as he hid behind Bogey. "Do you know who I am? Come out now." The 7-star Marshal King was his last shred of confidence. As the dust settled, Hao Gu, standing tall and wiping his blade, finally appeared in the terrified gaze of everyone present. "Evil Sword Saint? Impossible." Bogue's weathered face was rarely so full of shock. He didn't need Balin to explain. His century of experience allowed him to instantly recognize the terror of the purple figure before him. Although the blind blade master from B was rare, in Bogue's understanding, they shouldn't be a match for him. However, the single strike from the Gu Luo Sha in front of him displayed an unbelievable level of power. Alarm bells rang in Bogue's mind. This was no ordinary foe. After the initial shock, Bogue's expression turned serious. Mechanical sounds echoed from his chest as a suit of medieval-style magical armor, inlaid with primordial stones and covered in runes, rapidly enveloped his body. He donned a large helmet with winged horns. For the first time, the 123-year-old seven-star Martial King was taking things seriously, going all out. Meanwhile, Balin and his men retreated continuously, even hiding behind Balin. The thunderous strike from Hauga shattered Balin's arrogant facade and destroyed the team's morale. When faced with a life-threatening situation, few can maintain their persona and principles, and Balin was clearly not one of them. A bizarre scene unfolded. The fully armored Bogue stood alone at the forefront, while Balin and his men huddled 100 meters away, peeking cautiously. The regular army had turned into mere spectators. Suddenly, the ground shook. Everyone turned back in terror to see various oddly shaped trees breaking through the earth. In just a few seconds, a dark, dense forest sprang up. What the hell? Though they didn't understand what was happening, the mysterious forest sent chills down their spines. Balin wiped the cold sweat from his brow and signaled to a few of his men. Gritting their teeth, a few subordinates stepped into the forest, only to be met with agonizing screams. The others quickly backed away, maintaining a safe distance. After angrily yelling into his walkie-talkie to no avail, Balin threw it to the ground in frustration and ordered, "Burn it down!" The mages immediately began chanting spells, and fireballs roared forth. However, the sudden appearance of fire-resistant plants blocked all their attacks. A giant bud shot up from the forest, and as the charging sound reached its peak, a massive orange beam descended from the sky. The beam swept across, incinerating the frontline mages instantly. The searing beam left a charred trench and a wall of fire, completely cutting off their path. Staring at the giant flower, still smoldering, Balin felt a chill run through him as his heart sank. With danger ahead and behind, he realized the gravity of the situation. Just then, a figure slowly floated down from above the forest. Lao Feng looked down at the frightened crowd below, his face expressionless, though he was internally contemplating whether to use this dramatic entrance more often. It was both impressive and imbued with a mystical aura. "Who are you?" Balin blurted out. Lao Feng couldn't be bothered to respond and flew directly to Balin, looking down at him. "Don't know who I am? Didn't do your homework before showing off abroad? Why, you better not mess with me. I'm the third prince of the Loxi Principality," Balin stammered. Lao Feng sneered. "Third prince? Huh? Go back to how you were, flaunting your power and looking down on people. Even if you were the king's father, I'd still deal with you today." With that, Lao Feng flicked his demon binding rope, tying Balin up tightly, then lifted him by the collar. As the surrounding guards moved to intervene, thorny tendrils shot up from the ground, skewering them. Screams echoed as the rest froze in fear. "Let me go. You can't do this to me. I'm a prince. This is a serious diplomatic incident. You should hand me over to the federal government. You can't take justice into your own hands. That's illegal." Balin struggled desperately, but seeing the surrounding forest, his words trailed off. Ignoring Balin's protests, Lao Feng thought to himself, "When others bully you, what's the reasoning? When you fight back, they suddenly want to talk reason. Huh? Well said. Continue in your next life." Bogue and Brother House stood in a tense standoff, neither daring to make a move. The aura of the demon sword saint was locked onto Bogue, ready to strike him down at the slightest provocation. Meanwhile, Old Fong, with no hesitation, carried the captured Baron over everyone's heads and landed in front of Nana. Thud. The third prince, Baron, was thrown heavily to the ground with a muffled sound. Struggling to lift his head, he roared, "You can't treat me like this. Bogue will tell my father, and you'll be put on trial. You will." Before he could finish, Nana's brutal soccer kick cut him off. Baron howled in pain, rolling on the ground, blood and broken teeth scattering everywhere. The kick finally silenced him, but Old Fong wasn't satisfied. With a wave of his hand, Baron was pulled back by an invisible force, then a water ball splashed onto his face, jolting him out of his brief unconsciousness. "What's the point of passing out?" Old Fong sneered. "You need to keep your eyes open and witness everything that's about to happen." Baron trembled, his pride shattered. He pleaded, "Big brother, I was wrong. Spare me. You can have the golden dragon. I don't want it. I'll give you money. Just let me go. I promised never to come back." Old Fong coldly warned, "Shut up. Say one more word, and the next kick won't be as simple as knocking you out." Baron immediately fell silent, too terrified to make another sound. The 6 mages in the sky watched everything unfold, exchanging uneasy glances. They hesitated, unsure whether to descend and help or maintain the magic net. Just then, Old Fong looked up at them and said coldly, "Those bugs up there need to be dealt with too." Regina nodded in understanding and signaled her sister to take action. The golden dragon roared furiously, its twin horns gathering lightning, and 6 massive bolts shot towards the sky. The 6 mages were shocked, abandoning the magic net to defend against the sudden attack. At that moment, a sinister shadow flickered by, and one of the mages screamed as his arm was severed. Lightning struck him, and he fell from the sky, charred to a crisp. The remaining 5 mages were terrified, hastily raising magical barriers to protect themselves. But the shadow moved like lightning, disappearing in an instant. Someone shouted, "It's a teleporting bird. Be careful." Realizing the danger, the 5 mages decided to land immediately. Before they could escape, a strange bird's cry resonated in their minds. The world suddenly darkened, and they were plunged into blackness. When they regained their sight, the world was spinning wildly. Before they could react, 5 heads were severed simultaneously, blood gushing out. Everyone on the ground was stunned, their faces pale. Baron shook like a leaf, and if it weren't for the order to stay silent, he would have screamed. In just a minute, all 6 six-star mages had fallen. The black bird stood still on the ground, next to a mysterious young man with black hair. Fear gripped everyone's hearts. What kind of terrifying entity had their master provoked? In a heathen confrontation, the 6 six-star mages wouldn't have been wiped out in just 1 minute. But since they are skilled at ambushes, why choose to fight heathen? During the first wave of surprise attacks, Feigu had already quietly set down an invisible marker. With the golden dragon's distraction and Feigu's bizarre, assassin-like skills, combined with the aerial battlefield, a visual spectacle of 5 kills in 1 second was not impossible. Feigu understood the importance of dramatic effect. The 6 corpses on the ground were a gruesome sight, each one unrecognizable, causing the legs of the Grey Shark adventure team to go weak. With the elite enemies above dealt with, Lao Fong could finally proceed with the show. Lao Fong looked at Balin with amusement and asked in detail, "I asked my aunt, and she didn't attack your country's towns. Clearly, you're lying. In fact, while she was resting on the island, it was you, the ignorant prince, who first had ill intentions and led a fleet to attack her. As a result, she killed your 2 battle pets and destroyed your small fleet. Am I right?" Balin averted his gaze, feeling guilty under Lao Fong's scrutiny. What Lao Fong said was true. As a beast master, Balin had discovered the nearly 50-meter-long golden dragon resting on the island while patrolling with his small fleet. Such an opportunity was too tempting to pass up. However, the result was a disastrous defeat, with 2 of his battle pets lost to the sea and his fleet nearly annihilated. But after witnessing the golden dragon's power, instead of giving up, Balin became even more obsessed. He brought his guards and spent a fortune hiring experts to pursue the golden dragon all the way to the Ozesan Federation, determined to capture it. However, he never expected to provoke such a terrifying entity. What puzzled him even more was the term aunt. Could this golden dragon be Lao Fong's aunt? Balin was speechless and bewildered. Lao Fong couldn't be bothered to explain, nor was there any need to. His attention had already shifted to the fully armored bogey. Among this group, the only one who piqued Lao Fong's interest was this 7-star martial king, known to be nearly invincible against ranked beasts and below. "How much did you pay him?" Lao Fong suddenly asked. "Huh?" Balin was startled but quickly replied, 5 million a day? Lao Fong smirked. "Wow. He gets 500 grand a day without lifting a finger. That's more lucrative than robbery. 20 days would be 100 million. Not everyone can afford that." He raised his voice for everyone to hear. "Let's play a game. Demon Sword Saint versus 7-star Martial King. Unknown. No interference. If you win, you live. If you lose, you die. That's it." Lao Fong directed his words at Bogey. Bogey didn't respond, but the others were in an uproar. They quickly quieted down, realizing that this game might actually be in their favor. If it turned into a brawl involving the Blackbird, the Golden Dragon, and the eerie forest behind them, they would likely be at a disadvantage. The memory of the 6 six-star mages being wiped out in 60 seconds was still fresh in their minds. Lao Fong proposed this mano-a-mano duel purely out of curiosity. He wanted to see the true strength of a 7-star martial king, and figured it was a good opportunity to test Hao Gu. He was confident that Hao Gu wouldn't lose in an unknown fight. After all, nearly invincible and absolutely invincible are 2 different things. Whether this group agreed or not was irrelevant to Lao Fong, as if they had a choice. Alright, since there are no objections, game on. As Lao Fong's words fell, Hao Gu, with his sword dragging on the ground, charged forward, his back hunched. The crimson crescent moon trailing his swift movement carved a deep fiery trench on the ground. Bogey quickly assumed a defensive stance, fully focused. Hao Gu roared. 1/Ghost Burial. Crimson Moon Howl. A dazzling full moon sword aura flashed out. However, it wasn't a clean hit. Bogey's giant sword, glowing blue, blocked the crimson crescent. An upward slash met a downward one. A streak of azure collided with a swath of blood red. The two forces clashed decisively. Boom! The powerful sword energy scattered, ravaging the ground into a network of trenches. Those standing too close were instantly caught in the explosive energy blades, their bodies sliced into pieces. This was a typical clash of titans, with mere mortals caught in the crossfire. The scene was electrifying, causing the crowd to retreat in terror, afraid of getting caught in the chaos. Under the massive impact, Haugu staggered back 3 steps before regaining his balance, while Bogu was completely thrown off his feet. In midair, Bogu executed a nimble backflip, and upon landing, he used his giant sword to steady himself, sliding another 5 or 6 meters before coming to a stop. The exchange was exhilarating, leaving everyone's blood pumping with excitement. In that instant, Haugu realized that Bogu was a worthy opponent. As a martial arts enthusiast, his fighting spirit surged, and with a flourish of his broadsword, he launched another fierce attack. Not to be outdone, Bogu's body erupted with powerful primal energy as he raised his giant sword to counter. Both of their weapons were similar in design and size, favoring broad and sweeping motions. The clashing of blades and swords echoed loudly, deafening to all around. Blue sword energy intertwined with blood-red blade energy, leaving the surroundings in ruin. Occasionally, bystanders were inadvertently injured, prompting a chorus of cries. As a centenarian martial arts master, Bogu excelled in mental fortitude, technique, and combat experience. Even when faced with Hao Ji's bizarre and sinister blade techniques, he managed to hold his ground. Old Fong, watching from the sidelines, nodded in approval at Bogu's impeccable fundamentals and well-honed moves. Old Fong had to admit, though Hao Guess blade techniques were dazzling and intricate, they seemed somewhat rough around the edges compared to the seasoned veteran. Hao Guess blade was like a series of relentless waves, each stronger than the last. Bogu's sword, however, was like an unyielding rock, impervious to the crashing waves. Nearby, Long Yang watched the battle intently, utterly absorbed. For this martial artist, witnessing such a high-level duel was a rare learning opportunity. Despite having a slight advantage, Haugu couldn't completely overpower the elderly human warrior, growing increasingly frustrated. Seizing an opening, he braced his long blade, and a terrifying wave of bloodthirsty energy erupted from him, forming a menacing energy wave. Ming Luo Wu Jian. Great roar, Haugu shouted, unleashing his ultimate move. Is that the power of a domain? Bo Gai stared in shock at the eerie blood mist emanating from the demon sword saint. The power of a domain, a hallmark ability of martial kings and lawful kings, typically required immense wisdom and perseverance to master. Demon sword saints were not naturally endowed with such power. Yet this one had somehow acquired it through unknown means, leaving Bo Gai baffled. On the Eternal Continent, the cultivation of war beasts was still in a nascent stage of exploration. The physical differences between war beasts and humans meant that their cultivation systems were also vastly different. Moreover, the physiques of war beasts varied greatly among themselves. As a result, the enhancement of a war beast's strength was usually referred to as training rather than cultivation. Cultivation had always been a domain of human pride, a testament to their superior intellect over other species. Bo Gai could not believe that mere training, exercise, and combat could produce the power of a domain. However, faced with the immediate threat, he had no choice but to respond with full force. Blue sword shadows began to surge from his body, spreading in all directions. In an instant, both Bo Gai and Haugu disappeared from their original positions, leaving the onlookers bewildered. Lao Fong focused his mental energy to the limit, barely making out the hellish scene. Countless demonic soldiers swarmed around the encircled Bo Gai, determined to drag him into the abyss. Bo Gai resisted with an endless stream of shadow clones, combating the frenzied demonic army. Though the shadow clones were outnumbered, they were relentless. The battle reached a stalemate, with demons being vanquished and shadow clones dissipating from exhaustion. The tangible sword and blade clash did not last long. When the scene vanished, both man and beast reappeared in their original spots. Haugu bore several sword wounds, while Bo Gai's exquisite armor was marred with cuts. One of the grand winged horns on his helmet severed. Despite Bo Gai using his domain power to withstand Hao Ji's assault, the outcome showed he was still at a disadvantage. In terms of technique, Bo Gai might have had the upper hand, but in endurance and strength, Haugu clearly excelled. This was an unchangeable racial advantage. The battle was far from over. Hao Ji's thirst for combat and bloodshed remained undiminished as he lunged at Bo Gai once more. The two clashed fiercely again, 10 rounds, 20 rounds, 30 rounds, completely immersed in their frenzied duel, oblivious to everything around them. The members of the Grey Shark Adventure Group were stunned. They had never witnessed a battle of such caliber, with some unable to even follow the movements of man and beast. Yet, The deafening clash of swords and the flying energy blades constantly reminded them of the formidable entities before them. The most shocked of all was Prince Baron, bound on the ground. With his limited intellect, he could not fathom how a rare Class B demon sword saint could battle a 7-star martial king to such an extent, even gaining the upper hand. During the fight, Bogai noticed something unusual. The demon sword saint's techniques seemed to be subtly evolving. Though the changes were minute, Bogai, with nearly a century of combat experience, detected them. Could it be that this demon sword saint was learning during the battle? This realization left Bogai both stunned and horrified. Was this truly a war beast capable of cultivation? While humans might lack the physical prowess of tigers, their superior intellect had allowed them to cage tigers as mere spectacles. However, if a tiger possessed intelligence comparable to humans, it would be a terrifying prospect, as human superiority would no longer exist. This was precisely the situation at hand. In this world, the pinnacle of human wisdom was reflected in technological advancements and physical cultivation. Can you believe it? Even the demon sword saint practices cultivation? How are we supposed to play against that? Clang! In another frenzied clash, Bogey's grip faltered, and his massive sword nearly slipped from his hand. Alarmed, he realized how perilous it was to be distracted in a life-or-death battle. The intense, continuous combat made him break out in a sweat, and his arms began to feel numb. In stark contrast, the demon sword saint showed no signs of fatigue, growing fiercer with every strike. Bogey's heart sank. The physical constitution of humans and beasts truly couldn't be compared. As his wounds multiplied, his control over the battle started to wane. Nevertheless, the strength Bogey displayed far exceeded Lao Feng's expectations. Hao Ji's current power level was just shy of breaking into the rank, needing only one final breakthrough. But that last step was like a mountain. Some might take years to cross it, while others might never succeed. That Bogey could fight Hao Gu to such an extent was indeed surprising. Though Bogey's defeat seemed inevitable, without the advantage in stamina, Hao Gu would also struggle to overpower him. This old guy's swordsmanship had reached a level of simplicity and purity, almost mystical. Even in defeat, it would be due to sheer exhaustion. In fact, Bogey was among the top in the 7-star martial kings. Many of his peers indulged in high-ranking pleasures, affecting their cultivation. But as a lone wolf mercenary, Bogey constantly walked the edge of life and death, giving him superior combat experience and exceptional strength. Ha! With a loud shout, a storm of azure energy shot from the ground to the sky, obliterating the clouds above. As a martial arts warrior, Bogey couldn't accept being slowly worn down. The powerful impact forced the spectators to retreat. Fang Muqing even reduced the forest area to give the two warriors more space. Bathed in the blue storm, Bogey faced off against Hao Gu, who stood with a long blade in hand, surrounded by a burning red mist. Everyone knew this would be the decisive moment. The blue storm reached its peak and began to swirl, retracting into Bogey's sword. The massive black sword he held aloft suddenly emitted a dazzling blue light, transforming into what looked like a pure blue crystal sword. Damn! Is this old guy about to turn into Ultraman? Lao Feng muttered to himself, shielding his eyes with sunglasses. Rock sword style. Star-cleaving slash. Bogey uttered the words calmly and swung his sword downward with tremendous force. With a thunderous roar, a surge of sword energy transformed into a blue beam, piercing the heavens and the earth, obliterating everything in its path. Lao Feng frowned, thinking that even his highly defensive sister-in-law would be sliced in half if she took that hit heedin. Facing this blinding, devastating strike, Hao Gu remained calm. The bloodthirsty aura had receded, leaving only a faint red glow enveloping him. The powerful sword strike had locked onto its target, making evasion impossible. But Hao Gu had no intention of dodging. With the crimson crescent moon sheathed, Hao Gu steadied himself and gripped his sword. The massive double-handed blade had now become a single-handed katana. Even so, the blade was still enormous, given Hao Ji's towering 5-meter frame. With his left hand on the sheath and his right on the hilt, he was ready to draw. Compared to the stormy display and Hao Ji's usual grandiose style, this move's preparation seemed almost underwhelming. Yet, Lao Feng's eyelid twitched. Facing the mounting pressure, he sensed that Hao Gu had entered a transcendent state. The blue beam drew closer and closer. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. Finally, just as the fierce sword energy was about to graze him, Hao Gu drew his blade. Not sure if it was an illusion, but old Feng felt that the moment the blade was drawn, the world turned dark. In the vast night sky, a dazzling flash of blood-red light burst forth, small yet intensely bright and blinding. With a single slash, Hao Gu sent forth a powerful strike, and simultaneously, a nearly 50-meter shadow of a half-body demon appeared behind him, mirroring his movements exactly like a reflection. The shadow came and went in a flash, vanishing in less than a second, leaving everyone wondering if that terrifying giant apparition was just a hallucination. However, as this seemingly simple slash was executed, an even more horrifying scene unfolded. A massive blue pillar of light was cleaved in two by an unstoppable force, instantly disintegrating. The ground in front of Haogu split open into a terrifying chasm, stretching to the horizon. Even the enchanted forest of the Twin Queens was split by this slash, creating a path that reached the heavens. The slash was silent, yet its destructive power was undeniable. Bogu stood in place, stunned as he stared at the massive chasm at his feet. He realized that even at his peak, he could not have withstood such power. This was a completely different level of strength. Haha, impressive. Truly impressive. Bogu Yi's face was filled with excitement, but a trace of melancholy flickered in his eyes. In the martial arts, it seems there is always a higher path. Finally, he smiled with resignation. Well, this battle was exhilarating. With that, Bogu Yi planted his giant sword beside him, removed his helmet, and hung it on the sword's hilt. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, ready to accept his fate. His inner spiritual energy was exhausted, and as a man of honor, he chose a dignified way to die. Hao Ji's muscular chest heaved heavily, clearly showing the immense energy expenditure of his temporary breakthrough strike. Old Fong was the most pleasantly surprised. He realized that Hao Ji's slash had surpassed the realm of energy and entered the realm of intangible, indescribable blade intent. This battle had greatly benefited Haogu, loosening the bottleneck and opening a crack. Old Fong thought to himself that sometimes external pressure is indeed necessary. Despite having safer ways to counter Bogu Yi's all-out attack, Haogu chose the most dangerous method. Not only was he a martial arts fanatic, but he was also a madman, just like his master. Old Fong's gaze lingered on the seated seven-star martial king, his eyes flickering. Then, he leaped into the air and, looking down at the bewildered members of the Gray Shark Gang, announced, "Sorry, it looks like you've lost. Now, please, become fertilizer." As Old Fong snapped his fingers, the ground began to rumble. In the distance, members of the Gray Shark adventurers were watching, only to suddenly feel the earth shake beneath them. In an instant, they were surrounded by bizarre trees, and screams echoed through the air. The land seemed to become their graveyard, their fate no longer in their hands. With the power of the Twin Queens, any trace of their existence would be effortlessly erased. The sounds of wailing and combat in the dense forest grew fainter until silence reigned. Although he hadn't seen it firsthand, Prince Balan III could guess the horrors that transpired within the terrifying forest. He trembled, his lips turning purple, a far cry from his previous bravado. At that moment, he wished he could kneel and beg for his life. Old Fong grabbed the trembling Balan and flew to Bogu. He tossed Balan to the ground and said with interest, "Cut off his head and I'll spare your life." Bogu slowly opened his eyes, looking calmly at Old Fong. "He is my employer. Killing my employer to survive goes against the will of my sword." Throughout, he ignored the wailing Balan on the ground. Old Fong raised an eyebrow. "Oh, if you don't act, both of you will die. He is doomed, but you have a chance to live. Can principles really be more important than your life?" Bogu laughed heartily. "Kid, do you understand my sword? If you did, you'd know that for me, principles are far more important than life." With that, he closed his eyes again and said no more. Old Fong shook his head in regret. "That's a shame. I'll give you 10 seconds to change your mind." Bogu remained as still as a statue. When the time was up, a scarlet blade flashed out but halted abruptly at Bogu's neck. Well, you're a man of principle. I like that." Old Fong genuinely admired him. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Bogu replied calmly. "Young man, you think too much. I've lived over 100 years. If you have demands, just say them. If I feared death, I wouldn't be here today fighting your battle beast." Old Fong nodded in agreement. "Very well, I appreciate straightforwardness. Let's lay it all out in the open then." He turned to the fallen Balan and tossed him towards the golden dragon. As Balan screamed, Old Fong said to the golden dragon, "Big sis, deal with this guy as you see fit." Upon hearing Lao Fong's words, the golden dragon unhesitatingly raised its right claw and slammed it heavily onto the ground. With a crisp sound, before Baron could react, he was reduced to a bloody pulp. This extremely straightforward and brutal method left Lao Fong emotionally unmoved. "Killing a so-called prince doesn't bother me in the slightest," Lao Fong said calmly, his gaze sweeping across the desolate mountains. "In this remote wilderness, there isn't a soul for miles. After he's dead, only the heavens, the earth, and I will know. Who else? Investigate all you want, but good luck finding any evidence." Turning to Bogu, Lao Fong added in a nonchalant tone, "All right, your employer is dead, so your employment contract is now null and void. Let's discuss a new matter." He looked directly into Bogue's eyes and got straight to the point. You asked what I want. It's simple. I need a head of security at my place. You take the job for 5 years. After that, you're free to stay or leave. No strings attached. Lao Feng continued, don't worry, you'll get your salary and benefits, but it won't be as outrageous as your mercenary fees. Who could afford that? I'm sparing your life now, and in return, you work for me for 5 years. Seems fair, right? It doesn't go against your principles, does it? Bogue was taken aback by this long-winded speech. He asked incredulously, what? Head of security? You want a 7-star martial king to be a head of security? Bogue thought to himself, aside from royalty or national leaders, who else would dare make such a request? But he wasn't bothered by the matter of reputation. If he cared about that, he wouldn't be a mercenary. However, becoming a personal head of security for 5 years as the price for sparing his life was something Bogue hadn't anticipated. It seemed absurd, but seeing the seriousness in Lao Feng's eyes, Bogue realized he wasn't joking. Though it sounded ridiculous, Bogue nodded in agreement. He wasn't afraid of death, but that didn't mean he wanted to die. The former is about dignity, the latter is foolishness, a different concept entirely. Being a head of security wasn't unacceptable for someone who didn't care about reputation. Moreover, Bogue found himself intrigued by this young man. For someone like Bogue, who had lived a century, he had seen and experienced almost everything. It was rare for anything or anyone to stir his interest. But this black-haired kid was a refreshing change. A young beastmaster with incredibly powerful pets, especially that demon swordmaster, was unheard of. Asking him to be a head of security was the most bizarre request he had heard in over half a century since becoming a 7-star martial king. Lao Feng was surprised when Bogue nodded. You agree? Just like that? Maybe age really does bring wisdom. All right, 5 years starting from today, Lao Feng said decisively. Bogue's straightforwardness left Lao Feng a bit at a loss. He asked curiously, may I ask why? Bogue pointed to how Guan said, that demon swordmaster is very strong. I'm interested. And it couldn't have such power on its own. As its master, you must be closely linked to its strength. He continued, with your power alone, you could easily wipe out our team. I don't know who you are, but you're no ordinary person. A strong pet and a strong master make a good match. Being your head of security doesn't demean me. Think of it as taking a break from mercenary work. Lao Feng couldn't help but praise a pro. Look at this masterful flattery. Learn from it. He added, that sounds good, but I'll need to place a curse on you. I hope you don't mind. Bogue responded impassively. A curse? Seems like you have trust issues. Lao Feng explained candidly. Anyone who gives 100 trust at first sight is either a fool or a simpleton. Sorry, I'm neither. And you wouldn't want to work for such people, would you? Trust is sacred to me, not something cheap. He continued, after 5 years, I'll lift the curse and set you free. Don't worry, I'm always true to my word with my people. Forget about those fairy tale leaders who have people ready to die for them at a snap of their fingers. That's just fantasy. Lao Feng clarified that although Bogue had strong principles and had behaved positively so far, his formidable strength couldn't be ignored. Having such a powerful individual around without some safeguards was unwise. The deal itself involved a bit of coercion. Bogue was a century-old veteran, and as the saying goes, the older, the wiser. Having some precautions was only natural. Lao Feng felt no guilt about it, and openly shared his thoughts. They were adults, not children, and could understand each other's perspectives. Lao Feng never believed in leaving his fate in the hands of others. One's destiny should be firmly in one's own grasp. That's respect for one's own life. Bogue chuckled. It seems I have no choice. His words were light-hearted, more of a jest. Lao Feng replied, refreshing? Talking to someone who sees things clearly saves time and effort. As Lao Feng placed a complex curse on Bogue's chest, this 7-star martial king officially became part of his team. Note, this chapter is 3,000 words long. Previously, chapters were 2,000 words each. From now on, there will be 2 chapters a day instead of 3, but the daily total word count remains the same. Please be aware. When Hesha led her people back and saw Bogue standing behind Old Feng, her eyes widened in shock, and she froze in place. Wasn't he from the opposing camp? How could he be here? Had he defected? The scene of Bogue effortlessly defeating 4 men and a beast with a single sword stroke immediately flashed through Hesha's mind. The strength of the 7-star martial king had left a deep impression on her. If he hadn't held back that day, their injuries would have been far more severe. Despite her heavy suspicion, Hesha chose to remain silent. As Old Feng had previously mentioned, the fewer people who knew about this, the better. She quietly watched as Old Feng led her people away, heading towards the city. As she watched them disappear into the distance, Hesha sighed helplessly. The chaos before her meant yet another round of rebuilding. She shook her head and began to ponder the next steps. Meanwhile, at the Wilson family estate, Laura was frowning at the letter brought back by the butler, Andrew. The letter contained only 8 simple words. The road is wide, each goes their own way. Yet, these few words carried complex implications, causing Laura to sigh again. Giving up someone like Fang Tianyun was unimaginable for any family. If it were any other family head, they might sacrifice their dignity for the family's benefit and honor. Laura had even considered kneeling and kowtowing 10 times if it meant old Fang would return. Unfortunately, things were far from simple. Fang Tianyun could easily abandon his family, but the family could not be as carefree. As long as they didn't completely sever ties, there was still room for maneuver. Even if old Fang did nothing, his blood relation to the Wilson family was an invisible deterrent, enough to make their competitors think twice. However, if they publicly severed ties and became enemies, that deterrent would vanish. Laura was well aware of the stakes. But being tough didn't work, and being soft didn't help either. Inviting him back seemed almost impossible. Laura had also considered visiting in person, but ultimately abandoned the idea. She lacked the confidence and assurance. To her, she might be the last card to play, and couldn't be used lightly. The urgent task now was to ensure that the relationship didn't deteriorate further. While Laura was troubled by family matters, her younger son Amos was also experiencing a storm at home. "Get out. Don't come into my room. I'm really annoyed lately." With a roar, the door slammed shut. Amos walked dejectedly to the study. Ever since their monthly allowance was cut, his wife Lisa had been giving him a hard time, and they quarreled almost every time they met. Amos had tried several times to speak privately with his mother Laura, but was always stopped by Marcia. When he finally managed to see his mother, he was told to get out before he could speak and even received a hard kick. Amos fled in fear, not realizing that his cowardice only fueled Laura's anger. Amos couldn't figure out what he had done wrong to deserve such severe punishment. He had lost weight significantly during this period, and his hands and feet were sore from working at the construction site. He had hoped to slack off using his status, but his mother had sent personal guards to supervise him, leaving him no chance to slack off. When he asked his father, Fang Yingjie, for answers, his father knew nothing. Amos didn't doubt his father. After all, Fang Yingjie rarely managed family affairs, so his ignorance was understandable. Thus, Amos still didn't understand why he had to work at the construction site. He didn't know that each day he delayed, Laura's disappointment and anger grew. Though she knew her youngest son wasn't very capable, witnessing Amos's incompetence firsthand still made Laura furious. In the end, Laura could only sigh helplessly. "Forget it. Let's investigate slowly." Meanwhile, Amos seemed rather content with the situation, as he was always too lazy to think about overly complicated matters. Gina casually pulled out her phone and habitually started scrolling through entertainment videos. However, her eyes kept glancing toward her cousins, Arthur and Eva, not far away. Noticing that they seemed to be in low spirits lately, she nonchalantly asked, "Arthur, I've noticed you and Eva haven't been in the best of moods lately. Is something wrong?" At the Arthur family castle, the gloomy faces of the Amos family had become well known. Arthur forced a smile and replied dismissively, "Oh, it's nothing, cousin. You're overthinking." Although Arthur wasn't much smarter than his parents, his pride wouldn't allow him to easily admit to the embarrassing incident that had occurred or the fact that his allowance had been cut. However, he clearly underestimated Gina's perceptiveness. Gina silently calculated. In Aunt Lisa's family of 4, aside from Eva, the other 3 are terrible at hiding their emotions. And the only person in the household who could make Aunt Lisa quietly endure grievances without daring to speak up is that one. Moreover, the incident this morning where the manager of a luxury hotel came to collect debts Arthur had run up quite a tab there, which Aunt Lisa had to settle herself had already spread among the servants. Although Arthur had always been a spendthrift, his monthly allowance was substantial. For something like this to happen, he must be short on cash recently. Furthermore, although Gina's own treatment hadn't changed, the number of times her grandmother summoned her had noticeably decreased. Piecing everything together, Gina had already made an accurate guess. It seemed the news about Fang Tianyun had reached the family head. Compared to her initial anxiety, Gina now felt much calmer. She thought to herself, let things take their course. At most, her importance would decrease, but she was far from being abandoned. There was nothing to worry about. Unable to hold back any longer, Arthur asked Gina, "Cousin, do you think grandmother is dealing with something lately?" As a beast warrior, Gina had been in frequent contact with their grandmother, and Arthur believed she must know something. Feigning ignorance, Gina replied, "I'm not really sure. Grandmother hasn't summoned me recently either." She clearly didn't want to get involved, even if she understood the situation. Seeing Arthur's bewildered expression, Gina sighed inwardly. With the reaction speed of these 3, the future of the Wilson family indeed looked bleak. She didn't include Eva in this assessment, though. Gina was known for being humble, low-key, and courteous, making her well-liked within the family. Her cousin Eva was close to her, but Gina preferred to keep some distance. She felt that Eva not only had a bad temper but also a darker mindset, always giving off a calculating aura. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that Eva was the smartest among Aunt Lisa's family. At that moment, the smartest member of the Amos family, Eva, was locked in her room, intensely focused on her tablet. Her expression kept changing, sometimes serious, sometimes complex, sometimes panicked, sometimes shocked. She couldn't believe that the family member she had always looked down upon had now risen to such prominence. Eva finally understood why grandmother was so furious. She realized that their situation was now precarious. If Gina could be held in such high regard by grandmother, what would happen if that person returned? Would she still have any good days ahead? Ever since her family had been inexplicably punished severely, Eva had been investigating the reason behind it. Finding no clues, she resorted to pestering her grandfather, acting pitiful and shedding tears. Despite her bad temper, she was still a granddaughter, and most grandparents have a soft spot for their grandchildren. Fang Yingjie was no exception, and Eva got the information she wanted. However, at this moment, her heart was heavy. She knew exactly how she had humiliated and looked down on that illegitimate child in the past. She thought to herself, no, I must do something. Stop him from coming back? Eva thought long and hard, ultimately giving up on the idea. From any angle, it was impossible for that plan to succeed. Eva continued to rack her brains, her head buzzing with thoughts until it ached. Finally, she gritted her teeth, a look of determination flashing in her eyes. It seemed that to protect herself, there was only one way left. Clang, clang, clang. The training ground echoed with the sound of weapons clashing. Regina and Boisguet were fiercely dueling in the center. To be precise, it was the 7-star Martial King Boisguet sparring with the 5-star Martial Master Regina. Regina wielded a high-quality replica of the Crescent Moon Blade, specifically designed for training, instead of her exceptionally sharp Qinglong Crescent Moon Blade. Old Fong once tested the sharpness of the Qinglong Crescent Moon Blade on his elder sister-in-law, Alina. He intended to make a light cut, but with a slight application of force, the blade easily sliced through the formidable golden scales on the back of Alina's claw. In that moment, a flicker of fear crossed Alina's face, indicating her wariness of the Crescent Moon Blade. At the edge of the training ground, Old Fong and Brother Hao sat cross-legged, one on the ground and the other hovering in the air. Surrounding them were several maids, with Melia standing by, ready to direct the servants. The estate was spacious, and Old Fong had specifically built this private training ground for everyone's practice. By the distant lakeside, the enormous golden dragon Alina was leisurely resting and playing. The estate, spanning over 100 acres, provided her ample space to move freely. When Alina first arrived at the estate, she caught the attention of the security bureau. However, upon learning it was the estate of the prominent Fong family, they ceased their inquiries. Nowadays, as long as Old Fong didn't commit any heinous acts against humanity, no one in the city of Huangming dared to interfere with him. After bringing Alina back, Old Fong's life returned to a routine. He attended classes in the morning, self-studied in the afternoon, and then assisted in training his battle pets. Occasionally, he even had extra training sessions at night. The rigorous schedule he set for himself left little time for intimacy with the Dragon Lady. The pace he maintained was intense, with evaluation contests held every 6 months, adding considerable pressure. Sometimes, Old Fong desired to relax, but after a day of rest, he would find himself back in training the next day. The superior training conditions provided by the Divine Ruins illusion made him feel guilty if he didn't utilize them fully. This self-discipline earned Boisguet's private admiration. Young, talented, and hardworking, it was no wonder Old Fong had achieved so much. Although Boisguet was the head of security, his personal freedom wasn't restricted. As long as he informed Melia in advance, he could take a day or two off to explore. This allowed him to learn more about his young master. Even someone as experienced as Boisguet was astonished by Old Fong's accomplishments. He couldn't help but feel sympathy for the unfortunate Balin, who had the misfortune of encountering such a rare prodigy. Balin's incident caused quite a stir. The fleet from the Rossi Principality waited outside the coastal defenses for over a month before becoming restless. They submitted a request to the Federation for assistance in locating their third prince. Upon investigation, the Federation military discovered that Balin had disguised himself as a merchant to infiltrate, immediately raising suspicions about his motives. The Rossi fleet commander, rendered speechless by the questioning, ultimately revealed their mission to capture the Golden Dragon. "Oh, so you're here to capture our battle pets, huh?" The military diplomat questioned angrily. "Where's your evidence? I could just as easily accuse you of espionage." His face turned red as he continued to roar. "Sneaking under our noses and then demanding we hand over your people? That's rich. It's like a thief breaking into my house, losing something, and then having the thief's family come to me to get it back. Who wouldn't be mad about that? Just wait right here." With that, the military diplomat stormed off, his footsteps echoing down the hallway. Military personnel are known for their fiery tempers, but this time, His anger was off the charts. Despite the fury, the search mission had to continue. This was a diplomatic issue and couldn't be abandoned lightly. However, the higher-ups had made it clear. Just go through the motions and provide an explanation. A prince from a small principality wasn't something the Security Bureau took too seriously. They were merely going through the motions. Nevertheless, the Security Bureau still paid a visit to Lao Fong. Don't get it wrong, this was just routine. After all, the Golden Dragon was currently with Lao Fong. The Security Bureau agents visited his home, had a few cups of tea, chatted casually, and left quickly. They didn't even need Lao Fong to make up a story. They did it for him. Attacked by a suspected level unknown battle beast, total annihilation, no remains. When the military diplomat relayed this conclusion to the commander of the Losai fleet, the latter almost fainted on the spot. This was the worst possible outcome. The Principality of Losai was clearly not willing to let it go. They requested that their investigation team be allowed to intervene. After some negotiation, the Eastern Security Bureau finally agreed, allowing up to 10 of their people to join the investigation for 10 days, under the Bureau's supervision the entire time. Predictably, they found nothing. Weak states have no diplomacy. A principality was essentially a vassal state, relying on a suzerain nation for support. They might strut around in their own country, but on federal soil, they had to bow their heads. Besides, they had sneaked in. The matter eventually fizzled out. Fong Dashao's life remained unaffected. He continued to eat and drink as usual. Wugui also understood that this young master had some powerful forces backing him. The existence of the Golden Dragon was easy to explain, but Bogue's own identity was harder to clarify. However, the Security Bureau never approached Bogue from start to finish. What did this imply? Clearly, the Bureau had no intention of delving deeper into the incident. They were protecting him thoroughly. In the No Man's Land, such incidents were not uncommon. If it weren't for the prince's title, the Security Bureau wouldn't have even bothered to go through the motions. Having left his mercenary identity behind, Bogue's life suddenly became much easier. Although he was nominally the head of security, he was actually quite idle. Almost no one dared to cause trouble at the Fong residence. Bogue's main job became sparring, training with Hao Gu, which was stressful, and training with Regina, which was relatively relaxed. In his spare time, he would help the housekeeper Malia pick up Ling Miss. Bogue was very fond of Ling, a pure and kind little girl. Anyone normal would like such a cute little one. Like today, Bogue drove to pick up Ling from school again. As the car approached the gate, Bogue ignored the luxury cars parked there and continued driving towards the side entrance. The manor had visitors almost every day, and he was used to it. Naturally, Bogue's car caught the attention of the guests waiting in line. Those who used the side entrance were obviously internal staff. Because he had to wait for the electronic gate to open, the vehicle came to a temporary halt. At that moment, a young woman among the guests seized the opportunity, quickly walking up and tapping on the passenger side window. Bogue initially didn't want to respond, but the kind-hearted Ling rolled down the window. "Hello, can I help you with something?" Ling asked politely. The sudden appearance of a little head startled the woman outside the window. She quickly glanced inside the car, then with a smile, asked, "Little sister, who are you?" "If you don't need help, I'll be going in now," Ling said as she prepared to close the window. Seeing the window about to close, the woman panicked and waved her hand, saying, "There are too many people at the gate. Could you please go in and inform them? My name is Eva, and I'm Fong Tianyun's biological sister." "Bogue grandpa, please stop for a moment and give me a minute." Ling turned to Bogue. Bogue immediately took his hand off the gear shift. Ling looked back at the smiling girl outside the window and calmly asked, "You said you're Fong Gij's biological sister, Eva?" Bogue slightly turned his head, suddenly sensing something was off about Ling's demeanor. Even her usual polite you had turned into an informal you. "Yes, yes. Please go in and inform them. There are too many people at the gate, and it might take a long time if I wait in line," Eva said hastily. As soon as she finished, Ling's demeanor changed completely. She became exceptionally cold. Even the temperature inside the car seemed to drop instantly. Bogue was stunned. Ling usually spoke softly and treated people gently, like warm sunshine. But now, the sunshine had turned into a biting winter chill. Even Lao Fong would be shocked if he were here because Ling had never shown such a state before. Eva's smile froze suddenly. The little girl's drastic change and those icy eyes made her feel uneasy. "Fong Gij's biological sister? You're not worthy." Ling Yin finished speaking sharply, then decisively pressed the button to roll up the window. Before Eva could react, the car had already driven through the manor gates. She stood there, bewildered. Who was that little girl to speak to her in such a manner? Eva was both confused and infuriated, but the car was already inside. She could only stomp her foot in frustration and reluctantly return to the queue at the entrance. Inside the car, Ling quickly calmed down. Once she was indoors, she didn't bother to tell Brother Fong about the incident. The little girl knew that Melia and Fong Dashao would handle these matters. Back in the taxi, Eva looked at the long line of cars ahead, feeling the curious and disdainful gazes from the people around her. She couldn't help but angrily slam her fist against the car's interior. Hey, watch it, young lady. No hitting things. The taxi driver frowned and warned. I've got cameras in here. If you break something, you'll have to pay for it. The driver muttered to himself. Is this spoiled girl really Fang Daxiao's sister? As a well-known figure in Huangming City, even a taxi driver like him knew about old Fang. After all, his daughter's bedroom wall was adorned with posters of the manor's owner. Fang's reputation among the youth was incredibly high. When Eva first got into the car, the driver was somewhat curious and excited. But now, he just wanted to drop her off and leave. His taxi stood out like a sore thumb among the luxury cars, and the constant whispers and pointed fingers were unnerving. If it weren't for the generous fare, he would have driven off long ago. Eva also felt embarrassed and uncomfortable, rolling the window up tightly. When she had returned dejectedly through the side gate, the disdainful and mocking looks from the guests nearly made her explode. But she held back, knowing that this wasn't Xingluan City, and no one here would cover for her. Despite her spoiled nature, Eva knew when to hold her temper. After a long wait, the out-of-place taxi finally reached the main gate. Eva quickly reported her identity to the robot guard at the entrance. This wait made her realize that the little girl hadn't really helped her. Or even if she had, Fang Tianyun didn't want to see her. Eva hoped it was the former. The robot guard transmitted the visitor information to a computer screen inside the manor. A servant was responsible for receiving the message and reporting it to Melia, who could also check it directly on her phone when available. Huh, the young master's biological sister? Melia thought in surprise. After a brief consideration, she quickly went upstairs to the study to report the news to old Fang. Fang Daxiao was also taken aback, not expecting Eva to come. But he knew this wasn't orchestrated by Lola. This scheming girl was probably up to some mischief again. Old Fang decided to stick to the usual protocol and let her wait for a day or two. Following orders, the robot guard said in an emotionless mechanical voice, "The master is not home. The housekeeper has not been informed of your existence by the master. Please come back another day." Hearing this blunt refusal, the surrounding guests and the driver looked on with disdain. The driver thought, so, she was a fraud after all. Seriously? She claims to be the master's sister, but can't even get in the door. The driver shook his head and, without waiting for the guard's instructions or Eva's response, drove to a nearby street corner. He didn't want to block the way with other visitors waiting. Eva's face alternated between anger and frustration, her fists clenched. Despite being mentally prepared, she managed to maintain her composure. With no other choice, Eva decided to head to a hotel to settle down. In her hotel room, Eva was restless. She had come to Huangming City under the pretense of visiting friends in another city, keeping her trip a secret from everyone. She could only stay for 10 days at most, and time was running out. Today's events had made it clear that Fang Tianyun's attitude towards them was extremely hostile. Eva wanted to leave immediately, but after some careful thought, she managed to calm herself down. For the sake of the future, one must not sit idle and wait, but take the initiative to seek opportunities. Although Lao Fang was puzzled, he didn't dwell on the matter. He knew very well that the gap between the two was too vast to even bother contemplating. Eva, his nominal sister, was considered the smartest among the Amos family of four. Laura's fondness for her was not without reason. However, due to Laura's tight schedule, she seldom had the chance to personally educate the younger ones. As a result, Eva was mostly raised by her mother, which undoubtedly led to her bad habits. Intelligence aside, where one applies their cleverness matters greatly. Within the family, Lao Fang would rather tease the little brat named Arthur than have any interaction with Eva. She was spoiled and willful, hot-tempered, narrow-minded, and a bit malicious, a typical example of a manipulative heiress. To be precise, she wasn't even truly manipulative, as a manipulative person would at least appear kind and gentle on the surface. But Eva only showed her innocent side to specific people. When dealing with servants, she never hid her true nature, embodying the worst kind of snobbery. To Lao Fang, just looking at such a woman was nauseating, and he naturally avoided dealing with her. However, after a brief consideration, he decided to wait and see how she behaved when they met before making any plans. Meanwhile, Eva had been wandering around Huangming City for 2 days. In this short time, she had personally experienced the weight and status her half-brother held in this city, a level even her grandmother hadn't reached. Envy and jealousy surged within her as she struggled to comprehend how Fang Tianyun, whom she had always looked down upon, could achieve such extraordinary success in less than 2 years. Watching her peers in a specialty store frantically bidding for limited edition models of Brother Hao, Eva felt anxious. She realized that if she lived in Huangming City, as long as Fang Tianyun publicly expressed his dislike for her, she would be socially dead and forced to relocate to another city. Just moments ago, Eva had tried to slight young Master Fang in the store, only to be immediately ostracized by her peers. Some even boldly approached her, asking her to leave, claiming she wasn't welcome there. Eva had to quickly retreat, noticing that once someone took the lead, the surrounding hostile gazes began to stir. The fervor of this fan culture was intimidating, yet she deeply envied it. After all, who wouldn't want to be admired and adored by their peers? However, beyond envy and jealousy, Eva felt a growing sense of fear. Her seemingly absurd suspicion from back then had turned out to be true. Fong Tianyun had indeed been lying low. Eva began to sense the so-called level disparity and became more convinced that she and her family were seen as thorns in Fong Tianyun's side. She had to take action and save herself, or the consequences would be dire. Initially, Eva had been considering retreating, but after 2 days of touring the city, she became even more determined. She arrived once again at Fong Tianyun's residence. "Young master, she's here again," a subordinate reported to Lao Fong. "What time is it now?" Lao Fong asked calmly. After wandering the city for 2 days, she has come almost every day. This is the 6th time. The 6th time? Huh? Lao Fong's lips curled into a slight, disdainful smile. Persistent, isn't she? Well then. He thought for a moment and then instructed. Let her stand in the living room. In the grand hall, the maids busily tidied up the tables and chairs under the pretense of cleaning. Eva stood awkwardly in place, with nowhere to sit. On the platform, Melia stood as straight as a statue, next to a seat that was clearly not meant for Eva. "The young master is cultivating. Please wait a moment." After these words, the two of them stood there for nearly 2 hours. Though both were standing, their situations were worlds apart. For Melia, the butler, standing for long periods was routine. But for Eva, a 3-star mage, being left to stand as a guest was a clear message. Eva dared not show any dissatisfaction. She knew that being spoiled did not equate to being foolish. Melia's deep purple eyes exerted immense pressure on her, and she didn't dare to ask questions impulsively. Despite Melia being just a butler, the power behind her was not something Eva could easily offend. As the ordeal dragged on, Eva began to turn pale and break out in cold sweat. This was more grueling than any previous punishment she had faced. In the vast hall, only the two of them were present, with Melia looking down on her. The oppressive atmosphere was omnipresent. Another half-hour passed, and just as Eva swallowed nervously for the umpteenth time, rhythmic footsteps approached from afar. Seeing the figure, Eva held her breath. The tall, muscular young man with a stern face bore no resemblance to the slim, bespectacled boy of the past. Even without saying a word, he exuded an intimidating aura. It wasn't until his sharp gaze swept over her that Eva snapped back to reality, trembling all over. Watching him sit in the main seat, legs crossed, head tilted with a fist supporting his face, and a playful expression, Eva couldn't help but lower her head, deeply shocked. Was this really Fong Tianyun? The drastic change was astonishing. "What brings you here?" The cold words made Eva's heart tighten. She took a deep breath and suddenly knelt to the ground, a move that even surprised Fong Tianyun. Biting her lip and holding back tears, she put on a pitiful expression. However, Fong Tianyun remained expressionless, nearly laughing internally. Compared to her usual haughty demeanor, this act was jarringly out of place. Fong Tianyun watched her performance in silence, and though Eva was flustered, she tried to steady her mind. Once she had mustered enough emotion, she gathered her courage and looked directly at Fong Tianyun. "Tianyun, I was wrong. I was young and foolish back then. If I offended you in any way, please don't hold it against me, okay?" Her voice was soft and coquettish, bordering on whining. Faced with such an insincere display, Fong Tianyun almost wanted to kick her out with his flip-flop. He suppressed his discomfort, calmed himself, and asked, "So, you want to reconcile with me, right?" Hearing this, Eva's eyes lit up, and she immediately stood up, nodding repeatedly. "Yes, yes, Tianyun, do you agree? Did I tell you to stand up?" His cold words interrupted her excitement and extinguished her hope. She forced a smile, bit her lip, and knelt back down. Her once proud demeanor was completely gone, replaced by flattery and sycophancy. The drastic contrast was striking. How low could she stoop? Perhaps it wasn't exactly enduring humiliation, but in terms of shamelessness and audacity, she certainly had some expertise. From another perspective, this ability to adapt and humble oneself might be considered a talent. After all, for someone like Eva, adopting such a lowly stance might be even harder than maintaining her pride. Old Fong pondered to himself, reconsidering Eva's abilities and worth. He stared at the kneeling Eva with a blank expression, waiting for her next move. Eva took a deep breath and forced herself to look pitiful. She spoke softly, "Tianyun, I might have said some harsh things and treated you poorly before, but you're a man, aren't you? Can't you let it go and not hold a grudge against me?" Old Fong sneered inwardly. This woman was indeed playing the emotional card. He remained silent, his face impassive as he looked down at Eva, waiting for her next move. Seeing no reaction from Old Fong, Eva felt a pang of anxiety but maintained her fragile demeanor. She continued, "A weak woman like me, and a strong man like you?" Old Fong mocked her in his mind. "Oh, here we go, playing the gender card now. Next, she'll probably imply I'm petty and immature. How predictable." The hall fell into an awkward silence. Eva glanced up at Old Fong's still calm and handsome face, feeling increasingly uneasy. She kept telling herself not to panic, but her palms were already sweaty. Just as the tension was becoming unbearable, Old Fong suddenly smiled and said, "Stand up, I forgive you." Seeing that smile, Eva felt a wave of relief wash over her. She thought smugly, "Men, they're all the same." A slight smirk appeared on her lips. Eva quickly stood up, her face full of gratitude, and thanked him repeatedly. "Thank you. Thank you, Tianyun. Not only are you a genius in cultivation, but you also have such a broad mind. I truly admire you." She began to shower him with compliments. However, Eva didn't realize that when she called him brother, Old Fong's molars clenched and a muscle in his face twitched subtly. But he said nothing, letting Eva continue her effusive praise. When Eva finally stopped, her throat dry from an hour of flattery, Old Fong looked at her and said indifferently, "Finished flattering. Now it's my turn. Although I've forgiven you, I really dislike the current Wilson family. What do you think I should do about them?" Eva was momentarily speechless. She realized that if she didn't answer carefully, the newly mended relationship could fall apart instantly. Eva cautiously probed, "Do you want to become the head of the Wilson family?" Old Fong let out a cold laugh. "You've been wandering around the city for 2 days, right? Do you think, with my current power in Huangming City, I'd be interested in being the head of a family?" Eva swallowed hard and nervously asked, "Then, do you want revenge?" As she said this, she felt a chill run down her spine, her heart pounding. "Revenge?" Old Fong sneered. "Are you overconfident, or just clueless about the situation? What I mean is, I'm not satisfied with the current Wilson family, understand?" Eva felt she was grasping at something but couldn't quite make it out. "What exactly do you mean?" Old Fong looked her straight in the eyes and said nonchalantly, "The Wilson family might need a new head." This statement made Eva's heart race. Such treasonous talk was unthinkable in the family, especially given the high regard for their matriarch. Old Fong continued, "Since you're the first to come and apologize, I'm pleased. How about I give you a reward?" Eva felt a chill in Old Fong's voice and nervously asked, "What, reward?" Old Fong gave a meaningful smile. "I'll support you in becoming the head of the Wilson family. How about that?" Eva's heart skipped a beat, her mind going blank, unable to speak. Seeing her reaction, Old Fong leaned back in his chair, waiting for Eva to recover. After a while, Eva stammered, "Why? Why would you do that?" Old Fong replied casually, "It's simple. I want a more obedient head of the family, and Laura is clearly too rebellious. So, you'll be obedient, right?" Seeing Old Fong's sinister smile, Eva felt a surge of fear. She stammered, "Two'll be obedient. No, wait, the position of head? I." Old Fong watched Eva's turmoil and said lightly, "Don't worry, no rush. You can think about it. If you decide, you can come to me anytime. I'll give you up to 2 years, but the sooner, the better. I might change my mind by then." Hearing she had 2 years, Eva felt slightly relieved. But the mention of changing his mind made her tense again, a conflicted expression on her face. Old Fong noted her reaction and continued, "Also, forgiving you doesn't mean I've forgiven those 3 idiots in your family. If you really want to be the head, do something to make me happy. If I'm happy, I'll make you happy too. Got it? Why did you choose me?" Eva asked hesitantly, her eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and a glimmer of hope. Fang Dashao leaned back in his chair, answering nonchalantly, "Since you came to me on your own, of course, I have to give you a chance. Besides, there aren't many capable people left in the family. Or do you want those useless ones to inherit the family head position?" His tone carried a hint of sarcasm. "All right, go back and think about what I said." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Dashao began to dismiss her, clearly not intending to extend the hospitality further. This time, it was Melia who personally escorted Eva out. Though still somewhat dazed, Eva was much calmer. Her eyes showed traces of nervousness and subtle excitement. Melia observed the young girl next to her carefully, letting out a barely noticeable snicker. "Miss Eva, I hope you'll consider the young master's words carefully. If you miss this chance, there won't be another," Melia said with a hint of mischief, seemingly influenced by Feng Dashao. Eva nodded with a complex expression and then got into her car and left. Quite ambitious, isn't she? But she's still too green," Melia muttered disdainfully, as she watched the vehicle disappear in the distance before returning to the main hall. By now, the guest hall was back in order. Fang Dashao sat there, bored, scrolling through his tablet. "Young master, have you really forgiven your sister?" Melia couldn't help but ask. Fang Dashao frowned in disgust. "Sister? Don't make me sick. I was already nauseated enough. I despised that family of four before, and I still do. Besides, there's nothing to forgive. Do you really think those idiots could have genuinely bullied me? They were just deluding themselves. So, are you really planning to support her to become the head of the Wilson family? Melia asked cautiously, trying to gauge his intentions. Fang Daxiao smirked. Supporting her is real, but whether she becomes the head or my grandmother does, I don't care. What I care about is the fun, the chaos. The more dramatic, the better. He continued, I don't care about the Wilson family at all. But since you came to me and handed me the pieces, I might as well play a game. Stir things up and have some fun. Young master. You're so wicked. Melia giggled, covering her mouth with a girlish smile. But Eva, she doesn't seem to have much to offer. She looked so scared when you mentioned supporting her as the head, Melia said, puzzled. Fang Daxiao shrugged. It's normal. Given her age, Eva's abilities aren't top-notch, but they're above average, which is enough. The key is ambition. As long as she has ambition, it's fine. Despite her young age, she has quite a bit of ambition. Recalling the earlier scene, he said, though my words left her a bit bewildered, from start to finish, she never outright rejected the idea of becoming the head. She was more nervous, anxious, and excited. I was just testing the waters, but it turns out, the seed of desire I planted took root quite smoothly. Now, I just have to wait for it to sprout. But Eva alone can't pose a threat to the current head. Laura, can she? How do you plan to assist her? Melia was curious about Fang Daxiao's methods. Fang Daxiao laughed without concern. I'll give her resources but not people. Let her cause trouble on her own. Let's wait for this seed to grow first. I don't expect her to actually contend with Laura. I'm more interested in the drama within Eva's family. That's the real show. Melia understood and then rolled her eyes at her young master. Young master, when you're bad, you're really bad. Fang Daxiao continued his analysis. According to the natural order of succession in the Wilson family, the first in line should be Amos, and the second Arthur. Though their abilities are mediocre, it doesn't diminish their ambition and desire to inherit the position. They must be thinking, I may not be the best, but I want to play. Besides, with our bloodline, who else is more qualified? As for Eva, in their eyes, she's just water that's been spilled. What's she dreaming about? My involvement and support for Eva will make the relationship between her and those two more complicated. Fang Daxiao's eyes gleamed with mischief. Let them fight. Father and daughter, siblings. And then there's that troublemaker Lisa. The scene will be spectacular. No matter who takes down whom, the process and result will be immensely entertaining. It might even drag Laura down, turning everything into chaos. With a meaningful tone, he added, fortresses are often easiest to breach from within. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Fang Daxiao asked. Brother, it's me. A familiar voice called from outside. Hearing the familiar voice, Lao Fang, who was browsing through some documents, broke into a warm smile. Come in, he said. With a slight creak, a cute little head peeked through the door. Lin, why are you still up so late? Lao Fang asked, his eyes moving away from the computer screen. Hee, I brought you a midnight snack, big brother, Lin said with a smile. Walking into the room with a plate of food, dressed in her cartoon pajamas, Lao Fang gently reminded her, you should let my Leah handle these things. You have classes tomorrow. Lin placed the snack on the table but didn't leave. Instead, she climbed onto Lao Fang's lap, curling up in his arms. Big brother, can I keep you company for a while? Seeing the adorable girl in his lap, Lao Fang couldn't bring himself to refuse. He smiled, stroking Lin's hair, and continued to look at the information on his computer. The screen displayed a variety of complex data, confidential intelligence from the Security Bureau, news from the black market, and international news events. Lao Fang had a clear goal finding and a level battle beast. His pet space finally had 30 points of magic energy available, so he began gathering information from all sources. Suddenly, Lin asked timidly, Big brother, you won't abandon me, will you? Lao Fang looked down and saw Lin's pitiful expression, which made him pause. Silly girl, what nonsense are you thinking? Why would I abandon you? He said, gently pinching her cheek. Lin immediately broke into a happy smile, hugging Lao Fang tightly and nuzzling her head against his chest. Hee, I knew you wouldn't leave me. Noticing Lin's change in mood, Lao Fang asked, Lin, is something bothering you? Big brother, I'll always be your good little sister. Even if the whole world abandons you, I'll stay by your side, Lin whispered. Lao Fang was both amused and touched by her seemingly irrational but heartfelt words. After thinking for a moment, he realized, are you talking about Eva? Silly girl, she can't compare to you. Lin, are you jealous? I didn't know you were so possessive. Hearing his teasing, Lin's face turned bright red, and she quickly buried her face in his chest. Big brother, if I hit that Eva, you won't be mad, right? she asked in a small voice. Lao Fong coughed, nearly spilling his coffee. Laughing, he said, hit her? With your tiny frame? Can you even hit anyone? Don't get yourself hurt instead. Don't underestimate me, big brother. I've been diligently practicing the techniques you taught me, Lin said seriously, waving her little fists in a way that made her look even cuter. Besides, I can have Xiao Jin help me. Lao Fong chuckled. Lin, you really seem to dislike Eva? Huh? Lin nodded earnestly. Yes, I really dislike her because she doesn't appreciate how wonderful you are. Lao Fong thought to himself, being labeled a good person isn't something to take lightly. He understood that, to Lin, he was the most important person after her late grandmother. In a casual conversation once, he had mentioned his upbringing, and Lin had taken it to heart. She even disliked the Wilson family more than he did, especially Eva. Seeing Lin's determined expression, Lao Fong smiled gently. All right, when you grow up a bit, I'll let you give Eva a good thrashing. Okay, Lin cheered, smiling brightly. Lao Fong felt both moved and puzzled. Is this what they call a slightly Yandra little sister complex? Actually, it was Lao Fong who was overly concerned. Ling simply didn't like the Wilson family. In her heart, anyone who treated her brother poorly was an enemy. Ling was very attached to her brother, but she wasn't quite a brother complex. Her Yandra tendencies were selective. She was very close to Nana, Melia, and Maggie, who were already on good terms with Lao Fong. Her Yandra side only targeted those she deemed as enemies. Lao Fong looked down at the sleeping Ling in his arms, a gentle smile appearing on his lips. He carefully put down his work, gingerly picked up the little girl, and walked towards the bedroom. After gently placing Ling on the bed and tucking her in, he tiptoed out of the room. Next, Lao Fong applied for a long leave of absence. In reality, given his current status, his presence at the school was no longer essential. Just having his name on the roster was enough to make Principal Sun grateful. As Lao Fong's reputation soared, so did the prestige of Zhanhua Academy, with record numbers of admissions and transfer applications. Principal Sun was overjoyed, almost wanting to erect a statue in Lao Fong's honor. After securing his leave, Lao Fong left Melia and Boguei to take care of things at home, while he set off with Long Yang on a journey to find an 11 war beast. Their destinations included the main human powers on the Eternal Continent, the Ozexan Federation, the Ashalai Kingdom, the Gongfu Empire, the Shamo Kingdom, the Beilongjia Kingdom, the Southern Chaos Region, and the Light Spirit Church. These 6 countries and 1 church formed the current political landscape of the continent. The Ozexan Federation and the Ashalai Kingdom were located in the northern and southern parts of the eastern continent, respectively. The Gongfu Empire and the Shamo Kingdom occupied the northern and southern parts of the western continent. The Beilongjia Kingdom was in the northern part of the continent, characterized by harsh, cold conditions but rich resources. The Southern Chaos region was the largest and most dangerous area at the southernmost part of the continent, lacking a unified government and filled with various competing factions. The Light Spirit Church, a religious state, was situated on a small island in the center of the continent. Despite its small territory, its influence was significant. The Pope possessed a rare Slevel war pet, the Radiant Divine Ash, which could be passed down through generations and served as the church's symbol and protector. Lao Fong's first stop was the Beilongjia Kingdom. They explored 2 potential sites but found nothing. The second stop was the Gongfu Empire, where they searched 3 locations and only discovered a Blevel war beast, which was unfortunately killed by Fong's sister-in-law, Alina, by accident. Their final stop was the neighboring Ashalai Kingdom, but again they found nothing. This journey seemed to have turned into a sightseeing tour. Eventually, Lao Fong and Long Yang arrived at Frostleaf City in the Ashalai Kingdom, dining in a top-tier luxury hotel restaurant. The entire restaurant was silent, with diners exchanging glances and some women giggling quietly, as if watching a show. In the center of the restaurant, a travel-worn man and woman were oblivious to the stares and whispers around them, focused solely on devouring the food in front of them. The pile of empty dishes next to them was nearly a meter high, despite the waitstaff's continuous efforts to clear them. The scene gave the entire restaurant an oddly eerie atmosphere. While waiters continually brought out dishes and cleared empty plates, the attention of 8 servers bustling around one table made it impossible for the 2 diners to go unnoticed. Just then, a middle-aged head waiter, impeccably dressed with slicked-back hair, approached with a stern expression. His presence drew the gaze of nearby diners, many of whom had clearly already lodged complaints. The head waiter began, "Sir, ma'am, this is a top-tier restaurant with very high standards. We require proper attire and dining noise should not exceed." Smack! A thick stack of star credits was slapped onto the table, interrupting him. The head waiter frowned and continued, "Sir, this is a top-tier restaurant. I am the senior head waiter here, and I have integrity. Am not someone who can be bought." Smack! Another thick stack of star credits hit the table. Taking a deep breath to maintain his composure, the head waiter said, "Sir, your clothing is actually quite fine, just a bit dusty. But could you please keep the dining noise down?" Smack. This time, Lao Fong directly placed a briefcase on the table. He pressed a button, and the case opened automatically, revealing neatly stacked star credits inside. Without looking up, Lao Fong said, "Bring another serving of everything on the menu. The rest is your tip." The head waiter's attitude did a complete 180. "Absolutely, sir. I guarantee your satisfaction. If you need anything else, just let me know at any time." He added with a sycophantic smile, "By the way, your and the lady's attire today is truly unique, and our dining noise limit is 194 decibels. Your noise level is perfectly fine, even a bit quieter than that." In reality, Lao Fong and Nana weren't making much noise while eating. They were quietly focused on their meal. The surrounding diners' chatter was louder than theirs. The perceived disturbance was mainly due to the numerous servers bustling around, creating a noisy scene. The core reason for complaints from other diners was simply their self-perceived superiority. The head waiter turned and sharply reprimanded his staff. "What are you two standing around for? Can't you see what's going on? Serve our distinguished guests properly, or you'll be out on the street." After scolding his staff, the head waiter put on an extremely obsequious smile, picked up the briefcase, and left, bowing repeatedly. This series of actions left the surrounding diners stunned. The complaints quickly subsided. After all, not many could match Lao Fong's lavish display of wealth. Several socialites began casting flirtatious glances at Lao Fong, but he was entirely focused on the food in front of him, paying them no mind. After spending half a month in the wilderness, he was eager for a proper meal now that he was back in the city. Lao Fong was also somewhat frustrated. Traveling from the east to the north, then to the west and finally back, he had found nothing of value. With an important state competition at the end of the year, he couldn't afford to waste time. He quickly moved on to the next location once he was certain there was no gain to be had. This meant that in the first two countries, he left immediately after completing his tasks, without taking the time to appreciate the local culture. Now, with no gains confirmed and time under control, Lao Fong was in no rush. After finishing their business in the wild, he and Nana decided to indulge in a good meal in the city. Despite the lack of success, Lao Fong wasn't discouraged. Finding a grade A item was never easy. Rarity is rare, and difficulty is difficult. All he could do was keep searching and maximize his efforts. 3 parts fate, 7 parts hard work applies everywhere. This was only one round. It wasn't a big deal. After eating their fill, the two slumped back onto the sofa. Comfortable, Nana sighed. With her dragon heritage, her appetite was naturally enormous. Due to his training, Lao Fong's appetite had also grown significantly. At 17 and still growing, it was normal for him to eat a lot. As for the various looks from those around them, they couldn't care less. It was just a meal, no need to make a fuss. Suddenly, the restaurant was filled with screams and exclamations. Lao Fong was startled, momentarily thinking he was back in Huangming City, where he had to wear sunglasses or a mask to avoid being recognized. Here in a foreign country, the cheers were clearly not for him. They looked toward the commotion and saw a tall, elegant woman with a smiling face walking into the restaurant. Her long, wavy hair was dyed in vibrant rainbow colors, and her sharp features exuded a luxurious beauty. She wore a white evening gown that perfectly showcased her figure, looking every bit like a celebrity. It was clear that all the screams and exclamations were directed at this woman. She smiled and waved at the surrounding diners, appearing quite approachable. Beside her was a woman in formal attire, likely her assistant, and behind them was a wealthy-looking man whose eyes never left the rainbow-haired woman. Lao Fong glanced at them and then looked away. He didn't recognize her, but judging by her demeanor, she was probably a celebrity. "Miss Helen, follow me. I know a great spot here," the man said with what he thought was a charming smile, leading the two women to the most expensive central table in the restaurant. They ended up facing Lao Fong and Nana, who were lounging on the sofa, chatting casually. All 3 newcomers subtly frowned. The man's expression turned slightly sour. It wasn't just that the table was occupied. Lao Fong and Nana's attire and demeanor didn't fit the upscale setting. Fresh from the wilderness, they hadn't had time to change out of their armor, making them look somewhat out of place. In the eyes of the high society patrons, their appearance was a bit shabby. However, the 3 newcomers didn't say much. Despite their attire, Lao Fong and Nana's bearing and looks were impressive, indicating they weren't ordinary people. "Excuse me, if you're finished dining, could you please give us this table?" A gentleman should never lose his composure in front of a lady, so the man maintained a polite demeanor. Lao Fong nodded slightly, tacitly agreeing to the suggestion. He and Nana got up in unison, ready to return to the presidential suite to shower and change clothes. At that moment, Saiban turned to Helen, whispering his complaint. "Seriously, any random person can sit here now. They must be some low-class adventurers, totally ruining the mood. Miss Helen, please don't mind them." Helen did not show any displeasure, but Saiban insisted, "No, that won't do. Miss Helen, you are our esteemed guest, and everything must be perfect for you." Just as Saiban was about to call a waiter to clean up, a gust of wind swept past. In the blink of an eye, Lao Fong and Nana were back in their seats, acting as if nothing had happened. This sudden turn of events left the three of them stunned and at a loss for words. Lao Fong, with a calm yet commanding voice, called out, "Manager, come here." His voice was clear and resonant, echoing throughout the restaurant. The manager eagerly jogged over, beaming, "Yes, yes, I'm here. What can I do for you?" Frowning, Lao Fong asked, "Where's the dessert?" "The after-meal dessert." The manager quickly explained, "Sir, you didn't order any dessert earlier. I'll get you the menu right away." Lao Fong casually tossed a briefcase filled with star coins to the manager. The manager's eyes lit up. "Sir, don't worry. We'll provide everything you need. Just let me know what you want." With that, the manager hurried off, not sparing Helen's group a glance. Lao Fong leaned back in his chair and started browsing news on his phone, completely ignoring the three standing awkwardly beside him. Nana shot Saiban a cold look and also took out her phone, engrossed in her own activities. Helen and her assistant looked visibly upset, while Saiban's face turned ashen. Clearly, Lao Fong and Nana's return was intentional. Initially, Lao Fong had been willing to give up his seat out of courtesy, but after hearing the disparaging remarks behind his back, he changed his mind. With their heightened senses, they had heard every word. Given the circumstances, Lao Fong saw no need to be polite anymore. If they didn't appreciate his courtesy, he wouldn't hesitate to be blunt. Struggling to suppress his anger, Saiban demanded, "What do you two mean by this?" Without lifting his head, Lao Fong replied coldly, "Since we, the low-class people, have just finished our meal and are in a relatively good mood, you better disappear from my sight before these low-class people decide to beat you up." Seeing the situation, Helen quickly intervened, "Mr. Saiban, let's dine elsewhere. There's an available table over there." However, her well-intentioned suggestion only infuriated Saiban further. Feeling humiliated in front of the lady, he snapped, "Kid, I've been polite enough. Don't push your luck. In Frostleaf City, dealing with you is child's play for me." "Huh." Nana couldn't help but laugh, her eyes full of mockery. "Go on, I just thought of something funny." In the past, Regina would have lost her temper and gone on a rampage. But now, with more experience and maturity, she found the situation more amusing than infuriating. However, Saiban's anger only grew stronger with Nana's laughter, threatening to explode at any moment. Being looked down upon by a half-breed, Lao Fong felt a surge of anger but kept his composure. He cast a cold glance at Saiban, thinking, in Shuangya City, no one can really challenge him. Lao Fong had already planned his escape abroad, and his strategy was simple and direct, just one criterion: whether there was an rank battle beast. In this small city, there wasn't a single beast master with an rank battle pet. To Lao Fong, this place posed no threat. If he was determined to leave, no one could stop him. As the tension reached its peak, Helen finally couldn't hold back. She frowned and said sternly to Saiban, "Enough. Saiban, let's go over there. If you keep this up, I'll take my assistant and leave." With that, she started walking towards another empty spot. Saiban panicked at her words. He quickly abandoned his confrontation with Lao Fong and Nana to follow Helen. Watching Saiban's retreating back, Nana clenched her fists in frustration, making a cracking sound. "I was ready to slap him, and he just walked away." Lao Fong reassured her, "We're just passing through here, and he's just a passerby. No need to ruin our mood over this. That woman Helen is pretty smart. She saved that guy." Nana pouted playfully. "What? Are you smitten by that big star?" Lao Fong chuckled and tapped her forehead. "Your acting needs work. Keep trying. By the way, how did you know she's a star?" Nana wrinkled her nose mischievously and handed her phone to Lao Fong. The screen displayed detailed information about Helen, a peace faction beastmaster and dance artist, renowned in the entertainment circles of the Oxalai Kingdom. Lao Fong skimmed through the information, understanding her background. Peace faction beastmasters were rare but not unheard of. Their reasons for taming beasts varied, but they all shared a dislike for fighting and didn't participate in official beast battles. Most of them engaged in artistic or research pursuits. Artists like Helen chose their battle beasts based on appearance rather than strength. To them, no matter how powerful a beast was, if it was ugly, it wouldn't be selected. Conversely, even the weakest beast, if it was beautiful, cute, or adorable, would be treasured. Lao Fong could understand this perspective. After all, not every beast master was keen on combat. Everyone had their own pursuits. Engaging in entertainment and the arts was a respectable path. Human society needed more than just brute force. Spiritual enjoyment and well-being were equally important. Of course, aside from the peace faction, there was an even more extreme group known as the release faction. They advocated for not capturing battle beasts, respecting nature and life. To Lao Fong, these people were just attention seekers, and fortunately, they were few in number, disliked by both the peace and combat factions. The surrounding diners sighed in disappointment as the commotion ended. Indeed, The love for spectacle was a common human trait. Lao Fong and Nana didn't care about any of this. When their desserts arrived, they packed them up to enjoy in their room. The head waiter was left dumbfounded by this move, slapping his thigh in frustration. Brother, you should have told me earlier. I could have arranged special delivery. I would have delivered it myself. The tranquility of the presidential suite, following a night of passion, was broken by the morning sunlight. Lao Fong woke up on time, stretching his naked body nonchalantly in front of the luxurious floor-to-ceiling windows. Being in a high-rise building, he had no worries about being seen. Picking up his phone, Lao Fong began browsing local travel guides. Suddenly, a news headline caught his eye. The Grand World Aquarium was hosting its grand opening today, featuring a special performance by Miss Helen. Wasn't she the lady he had met at the restaurant last night? Lao Fong immediately decided on his destination for the day. As he was engrossed in his planning, a subtle movement beside him caught his attention. Turning his head, he saw that Nana was already awake, propping herself up and looking particularly alluring in the morning light. Lao Fong almost couldn't resist the urge to go for another round, but quickly realized something was off. What time is it? Nana yawned, still half asleep. It's only 7:30. Why are you up so early? Why not sleep a bit more? Lao Fong asked with concern. I had a nightmare. I'm not going back to sleep, Nana said, rubbing her eyes as she tiredly headed to the bathroom. Lao Fong shrugged and decided to book an extra ticket. At the entrance of the aquarium, the sight of the massive crowd left Lao Fong stunned. He reluctantly joined the line while Nana ran off to buy snacks. The queue was abuzz with chatter, with some trying to buy tickets at inflated prices only to be firmly refused. Dude, you're not selling even at double the price? That's Helen the goddess. Who'd be dumb enough to sell their ticket? I'm here with my girlfriend. If I sell the ticket, I'll be in big trouble when I get home. The conversations around him made Lao Fong realize Helen's immense popularity. He looked around and noticed many faces looking pale, clearly having stayed up all night in anticipation. Once inside, Lao Fong was amazed by the sheer scale of the place. The circular performance area was surrounded by open-air stands, with a massive artificial ocean pool in the center. The seating could accommodate 70 to 80,000 people, and today, it was nearly full. The vibrant atmosphere was contagious. Even Nana was excitedly waving a glow stick. A familiar figure, Saipan, appeared on stage, delivering an impassioned opening speech. Lao Fong finally understood why Saipan had been so arrogant last night. Was a big shot. After the lengthy speech, the real show began. Marine creatures performed various spectacular acts, jumping through rings of fire, balancing balloons, synchronized swimming, and dancing with mermaids. Although the acts were similar to those on Earth, the variety of performing animals was much richer. Cute low-level marine creatures elicited gasps from the audience, especially the children and young girls, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. The male audience, on the other hand, were more captivated by the stunning female trainers. Dressed skimpily, their wet, glistening skin shimmered in the sunlight, drawing countless admiring glances. Lao Fong, wearing sunglasses, appeared composed but was secretly enjoying the view. As the show progressed, the applause and cheers grew louder. Finally, the last act was announced by the host. Now, please enjoy The Spirit of the Ocean, performed by the renowned dance artist, Miss Helen. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire arena erupted into thunderous applause and screams. Accompanied by the sound of gears turning, the audience seating slowly descended to reveal the bottom of the artificial ocean pool through transparent glass walls. Helen, adorned in a flowing gown with tassels, floated barefoot in the water. Her rainbow-colored hair swayed like seaweed, and she stood motionless among the glowing coral, like a sleeping underwater goddess waiting to be awakened. Beside her, a magnificent and beautiful sea serpent danced gracefully, coiled around her. This was Maggie, a rare-class lower-tier lake fairy of the marine reptile category. Young Master Fong was deeply impressed by this battle beast because it bore a striking resemblance to Milotic from Pokemon. The key difference was that Maggie had a fox-like face, a pure white body, and a tail covered in iridescent scales. Its long, flowing dorsal fin was a deep blue, complemented by a pair of rainbow-colored wing-like fins. Yet, both creatures shared one remarkable trait: breathtaking beauty. This fantastical opening act immediately captivated the entire audience. As soft music began to play, the woman and the serpent danced elegantly in the water. Their movements were as ethereal as drifting clouds, as graceful as celestial beings, dynamic like a dragon in flight, and serene like a resting maiden. Young Master Fong felt as though he had been transported back to Blue Star, with visions of the Dunhuang flying deities appearing before his eyes. Even someone with little artistic inclination like him was utterly entranced. Helen's mastery of dance was nothing short of extraordinary, explaining her immense popularity among both male and female audiences. This was a performance brimming with soul. It wasn't until the music stopped and Helen bowed underwater to thank the audience that they slowly came back to their senses. Many found themselves in tears without even realizing it. Suddenly, a loud bravo shattered the silence, instantly reigniting the crowd's enthusiasm. The audience erupted into thunderous applause that seemed never-ending. Young Master Fong and Nana also stood up to applaud, offering their well-deserved praise, even if they weren't as fervent as the others. Helen smiled and waved continuously, acknowledging the crowd. Her ability to hold her breath underwater was truly impressive. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, young Master Fong's ears caught a faint, crackling sound. At first, he thought it was his imagination, but the noise of something breaking grew increasingly clear. Not good. Alarms went off in young Master Fong's mind. At that moment, the opposite side of the audience erupted in panicked screams. To their horror, cracks began to appear on the glass wall of the artificial ocean pool, spreading at an alarming rate. Within 3 seconds, the cracks covered the entire glass surface. With a deafening crash, the glass finally gave in to the immense pressure and shattered. Seawater gushed out like a breached dam, engulfing the front row spectators in an instant. The sudden disaster left everyone, including Helen in the water, stunned. Fortunately, the sea serpent Maggie reacted swiftly, immediately coiling around Helen and surging towards the surface. With its nearly 15-meter length, it brought Helen above water in a single breath. Misha, go save the people, Helen commanded her battle pet urgently as soon as she surfaced. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed through the venue. Everyone, stay calm. The voice seemed to have a magical effect, causing the panicked audience to slow their movements. Seeing the situation momentarily under control, young Master Fong, floating in midair, quickly summoned the twin queens. Before everyone's eyes, the enormous figure of Fong Muqing emerged from the void, a gigantic flower floating steadily in the air. Shaoqing swiftly made a series of hand seals, and thick wooden walls erupted from the ground, instantly sealing the breach. Simultaneously, countless tendrils extended from the ground, lifting the injured and beginning to heal them. This seamless series of actions averted a catastrophe, leaving tens of thousands of spectators in awe. At this moment, young Master Fong and his battle pets once again became the center of attention. It's him? Helen, with her sharp eyes, immediately recognized young Master Fong in the air. However, young Master Fong ignored the surrounding gazes. His face darkened as he shouted, "Saipan, what kind of shoddy construction is this? Are you trying to murder the audience?" Just then, a dog barked. "Woof woof. Whose dog is barking?" Young Master Fong roared angrily. A flustered girl hurried out, holding a large black dog's mouth shut and dragging it back. "Sorry, my dog's name is also Saipan," she explained awkwardly. Although the current occasion was not quite appropriate, the little incident still managed to make many in the audience chuckle. The initial panic gradually subsided, and the atmosphere became more relaxed. Thanks to Lao Fong's swift intervention, the potential disaster was nipped in the bud, preventing further casualties. The crowd spontaneously applauded, and some parents, holding their recovered children, even knelt down to express their deep gratitude to the man and beast in the sky. Lao Fong couldn't manage all the world's disasters, but he was always willing to lend a hand to accidents he witnessed firsthand. It was both fate and his spontaneous nature. Fong Dashao's ruthlessness and coldness were reserved for his enemies and those who displeased him. He wouldn't turn a blind eye to innocent civilians, especially the numerous young couples and children in the aquarium. As the crowd's emotions stabilized, more people began to notice Fong Muqing's unique identity. "Oh my god, is that the Twin Empress?" Exclamations echoed around. Someone curiously asked, "Is the Twin Empress really powerful?" A knowledgeable person answered, "Powerful? She's beyond powerful. Few in the entire Oxalai kingdom possess the Twin Empress. Who exactly is this?" People craned their necks, whispering and speculating about the mysterious young beast tamer's identity. Even Helen, riding on Medite above the water, was drawn in, watching the commanding presence of the man and beast in midair. Especially the Twin Empress, with the enormous floating flower and Fong Muqing's stunning beauty, made Helen's eyes sparkle. Lao Fong's Twin Empress had always been a superstar, adored by both men and women alike. Suddenly, Lao Fong's voice rang out across the venue. "Saiban, stop playing dead. Get out here and give everyone an explanation." This statement instantly redirected everyone's attention back to the incident. The crowd, now understanding, turned their ire towards the aquarium's highest authority. "Yeah, Saiban, get out here. We need an explanation." "Why even bother with explanations? Pay up. Medical expenses. Yeah, and compensation for emotional distress. Hurry up, we've got it all on video." The severe accident completely ruined the aquarium's grand opening, and not even Helen's perfect performance could save the day. Helen herself was furious at such a low-level safety mishap. As the owner of the capital's oceanarium, She couldn't fathom such a severe shoddy construction issue. The audience was in an uproar. Some began calling the police, while others contacted the media. Meanwhile, Saiban seemed to have vanished into thin air. Only a manager appeared, forced smiles plastered on his face, spouting official jargon. Unfortunately, he didn't last half a minute before being scared off by a barrage of flying shoes and bottles, plunging the scene into further chaos. At that moment, Saiban had already fled the aquarium in his car. On the phone, he was furiously shouting, "Didn't you say the materials were up to standard? Didn't you say there were no problems? Damn you. You'll pay for this." He smashed his phone in rage. Saiban was both angry and regretful. He recalled promising his family patriarch, his grandfather, that his business venture would succeed. Now, on the very first day, it was a disaster. He regretted cutting corners on the materials budget, blaming his subordinate for claiming they could get equivalent materials cheaply. When the accident occurred, Saiban was in the VIP room but fled immediately. He initially thought about returning after seeing the disaster being controlled in the video, but the sight of the enraged crowd made him think twice. He left the PR team to handle the Mesa classic case of taking credit for success and blaming others for failures. At this moment, Saiban was racking his brain for ways to shirk responsibility and deal with his family's impending scrutiny and punishment. Meanwhile, as the crowd's attention was focused on the PR department, Lao Fong quietly retracted Fong Muching and flew away from the scene. Having completed his task, he departed without seeking any recognition. Being an outsider, Lao Fong had no intention of making a big name for himself here. Nana was already waiting outside the aquarium, and by the time everyone realized it, the young man had vanished without a trace. Lao Fong and Nana continued their leisurely stroll through Frostleaf City, and with nothing pressing to do, Lao Fong decided to take a small vacation. As they walked down the bustling streets, Lao Fong keenly observed the passers-by and couldn't help but ask, "Do you think the people here are overworked?" Nana, who was busy taking photos, turned her head in confusion. Lao Fong pointed to the roadside and explained, "Look at them. Many of them look pale and sleep-deprived. It seems like the work here is pretty intense." Regina also looked in the direction Lao Fong indicated. Sure enough, several people in an outdoor cafe were yawning while working, and some were even dozing off against their chairs. This scene confirmed Lao Fong's observation the people here were indeed very busy. Lao Fong took out his military-grade binoculars and continued to appreciate the local culture and scenery. He occasionally glanced at the beauties on the street, enjoying his time. Suddenly, the 736 building caught his attention. This 736-meter-tall skyscraper was a landmark of Frostleaf City and the tallest building in the area. Lao Fong carefully admired the unique architecture from the ground up. Suddenly, Lao Fong's smile froze, and his expression turned serious. Through the binoculars, he saw a man in a suit standing straight on the edge of the building's rooftop, over 700 meters high. "Wait here for me," Lao Fong shouted to Nana before taking off, causing a stir among the onlookers. For safety, he ascended to a certain height and summoned Feigu. Feigu appeared with a rapid triple flash, instantly covering a great distance. But it quickly realized something was wrong and turned back, seeing Lao Fong's displeased face from afar. Lao Fong scolded, "Why are you flashing around? If I could teleport, I wouldn't need to summon you. Stop showing off." As soon as Feigu carried Lao Fong, the figure on the rooftop wavered and began to fall. Feigu flapped its wings and sped towards the building. Lao Fong thought, since he had seen it, it was fate, and he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Fortunately, the building was tall enough that when the man had fallen to around 500 meters, Feigu finally reached him. It performed a vertical ascent, meeting the falling figure. As they approached, Lao Fong and Feigu separated, and Feigu flapped its wings to counteract part of the fall's force. Meanwhile, Lao Fong grabbed the man's collar. The two of them hung in midair outside the building, with the busy streets 300 meters below, unaware of the thrilling scene above. Lao Fong initially thought it was a case of an overworked employee or someone facing personal setbacks attempting suicide. But upon closer inspection, the situation seemed more complicated. The young man, about 24 or 25 years old, was dressed in an expensive blue suit with a badge on his chest, looking well-groomed and fit, possibly a martial artist or someone within the system. However, his condition was off. His expression was vacant, his eyes bright but lifeless, as if his soul were missing. Even with Lao Fong holding him by the collar, he remained stiff and silent, like he had lost his mind. Without much thought, Lao Fong, holding the man with his left hand, delivered 2 loud slaps with his right. This simple and crude method had no effect. Lao Fong was stunned. He had used some force, and the man's cheeks visibly swelled, yet there was still no reaction. Realizing the situation was not as simple as it seemed, Lao Fong formed a hand seal with his right hand and covered the young man's head, chanting a cleansing spell. Gradually, the light returned to the man's eyes, and his pupils began to move. He looked around in confusion, and suddenly, Lao Fong felt a significant struggle from his grip. What's going on? Whoa, who are you? What do you want? Where am I? The young man finally came to his senses, shouting in terror. Lao Fong furrowed his brows, staring intently at the unusual scene before him. A young man was suspended in midair, his eyes wide with fear, clearly not participating in this cordless bungee jump willingly. Who are you? Where am I? What's going on? The young man fired off 3 questions in rapid succession, his voice tinged with a hint of tremor. Lao Fong noticed that despite his fear, the young man wasn't screaming uncontrollably. Lao Fong nodded to himself, thinking that this kid had some decent mental fortitude. An average person would have probably fainted by now. Calm down, Lao Fong said in a soothing tone. My name is Lao Fong, and I just saved you. You jumped off the rooftop, remember? What? The young man's mouth dropped open, disbelief written all over his face. I jumped? That can't be right. Through a brief exchange, Lao Fong learned that the young man's name was Gu Tian. He scrutinized Gu Tian, noting the heavy dark circles under his eyes. Been busy with work lately? You look exhausted, Lao Fong inquired, a strange feeling rising within him. Gu Tian sighed. Yeah, that's how it is in our line of work. Haven't had a good night's sleep in ages. But, he glanced around. Are we just going to hang here and chat? Lao Fong chuckled softly. Of course not. Let's head to the surveillance room. You probably want to know what happened just now. As he spoke, he summoned a large black bird into a space, causing Gu Tian to raise an eyebrow in surprise. Lao Fong led Gu Tian around the building and found an open window. Without a word, he tossed Gu Tian inside. Immediately, a cacophony of screams erupted. Pervert. Molester. Help. Lao Fong was glad he had a contingency plan. He quickly flew in through the adjacent window, landing in the men's restroom where a few men were using the facilities. Exiting the restroom, Lao Fong saw a group of elderly women armed with brooms and mops, shouting as they emerged from the adjacent room. Gu Tian was already scrambling away, disappearing down the corridor. Lao Fong hastily followed and slipped into the elevator just as the doors were closing. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Gu Tian glared at Lao Fong. Feigning innocence, Lao Fong replied. How was I supposed to know what room that was? Besides, I couldn't just fly in directly, could I? Gu Tian, although skeptical, couldn't argue and let it go. Do you think you were drugged? Lao Fong asked. Gu Tian frowned, pondering. No way. I had a work meal at lunch, and I haven't eaten anything since. His answer carried a hint of caution, indicating he wasn't telling the whole truth. The elevator stopped at the floor where the security room was located. They pushed open the door to the surveillance room to find 4 security guards, 3 asleep and 1 playing on his phone. The guard on the phone was startled by the door opening. Hastily putting his phone away, he adopted a stern expression and demanded, Who are you? Who let you in here? Gu Tian's face turned serious as he pulled out a badge and flashed it in front of the guard. Military Intelligence Division 2. Pull up the footage. As soon as the security guard heard the term Military Intelligence Unit 2, he was visibly startled and quickly followed orders to retrieve the surveillance footage. Only then did Lao Fong fully understand Gu Tian's profession, a special department similar to the Federal Security Bureau. The security guard's efficiency was impressive. In just a few minutes, the required footage was retrieved. The video showed Gu Tian entering the building, stepping into the elevator, and decisively pressing the button for the top floor. The entire process was swift and unhesitant. As the footage played, Gu Tian's brow furrowed deeper, confirming that the person beside him had not lied. Thank you for saving me. Gu Tian turned to Lao Fong, sincerely apologizing. I'm very sorry for doubting you earlier. Please forgive me. If not for Lao Fong's intervention, he would have likely ended up in serious trouble. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. No problem, given your line of work, it's understandable, Lao Fong replied nonchalantly. But I'm curious, what exactly happened to you? Was it a blackout, or a hallucination? Gu Tian rubbed his forehead and fell into deep thought upon hearing this. He first gestured for the 4 security guards standing upright to leave, then began to recall, I was tracking a target whose identity I can't disclose. I was certain I was following them normally, but then he paused, looking at Lao Fong with a hint of fear, then everything in front of me twisted and shattered, and I found myself in midair. Lao Fong understood that Gu Tian had fallen into some sort of hallucination. Gu Tian continued, to be honest, I'm now questioning whether everything I see is real. I have no idea when I transitioned from reality to the hallucination. As a professional, Gu Tian had some resistance to mental attacks like hypnosis or drug-induced hallucinations. Even if he were ambushed, there would usually be some clues or a gradual process. However, this time, he couldn't recall anything suspicious, no unusual psychological hints, no strange-tasting drinks, no peculiar smells. The lack of any signs was chilling. Gu Tian's face grew increasingly pale, and Lao Fong could sense his intense unease. Don't worry, Lao Fong reassured him. I may not know exactly what you went through, but I can assure you that what you're experiencing now is real. These words somewhat calmed Gu Tian's nerves. Despite knowing it might be inappropriate, Lao Feng, driven by curiosity, said, I have some expertise in mental abilities. If you agree, I can take a look. He pointed to his temple. Gu Tian hesitated. Allowing a stranger to probe his mental world required immense courage and trust. Moreover, he would need to relax and lower his guard, which could be disastrous if the other person had ill intentions. Thank you for your offer. Gu Tian politely declined, feeling a bit embarrassed, but I'll seek another solution. Lao Feng nodded understandingly and didn't press further. It was as he expected. He wouldn't let a stranger, even one who had saved his life, delve into his mind either. Especially since the cause of the hallucination was still unclear, remaining vigilant was necessary. Could I have your contact information? Gu Tian stood up and bowed deeply to Lao Feng. I will never forget your life-saving kindness. If there's a chance in the future, I will repay you. There's no need for repayment. Lao Feng waved it off. I was just lending a hand. Besides, I'm not a local. I'm just here for sightseeing. Are you here for the battle beasts in the plains outside Shuangya City? Gu Tian suddenly asked. Lao Feng was taken aback. It was impressive how quickly Gu Tian, an intelligence officer, could piece things together and make accurate guesses. News of the gathering of battle beasts on the plains outside Frostleaf City spread like wildfire, drawing a swarm of adventurers. Lao Feng was no exception. He hoped he might chance upon an A-level battle beast capable of commanding and controlling lower-level ones. However, reality gave him a harsh wake-up call. Indeed, the plains were teeming with battle beasts, including 1 or 2 level creatures, but none of them were A-level. Lao Feng shrugged and spread his hands, mocking himself. You guessed right, but there's nothing to show for it. Seeing that things had come to an end, Lao Feng decided to take his leave. Although the situation was intriguing, he estimated that he could stay for no more than 5 or 6 days before he had to return. Such trivial matters were not worth involving someone of his special status, especially when the trouble clearly outweighed the benefits. Wait a moment. As Feng turned decisively to leave, Gu Tian hurriedly stood up and handed him a business card with both hands. Brother, this is my contact information. If you encounter any trouble in the city, you can reach out to me. I might be able to help. Lao Feng took the card, glanced at it, and then stored it in his ring. All right, see you around. That evening, after spending the day with Nana, Lao Feng returned to the hotel. Barely half an hour after entering the room, there was a rapid knock on the door. Curious, Lao Feng peered through the peephole and was surprised to see Helen, the famous star. Despite their brief and unpleasant encounter, Lao Feng opened the door. Is there something you need? He asked directly. Helen was momentarily taken aback by his bluntness, but quickly regained her composure. She lifted her skirt slightly and curtsied. Thank you for your intervention at the aquarium today. Your timely action saved many people. Helen explained that although the incident was not her fault, as an invited performer, she was inevitably implicated. Had Lao Feng not intervened, the casualties and impact would have been unimaginable. It was nothing, Lao Feng said. The reporters don't know I'm staying here, do they? Helen smiled. Rest assured, you left in time. As long as you avoid the media for the next few days, you'll be fine. She mentioned that Lao Feng and his battle pet had become the main focus of the incident. By the way, Helen said, a bit embarrassed, about what happened at the restaurant last night. I apologize for any offense. It had nothing to do with you. No need to apologize. Lao Feng waved it off. What happened to that Saiban guy? He ran away, Helen said with a look of disgust. Just then, the elevator dinged, and Saiban, wearing a mask, stepped out. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear, Helen thought, her eyebrows furrowing in confusion. She had intended to quietly pay a visit to express her gratitude, but to her surprise, Saipan showed up unannounced. Saipan removed his mask, casting a sullen glance at old Feng before forcing a flattering smile at Helen. I was worried about your safety, so I checked the surveillance. As soon as he said this, old Feng's lips curled into a slight smile, barely containing his laughter. He thought to himself, if she had feelings for you, this might be endearing. But if she doesn't, you're just embarrassing yourself. True to his thoughts, Helen's expression turned icy. She spoke sternly, Mr. Saipan, let me make this clear. My visit is purely for business, out of respect for your sister. We are merely in a temporary partnership. Please understand the reality. Old Feng leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, clearly enjoying the drama. He mused. Saipan really can't read the room. She's brought an assistant for a meal, clearly keeping things professional. How can he not get it? Seeing Helen's anger, Saipan panicked and began to apologize profusely. Just then, old Feng couldn't hold back his laughter any longer and let out a chuckle. This laugh drew the attention of both Helen and Saipan. Old Feng explained, sorry, I have a high threshold for humor, but sometimes I just can't help it. Helen's initially tense mood lightened slightly, and the corners of her mouth lifted just a bit. Saipan, however, turned grim and warned coldly, "Kid from out of town, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you helped me once. Keep a low profile and don't mess with the wrong people." Helen was about to speak, but Old Fong interjected, "Miss Helen, let me handle this. The more you say, the more he'll get worked up. Men, it's all about face. I'll take care of it." Before he finished speaking, Old Fong moved like a ghost, appearing behind Saipan and locking his muscular arm around Saipan's throat. Saipan's eyes rolled back as he struggled for breath. Dealing with this two-star martial artist was child's play for Old Fong. "Did you know? Yesterday, this lady accidentally saved your life. Sneaking around with a mask? Huh? Let's go. We're holding a press conference downstairs." With one arm, Old Fong easily dragged Saipan into the elevator. Helen stood there, dumbfounded. By the time she regained her composure and tried to say something, the elevator doors had already closed. "Don't worry, come in and have a seat. My master knows what he's doing." Nana leaned lazily against the doorframe, her robe accentuating her tall figure. Her unique cool girl aura was so compelling that even someone as proud as Helen couldn't help but be impressed. Meanwhile, in the elevator, Saipan was barely conscious, subdued by Old Fong. Seeing the astonished looks of the other passengers, Old Fong calmly said, "What are you looking at? Never seen friends roughhousing?" Everyone immediately fell silent. When the elevator reached the first floor, Old Fong hurled Saipan to the ground like a bowling ball and walked away. People in the lobby saw a dark figure slide across the sleek marble floor, smashing into 3 glass panels before rolling down the steps like a windmill, finally coming to rest at the curb. This scene instantly caught the attention of the waiting reporters. They swarmed around Saipan. "Mr. Saipan, what are your thoughts on today's incident at the aquarium? Some have reported the use of substandard building materials. Is this true?" Groggily, Saipan came to his senses, only to find himself surrounded by the media. He hastily denied the allegations, claiming the incident had nothing to do with the aquarium's structural integrity and that no inferior materials were used. Upstairs, Helen watched the live broadcast, her face dark with rage. "Not your responsibility? Your aquarium meets safety standards? So you're blaming me?" Her cheeks flushed with anger. She deeply regretted her trip to Frostleaf City. Sure enough, just as the interview with Saipan was wrapping up, the online critics began to stir. Various seemingly reasonable arguments emerged, with some claiming that Helen's performance had issues due to Matey's overexertion, which caused excessive water pressure and led to the shattering of the reinforced glass. However, these people seemed to forget that Helen had never encountered such an accident before. Old Fong watched Saipan on the screen, trying to distance himself from the incident, and let out a disdainful snort. To him, Saipan was nothing more than a selfish and foolish individual. At that moment, Longna walked over and asked with concern, "Don't be upset. How about we go out tomorrow and have some fun?" Although they hadn't known each other for long, the two women got along quite well. Despite Helen's sophisticated and glamorous appearance, her personality was gentle and approachable. She quickly hit it off with the straightforward Nana, unintentionally leaving Old Fong aside. Helen politely declined Longna's invitation. "No, you two go ahead. I have some things to take care of. You should enjoy your rare trip abroad." As a celebrity, she knew that accompanying them would likely draw attention everywhere they went, making it hard to relax. Old Fong understood Helen's predicament. Through their conversation, Helen also learned that the two were foreigners, which led to even more topics of discussion. After sitting for a while, Helen stood up to leave. She initially wanted to invite them to dinner, but Old Fong politely declined, citing the morning's events and the inappropriateness of going out, especially with such a famous star. It made sense, but the astute Helen sensed a hint of evasion in Old Fong's words. In reality, Old Fong was somewhat reluctant to go out, and even considered having dinner delivered to their room. If Helen knew the real reason, she might have been even more speechless. In the entire kingdom, there were hardly any men who would refuse her invitation. But this guy seemed quite loyal. After Helen left, Old Fong and Nana were alone in the room. From their intimate atmosphere, Helen had already discerned their relationship. She initially wanted to remind Old Fong to be cautious, especially after offending Saipan. But upon learning that they were from the Ozisan Federation, Helen felt less concerned. They would be leaving in a few days, so there was nothing much to worry about. In the following days, Saipan disappeared. It was rumored that he was grounded by his family due to mishandling the aquarium incident. This was beneficial for both sides. One gained peace, and the other preserved his life. 5 days later, in the early morning, Old Fong was awakened by Nana's movements beside him. She sat up groggily, yawning. Old Fong curiously asked, "What's wrong? Another nightmare?" This was the 3rd consecutive day that Nana had woken up early. Nana rubbed her eyes and replied, "Not exactly a nightmare, just feeling a bit out of it, like I haven't rested well." She playfully looked at Old Fong. "It's all your fault. You're so full of energy. Are you part hybrid?" Old Fong quickly admitted, all right, it's my fault. I'll try to tone it down next time. Okay? No way. Nana teased, leaning in closer. I like it rough. Seeing Nana's alluring expression, Old Fong's desire was instantly ignited. However, just as he was about to start their sacred dawn battle, he suddenly stopped. He noticed a faint, dark circle under Nana's eyes. Old Fong's mind raced. Yawning, dark circles, fatigue. In the city, he had seen many residents displaying these symptoms to varying degrees. Initially, he thought people were just overworked, but now even the robust Nana was showing signs of fatigue, which was definitely unusual. Considering Nana's dragon lineage, she shouldn't be this exhausted, even after 3 days without sleep. Old Fong initially thought her morning tiredness was due to his intensity at night, but recalling his observations over the past few days and seeing Nana's unusual state, a realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. All the scattered observations suddenly connected. The more Old Fong thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. A sense of foreboding swept over him, and he realized that something significant might be about to happen. If it were just a few people, or even dozens or hundreds, exhibiting such phenomena, Lao Fong wouldn't be overly concerned. However, over the past few days, these issues have become nearly ubiquitous, spreading across various industries throughout the entire city. Lao Fong couldn't help but recall Gu Tian, who had jumped to his death a few days ago, reinforcing his suspicion that something sinister was at play. As Lao Fong was lost in thought, Nana, who had been preparing with her eyes closed, sensed something amiss. She opened her eyes to see Lao Fong's usually handsome face now etched with seriousness. Nana, relax. I'm going to check your mental see, Lao Fong said solemnly. Though unsure of what was happening, Long Na nodded without hesitation. She buried her head in Lao Fong's chest, relaxing her entire body and thinking to herself, this man's words are everything to me. Lao Fong gently placed his hand on the back of Nana's head, his fingers threading through her creamy white hair. He closed his eyes, letting his consciousness spread out within Long Na's mental sea, carefully searching for any anomalies. It didn't take long for Lao Fong to find something unusual, an almost imperceptible wisp of black smoke, slowly tainting the color of the mental sea. Luckily, he had discovered it in time, and it had only formed a small black spot. How dare you cause trouble here? Lao Fong fumed inwardly. With a wave of his hand, a golden light shot out, instantly obliterating the wisp of black smoke. The tainted spot returned to its original color. Lao Fong then formed a seal, placing a mental barrier around Nana for protection. Lao Fong realized it was time to strengthen Nana's mental training. As a martial artist, her physical prowess was extraordinary, but her mental strength was lacking. This incident was a minor trouble that had arisen inadvertently. In contrast, Lao Fong, having cultivated Xian Yuan Qi, had developed his abilities comprehensively. His mental sea naturally formed 2 layers of mental barriers, providing all-around protection. Any attack would be immediately detected. This was a bizarre form of remote mental attack that seemed to target individuals selectively and only occurred at night. Lao Fong tried to recall the anomalies from the past few nights and suddenly remembered the first night in Frostleaf City, the same night Nana had mentioned having a nightmare in the morning. Although he hadn't dreamed, there was a fleeting fragment of a dream that had flashed by. The image was so vague that it usually wouldn't come to mind. But now, it seemed anything but ordinary. Lao Fong speculated that dreaming might be the opponent's way of probing the strength of one's mental world. For someone like him, whose mental world was as solid as a fortress, the opponent might have given up immediately, leaving only a fragment of a dream. But for someone like Nana, with weaker mental strength, it provided an opportunity for intrusion. Nightmares were a sign of the opponent's ongoing invasion. This wasn't about choosing targets, it was about screening them. What did you do to me? Why do I feel a bit sleepy? Nana murmured, tracing circles on Lao Fong's chest. If you're tired, take a nap for a few hours. I'll explain everything when you wake up, Lao Fong replied gently. With the evil force eradicated, Nana's mind felt clearer, and a wave of drowsiness washed over her. She obediently lay down, ready for a short nap. Lao Fong tucked Nana in and then pulled out a business card, dialing the number on it. The phone rang for a long time before it was finally answered by a hoarse, low voice. Who is this? Lao Fong immediately sensed that the person on the phone wasn't Gu Tian. A sense of foreboding gripped him. I'm a friend of Gu Tian. I have some matters to discuss with him. May I ask who you are? Lao Fong asked cautiously. A friend? I'm sorry, but Gu Tian passed away yesterday. I'm his colleague, the other person replied. What? He's dead? Lao Fong exclaimed, his heart pounding with shock. Upon hearing the news, Lao Fong's face changed dramatically, his eyebrows furrowing. What's this? Out of the frying pan into the fire? Dead? His voice was tinged with disbelief and a slight tremor. The person on the other end of the line explained briefly and gravely that Gu Tian had a conflict with someone and was killed in the ensuing fight. The caller clearly didn't want to elaborate, and Lao Fong tactfully refrained from asking more. After a few polite exchanges, the call ended. The moment the call ended, Lao Feng immediately opened his phone browser and rapidly scrolled through the news from Shuangya City over the past couple of days. He meticulously checked reports from various media outlets but found nothing related. Probably suppressed by the authorities, he thought. Given Gu Tian's status, it's not surprising it's not publicly reported. Despite this, Lao Feng still had doubts. He couldn't help but question the identity of the person on the other end after all. Hearing a voice without seeing the person leaves room for trickery. But the sorrow in that voice inclined him to believe its authenticity. Lao Feng looked down at the business card in his hand, feeling a pang of emotion. If only Gu Tian had taken my advice to see a psychiatrist that day, maybe things would have turned out differently, he muttered to himself. Although Gu Tian's refusal had seemed reasonable at the time, life sometimes resembles an illogical gamble. Not everyone can live clearly and die transparently. As Lao Feng often said, it's fate. The less capable one is, the lower the threshold for losing one's life. This realization made Lao Feng uncharacteristically cautious and serious. In the familiar Huangming city, he might have already taken action. But in the unfamiliar Shuangya city, it was like starting a new level in a game, with a high difficulty setting. At this moment, what he urgently needed was information. Logically, as a foreigner about to leave, it wouldn't make much sense to get involved. But Lao Feng couldn't ignore it. He had a vague feeling that an invisible hand was looming over Shuangya city, and once it descended, it would bring catastrophic consequences. This might be the most dangerous situation he had ever faced, and if it erupted, the impact would be unprecedented. Although Lao Feng was not one to meddle in others' affairs, he had his principles. He judged that this was likely a large-scale mental assault, and the identity of the mastermind was shrouded in mystery. If he weren't strong enough, he would have left without hesitation. But now, he had the ability to face the challenge. Isn't the purpose of cultivation to strengthen oneself and bear the weight of the world? He asked himself. If you back down at the sight of trouble, then what's the point of cultivating? Thinking about Nana's ordeal, Gu Tian's death, and the potentially implicated innocent people, Lao Feng resolved to confront the hidden schemer. He got up and left the room, determined to seek new clues. Nana's case was too unique. He needed more examples. In the stairwell, Lao Feng ran into Helen. Good morning, he greeted with a smile. Good morning, Mr. Feng. Are you heading for breakfast? Helen asked. Lao Feng nodded, and Helen suggested they go together. She made no effort to hide her interest, drawing envious and jealous glances from the other men in the elevator. Breakfast was a high-end buffet. Lao Feng, while absent-mindedly chatting with Helen, carefully observed the people around him. Despite their wealth and immaculate appearances, Lao Feng keenly noticed that at least a third of them had tired eyes, and another third had dark circles, poorly concealed by makeup. The proportion was unusually high. Mr. Feng, is something on your mind? Helen noticed his distraction. Lao Feng snapped back to reality and smiled. Miss Helen, you have sharp eyes. Indeed, I have something on my mind. Seeing him admit it, Helen's expression softened. Lao Feng seized the opportunity to ask, Miss Helen, have you been sleeping well lately? For instance, have you had any nightmares? It was an abrupt question, but not too awkward. Helen paused, recalling, I've been sleeping quite well. Have you been having nightmares, Mr. Feng? She asked with a mischievous smile. Old Feng listened attentively to Helen's response. She mentioned that when she first arrived in Frostleaf City, she indeed had trouble sleeping well. Internally, Old Feng pondered that Helen might also have methods to resist mental attacks. He didn't press further and instead prepared to leave the restaurant. At that moment, Old Feng noticed Helen holding an extra breakfast. Curious, he asked, are you bringing food for someone? Your boyfriend? Helen shook her head and laughed. Young Master Feng, don't joke around. This is for my assistant, Chi-Chi. It's strange she's been staying in her room a lot lately and hasn't been coming out for breakfast. Old Feng, deep in thought, suggested. How about I go with you to check on her? Helen was taken aback and looked at him in confusion. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? You've always kept your distance from me. Let's go. I'll explain on the way. Old Feng said succinctly, striding ahead. On the way, Old Feng briefly explained his findings and suspicions. Helen was stunned. Young Master Feng, aren't you being a bit too sensitive? I've never encountered anything this bizarre, even as a celebrity. Old Feng's expression was serious. I hope I'm overthinking it, but these facts do exist. Helen, influenced by his demeanor, asked worriedly. Do you mean that Chi-Chi's mind is also under attack? Not sure, which is why I want to see for myself. They arrived at Chi-Chi's room, and Helen swiped her card to open the door. As soon as it opened, a loud snoring sound came from inside. Helen's face turned red with embarrassment. This snoring. It sounds like a pig, Helen muttered under her breath, starting to feel nervous. Chi-Chi has never been like this. Inside, Chi-Chi lay sprawled out on the bed, sleeping heavily. Her face was sallow, with dark circles around her eyes, clearly in poor condition. This sight shocked Helen, who had never seen her assistant look so unwell without makeup. Without a word, Old Fong placed his palm on Chi-Chi's forehead. Entering her mental sea, he was stunned. What was once a clear mental landscape was now a third consumed by darkness. Black smoke burned slowly, devouring Chi-Chi's consciousness. More eerily, red lights flickered within the darkness, like a heartbeat, exuding an evil, sinister aura. Old Fong quickly formed a seal, sending a golden incantation towards the dark area. Like the rising sun, the black smoke was instantly incinerated, and the infected area began to recede. In less than 20 seconds, Chi-Chi's mental world was restored to its original state. Old Fong withdrew his hand, and Helen was surprised to find that Chi-Chi's snoring had suddenly stopped, replaced by soft breathing. Chi-Chi's sallow complexion also began to turn rosy. With a solemn expression, Old Fong opened his palm, revealing a faint black energy burning like a dark flame. This force made Helen instinctively uncomfortable, furrowing her brows. "Don't worry, she's fine now." Old Fong explained his findings to Helen, leaving the celebrity stunned. "What should we do?" Helen asked, bewildered. "Have Chi-Chi stand next to you during your training sessions each day," Old Fong instructed. "Huh?" Helen looked puzzled. "Do you know why you weren't attacked?" Old Fong hinted with a smile. "Remember what Medite's call does?" Helen suddenly realized. Mind purification. Medite's crisp call echoed through the air, almost possessing a soul-cleansing magic. Helen remained unfazed, clearly accustomed to the sound. She trained with her battle pets nearly every day, rendering her immune to such sinister mental forces. The black flames in Old Fong's hands gradually extinguished, eventually vanishing without a trace. He had intended to study them further, but the power seemed to have a will of its own, dissipating to avoid leaving any evidence. Too cautious, Old Fong mused with a furrowed brow. Whether it's my mental attack shield or Helen's natural immunity, the adversary merely probes and then retreats, giving us no chance to counterattack. Helen pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about I open up my training sessions? That way, many people in the hotel could observe, which might help dispel some of this malevolent energy." She paused, then added, "I could also contact the media to publicize the issue. With my reputation, it would certainly cause a stir, but it would also bring a lot of pressure." Old Fong admired Helen's sense of responsibility but shook his head, rejecting the idea. "The enemy is hidden while we are exposed. This would just be a case of alerting the snake by hitting the grass." He explained gravely, "Moreover, I've noticed some clues. If a person's mental world is completely eroded by this power, they could be entirely brainwashed and controlled. It's too dangerous." Turning to Helen's assistant, Becky, he continued, "She's been in Frostleaf City for less than 30 days, yet her mental erosion has reached over 30%. This means that within 6 months, this evil force could completely destroy a person's consciousness." Old Fong's voice grew somber. "What's more frightening is that we don't know when the enemy started their plan. If it began 6 months ago, or even earlier, then the current situation in Frostleaf City." He trailed off, but the atmosphere in the room grew heavy. After advising Helen on precautions, Old Fong immediately left to catch a cab to the Military Intelligence Second Bureau of the Ashalai Kingdom. As soon as he entered the hall, he noticed many people yawning, with dark circles under their eyes, looking drowsy. This sight weighed heavily on his mind. "What is it?" the receptionist asked sternly. "I'm here to report a case," Old Fong replied curtly. Soon, he was led to the duty room. When questioned, Old Fong simply said, "Get your highest-ranking officer here." After presenting his federal colonel badge, a deputy director named Lei Qing quickly arrived. However, just as Lei Qing thought they could begin the discussion, something unexpected happened. Old Fong suddenly made his move, a powerful force instantly immobilizing Lei Qing. A spatial gate opened in front of Lei Qing, and thick plant tendrils emerged, tightly wrapping around the 6-star martial artist. Lei Qing was both shocked and furious, simultaneously astounded by the young colonel's strength. He couldn't fathom what this sudden turn of events meant. A mysterious battle beast quietly descended, and before Lei Qing could even get a clear look, its incredibly tough tentacles had already subdued him. Unwilling to give in, Lei Qing tried to gather his fighting spirit to resist, only to find his body go numb, and the energy he had gathered dissipated instantly. "Is this poison?" Lei Qing's eyes widened in despair as he barely managed to move his eyeballs, catching a glimpse of the surveillance camera nearby. However, what he saw was a large black bird hanging upside down. Lei Qing's pupils constricted in shock. When did that bird appear? "I didn't notice at all." Just as Lei Qing's mind raced, Fang Daxiao appeared silently before him, placing his palm on Lei Qing's forehead. Although Feigu temporarily blocked the camera, it was only a stopgap measure. Time was of the essence, and there was no room for any waste. As the poison took effect, Lei Qing fell into a dazed state. Fang Muqing's paralyzing poison worked perfectly, and Old Fong quickly checked the consciousness space of this deputy director. "Good. Nothing seems off. It looks like he has some training in mental strength." Old Fong assessed silently. When Lei Qing groggily woke up, he was met with the emotionless face of a young man sitting across the table. Damn it! Lei Qing cursed as he regained his senses and threw a punch without a second thought. However, a spatial portal opened again, and a thick purple finger emerged, effortlessly stopping his furious punch. The fist didn't budge an inch, leaving Lei Qing shaken to the core. Everything that had happened today was driving him crazy. Deputy Director Lei Qing, have you calmed down? Old Fong asked calmly. If you have, I apologize for the roughness earlier. Now, let's get to the main topic. The purple finger slowly retracted, and the spatial rift quickly vanished. Old Fong's composed face reappeared before Lei Qing. Lei Qing resisted the urge to punch again and sat down with a cold expression. At that moment, his phone rang. Everything's fine here, the surveillance signal might have been affected, but it will be back to normal soon, Lei Qing said, looking at the disruptor in Old Fong's hand, his facial muscles twitching as he chose to brush off the surveillance team's concerns. As soon as the call ended, Old Fong promptly turned off the disruptor. The room's surveillance gradually returned to normal. Lei Qing closed his eyes and took a deep breath, quickly sinking into his consciousness space for a self-check. This action made Old Fong nod in approval. It seemed this deputy director indeed had some expertise in mental strength, which explained how he had evaded the mental attack. I need an explanation, Lei Qing said, opening his eyes again and staring intently at Old Fong. Despite his dissatisfaction with Old Fong's rough behavior, he also realized that there must be a reason behind it, as he hadn't suffered any substantial harm. You can probably sense it too, Old Fong said bluntly. I probed your consciousness space earlier because I needed to make sure there was nothing else in your mind. Nothing else? Stop being cryptic and explain, Lei Qing demanded. Deputy Director, don't be impatient. I'll explain in detail, Old Fong began, methodically laying out his findings. As Old Fong explained, Lei Qing's expression shifted from focused to shocked, and finally to horrified. Being a local, he was more acutely aware of the gravity of the situation than Fong Daxiao. What you said, is it true? Lei Qing still found it hard to believe. Given some of the anomalies in Frostleaf City, as the deputy director, you surely have more information than an outsider like me. If you consider the points I mentioned, you should be able to find the answers, Old Fong guided patiently. Starting from the point of mental invasion, many things that had puzzled Lei Qing suddenly became clear. In the past 6 months, there had been a sharp increase in mysterious disappearances and deaths among the lower-ranked members of the 2nd Military Guard, along with generally poor mental states among the team. He had initially thought it was due to high work intensity, but now everything made sense. Combined with Old Fong's identity and formidable strength, Lei Qing was now 70 to 80% convinced. Honestly, he wished these things didn't make sense, because such widespread mental contamination was truly terrifying. Here's your card back, Old Fong said, pushing Gu Tian's business card back to Lei Qing. I saved his life once, but unfortunately he couldn't escape this fate. Seeing the card, Lei Qing's eyes dimmed, and his heart trembled. Deputy Director, could you call on those 2 trainee team members outside and have them cooperate with me? Old Fong requested. Subsequently, Old Fong placed one hand on the trainees' foreheads and the other on Lei Qing, allowing Lei Qing to directly enter the trainees' consciousness space and witness the corrosive dark force firsthand. This left Lei Qing utterly convinced. After Old Fong completed the mental purification for the 2 trainees, Lei Qing stood up and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. On behalf of the millions of people in Frostleaf City, I thank you for your assistance. Any previous dissatisfaction had long been replaced by respect and gratitude. At this moment, Lei Qing's face was filled with respect and gratitude, with no trace of his previous dissatisfaction. His brow furrowed slightly, and a tremendous, heavy pressure weighed on the deputy director's heart like a mountain. The sense of crisis was unprecedentedly intense, as if an invisible hand was gripping his throat. Lei Qing and Lao Fong quickly left the Military Intelligence 2nd Division, crossed the busy streets, and arrived at a quiet cafe at the intersection of 2 roads. They chose a corner seat and lowered their voices to talk. Lao Fong, an outsider, had discovered such a significant matter, undoubtedly thanks to his formidable overall abilities. Although this conspiracy was hidden, in a city of nearly 10 million people like Shuangye City, it was impossible for Lao Fong to be the only one who noticed. As a professional organization, the Military Intelligence 2nd Division couldn't have been completely unaware for months. However, the fact remained that this grand conspiracy had yet to be exposed. Lei Qing keenly realized that the enemy was not only external but also lurking within. They analyzed that many members of the Military Intelligence 2nd Division might have already been corrupted and controlled by that mysterious mental force. This explained why the relevant information had been so difficult to uncover. Thinking that his colleagues might have become puppets of the enemy, Lei Qing felt both furious and chilled to the bone. This was also why he changed the location of their conversation. As the deputy director, his mind remained sharp. Lei Qing immediately shared some internal information with Lao Fong. Over the past 6 months, The number of deaths and disappearances among their personnel had gradually increased. A colleague named Gu Tian inexplicably drove into the extreme zone and died after a conflict with gang members. The whole process was extremely suspicious, and now it seemed likely that Gu Tian's actions were not of his own volition. Lei Qing's brow furrowed deeply, feeling immense pressure. Even a fully intact military intelligence second division would struggle to cope with the current situation, let alone now, with internal divisions making it hard to distinguish friend from foe. Lao Feng suggested, "No matter what, Deputy Director, you need to quickly gather a reliable force." Lei Qing nodded heavily, then hesitantly said, "Young Master Feng, though it may be difficult to ask, I must implore you to help the people of this city. Please." Despite their limited interaction, Lei Qing was quite confident in the young man's strength and abilities. Lao Feng responded decisively, "Don't worry. Since I've gotten involved, there's no reason for me to stop halfway. You handle your part, and I'll go to the Mage Association and the Beastmaster Association." Mentioning the Beastmaster Association reminded Lao Feng that he was still the youngest elder of the Beastmaster Association in Huangming City, although he mostly held the title nominally and collected a monthly stipend. Lei Qing's eyes lit up. That's right. Mages and Beastmasters focus a lot on mental strength, especially those mages. They are likely the least affected by this mental invasion. The president of the Mage Association, Enzo the 7-star Mage King, is also an acquaintance of mine. I'll give him a call to explain the situation, so it won't be as troublesome when you go. After discussing some details, they exchanged contact information and went their separate ways. Lao Feng got into a taxi, gave the address of the Mage Association, and started reviewing the latest intelligence sent by Lei Qing. After some time, while engrossed in his phone, Lao Feng felt the car come to a stop. Looking up, he found himself in front of an abandoned factory instead of the expected Mage Association. Lao Feng cautiously looked at the driver. The man sat motionless, his body stiff like a statue. Suddenly, the driver turned his head sharply. His eyes were completely black, with no whites or pupils visible. "You shouldn't meddle," the driver said in a hoarse, sinister voice, a twisted grin spreading across his face. In the next second, the car door exploded open, and a figure shot out like a cannonball. "Damn it, that scared the hell out of me," Lao Feng said, patting his chest with a look of lingering fear, as he retrieved his size 44 steel-toed boot that had launched the driver out. That reflexive front kick instantly dispelled the rising sense of horror. Lao Feng raised his ankle and examined it carefully. The leather surface of his new shoes was still pristine, and the soles showed no signs of wear. He nodded in satisfaction. These shoes were indeed of excellent quality, durable and reliable. Lao Feng pushed open the car door and strode toward the driver lying on the ground, whose condition was uncertain. He regretted it internally. The man was just a puppet delivering a message, and his kick had been too forceful, nearly fatal. Suddenly, Lao Feng halted, sensing a dangerous aura. His reflexes were sharp, and the Xuanwu shield activated instantly, enveloping him. A couple of clang sounds later, several dark figures were repelled by the protective barrier, revealing their true forms. They were 3 eerie creatures, each over 3 meters tall, with conspicuous red skulls. Cloaked in smoke-like shrouds, their lower halves were ethereal, floating in the air. Most terrifying were their hands, with sharp red claws glinting ominously. Lao Feng immediately recognized these monsters: Dark type, Ghost class, rank lower tier, Deqiong Gue. He recalled how he had chuckled when he first saw the name. Though their combat prowess was average, their ghostly nature made them nearly immune to all physical attacks, which was their most troublesome trait. As the 3 Deqiong Gue surrounded him in a triangular formation, Lao Feng maintained a faint smile but remained vigilant. He hadn't expected his adversaries to control battle beasts for an assassination attempt, and 3 at that. At that moment, the space around them warped, and a portal appeared out of thin air. Hao Gu emerged from it, standing firmly in the center of the factory. Almost simultaneously, the 3 Deqiong Gue lunged at Lao Feng. However, Feng Deshao didn't move an inch. Just as the claws were about to reach him, a strange force erupted from Hao Gu. The 3 clawing Deqiong Gue were suddenly pulled towards Hao Gu as if by an invisible magnet. Hao Gu moved with lightning speed, a crimson blade flashing so fast it was almost imperceptible. When he sheathed his sword, the 3 Deqiong Gue froze, staring in disbelief at their chests. A thin red line was slowly expanding. So much for physical immunity, Lao Feng thought with a smirk. The next second, blood flames ignited along the slash marks. With a horrific scream, the 3 Deqiong Gue were sliced in half and quickly consumed by the flames. Hao Ji's blade wasn't just any physical attack. The hellish blood energy within him was the bane of ghostly battle beasts. With one strike, he had killed all 3 Deqiong Gue. Pathetic, Hao Gu muttered, not even bothering to strike a pose before disappearing back into his battle pet space. Although a trio of rank lower tier beasts was quite a formidable assassination squad, they were no match for him. Despite the easy victory, Lao Fong felt uneasy. The fact that rank lower-tier beasts could brazenly carry out an assassination in the city was outrageous. Even though ghost-type beasts had excellent concealment abilities, they should be detectable by the city's high-tech surveillance systems. This indicated a significant infiltration of the military intelligence division. Lao Fong approached the unconscious driver and reached into his mental world. It was pitch black and lifeless. The driver had been completely corrupted. Damn it! Lao Fong cursed. The worst-case scenario had happened. The driver had shown no signs of abnormality, which meant a terrifying reality. Those who appeared normal were either truly normal or completely corrupted. Lao Fong started chanting to exorcise the evil. As the driver slowly regained consciousness, his eyes appeared vacant. Even after the corruption was entirely dispelled, the deep invasion left some lasting mental aftereffects. Lao Fong took out his phone and called Lei Qing, reporting everything that had just happened in detail. Lei Qing was equally frustrated, exclaiming in exasperation. It had only been an hour since they parted, and yet another incident occurred. Worse, this new discovery indicated the situation was far more severe than they had imagined. The thought of comrades potentially turning into enemies at any moment was chilling. Without lingering, Lao Fong hung up and took to the skies, heading towards the Mage Association. Not for the sake of gathering intelligence, Lao Fong had already taken off with navigation. Before long, he arrived at the Mage Association. After registering at the duty desk, a young mage apprentice hurriedly came to lead him through the corridor to a spacious reception room. Master Ferrari, hello? I believe Deputy Lei Qing has already informed you of the situation, Lao Fong began, his eyes falling on the elderly man in mage robes before him. Seven-star mage King Enzo looked up, his kind eyes meeting Lao Fong's. His fluffy white hair added to his distinguished aura, and he seemed in excellent spirits. Young man, my name is Enzo, not Ferrari. Lei Qing has indeed told me about your brave actions. Thank you for stepping in. A serious and solemn expression appeared on Enzo's face. Rest assured, the Mage Association will not sit idly by in the face of such evil. This sudden news shocked even the 100-year-old 7-star Mage King. He had planned to do some research and go into seclusion, not expecting to encounter such a significant event. However, Enzo didn't realize that his periods of seclusion often lasted 1 or 2 quarters. For a centenarian like him, the concept of time was quite different from that of ordinary people. Master Enzo, do you have any good plans? Lao Fong asked. Hearing the question, a blueprint materialized in Enzo's hand. This is one of my previous research achievements, a large-scale array for spiritual purification, he said, a hint of pride in his expression. Lao Fong took the blueprint and examined it carefully. Although he couldn't understand the specific details of the array, he grasped the necessary facilities and operational principles. According to Enzo's plan, they needed to set up spiritual purification towers within and around Shuangye City. These towers, linked through specific spells, would work together to conduct large-scale spiritual purification on the city's residents. The idea was promising, but Lao Fong had his doubts. First, completing such a massive array covering the entire city would require enormous manpower and resources. Although Shuangye City was relatively small, it was still a substantial project, needing over 50 spiritual purification towers. More importantly, it would take a lot of time, which they lacked. Moreover, how could they complete such a massive project under the enemy's watchful eye? Even though most of the towers would be on the city's outskirts, nearly 10 would still need to be built within the city. How could they possibly keep this a secret? Lao Fong recalled being ambushed while taking a taxi, indicating the enemy's significant control over the city. Despite his doubts, Lao Fong fully agreed with Enzo's plan because it was a long-term strategy. If successfully implemented, they would regain the initiative, allowing them to slowly root out the enemy without being rushed. Lao Fong considered whether they could implement the plan in a smaller area first, reducing the project's scope and increasing efficiency. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. If only a small area was purified, the enemy would react swiftly, making the situation even more challenging. Ultimately, the key lay in people. Their primary goal was to rescue the innocent civilians, who were now hostages in the enemy's hands. If they only saved a small portion, what if the enemy, in a fit of rage, killed the remaining hostages? That was not the correct way to solve the problem. Although Fang Daxiao sometimes had risky ideas, this was not the time for them. This was a matter of millions of lives, requiring a steady and methodical approach. After deliberation, they decided that Master Enzo would lead the Mage Association members to execute the plan, while the military would be responsible for constructing the spiritual purification towers. Lei Qing had already contacted the military, their most substantial available force. Since the military was usually stationed on the city's outskirts, they were the least affected by the spiritual invasion. Lei Qing had also reported the situation, and as long as they stabilized it and waited for higher-level support, things would improve. After handling these matters, Lao Fong set off for his next destination, the Beast Master Association. This was an organization that Beast Masters both disliked and appreciated. The reason was simple: its bureaucratic nature. If you joined the Beastmaster Association, you were considered one of them. If not, even if you were a Beastmaster, you were a stranger. Many freedom-loving Beastmasters disliked the restrictive atmosphere. However, the association's resources were undeniably abundant, as many powerful individuals were members. These resources were not available to outsiders, leading to a love-hate relationship with the association. Lao Feng wasn't initially keen on joining the Beastmaster Association, but they kept visiting him every few days, persistently persuading him. They assured him that he only needed to hold the title of elder without actually attending any events and would be generously compensated. Their obsequiousness was simply a testament to Lao Feng's reputation and strength. After some negotiation and extracting considerable benefits from the association, Lao Feng reluctantly agreed. After all, it's customary to give face to peers, especially when they come begging. Although Lao Feng knew he had struck a good deal, he kept it to himself. Not long after, he arrived at the Beastmaster Association in Frostleaf City. This location was far from the other two associations, indicating the subtle relationships between professions. As the most sought-after profession on the continent, Beastmasters naturally had a sense of superiority, while the less prominent warriors and mages preferred to keep their distance when there were no mutual interests. Thus, the warrior and mage associations had a closer relationship, somewhat banding together, while the Beastmaster Association maintained a lukewarm stance towards them. Hovering in midair, Lao Feng looked down at the training ground where two individuals were fiercely battling, surrounded by onlooking Beastmasters. With time pressing, he decided to descend directly from the clouds instead of going around to the main entrance. This action immediately drew everyone's attention, just as the match on the training ground concluded. The victorious female Beastmaster, basking in her triumph, suddenly noticed that everyone's gaze had shifted upwards. She looked up and shouted irritably, "How dare you? Where do you think you're coming from, mage? Don't you know the rules here? This is not a place for you to fly around." Originally planning to land gracefully, Lao Feng frowned upon hearing this and decided to remain suspended in midair. He addressed everyone present. "Excuse me, is your association president here? Could someone introduce me? I have urgent business with him." This made the female Beastmaster even more furious, feeling completely ignored. "Hey, didn't you hear me? This is the Beastmaster Association, not..." "Silence," Lao Feng said expressionlessly. With a wave of his hand, a spatial gate appeared out of nowhere. A crescent blade of energy, over 10 meters long, roared out, slicing the female Beastmaster's class beast companion in half and leaving a deep, bottomless chasm in the ground. The move left everyone in awe. Those who initially wanted to support their comrade fell silent, their faces reddening but unable to speak. The female Beastmaster was one of the top 10 in the association, a state-level competitor, yet her beast was defeated without even a chance to fight back. Even more astonishing was the impressive use of the spatial gate technique. Still in shock, the female Beastmaster seemed unable to process what had just happened. Lao Feng, however, remained calm. Such scenes were nothing new to him. He noticed that Hao Gu didn't even bother to come out, clearly considering this beneath his notice. Since his brief enlightenment, in sparring with Wu Wangbuoguwei, Hao Ji's power had noticeably increased. His Hell Slash not only became faster but also carried an indescribable momentum, seemingly with an inherent oppressive and locking effect, significantly improving its accuracy. At that moment, a scream broke the silence. A young woman in her early 20s, her face flushed and eyes sparkling, looked at Lao Feng excitedly and shouted, "Feng Tianyun, young Master Feng? Is it really you?" Lao Feng landed on the ground, smiling as he asked, "Miss, may I know who you are?" "Oh my gosh," he smiled at me. The girl blurted out, unable to hide her thoughts, grinning foolishly. Those around couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Realizing her gaffe, the girl wiped her mouth and awkwardly explained, "I was traveling in Huangming City during the Beast Tide event. Young Master Feng, could you give me an autograph and take a photo with me?" Seeing the girl's hopeful expression, Lao Feng chuckled and patted his head. "Well, a fan from another city, huh?" Finally, under the enthusiastic guidance of Feng Feng, an international fan, Mr. Feng met the president of the Frostleaf City Beastmaster Association. The young girl excitedly introduced Mr. Feng's background to her president, speaking so fervently that Mr. Feng felt a bit embarrassed. President Rudd gently interrupted Feng Feng. "All right, Feng Feng, you've already told me several times. You can leave now. I'll have a chat with Mr. Feng." "Okay, Grandpa," Feng Feng replied obediently. Rudd sternly corrected her. "How many times have I told you? Use titles when we're working. Got it?" "I'll remember, Grandpa." Feng Feng responded playfully, causing Rudd's stern expression to soften immediately. Reluctantly, Feng Feng bid farewell to Mr. Feng and left the room. Rudd smiled awkwardly. "Haha, my granddaughter is quite spoiled. Please don't mind her." "No worries, she's a good-natured girl," Mr. Feng replied in a mature tone, which made Rudd's expression turn curious. He suddenly realized that this seemingly mature young man might actually be a few years younger than his granddaughter. Rudd was full of curiosity about this young man. Ever since his granddaughter returned from a trip to Ozexan, she had frequently mentioned a prodigious genius from there. Initially, he didn't believe it, but after Fong Fong showed him related videos and reports, Rudd was amazed. He never expected to meet the person in the flesh today, and couldn't help but marvel at how new talents emerge in every generation. Mr. Fong steered the conversation back to business. President Rudd, has Deputy Director Lei Qing briefed you on the situation? Rudd composed himself and replied seriously, yes, I have been informed. Rest assured, I'm already gathering our forces. Do you have any plans, Mr. Fong? Mr. Fong outlined his ideas directly. First, identify the culprit. Second, deploy battle pets with mental purification skills for targeted dispersal actions. Rudd nodded in agreement, acknowledging that these tasks were indeed suitable for Beastmasters. He then asked, do you have any guesses or theories about the hidden enemy, Mr. Fong? Mr. Fong pondered for a moment before shaking his head. At first, I thought it might be some kind of battle pet, but there's no such creature in the known records. Rudd concurred, indeed, there are battle pets with mental attack capabilities, but none with such a wide range and high intelligence. After a detailed discussion, Mr. Fong left the association. Various parties had quietly begun their operations, and no one doubted the authenticity of the matter. Following Mr. Fong's revelation, everyone had used their own methods to verify the existence of this mental incursion. By evening, after a busy day, Mr. Fong returned to the hotel. Nana had already ordered dinner and was waiting in the room with Helen. How did it go? Helen asked eagerly. Mr. Fong briefly reported the day's progress, including the forces that had been mobilized. Hearing about the intrusion into her mind, Nana was somewhat annoyed. Mr. Fong suddenly remembered something and asked, I recall that the Nine Heavens Dragon technique has chapters on mental cultivation, right? Have you been slacking off? Nana smiled sheepishly. I've been focusing on physical training, so, yeah. Mr. Fong was both amused and annoyed. You just don't want to sit still and meditate, do you? No more slacking off. This time you've suffered because of it. If you want to reach the pinnacle, you need to train both your body and mind. Nana nodded seriously, realizing her oversight in her training. Seeing Helen's worried expression, Mr. Fong reassured her, you're an artist. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. This isn't something you need to bear or worry about. Just do what you need to do and have a clear conscience. Thank you. You've worked hard, Helen said softly, her eyes showing a hint of admiration. Mr. Fong noticed that Helen's gaze seemed different, and he began to ponder. It turned out that Nana had woken up around 10 in the morning, and the two women had spent almost the entire day together. In the afternoon, while Helen was training in the hotel's private pool, Nana accompanied her. As their conversations deepened, Helen's understanding of Mr. Fong grew as well. Sure, and the heroic deeds of single-handedly holding off the beast tide were vividly recounted by Nana. Helen was stunned. Though she could sense Nana's sincerity, she couldn't help but doubt whether the dragon girl had embellished the story. However, when Nana pulled out her phone and showed exclusive video footage, Helen had no choice but to believe it. Helen had initially suspected that the young man with black hair had an impressive background, but she had clearly underestimated him. Such talent, such strength, and such honors at his age. Helen, a pacifist by nature, had to admit that all these factors combined were indeed extraordinary. The term peerless prodigy might not be an exaggeration. What surprised Helen even more was how approachable, unpretentious, and genuinely kind this person was. These qualities were truly rare in her eyes. If Fong Dashao heard this praise, even he might blush. Even more astonishing was how, in just one day, this person had managed to gather all available resources and forces. The Military Intelligence Division, the Mage Association, and the Beastmaster Association. None of these were easy to deal with, especially for an outsider. Yet, he succeeded, showcasing his remarkable abilities. Thinking about this, Helen's beautiful eyes couldn't help but focus on Fong. Such a focused gaze made even the thick-skinned Fong Dashao feel a bit uncomfortable. After dinner, Helen took her leave. Nana teased, that big star was looking at you in a way that seemed a bit off, don't you think? She raised her eyebrows playfully. Fong dismissed it. When I go out, at least 8 out of 10 women look at me that way. Puffed. Narcissist. Nana playfully punched him with such force that an ordinary person might have fainted on the spot. That night, Fong entered his all-nighter mode, extending his mental energy outward vigilantly. However, the first night was uneventful. The second night was equally calm. It wasn't until the third night that the enemy finally made a move. Fong's world turned monochrome, with countless black threads descending from the sky, connecting to people. The target is in the sky? That's a bit far-fetched, Fong thought, but he quickly summoned Feigu and flew skyward. Breaking through the clouds, Fong discovered an invisible dark force spreading like a black river across the sky. He pressed on, searching for its source. Finally, He saw the end of this black, Rivera downward waterfall. Wow, cautious much. Ascend, spread out, then dive to attack. So, the source is still on the ground. Playing right angle curves, huh? Fong was about to follow the waterfall down when the black river below suddenly formed a giant black hand, reaching for Feigu. Feigu blinked away, leaving Fong to face it alone. This wasn't abandoning a teammate. It was Fong's command. Clearly, Feigu wasn't suited for mental attacks. Fong had to handle this himself. Taiching Huiyuan. One thought Green Lotus. Fong formed a seal and pushed out with one hand. The talisman transformed into a massive green lotus, colliding with the giant black hand. The invisible mental shockwave tore through the clouds. The black hand shattered layer by layer, and though the green lotus dimmed, it still pushed forward relentlessly, smashing into the black river. The green lotus scattered like kindling meeting fire, causing the black energy river to boil and dissipate, writhing like a black worm in agony. Feigu blinked back beneath Fong, carrying him onward. Their coordination was flawless, a perfect synergy. Fong had no intention of entangling with the enemy. His goal was to locate the enemy's main body. However, when he reached the end of the Black River and looked down, he couldn't help but curse. Damn it. The enemy had cut off the massive energy flow voluntarily. The dark force, no longer controlled, quickly dissipated into ashes in the air. Fong's tracking plan had fallen through. Lao Fong reported the coordinates of the severed ground to President Lu Da and instructed him to send someone to investigate. Although the enemy's energy routes might zigzag multiple times, it was better to be thorough and err on the side of caution. On the fourth day, Lao Fong didn't witness any attacks, but Enzo the Law King faced an assault from dark forces. When the mages discovered it, the enemy retreated once again. Lao Fong realized that the enemy's attacks might only target specific areas rather than the entire city. Consequently, he changed the patrol strategy from fixed points to mobile patrols. The military's efficiency was astounding, with more than 30 mine purification towers erected on the outskirts within a week. The situation was gradually turning favorable. Lao Fong's life was completely flipped. He rested during the day and hunted demons at night. Meanwhile, Lei Qing discovered that his urgent report had been intercepted and not delivered. Only the chief director could have done this. This realization shocked Lei Qing. He contacted Lao Fong, requesting the same forced mind-cleansing treatment for the chief director that he had received previously. Lao Fong immediately set off for the military 2nd Division. While flying, he noticed something unusual on the ground. A large number of people stood motionless with blank expressions, their eyes pitch black, just like the driver before. The conscious people were terrified, trembling as they pulled out their phones to call the police. From above, Lao Fong observed this eerie scene, his mind on high alert. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly, and a visible energy pulse spread out like a dome. The Xuanwu shield activated automatically, easily blocking the energy. Lao Fong noticed the pulse carried a large number of active microorganisms, trying to infiltrate his skin like leeches. He quickly used his primordial energy to annihilate them. However, the unprotected people on the ground were completely engulfed by the biological energy pulse. 10 seconds later, all those under mind control began to twist and mutate, taking on various beast-like forms. This familiar scene made Lao Fong realize, could it be the Gi cult? An international terrorist organization? Screams brought Lao Fong back to reality. Those deeply mutated had lost all reason and started viciously attacking the ordinary people around them. Lao Fong felt as if he were in a biological crisis. These grotesque, beast-like humans were far more terrifying and formidable than zombies. Lao Fong quickly opened a spatial gate, allowing the twin queens to sit by the roadside. He activated the enchanted forest, clearing the frenzied mutated beasts and temporarily creating a safe zone. To ordinary people, these beast-like humans were extremely terrifying, but to Fong Muqing, their combat power was less than the previous beast tide. However, the nature of the situation was entirely different. Just a few minutes ago, these were living, breathing humans. Old Fong's face turned icy cold in an instant, his eyes flickering with rare anger. As he looked around, he saw countless beast-like humans surging like a tide, with occasional piercing screams echoing from the distance. It was clear that this was a premeditated conspiracy. In just a few minutes, the bustling city had turned into a hellscape. Recalling the recent wave of mutated virus he had just experienced, Old Fong understood. The amount he encountered alone couldn't have caused such widespread beastification. These mindless beast humans must have been secretly injected with the virus multiple times, and the recent wave was merely the final trigger. Everyone's still alive. Get into the forest. Old Fong's thunderous roar shook the ground. The survivors surrounded by the forest felt a bit more secure upon hearing his familiar voice. Scattered survivors also began to flee towards the forest. This sudden biological attack had caught Old Fong completely off guard. He had initially thought the mastermind was just a schemer aiming to control the populace. However, the current devastation revealed a horrifying truth. This was an outright anti-human act. Old Fong didn't act rashly, but instead took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello Fong Lao Di. What made you think of calling me? A lazy, just awakened voice answered from the other end. Turn on your video. I need to show you something. Old Fong quickly attached a button camera to his chest and connected it to his phone. Holy crap. Seeing the apocalyptic scene on the screen, Zhuo instantly snapped awake, shouting a high-decibel expletive. Where are you? Give me your location. His voice was urgent, with the sound of hurried dressing in the background. Uxalai Kingdom, Shuangye City. Old Fong replied succinctly. What? Zhuo was momentarily stunned, but then secretly breathed a sigh of relief. What are you doing abroad? What the heck is going on? Cut the nonsense, Old Fong interrupted. Tell me, what exactly is the Gi sect? Gi sect? You think they're behind this? Zhuo frowned in thought. While this beastification tech does resemble theirs, I have to tell you, it's unlikely. Gi sect, those drug-dealing paupers, couldn't pull off something this big. Besides, they're a local organization, not international. And though they're crazy, they at least have their own logic. This? Destroying a city? What's the point? Zhuo analysis resonated with Old Fong. Controlling so many people and not using them for something meaningful, but instead opting for such destructive measures, was indeed baffling. Even controlling an entire city wouldn't pose a significant threat to a kingdom. Moreover, these beastified ordinary people could only bully civilians at best. Tell me exactly what happened, Zhuo said. His voice filled with shock and curiosity as he stared at the screen. In the span of a minute, Old Fong summarized the events concisely. Oh my goodness, Zhuo gasped as he took in the scene. While he wanted to help, international intervention was clearly unrealistic. He watched the camera feed intently while dialing another phone. Who knows if such a crisis might happen in their own country? Everything happening here carried significant implications. Can those beastified humans be saved? Old Fong asked the question, weighing heavily on his mind. There was a rare moment of silence on the other end. They can't be saved, Zhuo said somberly. If it were a controllable primary solidification, we might reverse the genes with medication if the host cooperated. But given what you've described and their current mindless state, the war beast genes in their bodies are completely out of control. Moreover, these beastified people are mostly ordinary, with no foundational training and average physical fitness. They're done for. Old Fong silently looked down. The beastified humans were grotesque, their forms defying logic. A left hand like a crab claw, a right arm like a mantis, a neck topped with a festering dog head. These deformities surpassed even the strangest aberrations. At least those retained some human traits. These manipulated, mindless individuals, lacking any training foundation, had their bodies irreversibly damaged by the rampant war beast genes. Boom. A building collapsed with a thunderous roar. Gunfire erupted sporadically. The sky was overcast, and the sounds of explosions, chaos, and cries intertwined into a dirge of the apocalypse. At this moment, Shuangye City resembled a reincarnation of Raccoon City. Old Fong left Fong mooching behind to aid the civilians and flew towards the source of the pulse. Capture the leader first since you've shown your hand. Don't blame me for being ruthless. As Lao Fong rode the Plumpgu towards their destination, calls started pouring in from all directions. The city was in chaos, with various factions mobilizing rapidly. Lei Qing led the surviving team members to break through the encirclement while rescuing any survivors they encountered along the way. The military's second guard could no longer be relied upon. According to Lei Qing, more than half of them had been infiltrated, and even the director had been brainwashed. Enzo Dafa made a quick decision to activate the formation. Since the tower was not yet complete, it couldn't cover the entire city, so they could only save as many people as possible within a limited area. The military had already entered the city to assist with the rescue, while President Lude led the Beastmaster Association members in the rescue efforts and in locating the enemy leaders. Faced with this sudden upheaval, people quickly sprang into action, driven by a mix of initial panic and anger. Looking down at the densely packed, seemingly endless horde of beastmen, Zhuo felt his scalp tingle. Damn, the scope is massive. This city is probably doomed. Meanwhile, a life-or-death struggle was unfolding inside a hotel. Boom. The head of a beastman exploded into a mess. Helen expertly reloaded her shotgun, the 12-gauge shells clattering to the floor. As more beastmen lunged at her, her shotgun roared continuously, carving a bloody path. Her assistant Becky, clutching an assault rifle, nervously provided cover fire. Helen, a far cry from her usual glamorous image, was clad in protective gear, wielding her shotgun with a stern expression, exuding a heroic aura. She thought, in these times, who doesn't keep some firearms in their storage ring? If she were in the water, Helen could summon her battle pets for help, but on land, her gun was more reliable. Helen recalled the recent events. She and her assistant had just dispelled an abnormal energy pulse in their room when strange screams echoed from outside. Opening the door, they were met with a horrifying sight. Everyone had turned into monsters, engaging in a frenzied slaughter. Luckily, Helen had undergone military training and maintained her composure, allowing her to react swiftly. The beastmen soon noticed Helen and her assistant and swarmed towards them. A fierce firefight ensued in the corridor. The entire floor was now a battleground, with only Helen and her assistant still fighting. The other guests had already fallen prey to the beasts. Damn, there are so many of them. What the hell happened? Helen wondered as she fired. Could it be that sinister energy causing this? She sensed that her gunfire might be attracting even more beastmen. In this critical moment, a majestic dragon roar pierced the sky. A massive shadow, shaped like a coiled dragon, slashed down from above. Helen felt a surge of powerful energy, her multicolored hair standing on end from the fierce wind. The strike was devastating, cleaving the beastmen in the corridor in half, the force of the blade scattering their remains. Following the blade's light, Helen saw a tall warrior clad in full armor at the end of the hallway, holding a unique long blade in a striking stance. Nana! Helen excitedly shouted. As the figure with the long blade approached, the famous star recognized her savior. Come with me, the dragon warrior said curtly, entering a nearby room. Though unsure of what was happening, Helen and her assistant followed closely. On the balcony, Nana raised her hand, and a golden contract mark on the back of her hand lit up. Amidst the deafening roar of golden lightning, a massive figure ascended into the air. Elena. Nana was about to jump onto the dragon when she noticed an unusual quiet behind her. Turning around, she saw Helen and Becky standing in shock. Mouths agape. Who wouldn't be stunned by the sudden appearance of a 50-meter-long golden dragon? Although Helen had seen the contract mark on Nana's hand before, she never imagined it would summon such a formidable battle pet. Get on, Nana said, and before Helen could react, she found herself lifted onto the dragon's back, unable to even scream. Elena glanced back at her without saying a word. Up close, Helen was speechless at the sight of the beautiful dragon's head. A human-beast dragon hybrid? Such a thing existed? Are we going to find my brother-in-law? Elena's voice, clear and articulate, echoed as soon as Nana landed on the dragon's back. Confronted with a talking battle pet, Helen was utterly stunned, unable to utter a word. She thought, even though it's my first time seeing this, I'm completely amazed. Yes, sis, fly in that direction. We're going to find Tianyun. Nana pointed into the distance. Elena nodded, looking down at the snarling, roaring beastmen below. She snorted coldly, and with a beat of her lightning-infused wings, the ground troops were violently cleared by the raging lightning, leaving a scorched wasteland in their wake. Lily's figure had already disappeared into the distant horizon. Suddenly, an urgent cry pierced the silence. Young Master Fong, help us. We're in trouble. Just as old Fong was about to move forward, he saw Fong Fong speeding towards him on her battle pet, Tianxiang Mushroom. This class battle pet, resembling a flying jellyfish mushroom, carried several critically injured beast tamers. Fong Fong herself was covered in blood, looking utterly disheveled. What happened? Old Fong asked as he approached. Fong Fong's voice trembled, almost breaking into sobs. There's a 100-meter turtle monster up ahead. Grandpa and the others are fighting it, but it won't die. Many of our comrades are injured. As the owner of the class Tianxiang Mushroom, Fong Fong usually played a healing role. At this moment, her battle pet was administering emergency treatment to the wounded. Lead the way. We're going now, Old Fong decided swiftly. Fong Fong nodded, and the two hurried forward. Before long, a shocking sight appeared before Thema. 100-meter turtle black smoke giant stood in the distance. Rude was commanding his 5 class battle pets, engaging the giant in combat. Other beast tamers around them launched occasional attacks, trying to find a weakness. Under continuous assault, the giant's smoky exterior was repeatedly torn apart and reformed, occasionally revealing the flesh beneath composed of countless beastified bodies. Trying to pull a Belial. Huh? 100-monster combo? Sick. Old Fong cursed under his breath. Despite the dozen class battle pets attacking the giant and causing damage, the powerful dark energy kept regenerating the flesh. For these battle pets, destroying that dark spiritual energy was a daunting task. The 70-year-old association president Rude, despite not having a class battle pet, was fighting on the front line with his 5 class pets, highlighting the rarity of a class battle beasts. Watching through a lens, Zhuo exclaimed, "Holy crap, this jaunt is it in a class?" Old Fong calmly analyzed, "Not quite. This is a combat weapon formed by a massive concentration of spiritual energy. It's tough and intimidating but not invincible. Using beastified ordinary people as material, its foundation is weak. The dark spiritual energy is the key. Still, its power is not to be underestimated, given its size." Before he finished speaking, the giant slapped down with its hands, incapacitating 2 more class battle pets. Old Fong made a decisive move, releasing Hauga. Hauga leaped into the air, and the crimson crescent in his hand rapidly extended into a 4-meter-long giant blade. The astonishing sight immediately drew everyone's attention. With a furious roar, Hauga swung his blade, slicing the black smoke giant in half at the waist. As the dark energy tried to reconstitute the severed area, countless blood-red ghouls ravenously devoured the beastified flesh. In mere seconds, a third of the flesh was consumed. Without the support of flesh and bone, the dark spiritual energy could no longer maintain its human form. The dark force had to abandon the flesh, reforming into a massive black energy flame. The surrounding beast tamers were stunned, unable to believe that the enemy they had struggled so hard to defeat was brought down by a single strike from this young man. The sight of the ravenous ghoul army devouring flesh sent chills down their spines. Rude gazed at the composed young man with black hair from afar and sighed. That young man is remarkable. Suddenly, the flame-like black energy surged towards Rude. President! Grandpa! The surrounding beast tamers shouted in alarm. Just as the black energy was about to engulf Rude, a massive ball of lightning collided with it. The blue light exploded, and the dark energy dissipated instantly. Is that? Oh my god! A dragon? And an unfamiliar species at that? It turned out that the dragon sisters had arrived. A 50-meter-long golden dragon appeared, causing a wave of exclamations. Lily obediently flew to Old Fong's side. Amid the astonishment, people also showed signs of envy. That golden dragonis it associated with that young man? Fong's eyes sparkled with admiration for her idol. Are you all right? Old Fong asked with concern. Nana raised an eyebrow at Old Fong, giving an okay gesture. Don't worry, the two of us are perfectly safe. Old Fong analyzed. Controlling such a massive amount of spiritual energy indicates that the opponent is not far from here. They might even be nearby. With that, he closed his eyes, expanding his spiritual senses to the maximum. Suddenly, a faint sound, like a heartbeat, reached his ears, subtle yet clear. Underground. Old Fong's eyes snapped open as he decisively ordered, blast it. Just as Lao Fong finished speaking, a vast wave of multicolored energy surged toward the designated ground. With a deafening roar, the earth was instantly blasted into a massive crater. At the bottom, a black protrusion covered in mysterious red runes was revealed, clearly just the tip of the iceberg. As the group prepared to continue their assault, the crater floor began to tremble. The black object slowly emerged from the ground, and when it was fully visible, everyone frowned. It was a colossal black egg, nearly 50 meters tall, covered in red runes that flickered ominously, exuding an eerie and sinister aura. The beast masters quickly activated their detectors, but only received a series of question marks. Lao Fong keenly noticed an artificial base at the bottom of the egg and several metal pipes extending into the ground. Could it be a biological weapon? Lao Fong asked gravely. Zhuo shook his head. We've never seen anything like this within the Federation. Suddenly, the black egg emitted a muffled thump, like a heartbeat. The red runes on its surface flared with blinding light, and a terrifying psychic storm, mixed with faint wailing, swept out in all directions. Lao Fong's first mental barrier cracked instantly. The stronger beast masters hurriedly formed seals to protect their minds, their expressions grave. Those with average cultivation writhed in pain, while the weaker ones fainted and convulsed. Even the battle pets staggered back, dizzy and disoriented. Ordinary people and beast hybrids within range suffered gruesome injuries, their brains bursting. Under the overwhelming psychic assault, buildings began to peel away and collapse layer by layer. It became almost certain to everyone that this mysterious black egg was the source of the disaster. Alina and her group were spared thanks to Helen's timely release of her medite. Others, however, lacked the strength to mount an attack, barely holding on against the mental storm. Only Lao Fong remained unaffected, floating into the air with a stoic expression. Protected by dual mental barriers, he was the sole person on the scene who could withstand the assault. As he ascended to the right height, he looked down at the black egg continuously emitting the psychic storm, his eyes suddenly gleaming with divine light. Everyone felt a heavy pressure descend upon them. Looking up, they saw a gigantic, dark tortoise appear out of thin air, with a snake coiled on its back, hissing menacingly. Within this mysterious apparition, a human figure seemed to be faintly visible. Before anyone could take a closer look, Lao Fong raised his hand and pressed down. In their eyes, the tortoise's massive front paw lifted and slammed down on the black egg's top. Reckless. Xuanwu Demon Suppression Strike. Lao Fong roared. With a thunderous crash, shockwaves rippled outward, severing the surrounding skyscrapers. The psychic storm halted abruptly, the black egg's base crumpled and shattered, and the red runes on its surface rapidly dimmed. This astonishing scene left everyone speechless for a long time. As the Xuanwu apparition faded, they finally saw Fong Deshao hovering in the air, having unleashed this divine strike. Helen, Dulu, and the others were dumbfounded, finding it hard to believe he was just an ordinary beast master. At that moment, Regina leaped off her dragon's back. Holding her blades, she aligned her body parallel to the ground and began to spin, gathering power. A fiery windmill appeared out of nowhere in the sky, its blades accompanied by the ancient roar of a dragon. Gradually, the silhouette of an orange-eared eastern dragon emerged. This dragon had antlers like a deer, a head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, a neck like a snake, a belly like a clam, scales like a fish, claws like an eagle, palms like a tiger, and ears like a cow, embodying the essence of an eastern dragon perfectly. Lao Feng was dumbfounded, and the group of beast masters was equally astonished. This phantom coiling around the blade was a true eastern giant dragon, exuding a majestic and sacred aura. It was completely different from any known dragon-type battle beast, leaving everyone present in unprecedented awe. Nana, like a dragon dancer, spun her blade faster and faster. The phantom blade expanded, and the orange-eared eastern dragon totem grew larger. Everyone gulped involuntarily, the overwhelming aura of destruction making their hearts race, as if a gigantic Ferris wheel was about to descend from the sky. Finally, the enormous dragon blade shadow struck the top of the black egg fiercely. The orange-eared dragon opened its massive mouth and bit down on the black egg's head with a jeweled fury. This magnificent and ferocious strike sent shockwaves through everyone's hearts. Roar, accompanied by a dragon's roar, a thunderous boom, shook the heavens and the earth. The dragon's shadow poured into the black egg, and with a cracking sound, the entire egg let out a painful howl and shattered into pieces. The blade light split, and the dragon's shadow exploded within, obliterating the black egg completely. It was worth noting that Lao Feng's full-strength strike earlier had failed to even scratch the black egg, showcasing its formidable toughness. Yet, under Nana's earth-shattering strike, the black egg was instantly reduced to nothing. The recoil sent Nana spinning several times in the air. Just as Lao Feng was about to fly over to catch her, the dragon maiden steadied herself midair. Her antelope horn regrew, and golden flames flickered in her amber vertical pupils. Her expression was relaxed, unlike the strenuous effort of her first transformation. Most striking were the silver-white dragon wings behind her. Initially just a skeletal framework, they were now covered with lush silver-scaled feathers, resembling bird wings, distinctly different from Western dragons' bat wings. With a gentle flap, Nana flew to Lao Feng's side. "Hey, I can fly now too. How's that? Aren't my long wings beautiful?" Nana boasted, shaking her wings proudly. "Long wings? No wonder they look different," Lao Feng realized. "Looks like you learned it from that Nine Heavens Dragon manual. Does this count as a blend of East and West?" Seeing Nana's fierce yet somewhat sacred aura, even though they were an old married couple who had done everything together, Lao Feng couldn't help but take a few extra glances. He admitted honestly, he was captivated. "Seems like I'll have to carry you back later," Lao Feng said, thinking that next time, he must ask Nana to stay in this transformed state and then— "No need," Nana interrupted his thoughts. "After practicing the technique you gave me, the gap between my two bloodlines has shrunk significantly. This level of fusion state has almost no side effects now." A happy smile appeared on her face, and she looked at Lao Feng with gratitude and increasing affection. This man had indeed changed the course of her life. Suddenly, frantic shouts drew everyone's attention again. With the collapse of the black egg, the dark energy in the mental world dissipated, and the beastified ones regained their freedom. However, this didn't mean they returned to normal. The mental world was in ruins, and the beast genes rampaged within them. Those deeply controlled beastified ones had become mindless killers. Looking at the pile of black debris on the ground, even though the main culprit seemed to be vanquished and the event appeared to be over, there was no joy in anyone's heart. The city was in ruins, the civilians had suffered greatly. This event was merely damage control, far from a victory. Lao Feng's attention was entirely on the black egg's fragmented remains. He initially thought something astounding was hidden inside, but apart from some biological tissues, there was nothing special. He was increasingly convinced that this thing was likely a biological weapon. He just didn't know which genius had created it. But to bury something this large beneath the city without anyone noticing required immense power. Seeing the pipes still connected to the base, Lao Feng had doubts. Although the main culprit was dealt with, what these pipes were connected to remained a mystery. Just as Lao Feng was about to inspect further, a blue light emerged from beneath the base, accompanied by a rhythmic, ticking sound. When Lao Feng saw what it was through the debris, his pupils shrank, and he was horrified. "Damn! Everyone, get out! There's a small annihilation bomb here." The announcement was like a heavy hammer, leaving everyone present utterly stunned. The term annihilation bomb alone was enough to instill fear in anyone. This antimatter energy bomb was as dangerous as nuclear weapons on Earth, and was strictly prohibited for military use. Such a weapon couldn't possibly be in civilian hands. Anyone who made or used it would face severe consequences, with life imprisonment being the least of their worries. Old Fong's eyes were fixed on the annihilation bomb, watching the numbers on the timer rapidly counting down. 28 seconds left. This was clearly a last resort by the enemy, intending to destroy all evidence after their defeat. Disarming it was out of the question. They lacked both the technology and the time. As for using the Xuanwu shield to intercept it, Old Fong quickly dismissed the idea. He never took risks without confidence, especially when the stakes were this high and the potential gain so minimal. 25 seconds left. Retreat now? Old Fong shouted as he quickly bent down to pick up a large fragment left from the explosion of the black egg. He intended to store it in his storage ring but found it impossible. The ring identified it as a living entity and refused to store it. Without hesitation, Old Fong grabbed a sack he normally used for scavenging on ancient battlefields, stuffed the black fragment into it, slung it over his shoulder, and leaped onto his sister-in-law's dragon's back. Run, run, run. At this moment, whoever ran fastest would survive. The surrounding beast tamers also started running for their lives. Lily's massive bat wings spread wide, instantly carrying several people a kilometer away. Old Fong's sister-in-law pushed her dragon to its top speed, even breaking the sound barrier. Old Fong used the Xuanwu shield to protect the women, as Nana could withstand the strong winds, but Helen and her assistant clearly could not. Shortly after they had fled, a massive explosion echoed behind them. Looking back, they saw a blue-white hemisphere lighting up the ground. Although it was slowly expanding, its speed was no match for Elena's flight. When the blue-white hemisphere finally disappeared from the horizon, what lay before them was a gigantic hemispherical crater, wiping out nearly 2 districts without a trace. Through his button monitor, Zhuo witnessed the entire event. "What do I think?" he said through gritted teeth. "I think it's a big organization behind this, one with plenty of money and power. They're absolutely insane, damn it." The black egg covered in red runes was clearly a high-tech product. Coupled with possessing a military-grade annihilation bomb, whether developed or acquired through trade, it was enough to prove the formidable power behind it. "When you get back to Huangming City, give me a call," Zhuo continued. "I'll come over. Even though this happened in the Oxyrian Kingdom, we need to be vigilant. I don't want something like this happening in the Federation." "Got it. We'll talk when I get back." Old Fong agreed with Zhuo's assessment. He had shown him so much to ensure the Security Bureau learned from this and prevented such tragedies elsewhere. After this incident, Frostleaf City was practically half destroyed. Although the exact casualty numbers were not yet tallied, Old Fong estimated it to be around 70%. Cleaning up this mess would be the kingdom's responsibility. Despite the deep gratitude from Lei Qing and others, Old Fong felt little emotion. He thought to himself, they had the upper hand from the start. By the time you realized what was happening, they had already set everything up. How could you possibly win? To be honest, without Old Fong's intervention, even the remaining 30% wouldn't have survived. The entire Frostleaf City would have fallen. There were still many surviving beastmen and residents in the city. The aftermath would be handled by the nation's elites. Old Fong, meanwhile, took Nana and Helen to a neighboring city, where they would catch flights back home. "I never expected to experience something so unforgettable," Helen remarked. "Young Master Fong, I'm sorry your trip wasn't pleasant, but thank you again for your help." As a witness to the entire event, Helen knew how crucial a role this young man had played in the Frostleaf City incident. "No need to be so polite. It was just a small effort," Old Fong replied calmly. Helen looked at Old Fong with a touch of melancholy, then smiled brightly. "Ozesson is next to the Oxyrian Kingdom. If I ever perform internationally, I hope to see you again. Is that so? I'll definitely come to support you then. Promise?" Helen extended her pinky finger. Amused by the childlike gesture from the famous star, Old Fong couldn't help but smile. He extended his pinky and hooked it with hers. "Don't worry, I promise." Helen gracefully put on her sunglasses, her deep gaze sweeping over Fong Dashao's face one last time before letting go. She embraced Nana tightly, then turned and left with her assistant. The surrounding crowd began to gather, with some taking out their phones, clearly recognizing the celebrity. Nana adjusted her own sunglasses, a playful glint in her eyes as she looked at her man. Fong Dashao, with a serious expression, said, "What can I do? Should I try to act even more straightforward?" His mock seriousness made Nana blush and spit teasingly. She could never match Fong in thick-skinned antics. Fong Dashao's attention soon shifted to the large suitcase in his hand. Inside was a massive fragment of a magic egg, nearly half the size of a person. Despite being split by Nana, the fragment still showed signs of life, which left Fong speechless. To be safe, he placed several seals on the fragment to prevent any mental energy leakage before handing the suitcase over for airline check-in. The scene suddenly shifted to a manor in Yuehua City. Maggie, wearing a butterfly mask, sat elegantly on a chair at the entrance, facing a group of aggressive people. At the forefront, Louis arrogantly said, "Miss Maggie, It's one thing to thrive in Huangming City, but in Yuehua City, you'd better keep a low profile. Maggie responded calmly. Mr. Lewis, 3 days ago we had a fair competition in the government hall. If you couldn't come up with the money, that's not my problem. Lewis sneered. Ha, you're good at marketing, claiming connections with that genius beast master. But let me tell you, that won't work here. Lewis's 3 six-star warriors then entered the manor. Maggie's 2 six-star mages stepped forward, slightly outmatched. Just as the situation grew tense, a buzzing sound came from above. Everyone looked up to see a military helicopter hovering over the manor. Owning a private civilian helicopter is a clear sign of wealth. But having a private military helicopter? That's a whole different level of affluence. At this moment, a fully armed military helicopter was slowly descending onto the lawn beside the manor's driveway, equipped with Vulcan cannons and missile racks, showcasing the extraordinary status of its owner. The helicopter door opened, and a young female butler dressed in a black and purple Gothic dress stepped out from the cockpit, followed by a sharp-looking elderly man. Both of them walked towards Lewis with expressionless faces, perfectly synchronized, and positioned themselves in front of Maggie. Seeing this, Lewis couldn't help but let out a mocking laugh. A female butler and an old man almost in his grave? Miss Maggie, is there no one else left in your family to send? Ha ha ha. He had expected some significant figure to step out of the military chopper, but seeing these two seemingly unremarkable people made him laugh. He continued to taunt, trespassing on private property. The homeowner has the right to unlimited self-defense against intruders. Do you know what that means? Despite Lewis's sarcasm, Melia's expression remained unchanged, not even blinking an eye. To her, opponents of this level were not worth any emotional reaction. Lewis, seeing this, became even more smug, flashing a triumphant grin. Oh, are you here to lecture me about the law? Sorry, there's no signal here today, so I can do whatever I want. Got it? Melia suddenly smiled at his words. Do whatever you want? That suits me just fine. Grandpa Boguet, it's all yours. This gentleman has made it very clear, whatever you want. With that, she stepped back a few steps and stood straight to the side. Boguet took 2 steps forward, moving to the front of the group, and seemingly out of nowhere, a massive rock sword appeared in his hands. Seeing this, Lewis burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, old man, are you just trying to make a show with that huge sword? Can you even swing it? How many times can you swing it? He walked up to Boguet, exhaled a puff of smoke, and looked at him with a face full of provocation. Melia felt both amused and exasperated at the scene. Boguet, however, couldn't be bothered with this ignorant fool. With a twist of his massive sword, a burst of domain energy was unleashed. His figure split into dozens of blue sword-wielding shadows, vanishing from sight in an instant. Just a second later, Boguet reappeared in his original spot. At the same time, a wave of blue sword energy swept through, severing all of Lewis's men, including 3 six-star warriors, at the waist. Their agonized screams filled the manor's front yard. The sudden screams behind him made Lewis tremble, causing him to drop his cigarette. He turned around abruptly, seeing his men lying on the ground, dying, and his face turned deathly pale, lips turning purple, nearly losing control of his bladder. Everyone present, except for Melia, was stunned by Boguet's incomprehensible combat prowess. Even their side's 2 six-star female mages were visibly shaken, quickly realizing what had happened. They whispered in shock. 7-star Martial King. Maggie, clearly anxious, asked Melia about Boguet's identity. Melia calmly replied, Boguet, our head of security, a 7-star Martial King, personally recruited by the young master. Her words left everyone in shock. Lewis, in particular, was so terrified that his teeth chattered, and he could barely form words to beg for mercy. Boguet turned to Melia and asked, should I kill him? At that moment, Lewis slapped himself hard, trying to snap out of his fear. He knew that if he delayed any longer, his life would be over. Please, ladies, I was wrong. I admit it. Lewis knelt on the ground, begging for mercy, his voice filled with fear and regret. Tears and snot ran down his face, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. Miss Maggie, Granny Maggie, you can have that land. I don't want it anymore. Just spare my life. Maria watched coldly and said to Maggie, Miss Maggie, I'll leave this man to you. Maggie nodded in agreement and exchanged a glance with Mary. Years of partnership had made words unnecessary. Mary moved like lightning toward Lewis. Just as he was pleading, he saw a flash of cold steel before losing consciousness. His head, still warm, rolled on the ground. While Mary didn't have the instant kill prowess of Boguet, dealing with a terrified Lewis was a simple task. In just 2 minutes, all of Lewis's men lay dead in the front yard. Maggie quickly called the police and arranged for professional lawyers to handle the aftermath. Then, she affectionately took Maria inside. Boguet followed but chose to sit near the door, resting with his eyes closed, saying nothing. Sister Maria, Thank you so much for today, Maggie said sincerely. Maria replied, no need to thank me. Your business has Fong family shares, and besides, protecting Miss Maggie was specifically instructed by the young master before he left. She explained how she had been monitoring Maggie's situation through an extensive intelligence network and rushed to help when trouble arose. Has he not returned yet? Maggie's eyes showed a glimmer of hope. Maria's tone carried a hint of discontent as she responded, no, it's been over 2 months. He's probably having too much fun out there. The two fell into an awkward silence, both feeling a bit guilty for repeatedly calling him without getting a definite return date. To ease the tension, Maggie changed the subject. By the way, who is that elderly man? Is he really the head of security? Mary explained. His name is Boagoe. He's over 100 years old and a 7-star martial king. The young master brought him back, and now he's in charge of our security. Maggie was astonished, her admiration for Fong Tianyun growing even more. Maria reminded Maggie to be cautious while expanding her business, and Maggie promised to be careful, expressing her gratitude once again for Maria's timely assistance. Meanwhile, at the Huangming City airport, Old Fong and Nana had been waiting for a long time. They were annoyed with the airline's policy of separating passengers and cargo. Just then, an announcement came over the loudspeaker. Flight 318, a cargo plane, had been attacked and crashed over the Bone Desert. Old Fong was stunned. It was the plane carrying his magic egg fragments. He couldn't help but curse, damn it, have I forgotten to burn incense lately? Nothing but bad luck. Fong Daxiao was feeling utterly exasperated. After returning from a trip abroad, not only did he find himself entangled in a situation akin to a biohazard scenario, but he also faced the predicament of losing something important. Just as he was about to reach home, he was informed that the item had been lost along the way, prompting a rare bitter smile to appear on his face. Let's hope for some good luck, Fong Daxiao said to himself sarcastically. If it were just a regular souvenir, it wouldn't be such a big deal. However, the lost item was a fragment of the magic egg. Thinking about the devastation in Shuangye City, his heart tightened. The thing hadn't been fully studied yet, and if it were to regenerate and grow after being dropped, the consequences would be unimaginable. This potential disaster could not be left unchecked. That night, Fong Daxiao and Nana exchanged a knowing glance and immediately rented a plane to head straight for the buried Bone Desert. They knew that they had to handle this mess personally to feel assured. The plane landed amidst the endless expanse of yellow sand, and Fong Daxiao finally understood why people flocked to Fengyuan Ridge instead. The temperature difference between day and night was extreme, and the harsh environment was beyond belief. Even the official rescue teams that came here only rescued the crew members, while the cargo was simply compensated for through insurance. For days, Fong Daxiao and Nana searched tirelessly around the crash site but didn't see a single person. The southern buried Bone Desert was sparsely populated, and even adventurer groups or mercenaries mostly gathered in the Gobi or canyon areas. This desert area had become a dead zone, rarely visited by anyone. The two rode on Alina, maintaining a low-altitude flight about 30 meters above the ground. Nana was wrapped up tightly, revealing only her eyes, looking like an Arab woman. Fong Daxiao, bored, gulped down mineral water while keenly scanning the ground. His storage ring was nearly half filled with water. Under the scorching sun, Fong Daxiao didn't even have the energy to curse. He silently decided that if they found nothing in a few more days, he would call Zhuodazue to send people to handle it or ask the military to intervene. Just as they were about to take a break, Fong Daxiao noticed a shark fin-like object protruding from the desert surface below. It was a bloodthirsty sand dragon, one of the most ferocious pack beasts in the desert region. However, strangely enough, these dorsal fins were motionless. Fong Daxiao's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he said to Alina, Lily, give them a little shock therapy to wake them up. Alina shot Fong Daxiao a disdainful look, but obediently gathered several thick bolts of lightning and struck them downwards. Dust flew everywhere, but there was no movement. Once the dust settled, they saw several bloodthirsty sand dragons lying belly up, charred black and lifeless. Fong Daxiao's eyes narrowed as he descended to the ground for a closer inspection. None of the beast corpses were intact. They were all mutilated, with dried blood and a putrid stench emanating from them. He squatted down, carefully examining the wounds on the remains. The wounds crisscrossed like tangled threads, highly irregular. They didn't look like clean cuts, but rather like something had been violently torn apart. This realization made Old Fong's heart sink. He immediately waved his hand over the ground in front of him. A gust of wind, conjured by his spiritual power, swept across the surface, instantly blowing away the top layer of sand. The scene before him was shocking. The ground was littered with the mangled corpses of sand dragons, their rotting stench filling the air. Old Fong's eyes rolled back as he choked on the smell, quickly holding his breath. Under his direction, Lily's massive bat wings began flapping as she flew forward, gradually clearing more layers of sand. As the sand receded, Old Fong and Nana's mood grew heavier. Dozens, hundreds, thousands beneath the shallow layer of sand lay a vast graveyard of sand dragons. Old Fong muttered to himself, "Holy crap! This place is littered with corpses." Each sand dragon corpse was mutilated, clearly torn apart by sheer brute force. The shallow burial indicated the massacre had occurred recently. Old Fong quickly deduced. This couldn't be the work of humans. It had to be some kind of war beast, and a powerful one at that, beyond anything he had ever heard of. Despite recent setbacks, this discovery excited Old Fong. He looked around, thinking, could this mean a great opportunity is coming? But aside from the dried sand dragon meat scattered around, there was nothing else. Growing anxious, Old Fong wondered, could it be that I've missed my chance? Nevertheless, this discovery was still valuable. It confirmed that a powerful war beast had recently appeared in the endless desert. Old Fong immediately perked up, instructing Lily to search from the air and deploying 5 military drones to expand the search area. Nana also got busy, keeping an eye on the drone feeds all day. The harsh desert environment had the advantage of minimal human interference. Otherwise, Old Fong might have cleared the area of people before looking for the war beast. This unexpected discovery had reinvigorated him, filling him with renewed energy. Unfortunately, a week passed with nothing but sand to show for their efforts. The search area expanded, yet they found nothing. Until the 10th day, when Nana suddenly shouted in excitement the suitcase containing the magic egg fragments had finally been found. Old Fong thought, what's there to be happy about? But decided to retrieve the goods nonetheless. He wasted no time opening the suitcase, using Nana's dragon-scaled saber to cut off a fist-sized fragment and pocketing it to prevent future loss. Though the item was recovered, Old Fong found himself at a crossroads. Should they return or continue searching? It had been a week since they discovered the sand dragon corpses, and the mysterious war beast had likely moved on. He deeply understood why an rank war beast was considered the eternal pain of beast tamers. After nearly 3 months of traveling and the recent 10 days of exhausting effort, Old Fong felt the torment of this blind search. Worse yet, there was no guarantee of success. He sighed, realizing that even with a golden finger, it couldn't help much in this situation. Life really does require a bit of luck. Luck is part of one's strength, Old Fong mused to himself. And my luck lately has been absolutely terrible. He was about to say, let's go. We'll have Lily fly us to the Gobi area, and I'll call for a plane to pick us up, when a powerful pressure suddenly descended upon them, sending chills down his spine and making him shiver. Old Fong's face grew serious as he instinctively looked up. In the gray sky, a massive transparent curtain appeared, like a clear lake suspended in the air. It's here. Old Fong's subconscious screamed, sensing an impending terror. Sure enough, a towering, formidable figure, over 100 meters tall, began to materialize within the lake, gradually revealing its true form. Under a starry, black-blue sky, a towering figure stood amidst the clouds, its upper body bare and muscles bulging like those of a fierce warrior. Its skin, a deep black blue, was adorned with shimmering blue patterns that made Old Fong feel as if he were gazing into the vast cosmos. This majestic being exuded an overwhelming aura, particularly from its powerful arms, which were covered in glowing blue runic symbols. The veins on its arms pulsed like trails of smoke, intertwining with the runes, making its arms appear like radiant, tattooed masterpieces from afar. Around its thick neck hung a necklace made of white skulls, accentuating a fearsome face reminiscent of a wrathful deity. Its eyes, large and round like bronze bells, gleamed with intensity. Its nose was broad, and its tusks added to its terrifying visage, which commanded respect without effort. This face alone could make children cry and adults tremble, epitomizing the concept of ruling through sheer intimidation. In the middle of its forehead was a vertical, red eye, akin to the mythical Erlang Shun, adding to its otherworldly presence. Its fiery red hair danced wildly, reflecting its volatile nature. The most striking feature was the 2 king cobras coiled around its massive arms. The snake on the left arm was gray-white, while the one on the right was fiery red. These serpents wrapped themselves around the muscular limbs like unique armbands, their flat heads raised high, exuding a formidable presence. A golden skull belt cinched its waist, and a red battle skirt with golden patterns adorned its lower body. It wore golden, intricately carved battle boots. This giant, standing nearly 120 meters tall, had all its accessories proportionally magnified. It sat cross-legged among the clouds, gazing down at the earth like a descending deity. Old Fong gazed at the colossal starry giant, reminiscent of the grand statues of deities in temples, exuding an aura of solemnity and inscrutability. This was the violent goddess Yetion, Imo Yunchana, a Mitir-a-class ancient deity. The 2 cobras on its shoulders, the gray-white one named Xiuju and the fiery red one called Yin were both staring at Old Fong. Yin hissed menacingly, while Xiuju's expression was one of disdain, its mouth curving in a sneer like a crooked king cobra. Fang Daxiao felt a mix of emotions. Excitement? Absolutely, but also a profound sense of frustration. The violent god Tian was last recorded to have appeared in the human world 7 centuries ago, and the last beast tamer to successfully subdue it died nearly 1,500 years ago. Although A-class beasts are rare, Tian is exceptionally rare even among them. With the combined strength of Hao Gu, Big Auntie, and the Twin Queens, Old Fong had confidence in facing a lower-tier A-class beast. Even if they couldn't win, they could likely retreat safely. As for why Fat Gu wasn't considered, despite its strength, it couldn't compare to the class powerhouses, let alone Hao Gu, who was nearing the A-class threshold. Fat Gu's greatest advantage was its aerial combat ability, making it unique in functionality. However, this mid-era class Tian was beyond their reach. Given their current lineup, even without engaging, their chances of victory were near zero. If there were a god, Old Fong would want to pin him down and give him a good thrashing with his size 44 shoes. This beast-taming journey felt like a gamble. Elena had already donned her golden mask, ready for battle, but her slightly trembling body revealed her anxiety and fear. Not to mention Lily, even Old Fong was drenched in sweat. Tian's nearly 130-meter-tall body almost blotted out the sky, its immense pressure bearing down like Mount Tai. This was no 100-meter illusion conjured by the black magic egg's psychic powers, but a genuine, battle-hardened mid-tier A-class giant. Amidst the vast desert, the deity loomed overhead. The Tian sat quietly by the lake, expressionless. Yet Old Fong could feel its large, dark brown eyes fixed on him. Despite the disparity in their sizes, he had caught its attention. There was no need for words. Confrontation was pointless. Fang Daxiao made a swift decision, summoning Hao Gu and Fang Muqing. Winning might be a long shot, but they had to give it their all. But whether he dared to fight was another matter. The opportunity was right in front of him, and even with just a 1% chance of success, Old Fong wasn't willing to give up. He was determined to give it a shot. After all, battling in a level war beast was a valuable experience in itself. Just as he landed, Hao Gu, usually so reserved and composed, let out a deafening roar towards the sky. Even this usually aloof guy could feel the immense pressure from above. After the roar, without hesitation, Hao Gu drew his long blade and unleashed a fierce hell slash towards the sky. The crimson crescent blade energy, almost 15 meters long, shot upwards massive to the eyes of ordinary people, but to the Tian, it was no bigger than a banana. The blade energy struck the lake surface, but the expected splash didn't happen. Instead, the crescent blade seemed to hit an invisible wall. It held for just 2 seconds before shattering into nothingness. The lake surface remained untouched, completely unscathed. Old Fong's expression turned grave. He realized that the so-called lake surface was just a visual effect under the sky, and its real name was the Diamond Force Field, one of Tian's skills. It didn't even need to move to neutralize the attack. Old Fong recalled the brief description of Tian in the guidebook. Although Imo Yunchan Na appeared like a warrior, it actually possessed dual-level strength and magic, combining brute force with cunning. Despite the failed strike, Hao Gu was undeterred. With the red demon head attached to his battle boots, he sprinted through the air as if on solid ground, using the ghost shadow sky step he had just learned from the netherworld abyss. Breaking free from the sky's constraints, Hao Gu reached the Diamond Force Field in the blink of an eye. Above the lake, crimson moon roars flashed continuously. The slashes against the force field produced massive sounds and sparks, echoing and shining across the entire sky. Suddenly, a crisp clang was heard, and a crack finally appeared in the Diamond Force Field. Tian's giant bronze bell-like eyes moved slightly, seemingly showing a hint of interest in this little blade-wielding fellow. Its combat prowess seemed somewhat intriguing. Fei Gu also charged fiercely at the force field, unleashing a flurry of black feathers. Though not very effective, it attacked relentlessly. At this moment, Fang Muqing enlarged the black earth jar, thinning its massive roots to penetrate the jar. Facing the barren yellow sand for miles, the Twin Queen had to activate this backup super battery once more. Against the level Tian, she decided to hold nothing back and go all out. Using the black earth jar to gather a patch of black soil on the ground, for flower buds broke through the surface. Fang Muqing immediately unleashed nature's wrath, Destruction Quartet. The massive four-colored beams struck the Diamond Force Field, but it remained unbroken. Alina's golden buffalo horns also began gathering golden lightning, and soon, a laser beam of golden light shot towards the sky. The two beams converged, focusing their power. Finally, the area of the Diamond Force Field under their combined assault began to show signs of breaking. Suddenly, a cold snort like a muffled thunderclap echoed in the sky. With this snort, the area of the force field under Lily and Fang Muqing's attack suddenly manifested a void black hole, absorbing both beams of light. Old Fong was taken aback. What the heck is this? Could it be Hyper Zeton? Is it going to reflect the absorbed light back? Influenced deeply by tokusatsu films, he immediately judged this move of Tian's. Most people might stop to minimize losses in such a situation, but old Fong did the opposite. Not only did he not stop, but he also instructed Fong Muching to increase the output. He believed that everything had a threshold, and now it was a matter of endurance seeing who could outlast whom. Meanwhile, Hao Ji's continuous slashes seemed to be making progress on the diamond force field. However, with a flash of light in Imo Yunchan Na's pupils, the fractured force field instantly repaired itself. With just one encounter, old Fong's heart sank. A single force field skill was enough to hold off four war beasts. The disparity in power was overwhelming, almost crushing. It was somewhat expected, given the vast difference in size. A height of over 120 meters alone was enough to ensure a victory in strength. And at this moment, Tian had yet to show its true power. Xiaoju and Yin Mia, the two king cobras coiled on Tian's shoulders, were leisurely observing the battlefield. Suddenly, they both opened their massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of wind and flame. The wind and fire intertwined to form a formidable barrier, precisely intercepting the four-colored beams and the laser-like golden light. Simultaneously, the void black hole rapidly closed. Old Fong, who witnessed the entire scene, understood the situation clearly. Though it didn't mean much, Fong Muching and Alina had indeed gained a slight upper hand. Evidently, their continuous energy output exceeded the capacity limit of Tian's spatial pouch, forcing the two king cobras to intercept the beams. Old Fong couldn't help but marvel at Muching's exceptional sustained energy output, which was practically a bug-level trait. In the Vajra force field, the void black hole reappeared. A massive four-colored beam, tinged with gold, crashed down towards the ground. Tian's counterattack, using the same method against his opponents, didn't faze old Fong, who was well prepared and swiftly dodged. Nana had already leaped onto the dragon's back, while Fong Muching transformed into a flying potted plant, gracefully evading the attack. With a thunderous roar, dust and sand flew everywhere. The ground was instantly gouged out, creating a bottomless pit. Surrounding sand cascaded like a waterfall, making it difficult to fill the hole. Old Fong couldn't help but sigh at this ability to absorb and reflect energy, finding it rather unfair. At this moment, Xiaoju locked its gaze on the golden dragon Alina, while Yin Mia targeted the twin empress. The two giant snakes opened their mouths simultaneously, unleashing a barrage of wind blades and explosive flames from the sky. The two formidable women met the challenge head-on, with lightning nets and protective umbrella leaves, showing no signs of backing down. Lily even unleashed a powerful water blade impact beam that pierced through the Vajra force field, striking Xiaoju's head. However, the attack only sparked a few flames, failing to cause substantial damage. Clearly, the water blade's power had significantly diminished upon breaking through the force field. Despite the women's successful long-range counterattacks against the snakes, they couldn't focus on Tian himself. The pressure shifted to Hao Gu and Fei Gu, especially Hao Gu. Old Fong advised Fei Gu to conserve its strength, as its sneaky moves like eye gouging and ear pecking might prove useful at a critical moment. Hao Gu, shrouded in a blood-red mist, drew a 4-meter-long Yinchi broadsword, slashing out a fierce blood moon. With his full-force attack, the force field finally cracked. The second slash followed, accompanied by a loud crash, as if a mirror shattered, scattering countless glass shards into the sky. After two strenuous strikes, the Vajra force field was finally broken. Unexpectedly, the field didn't repair itself but disappeared altogether. It turned out that Tian's Imo Yunchana had voluntarily withdrawn the force field and was now observing Hao Gu with interest. Seeing Tian's demeanor, old Fong cursed inwardly. This guy is such a show-off. Hao Gu, however, paid no mind to his opponent's thoughts. He pointed his 40-meter broadsword at Tian's head and launched a standard vertical chop. Imo Yunchana finally made his first real move, effortlessly catching the sword in his palm with his right hand. Faced with the astonishing sight of bare-handed blade catching, Hao Gu remained unfazed. He skillfully utilized the weapon's feature, causing the 40-meter broadsword to retract instantly, transforming into a crimson crescent. This clever use of the weapon's ability caught Tian off guard, sparking a few flames from his palm. Tian casually opened his hand, revealing only a shallow bloodline. Around the bloodline, a group of malevolent spirits tried to enlarge the wound through biting. However, with a slight hum and a subtle shake of his fingers, Tian dispersed the blood mist, healing the shallow cut instantly. Even Hao Gu, with his maxed-out offensive capabilities, showed rare caution against Tian. He stepped forward with ghostly agility, raising his blade again to relentlessly strike at Tian's head. This tactic echoed the old saying, humanoid monsters usually have weak heads. Aim for the head first. Despite Hao Ji's relentless and fierce attacks, Tian countered effortlessly with just one hand. He parried and blocked each strike, creating constant booms and sparks where the blade met his palm. Hao Ji's ferocious onslaught was neutralized with ease. This scene left Fang Daxiao dumbfounded. Single-handedly displaying Wing Chun techniques with the grace of a grandmaster, the disparity in strength was indeed overwhelming. However, Old Fang knew that forcing Xie Tian to take things seriously with even one hand was a significant achievement. Other level powerhouses might not even break the Vajra force field, let alone engage in close combat with Xie Tian. Old Fang, with his keen eyes, noticed that while Xie Tian appeared relaxed on the surface, his movements were anything but casual. His hand, which had sealed the knife, was now wrapped in a deep blue aura, resembling a glove. It was clear he was exercising caution against the hellish blood curse carried by the small blade. As the one-handed Wing Chun battle raged on, Feigu suddenly appeared right in front of Xie Tian's face. It spread its wings, sending a flurry of black feathers flying towards him. The feathers hit their mark but only shattered into metallic fragments, as Xie Tian's sheer facial toughness withstood the assault. Feigu was visibly annoyed. Two bone spears shot out from its head, joining the disfigurement squad. However, after a few metallic clinks, the attack merely upgraded to a facial exfoliation treatment. Feigu opened its beak, and a beam of dark energy, like a void flash, shot straight towards Xie Tian's large eyes. This move was cunning and precise, adhering to the principles of speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. Unfortunately, Xie Tian's temple muscles twitched, his eyes widened, and an invisible ripple exploded at his forehead, shattering the dark beam into pieces. Realizing the futility, Feigu instantly teleported away, and the hidden markers it had left around Xie Tian's face were obliterated by the ripple. Old Fang sighed deeply, deciding that once this battle was over, he would personally train Feigu in the Divine Ruins illusion. Top-tier agility paired with second-rate attacks, perfect positioning but lacking in lethality. It was like equipping a top assassin with a mediocre blue weapon. Although Feigu's ambush didn't cause substantial harm to Xie Tian, it certainly enraged him. Clenching his fist, Xie Tian's wrist trembled as he struck the blade, forcing Hao Gu to retreat. He then opened his hand, raised his arm, and lightning crackled between his fingers as he swung a massive palm. With a thunderous crack, the enormous hand loomed over Hao Ji's head. Though Hao Gu managed to raise his blade in time, the overwhelming force of the strike sent him flying, crashing violently into the ground. The impact raised a cloud of sand. Fortunately, being in the desert, some of the force was absorbed by the sand, but Hao Gu still lay in the sand pile, struggling to recover. Xie Tian lowered his enormous head, his gaze fixed on the ground. Old Fang felt a surge of caution, sensing that his opponent was getting serious. As he hurried to the ground to perform a rescue spell, the third evil eye on Imo Yunchan's forehead gleamed with a crimson light. In an instant, Old Fang found himself unable to move. His mind was clear, and he could blink, but his body was completely immobilized. The world around him turned gray. Nana, atop the dragon, was frantic. From her perspective, a grayish, hemispherical energy shield appeared, like a transparent bowl enclosing both Old Fang and Hao Gu. The two of them, now immobilized, appeared frozen in place. Desperate, Nana sliced through a massive fireball from Yin Mia, breaking free of the entanglement and charging toward the gray energy shield on her sister's back. However, before she could strike, the shield expanded, enveloping the dragon sisters as well. In Old Fang's vision, the previously vibrant Nana and Lily were suddenly shrouded in gray, transformed into motionless models mid-strike. It dawned on Old Fang that this was a time-stopping field created by Xie Tian's third eye, trapping everyone within. Quickly, he used telepathic communication to halt the Twin Queen's rescue attempt, urging them to prioritize their safety to avoid being trapped in the field. Seeing his target successfully immobilized, Imo Yunchan, from the clouds, raised his muscular arm, pulling it back and clenching his fist. As he assumed the striking posture, the star-like blue patterns on his upper body seemed to come alive, emitting a dazzling light. Streams of starflame energy visibly flowed toward his raised arm. In Old Fang's view, the entire sky darkened. Even Xie Tian's black-blue skin turned as dark as the cosmos, highlighting the brilliant energy pads on his body. His poised fist, now resembling a massive blue comet, gathered all the light from the heavens and earth. First, pin them down, then unleash the attack. Even before the punch landed, the overwhelming pressure, like a mountain crashing down, was already suffocating. Fang Daxia could clearly feel that this was the strongest attack he had ever faced. He frantically mobilized the primal energy within him, pushing the four symbols convergence technique to its limit. Fortunately, his energy flow remained unaffected. At this critical moment, a massive blue comet-like fist tore through the sky, accompanied by violent lightning and swirling winds, crashing down with immense force. Thunder strike oblivion. Simultaneously, the black shadow of the Xuanwu reappeared, successfully breaking through the time-stopping force, shielding both men and beasts within. The punch that tore through the sky landed squarely on the turtle's back. For a moment, time seemed to freeze. Then, boom! A deafening explosion echoed across the desert sea. The colossal impact of the punch sent sand flying up to tens of meters high within a 10-mile radius, like a rain of sand. The desert area shook as if hit by an earthquake. In a city, this punch could have destroyed half a district. The powerful fist rebounded rapidly due to the immense counterforce, and the Xuanwu shadow shattered and disappeared. The surroundings looked like they had been hit by a TNT explosion, but the target beneath the giant fist remained unharmed. The two beasts and one man, now free, quickly focused their attention on the resilient figure standing stoically. Blood dripped onto the ground, seeping into the sand. Nana's eyes were red as she ran over, whimpering. She found that the person was still breathing, but his miserable state made her break down in tears. At this moment, Old Fong was bent over, eyes closed, hands on his knees. Blood flowed slowly from his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears, his face pale, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Damn, that was intense. The words struggled out of Old Fong's mouth, sounding more like a sigh. Faced with a punch that could have shattered him, Old Fong had chosen to use the Xuanwu Divine Shield's explosion to protect everyone. The explosion shield can transfer the power of an attack proportionally, depending on the level of cultivation. The surrounding sand explosion and the counterforce on Deshetyin were proof of the shield's success in dispersing the impact. After using the explosion shield, the Xuanwu Divine Shield needs 3 days to reform, making it the ultimate life-saving move. Old Fong diverted more than 80% of the damage, but the remaining force still left him bleeding from his orifices, his head buzzing. Hearing that her man, though speaking with difficulty, still had some strength left, Nana felt a wave of relief. She reached out to help, but Old Fong quickly said, "No, don't move." Taking a deep breath, he performed a hand seal to stabilize his energy, feeling slightly more comfortable, and his aura became steadier. Only then did he slowly straighten up. That punch nearly broke him apart. He almost lost control of his bowels, and his jaw still ached. Above, Dazaishin's huge copperbell eyes widened slightly, seemingly surprised that its punch hadn't finished the target. Fong Muqing and Feigu had returned to the ground, and the twin queens immediately began healing Old Fong. Haogu also slowly sat up. If it weren't for Old Fong blocking that fatal punch, it would have been soaking in a hot spring by now. Receiving a message through their mental link, Old Fong turned to Haogu with a smile, saying, "You've helped me so many times. Saving your life is the least I can do." Another message followed. Revival? Damn. I forgot you have unlimited revival coins in the heat of the moment. Old Fang's belated realization left Haogu momentarily stunned. No big deal, we're like family. No need for formalities. Besides, I don't want to see you lose to that show-off. Seeing the fist raised once more in the sky, Old Fong didn't hesitate. He pulled out an exquisite magic scroll, a group teleportation scroll set to transport them to Huangming City, priced at 3 million each. Only a 7-star mage could craft it, and it required significant cost and effort, making it the ultimate life-saving consumable. Old Fong had bought 3, 2 remained in his storage ring. Little rascal, do you really think you can act this crazy without a backup plan? Fong Deshao sneered, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He knew the situation had escalated to the point of throwing threats, and he needed to get out fast. The power of that punch had forced Fong Deshao to respect it. Just a fraction of its strength nearly made him lose control. Another hit like that, and he might be done for. Having exhausted all his life-saving measures, his only option now was to escape. Although he felt unwilling and regretful, survival was the top priority. As everyone and every beast gathered around him, Fong Deshao prepared to activate a teleportation scroll. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Looking up, he found Haogu had silently appeared in front of him. A faint blood-red aura began to glow around Haogu. Fong Deshao's eyes lit up, and he felt a surge of hope. Could this be a turning point? Just then, another punch, powerful enough to shatter stars, came hurtling down. Fong Deshao kept his eyes on the sky, fingers poised on the scroll seal, ready to trust Haogu but also prepared to flee at any moment. Clang! A deafening metallic clash echoed overhead, causing Fong Deshao to feel dizzy. A ring-shaped shockwave exploded in the sky, clearing the clouds in an instant. The 50-meturtle phantom demon wielding a blade reappeared, its long sword firmly blocking the punch. Fong Deshao sighed in relief, putting away the scroll and swallowing a recovery pill. He quickly formed hand seals to restore his state. Suddenly, a blood-red pillar of light shot up from Haogu, filled with ghostly spirits and underworld deities, dyeing the sky crimson. For the first time, Mo Yunchana's expression turned serious. The purity of this eerie power was incomparable to what it had been before. As the blood-red pillar faded, Hao Ji's figure re-emerged. His skin had turned completely blood-red, resembling a fierce demon. The bone hat and prayer beads on his head were gone, and his snow-white hair floated wildly, exuding a sense of ferocity and chaos. The most striking feature was the blood-red half-body demon phantom hovering behind him. The phantom had grown to nearly 100 meters tall, becoming more solid and clear. With a ferocious face, sharp fangs, and a menacing demeanor, it rivaled even the Demission in its terrifying presence. The half-naked muscular form now sported bladed arm guards, with long red ribbons swirling around its arms, adding to its imposing aura. This transformation reminded Fang Deshao of Nero's Devil Trigger from Devil May Cry 4, but on a much grander scale. Yin Luo Blade Soul awakened? Fang Deshao thought with excitement. Hao Gu had finally taken a crucial step, advancing from rank to a rank. However, he suddenly realized a serious problem. After Hao Ji's evolution to a rank, the amount of demonic energy he occupied would surely increase, likely exceeding the capacity of Fang Deshao's battle pet space. How could he continue the fight then? It would be pointless. Fang Deshao looked at Hao Ji's demonic energy count in disbelief. The next second, his eyes widened in shock. Hao Ji's demonic energy hadn't increased at all. Could it be that he hadn't actually reached a rank? Impossible. The pressure Hao Gu exerted now was unprecedented, almost on par with Demission. Just as Fang Deshao was puzzling over this, his mental world received a message from Hao Gu. This Yin Luo Blade Soul state could only last for half an hour and would automatically dissipate afterward, with no side effects, just significant energy consumption. It would take an hour to recondense. Fang Deshao suddenly understood. This was a transformation skill, similar to a temporary power-up. This evolution method truly astonished him. Rather than a straightforward evolution, it was more like acquiring a powerful skill that temporarily granted Hao Gu strength comparable to an rank battle beast. Maybe this was Hao Ji's unique way of evolving? After all, no one knew if his transformation could become permanent, or if he might undergo a second transformation in the future. Hao Ji's growth was achieved through his own cultivation, with an evolution path that was one of a kind and without any reference samples. Normally, there was no natural evolution chart for a demon swordsman. For now, though, this was undoubtedly a good thing. Fang Deshao still had 37 points of demonic energy space left, making this Demission a promising prospect. On the ground, Hao Gu exuded a powerful aura, brandishing a long knife and taking a battle stance. Behind him, a nearly 100-meter Yin Luo sword spirit mirrored his movements like a reflection. In the sky, Demission sat cross-legged on a cloud, his star-patterned markings glowing faintly as he prepared for battle. These two colossal figures, one above and one below, faced off in a breathtaking scene. With time running out, Hao Gu was the first to strike. He swung his blade, and the Yin Luo sword spirit followed suit, releasing a circular blade of energy that spun like a buzzsaw, shooting straight towards the sky. The blade was enormous, comparable in size to a luxury Ferris wheel. In response to this mountain-splitting attack, Demission raised his hands and conjured a blue Vajra force field in front of him. The changing hues of the force field indicated that Demission was taking the battle seriously. The blade energy collided with the force field, sparks flying and a deafening noise echoing like a buzzsaw cutting through steel. After a few seconds of stalemate, both the blood-red blade and the blue force field shattered simultaneously. With no solid ground to brace himself against, Demission was pushed back several dozen meters by the impact. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Gu launched a series of crimson slashes, each one a highly compressed red line. Demission countered with his rune-covered fists, the two beasts clashing from a distance, the sound of their blows echoing through the air. As the battle intensified, Demission had to stand up, entering a more serious mode. Lao Fong and Nana retreated a bit, while Fei Gu, Alina, and Fang Muqing spread out, ready to act when the moment came. Nana was momentarily stunned by the colossal battle unfolding before her. Seeing this, Lao Fong reminded her, "Don't zone out. I might need your help later." Nana looked at Lao Fong, puzzled as to what she could do in such a high-level fight. Lao Fong smiled and explained, "Remember how we captured Hao Gu before? You're my lucky star. Hold your weapon ready. I'll create an opportunity for you. You might be the straw that breaks the camel's back." Lao Fong's gaze fell on the Qinglong Yinyue saber in Nana's hands. The weapon's potential was far from fully tapped. It had once been embedded in a towering skeleton, a structure seemingly even more formidable than Demission. Feeling the trust in Lao Fong's eyes, Nana was moved but showed a proud smile. So we're a perfect match, aren't we?" she said, her cheeks turning slightly red. Lao Fong teased, "I'll be counting on you later. Can I say otherwise?" As the battle raged on, Demission, frustrated after several rounds of exchanges, spread his fingers wide. The two serpents, Puju and Yanmi, on his shoulders each spat out red and white energy into his open palms. Demission then raised his hands high, causing the wind and fire spirits in the sky to gather at an astonishing speed. In his left hand, 100-meter windstorm, and in his right, 100-meter pillar of flame. The scene was so awe-inspiring that if it weren't in a desolate desert, it would surely attract countless onlookers. Facing Tian's raging buildup, Hao Gu sheathed his knife, crouched, and gripped the handle, preparing for a decisive strike. The Yin Luo sword spirit mirrored his actions. Finally, Tian clapped his hands together and then pushed downward, wind and flame dual technique. Heaven's Burial. Lao Feng immediately took to the air with Nana, knowing that staying on the ground would be extremely dangerous regardless of the outcome. Facing the enormous descending windfire drill, Hao Gu unhesitatingly drew his blade, a crimson brilliance in the darkness, Shura sword intent. Formless, with a slash, the massive windfire drill suddenly caved in as if colliding with an invisible force. Slicing through, the drill split into two, each half crashing down like meteors towards the ground. Tian raised his palm, effortlessly blocking the diminished but still formidable formless sword intent. Boom! Two terrifying energy meteors crashed into the ground, igniting a sky-high firestorm and ravaging the desert once more. Although Tian had the upper hand in strength, his techniques were not as refined as those of Hao Gu, who had undergone systematic training. Hao Gu cleaved through the dual wind and fire attack with a single slash, then leaped into the air with his blade aimed directly at Tian. The close combat reached a fever pitch, with the sound of clashing blades and fists growing increasingly rapid until it was as constant as rainfall. The two colossal giants, each 100 meters tall, clashed violently, neither willing to yield. Lao Feng and Nana shielded their ears with their primordial spirit power, as the deafening clashes in the sky could have easily rendered them deaf. After dozens of exchanges, Tian gradually gained the upper hand, forcing Hao Gu to retreat. Enraged, Tian fought with increasing ferocity, his fists falling like stars to the earth, shaking the mountains with their power. Even with Feng Muqing and Alina's sneak attacks from the side, they couldn't halt his rising momentum. Hao Gu unleashed several rounds of his Ghost Burial Slash, Crimson Moon Flash, temporarily pushing back his opponent before retreating to Lao Feng's side. Lao Feng asked if it was time to use that move, and Hao Gu nodded firmly. Feng Muqing descended, using her branches to replenish their energy, while Alina and Fei Gu stood guard in front to buy them time. Lao Feng placed his palm on Hao Ji's back, pushing his killing intent to its peak. Hao Ji's body became ethereal, with blood-red shadows resembling a hellish painting appearing all over him. Alina fell in battle, but she had bought them precious time. Hao Gu stepped forward with his blade, slashing through time and space to carve a deep, bone-revealing wound into Tian. After performing the limitless slash, Hao Gu returned to his normal state, silently planting the blood-red crescent blade into the ground before sitting down and vanishing. Lao Feng retrieved the blood-red crescent blade and looked up at the teetering Tian in the sky, calmly saying, "It's time to submit, big guy." Finally, the author asked the readers for their thoughts on the battle descriptions, promising to balance details and pacing as best as possible and welcoming any feedback. The ultimate formless slash, as the final and most powerful technique of the Netherworld blade art, is far beyond Hao Ji's current level and strength to fully unleash. Even with his power boosted to grade A through transformation, it is still insufficient. Lao Feng had initially estimated that if Hao Gu could utilize even half of this move's potential, it would be quite impressive. However, Hao Gu managed to push the power of this move to nearly 60% through sheer self-exertion and sacrifice. At merely 60% power, it instantly inflicted severe injuries on the great evil deity. If it had been the complete ultimate formless slash, it might have already been dead. Mayun Channa was both shocked and furious, filled with dread. It hurriedly began casting a spell to heal itself, but the powerful and malevolent force within its wounds was rampaging uncontrollably. It could only barely maintain its injuries while fighting off this force, with blood still slowly dripping. At that moment, the surroundings changed abruptly. The sky turned an oppressive blood red, and the ground transformed from desert to unbearably hot black scorched earth. The blood-red sky and the blackened land stretched endlessly, causing the great evil deity's heart to jolt. The demonic eye on its forehead, which could break through illusions, emitted a dazzling red light. However, the surrounding scene only dimmed briefly before changing again. Screams, curses, and cries of despair echoed all around. On the scorched earth, countless tormented souls and ghostly executioners appeared. The great evil deity, thinking it had broken the illusion, was stunned again. The illusion not only remained, but became even more vivid. A tremendous pressure instantly surged within it. Mayun Channa suddenly felt all the ghostly eyes focusing on it, as if it had intruded into someone else's domain. The next moment, the entire inferno erupted into chaos. A massive sound of something cutting through the air approached, and the great evil deity turned abruptly, catching a thick black iron chain in its hand. At the other end of the chain was a formidable being over 80 meters tall, with a bull's head, human body, and Huvi's a soul reaper of the nether hell. known as a Bang Raksha. Furious, the great evil deity swung its hand violently, attempting to fling the Abang Raksha away. However, the opponent was strong, and although it was pulled off balance, it did not completely fall. Just then, another gust of wind attacked from above. The great evil deity instinctively raised its hand and struck, sending another attacking Abang Raksha flying with a punch. But the crisis was not over. The great evil deity felt a weight on its back and a tightening around its neck. Another bull-headed Raksha had entangled it from behind. Just as it was about to exert force to shake off the attacker, several soul reapers wielding black iron chains jumped down from the blood clouds above to support their comrade. Overwhelmed by the many attackers and needing to suppress the blood fiend power invading its body, the great evil deity was quickly dragged to the ground by several Abang Raksha. While one soul reaper might not be able to restrain it, the combined force of many was overwhelming. Its limbs were pinned down, and it was forced to the ground. Even the two serpents, Xiaoju and Yinmia, were restrained by pitchforks. Covered in iron chains, the great evil deity was in a dire state. Seeing it still struggling, one Abang Raksha raised a massive club and struck its chest, hitting the large wound. Roar! In excruciating pain, the great evil deity went completely berserk. Its body turned black, and star-like patterns glowed brightly. One arm broke free from the restraints, throwing an Abang Raksha away, and its free hand shattered another bull head with a punch. With both hands freed, it unleashed a powerful shockwave, causing several headless Abang Raksha to collapse. The great evil deity's resilience and ferocity were astonishing, but it soon spat out more blood, worsening its injuries. The fallen soul reapers turned into part of the scorched earth as flames consumed them. However, more Abang Raksha appeared, followed by legions of malevolent spirits. The onslaught from the nether inferno continued. Observing the wavering and dazed great evil deity in midair, Lao Fong cautiously flew up. Blood still dripped from its wounds, and it occasionally spat out blood. Lao Fong understood that Hao Ji's slash was now showing its true power. The great evil deity's mind had been dragged into the nether domain, where it was being relentlessly tormented. This ultimate formless slash not only tortured the body, but also ravaged the spirit. Despite the extraordinary mental power of Ma Yun Channa's demonic eye, capable of dispelling 99% of illusions, the nether domain was a real domain power, not just a simple illusion to be broken. It's not just an illusion. Any damage De Xietian suffers in the realm of infinite torment will reflect on his real body, palpable and effective. Facing this power, De Xietian can only choose to confront it hidden or wear it down. However, even though Hao Ji's realm of infinite torment is only 60% complete and came at the cost of his life, it's still not easy to combat. Lao Fong silently approached De Xietian's nape, sat cross-legged, and began to restore his energy. Nana, on the other hand, stood ready with her blade below. At this moment, De Xietian was in a steady state of health decline. Lao Fong knew that external attacks might disrupt this situation, so he chose to conserve his strength and wait for the right moment. He, Nana, and Fei Gu's combined attacks were far less effective than the realm of infinite torment. Acting hastily could cause De Xietian to escape the realm prematurely, making their efforts futile. The wisest choice was to let Hao Ji's attack reach its maximum potential, then follow up. De Xietian's condition visibly deteriorated, growing weaker by the moment. In this hellish realm, he had destroyed countless evil spirits and wardens. Despite using violent punches and dark magic, he couldn't eradicate them all. Faced with this cursed place, De Xietian felt both rage and fear. The scorched ground was stained with his blood. Here, he was the only one with blood, which made the surrounding hellish creatures even more frenzied. As he was knocked down again, De Xietian felt his strength draining rapidly, his body covered in wounds. He had never been in such a dire situation. No matter how resilient, both his body and spirit were being worn down by the endless hell army. Eternity seemed to stretch endlessly, making escape impossible. This description was truly precise and poignant. De Xietian staggered to his feet, his legs trembling uncontrollably. For the first time, he felt the weight of his once proud fists. Just as he thought all was lost, the hellish army before him suddenly froze. Then, the scorched earth receded, the blood clouds dissipated, and the world twisted once more. The time of suffering had ended, and the familiar yellow sands reappeared. Before the exhausted and battered De Xietian could catch his breath, a thunderous tiger's roar erupted from behind his neck. If De Xietian had been in peak condition, Lao Fong's move would have been futile. But at this moment, it was a finishing blow. De Xietian was stunned on the spot, and his already drained body collapsed again. The shadow of a nearly 80-meter-long white tiger descended, its claws smashing into De Xietian's head. Though Lao Fong had almost been knocked out by De Xietian's punch initially, he had recovered to nearly full strength. This powerful strike left De Xietian unable to maintain his balance, causing him to fall to the ground for the first time in a disgraceful manner. Even Lao Feng was surprised at how easily the ambush succeeded. The terrifying realm of infinite torment had worn de Xietian down to a critical state. As he angrily tried to rise, a long-prepared orange-eared dragon head, with sharp fangs bared, shot towards him in an instant. The severe depletion of his mental and physical strength greatly impaired de Xietian's perception. In his haste, he could only muster a small golden force field in front of him with the remaining energy. Unfortunately, against the fully unleashed Nana and her divine weapon, the makeshift force field was shattered by the dragon head's shadow. After breaking through the defense, the green dragon crescent blade stabbed into de Xietian's chest with a squelch. The intense pain made Imo Yunchan reveal an expression of disbelief for the second time. He knew the strength of his body, so how could such a tiny entity wound him? An extreme coldness spread from the wound, seemingly freezing his entire chest. The force within was wearing down his blood energy. After battling the realm of infinite torment, de Xietian had become the camel Lao Feng had predicted, ready to collapse. Nana didn't give him any chance. After stabbing her blade into his chest, she turned sharply and kicked the blade's long handle with precision. A dragon's roar echoed as an orange-eared dragon shadow pierced through de Xietian's chest and exited through his back. Lao Feng, who had already reached his designated position, skillfully caught the dragon's body. The dragon shadow vanished, leaving Lao Feng holding the gleaming green dragon crescent blade. Boom! With a massive cloud of sand rising, the wrathful god who had caused so much suffering for the protagonists finally collapsed in the desert, unconscious. What's happened to the young master? Ever since he returned, he's been cooped up in his room, Maria muttered to herself as she sipped her drink through a straw, her eyes frequently darting upstairs with a slight frown on her face. 2 days ago, Feng Daxiao suddenly came home. Although Maria appeared calm on the surface, a hint of joy flickered inside her. To welcome their master back, the private chefs had been busy all night preparing a lavish feast. After old Feng and Nana had eaten their fill, they each retired to their rooms. Nana quickly resumed her usual routine of training, eating, and sleeping. However, old Feng locked himself in his room, engrossed in some unknown activities. Maria noticed that Alina had visible injuries, her large frame making them impossible to hide. More concerning was that Feng Muqing had also stayed at the estate, spending her days treating the golden dragon. Judging by their condition, they had been through a fierce battle and were seriously injured. Maria thought to herself, the young master must have encountered quite a few troubles during these 3 months. Yet, she did not show much curiosity. Even when with Nana, who was close to her, she refrained from asking questions. She understood that if the young master wanted to talk, he would do so. If not, it was pointless to pry. Regardless of what had happened, the backbone of the household had returned, and that was the best news. At that moment, old Feng was leisurely lying on his bed, but his consciousness was immersed in the spiritual world. In this barren land, he stood quietly under a star-studded night sky. This was the pet space, a place every beast master was familiar with. However, to old Feng, it felt strangely foreign as he had rarely visited it, with his battle pets having been transferred to the vibrant divine ruins. But now, old Feng's attention was captured by the scene before him. In front of him stood a transparent, crystalline column, resembling a cylindrical glass incubator. Inside this transparent column, Hao Ji's ethereal figure floated in a standing position. Over time, this shadow would gradually solidify until Hao Gu was fully resurrected. Old Feng estimated that this process would take about 3 months. This was old Feng's first experience with the death and resurrection of a battle pet, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of novelty. He had learned that once a beast signed a contract, a soul imprint of the beast would form within the pet's space. This intangible force was the key to the pet's ability to resurrect indefinitely. The soul imprint could save real-time data, allowing the pet to be perfectly recreated in the space with all its pre-death memories and strengths intact. Old Feng marveled at this Nearbug-level invention. However, everything has 2 sides. While resurrection was possible, a beast's fate was tightly bound to its master. For battle pets, choosing a master was also a matter of destiny. The process of subduing de Xietian had been the most costly battle Feng had ever fought. Hao Gu perished, Alina was severely injured, Fei Gu was lightly wounded, and the only one unharmed was Feng Muqing. If even the Twin Queen healer had been gravely injured, they would have faced absolute defeat. These 3 months had been a roller coaster. Until the last moment of turnaround, everything had been a loss. But the final outcome was unexpectedly joyous. If the transport aircraft hadn't crashed into de Xietian's force field and fallen, old Feng wouldn't have entered the desert to search for the magic egg fragments and subsequently encountered de Xietian. It truly made one reflect on the saying, a blessing in disguise. The wonders of fate are indeed beyond words. On that day, after being pierced through the chest by Dragon Feng, de Xietian fell into a near-death coma. Old Fong seized this rare opportunity to subdue him while he was weak. The pet space initially had 37 points left, but after subduing Yen, only 1 point remained. Old Fong felt both relieved and uneasy. Hao Ji's magic energy was 20 points, Fong Muqing's life contract was 10 points, Fei Gu's was 17 points, and Yen's was a staggering 36 points. Altogether, it totaled 83 points of magic energy. Old Fong was grateful that he hadn't neglected his training over the past few months. Otherwise, his magic energy space might not have been able to accommodate everything. Missing this opportunity would have been something he regretted deeply. After confirming that Hao Ji's resurrection was proceeding normally, Old Fong's consciousness returned to the divine ruins. As soon as Lao Fong entered the mystical realm of Shenxiu, he was stunned by the sight before him. On a distant mountain peak, a group of mythical beasts from the Shan Haijing were gathered, as if watching some spectacular event. The valley echoed with thunderous roars, and bursts of colorful energy shot into the sky. Even from afar, Lao Fong could feel the intense clashes. Driven by curiosity, Lao Fong flew closer to take a look. In the vast open space of the valley, Tian Mayunchana was locked in a fierce battle with a ferocious beast. This beast, with its protruding fangs, knotted muscles, tiger-like body covered in long fur, and a bloodthirsty maw, was none other than Taowu, one of the four fiends. The two colossal creatures exchanged blows with relentless vigor. Recalling the scene when Mayunchana first arrived in this place, Lao Fong couldn't help but smile. Back then, the big guy was full of arrogance, but a few lessons from the mythical beasts quickly humbled him. However, just 2 or 3 days later, Tian fell in love with this place. Here, surrounded by powerful beings and endless battles, it perfectly suited its combative nature. Taowu was a prime example. This creature had a worse temper than Tian and was slightly stronger. It showed little interest in Lao Fong's other battle pets. Even Hao Gu, in his untransformed state, wasn't challenging enough for Taowu. But the arrival of Tian changed everything. The first encounter between these two hot emperor giants sparked instant conflict. What are you looking at? Looking at you. No more words were exchanged. They immediately clashed. On the Eternal Continent, Tian rarely found a worthy opponent and often bullied the weaker ones. Even facing 1,000 bloodthirsty sand dragons, it could crush them with one punch. But here, the older brothers were all temperamental, powerful and taciturn, perfectly matching Tian's appetite for combat. After watching the two beasts fiercely battle for dozens of rounds, Lao Fong quietly left. He had important matters to attend to here. Arriving at his treehouse in the mystical realm, Lao Fong saw Fei Gu hanging upside down from a nearby branch, seemingly dozing off. Lao Fong chuckled to himself. "You lazy black bird, I'll put you through some intense training later." Inside the treehouse, Lao Fong began rummaging through the treasures he had collected over the years. Hao Ji's growth and training had given him great inspiration, and he decided to find suitable techniques for his other battle pets as well. Although Fei Gu was a bird and Fong Muqing was half human, half flower, he believed it was worth a try and innovative experiment, so to speak. While searching, Lao Feng's eyes lit up as he found a gilded book, the Great Sun Reincarnation Sutra. It was a Buddhist cultivation technique. Although Lao Fong had never practiced it himself, he had studied it thoroughly and gleaned some useful insights. Suddenly, the image of Tian overlapped in Lao Feng's mind with that of Mahakala, the wrathful deity of Buddhism. Both had 3 eyes and an angry visage, though Mahakala wore a crown of 6 skulls, while Tian had a necklace of 12 skulls. Mahakala, also known as Mahakala, is a protector deity who appears in a wrathful form when subduing demons, with various forms such as 2-armed, 4-armed, and 6-armed. Lao Fong became excited, feeling that this technique was perfect for Tian. Despite its massive size, Mayunchana had a humanoid form and a spiritual aura that resonated with religious imagery. This sutra might indeed be useful. After carefully putting away the Great Sun Reincarnation Sutra, Lao Fong continued his search, hoping to find a suitable technique for Fei Gu. However, after a long search, he found nothing specifically tailored for birds. He realized that simply applying human techniques to a bird was inappropriate. A spark of inspiration hit Lao Fong, prompting him to think outside the box. Instead of looking for techniques meant for humans, he quickly found a small booklet that seemed feasible. Lao Fong chuckled to himself, thinking that the idea might sound crazy, but training a bird to become a sword immortal seemed somewhat plausible. With these wild ideas, Lao Fong prepared to embark on a new journey of training for his battle pets, ushering in a new chapter in their cultivation. The name Gui Shao Sword Scriptures might sound ordinary at first, but it holds extraordinary meaning. This is the life's work of a legendary celestial assassin, documenting his unique swordsmanship techniques. The assassin, known by the codename Gui Shao, not only achieved great success but also lived to a ripe old age, which is quite rare. Lao Fong carefully studied this sword manual and gradually felt it had a connection with his pet owl, Fei Gu. After all, Shao is related to owls, isn't it? The swift, precise, and ruthless assassin's technique seemed to align perfectly with Fei Gu's personality. Most importantly, this was a high-level celestial art that focused on intent rather than moves, making it unrestricted by species. However, as Lao Fong delved deeper into the manual, he began to feel overwhelmed. The profound and mysterious text was difficult for even someone with his self-proclaimed intelligence to understand, let alone teaching it to a bird. He started to doubt the wisdom of his decision. But then, Lao Fong rekindled his hope. This swordsmanship technique not only suited Fei Gu's style, but also compensated for its lack of attack power. More importantly, the idea of training a sword-wielding divine bird was exhilarating. With a mindset of giving it a try, Lao Fong decided to embark on this seemingly absurd endeavor. In the tree, Lao Fong and the upside-down Fei Gu locked eyes. Fei Gu seemed to sense something unusual in its master's gaze, making it uneasy. Responding to Lao Fong's call, it descended to the ground. What followed was quite comical. Lao Fong took out an ordinary longsword and strapped it to Fei Gu's back. The sword, which was normal-sized for a human, looked tiny on the over-formed turtle Fei Gu, and the sword belt accentuated its plump body. Fei Gu stared at Lao Fong in bewilderment, as if looking at an idiot. Lao Fong, oblivious to this, just loosened the sword belt a bit to make Fei Gu more comfortable. His idea was simple. Let Fei Gu get used to it and find its heroic feel. However, Fei Gu mistakenly thought Lao Fong wanted it to deliver something. From the beginning, their thoughts were completely misaligned. In the days that followed, Lao Fong began to study the sword manual diligently. After all, he had to learn it himself before he could teach Fei Gu. The teaching cost was indeed high. Lao Fong's life returned to a routine, but he spent much more time with Fei Gu. However, teaching a bird to understand swordsmanship was far more challenging than he had imagined, and progress was painfully slow. Meanwhile, the year-end state competition was approaching, with only a month left to prepare. This state competition was of great significance as it would determine who would represent the Federation in the Eternal Star Seven Nations Invitational 3 months later. This quadrennial international event was a prime stage for youth contestants to showcase their talents, and it was highly valued across the nation. The selection process in the Ozexan Federation was straightforward. One selection competition each in the West, Central, and East regions, with the winners forming the national team. Of course, there were strict eligibility requirements for participation. To qualify for the state competition, you need to place in the top 3. In other words, only by ranking in the top 3 at the Indo-Fire state competition will you be eligible to participate in the selection contest 3 months later. Contestants are free to choose from the Western, Central, or Eastern regions. Only by securing first place in their region can they represent the country in the Eternal Star Seven Nations Invitational. The multi-tiered selection process is fiercely competitive and daunting. However, such a rigorous mechanism is justified after all. A country can only send 3 contestants, so it's essential to choose the top talents in the youth division. This state competition is essentially the last chance to secure a spot in the selection contest. Compared to previous years, the number of participants in this state competition has decreased, but the quality has significantly improved. Most contestants are likely between 25 and 30 years old, at the peak of their youth division. For them, this is the final opportunity missing. It would make it much harder to stand out in the adult division. The Eternal Star Seven Nations Invitational, held every 4 years, is a grand event for young people across the continent. Even if they don't perform well, just appearing in the competition can greatly boost their fame, much like how appearing on a major TV show makes you a household name overnight. Beast combat, being a mainstream culture across the continent, transcends regional barriers, offering a perfect stage to showcase oneself to the world. The nation places great importance on this event. Young people represent the future, and this international invitational is an excellent opportunity to demonstrate national strength. Supported by both the government and public interest, any youth division contestant with some skill is eager to be one of the lucky 3. Because of this, the competition intensity at this year-end state competition is unlike any before. Those just over 20, even those who placed in the top 10 at the city level and qualified for the state competition, are opting out, choosing to develop quietly instead. It's not that they don't want to participate. This opportunity is every beast tamer's dream, but it's like aspiring to attend a top university. How many dare to apply? Moreover, given their age, they can continue to build their strength and compete again in 4 years. There's no need to rush and risk humiliation now. Many young beast tamers elders are even advising against participating in this state competition. Their reasoning is simple. If they're not strong enough, why join the fray? What if it hurts their confidence? However, some young beast tamers, undaunted by challenges, insist on pushing themselves to achieve greatness, only to be reprimanded by their elders and grounded. You think you can do high school problems when you're just in elementary school? Go to bed. As a result, this state competition has fewer participants but higher quality. Those who dare to compete are all formidable. Yet, even so, Most who qualify in the top 3 at the state level will likely end up as cannon fodder in the selection contest, where the top 10 youth division contestants at the national level await true champions under 30. Among these 10, almost everyone is backed by a top-tier family. Excluding Fangdasha, the 3 slots for the Invitational are basically decided among the national top 5. But as long as there's a glimmer of hope, whether for dreams or fame, many beast tamers are willing to strive for it. Perhaps, this is the romanticism of idealists. Fangdasha also has his sights set on the invitational slots. If there's a shortcut, why not take it? Fangdasha isn't some reclusive sage, indifferent to fame. Such a grand opportunity is not to be missed. It's a chance to make a name not just in the Federation but across the continent, at least among the younger generation. Of course, this shortcut is for those with absolute strength. It's not a pie falling from the sky, but a heavy iron plate. Ordinary people can't catch it and might get crushed. With his strength, Fangdasha certainly doesn't want to miss this chance. The top-tier competition among the young generation of 7 nations is worth his effort. Thinking of this, Fangdasha gave Fei Gu a playful knock on the head. With Hao not around, you need to step up. Otherwise, when Hao returns, you'll be his warm-up partner. Fei Gu twisted its head in exasperation, looking pitiful. Lately, Fangdasha had been bombarding it with swordsmanship lessons, leaving Fei Gu feeling overwhelmed and stressed. However, under Fangdasha's relentless guidance and mental conditioning, Fei Gu seemed to grasp a bit of sword mastery. At least now, it could use its claws to stand on an ordinary sword and fly without using its wings. Does this count as self-sabotage? Even Fei Gu looked at Fangdasha with a complex emotion. Why use a sword when it had wings? Is its master out of his mind? But Fangdasha thought otherwise. Sword flight was a great start. Training a bird in swordsmanship was no easy feat. Ecstatic, he rubbed Fei Gu's soft belly, saying, "We can't always rely on how to carry us. This state competition, it's your turn to shine." When it comes to Disyetian, if Josai decides to put the God of Wrath in play, then it's game over. Lao Feng frowned and pondered. Who would use their ultimate move right at the start? If a trump card is revealed too early, can it still be called a trump card? In the selection tournament, unless he encounters the Dragon Prince Ashu from the national team, Hao Gu should be able to handle any challenge. In the Federal Youth Group, Ashu is the only known competitor with a lower tier A-grade battle pet. This is no exaggeration. It's a fact. A-grade battle pets are rare and mostly owned by older beast tamers. For those under 30, an A-grade battle pet is almost unattainable. 3 sharp questions flashed through Lao Feng's mind. Do you have the ability to capture it? Are you lucky enough to encounter it? Do you have enough space slots to accommodate it? These questions are enough to deter most people. Lao Feng's situation, where he can easily get one by opening a space, is not at all typical. Ordinary people trying to imitate him might as well head straight to the bridge of helplessness and queue up for soup. In contrast, Hesha is the benchmark for a normal genius. It's said that she recently tamed a mutated blunt-headed red-spotted viper. At 17, she has 2 grade battle pets, making her a standout among her peers. However, even with this, she can't even dream of an A-grade pet, let alone an upper-tier A-grade one. Even if she had 3 more grade pets, it would be of no use. Even the renowned beast tamers in the adult category rack their brains and seek help from all quarters to capture an A-grade battle pet. How much tougher must it be for the young competitors in the youth group? Even Dragon Prince Ashu's lower-tier A-grade battle pet was barely obtained with the considerable help of his family elders. It's like buying a house. Without parental support, even a graduate from a top university would struggle to afford it, let alone come up with the down payment. To successfully acquire an A-grade battle pet, one needs strength, influence, and luck. While many might meet these criteria individually, having all 3 is exceedingly rare. Lao Feng paused to reflect on information about Scrade battle pets. As far as he knew, there were 7 known Scrade battle pets on the continent, conveniently 1 for each of the 7 nations. This coincidence seemed a bit too convenient to him. Of course, this was only the known number. The unknown could be anything. Scrade battle pets are like national nuclear weapons, crucial for maintaining the balance of human power. Lao Feng had some doubts about the number of Scrade battle pets. He understood a universal truth. When a country publicly announces the number of its nuclear warheads, you can be sure the actual number far exceeds the disclosed figure. National-level games are always full of secrets and deception. One thing is certain, the older generation of powerful figures who own Scrade battle pets have mostly retired from public life. Unless a world-shaking event occurs, they rarely make an appearance. Therefore, in the current scene, A-grade battle pets represent the pinnacle of power. Ordinary people can still catch a glimpse of A-grade battle pets in some competitions, albeit rarely. For many, an Scrade battle pet is something they might never see in their lifetime, a legendary existence shrouded in mystery. While Lao Feng was intently torturing Fei Gu, Disyetian unexpectedly stopped fighting. Not only did it cease combat, but it also sat down quietly with hands clasped, as if retiring from the martial world. Lao Fong glanced over and nodded in satisfaction before returning to train Feigu. He sighed inwardly. Look at that. Indeed, the intelligence among beasts varies greatly. That one learns on its own, while this one needs painstaking guidance. On that day, just as Lao Fong was about to immerse his consciousness into the divine ruins illusion, Zhuo Dabiao paid a visit. As soon as he entered the living room, he saw the guy lounging with his legs crossed, leisurely sipping tea, and looking around excitedly. Hey buddy, you're here. The familiar greeting, as casual as ever. As soon as Lao Fong sat down, Zhuo Dabiao started chatting. What's the deal? You didn't even let me know you were back. Have you been having too much fun with beauties these past few months that you forgot about your brother? Lao Fong cut him off. All right, enough with the nonsense. I've got the stuff you need. I'll have someone bring it over for you to study. He nodded at Mylia, who then left the room. Lowering his voice and with a mischievous grin, Zhuo Dabiao said, I must say, you've got some skills. In just a few months, not only did you get a big estate, but you also managed to woo a girl from the Ramirez family. Impressive. Lao Fong retorted. Jealous? If you are, ask your parents to get one for you. Spending time with his cheeky friend, Lao Fong couldn't help but get a bit cheeky himself. Wait, let me think for a moment. He began to ponder seriously. Zhuo Dabiao raised his hand and started counting on his fingers. After a moment of deep thought, his eyes suddenly lit up as he exclaimed, That's right, it's 4 months. The selection for the Eternal Star competition starts in 4 months. He turned to Lao Fong, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Are you going to participate? You seem like you have something in mind. What are you trying to figure out which region I'll be competing in so you can avoid me? Lao Fong couldn't help but chuckle at Zhuo Dabiao's teasing. Just as he was about to respond, Zhuo Dabiao's expression changed suddenly, and he quickly waved his hand. No, I'm not interested in this invitational at all. Lao Fong raised an eyebrow, surprised. He scrutinized Zhuo Dabiao's expression and sensed that he wasn't joking. It seemed he genuinely had no interest in this international event. Lao Fong couldn't help but probe further. Don't look at me like that. I know my limits. Besides, I'm not really into these competitions. Do you know what my dream is? Lao Fong shook his head, looking impatient. No, and I don't want to know. Zhuo Dabiao was taken aback by Lao Fong's unexpected response and complained. Come on, man, you're no fun. He took a deep breath and continued. I'm more interested in solving cases, maintaining order, and fighting crime. That kind of competition isn't my thing. A playful smile curled on Lao Fong's lips. Just admit you're not good enough. It's fine, I won't laugh at you. Zhuo Dabiao had no words for that, and could only take a sip of water. He knew that trying to outtalk Lao Fong was a losing battle. After a moment of silence, Zhuo Dabiao looked up and asked, So, are you going to enter the selection this time? Lao Fong, sensing Zhuo Dabiao's hesitation, replied directly, Yes, I am. Do you have something to say? Just spit it out. Zhuo Dabiao hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Actually, Lao Fong, I don't really recommend you join this selection. Why? Give me a reason. Lao Fong's face remained smiling, seemingly unsurprised by the suggestion. Zhuo Dabiao quickly clarified, worried that Lao Fong might misunderstand. It's not that I doubt your abilities. I absolutely believe you can make it to the top 3 in the state competition and qualify for the selection. He raised his hand as if taking an oath. But, Zhuo Dabiao continued, this selection is different. The national level competitors, especially the top 5, are on another level. They're way stronger than someone like me. Plus, there's a lot going on behind the scenes. He paused and earnestly advised, You're just turning 18 after the new year. There's no need to rush into this. Waiting 4 more years might give you a better chance. Seeing Lao Fong's eyes light up even more, Zhuo Dabiao instantly regretted his words. He knew that look all too well. It was the same look he had when he was passionate about something. Without Lao Fong having to say anything, Zhuo Dabiao knew his advice had failed. Meanwhile, Lao Fong was secretly more intrigued by the selection. Lao Fong thought to himself, aside from Long Taizi Ashura, no one else in the selection would really catch his attention. His real interest lay in the invitational itself, where the top 3 elites from various countries would compete, and a level battle beast might appear. As for winning the Eastern region's first place in the selection, he hadn't even considered it. Realizing his persuasion was futile, Zhuo Dabiao sighed. Fine, it's pointless to keep talking. Just don't be discouraged if you lose. You're young, and you'll have plenty of opportunities. One failure isn't a big deal. All right, stop, Lao Fong interrupted. I know you mean well. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. Though a bit exasperated by Zhuo Dabiao's nagging, Lao Fong felt a warmth in his heart. He couldn't help but appreciate that Zhuo Dabiao was truly someone worth having around. Lao Fong understood that this grand event involved significant stakes and would be anything but simple. There would be schemes both inside and outside the competition. He appreciated Zhuo Dabiao's concern but felt some things didn't need to be spelled out. Time would reveal everything. He thought to himself, in the arena, you're no match. Outside the arena, You're even worse. As the saying goes, control the core power, and the world will make way for you. Everything else is just noise. To change the subject, Lao Feng asked, let's talk about something else. Who do you think will come out on top in this invitational? Without hesitation, Zhuo replied, oh, that's easy. With the two saints together, it's definitely the church. Zhuo almost immediately answered. The twin saints. Fang Daxiao was taken aback, a look of confusion spreading across his face. Seeing this, Zhuo smugly elaborated. Come on, you know what I do, right? When it comes to intelligence gathering, our unit is top-notch. Old Fang frowned and pressed further. All right, stop beating around the bush. What do you mean by twin saints? I know about the saint's son, but the other one? He trailed off, his confusion turning into surprise. Zhuo chimed in at the right moment. That's right, 3 years ago. The current saint daughter was selected. Do you think she'll participate in this tournament? Old Fang suddenly understood, and Zhuo continued his analysis. Based on historical patterns, it's almost certain she'll participate. With both the saint son and saint daughter, the twin saints, together, the saint son already has an A rank. There's a high chance the saint daughter will also have an A rank. How do you plan to compete? Last time, the Church of Light's saint son alone secured first place. Now, with the addition of the saint daughter, it seems like players from the 6 nations don't stand a chance this and next time. Zhuo showed a hint of resignation, but it doesn't really matter. Our Federation's performance has always been stable. He went on to explain, don't be fooled by the Church of Light's small territory and limited military power. This theocratic nation follows an elite strategy from top to bottom, especially with their beastmasters. Old Fang had a rough idea of the 7 nations tournament's historical results. Zhuo summarized the recent standings. The Church of Light and the Southern Nation consistently lead, taking turns as champions and runners-up. The Gundor Empire and the Northern Rongjia Kingdom are in the second tier, usually finishing 3rd or 4th. The Gundor Empire is a steady 3rd, often jokingly called the gatekeeper of the top 3, while the Shamo Nation, the Ozisan Federation, and the Uxalai Kingdom form the 3rd tier, typically eliminated in the first round. Zhuo mentioned that in the last 2 tournaments, the Federation's performance slightly improved thanks to the addition of the Dragon Prince, Ashu. They even made it to the second round once, a historic achievement that excited domestic netizens. Old Fang, listening intently, couldn't help but remark on the low expectations of these nations. Zhuo continued to explain the church's saint son and saint daughter system. They are the strongest young representatives, chosen through rigorous selection. They are both collaborators and competitors, with one destined to become the new pope and the other the chief arbiter. He emphasized, it's unfortunate for the prodigies of this era to coexist with the twin saints. Though slightly exaggerated, it underscored the immense strength of the twin saints. Zhuo believed that the twin saints teaming up meant others might as well give up hope. However, he wasn't too concerned, as the Federation typically exits in the first round, making the changes in top-tier power less relevant to them. Old Fang chuckled. The twin saints together? The southern nation should be the ones worried, not us. Zhuo couldn't tell if Old Fang was joking or genuinely indifferent. He shrugged and decided to drop the matter. Well, let's not worry about it now. There's still a long way to go. Let's see if he even qualifies for the tournament first. At that moment, Malia walked in carrying a box. Inside, the black fragment of the demon egg they had cut off lay quietly. Huh. I remember you picked up a huge piece, didn't you? How come there's only this tiny fragment left? Zhuo face showed a look of shock, his brows furrowed, and his gaze shifted back and forth between the small fragment of the demon egg and Lao Fang. Lao Fang sighed and explained, be content. If I hadn't been cautious and taken a piece when I first found the demon egg fragment, we wouldn't have anything left now. The big piece shattered into bits when Deshietian's first punch landed. In that chaos, there was no way to save it. Zhuo listened, stunned and bewildered. Lao Fang continued, the cargo plane had an accident. By the time I got to the scene, this was all that was left, probably broken in the crash. What? Zhuo expression turned increasingly dumbfounded, his mouth slightly open, unsure of how to respond. Seeing Zhuo concern, Lao Fang reassured him, don't worry. I've tested it. Although this thing is still alive, it no longer has the ability to release powerful mental energy. Since we returned from the desert, it's been behaving itself. Even so, Zhuo cautiously took out a special box. The surface of the box was covered in complex runes, clearly designed to isolate such malevolent items with a sealing effect. Lao Fang nodded and advised, be careful during your research. You never know what might happen. Mental energy is a complicated and troublesome matter. Zhuo nodded seriously, don't worry. I've already reported the incident in Shuangya City to the Bureau, and they are taking it very seriously. That's the right approach, Lao Fang said approvingly. I had you watch the live broadcast that day so you could be prepared. No one wants such a tragedy to happen close to home. Lao Fong then pulled out a blueprint from his pocket and handed it over. Here, take this. You can suggest to the higher-ups to show it to the Mage Association. Maybe they can modify it to create mobile versions of the psychic purification towers for emergencies. Zhuo Dabiao took the blueprint and examined it closely. Lao Fong explained, this is a super-large psychic purification array provided by Enzo the Great. It really works. If we had detected the danger sooner, more lives could have been saved. Whether or not you decide to build it, I'll suggest to Old Tang and Huangming City to implement this array. Zhuo Dabiao frowned. This would be a significant financial expenditure. I'm not sure the city lord can afford it. Lao Fong decisively replied, the government should cover as much as they can, and I'll handle the rest. Zhuo Dabiao looked Lao Fong up and down in surprise, half-jokingly saying, why are you so invested in this? It doesn't seem like your usual style. Lao Fong's expression turned serious. Any decent human being can't ignore such a matter. An entire city, millions of people, gone just like that. This isn't a personal conflict. It's a matter of species survival. Whether the enemy is human or beast, this kind of indiscriminate, bottomless behavior crosses a fundamental line. To put it bluntly, it's a matter of species extinction. Hearing this, Zhuo Dabiao's face also grew serious. Lao Fong continued, if something threatens to exterminate or enslave humanity, any real human, no matter how selfish or indifferent, has to stand up. The reason is simple. You are also a target for extermination or enslavement. There's no escape. Zhuo Dabiao exclaimed, wow, isn't that a bit too cautious and sensitive? Isn't it a bit over the top? Lao Fong retorted, can you afford to gamble with millions, tens of millions, or even billions of lives? There's no undoing it. The disasters in other countries are not for you to feel fortunate about, but to serve as a warning. Remember how it started with just Raccoon City? And then what? Humanity was nearly wiped out by Umbrella. Zhuo Dabiao nodded thoughtfully. Lao Fong gave a final piece of advice. When you get back, keep a close eye on this thing and regularly check the mental state of the researchers. Got it? Don't worry, Zhuo Dabiao replied. Good luck with the selection trials. I'll be waiting for you in Ozisen City. With that, he left the manor with the demon egg fragment. Just as Lao Fong was about to head back inside to continue his training, his phone suddenly rang again. Are you really planning to participate in this selection competition? The city lord frowned, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. Old Fong leaned lazily against the back of his chair, stuffing a large piece of tender steak into his mouth. He mumbled an indistinct ma'am while chewing, his gaze calm as he looked at the city lord across from him, as if he had already seen through the other's intentions. The city lord was momentarily speechless. The young man's perceptiveness caught him off guard. He cleared his throat, ready to speak. But Old Fong beat him to it. You invited me to dinner to persuade me to give up on the competition, right? Fong Dashao said expressionlessly, with a barely noticeable hint of sarcasm in his voice. City Lord Lao Tang couldn't help but sigh. You young man. Not only are you strong, but your mind is also exceptionally sharp. He shook his head slightly, continuing, I've been in this position for many years, seen all sorts of things, both good and bad. This upcoming invitational involves too many complicated factors. Lao Tang paused, his eyes showing genuine concern. Your growth has been nothing short of miraculous. But, speaking from my own experience, wouldn't it be better to slow down a bit? The city lord's gaze was warm and bright as he looked at Old Fong, filled with emotion. This young man was a prodigy like no other. From district to city competitions, and now to the state level, if he was lucky, he could be on the international stage in just another 6 months. All this in just 2 years, at the age of 18. It was a pace that left everyone breathless and unprepared. Those so-called geniuses took years, sometimes over a decade, to reach where this guy had in just 2 years. The rapid pace was overwhelming. Lao Tang had seen many talents in his life, some who shone brightly only to fade quickly. But Fong Tianyun was the most outstanding and extraordinary of them all. Too fast and too urgent. Slowing down a bit is always good, Lao Tang advised gently. This invitational might be an opportunity, but it's also high risk. There might even be some darker aspects you haven't encountered. In the political arena, it's not always about brute strength. Lao Tang's words were filled with hope and concern for the young man. In my opinion, your foundation in the political field is still a bit thin. Besides, you're still young. There's no need to gamble everything on this one. Even if you wait another 4 years, you'll only be 22. By then, with a more solid foundation, taking a shot would be more appropriate. After listening, Old Fong elegantly wiped his lips and leaned back lazily, a confident gleam in his eyes. Lao Tang, I know you mean well, but I'm different. I understand all those things you mentioned using power for personal gain, coercion, and bribery. Honestly, these are minor issues, not worth worrying about, he said nonchalantly. Don't worry so much. When the time comes, I'll get you a ticket to watch the competition. Seeing the confidence in the young man's demeanor, Lao Tang felt a bit dazed. as if the young man was teaching him a lesson. But he also knew that the young man's mind was set. Smiling wryly, he said, "I'm quite busy. I'll just watch the selection on my phone." "What selection?" "I'm talking about the invitational. You should be able to handle a flight abroad, right?" Old Fong teased. The city lord was momentarily speechless, thinking, this young man really knows how to put on airs. In the following days, Old Fong's life became monotonous yet fulfilling. Training, training, and more training. All unnecessary visitors were turned away by his diligent housekeeper, Melia, who understood the importance of the upcoming state evaluation at the end of the month and tried to minimize outside disturbances. During dinner, Melia reported truthfully, "Miss Hesha came to visit you today, but I politely turned her away." Old Fong nodded, indicating he understood. Melia continued, "She asked me to relay a message to you." Raising an eyebrow, Old Fong signaled her to go on. "She said she will take the city championship this time, and will stand before you again in the future to challenge you." "Huh." Old Fong scoffed, continuing to eat. After taming the flathead red-spotted viper, Hesha now had two level beasts. Among the younger generation, this five-poison maiden was indeed quite formidable. She had a good chance of winning the city championship this time. After being brutally defeated by Old Fong in the first district competition, she had won the second district competition. If she won the city championship this time, it would seem like she was catching up, step by step. But Fong Daxiao knew that after this city competition, Hesha's progress would hit a bottleneck. It would take her at least 2 or 3 years to break through. Catch up to him? Old Fong sneered inwardly. If she caught up, he wouldn't be called a cheat. 20-odd days flew by in the blink of an eye. Qingtan City was the venue for this year's Donghua State competition. Old Fong set off from Huangming City 3 days in advance, accompanied only by Nana, keeping a low profile. Upon arriving in Qingtan City, Lao Fong discovered that the crowd was far larger than he had anticipated. The state-level evaluation competition was not only being broadcast live, but also had a spectator section, with tickets selling out quickly. The hotel was packed with affluent spectators, and the atmosphere was so tense that people barely dared to breathe. Lao Fong checked into the hotel he had reserved. As he browsed the list of contestants, he was secretly surprised. There were very few contestants under the age of 25, and he was the only one under 20. Nearly 80% of the contestants were between 25 and 30, at the tail end of their prime years. What was even more surprising was the presence of several national-level contestants from the Asian youth group. Why were these contestants, who should have already qualified for national competitions, participating in a state-level contest? The reason was simple. To balance various interests, the officials decided that the top 3 winners of the state competition would qualify for the selection trials. This decision not only met the public's demand for new blood, but also ensured the fairness of the selection process. The tension in the hotel was palpable, with contestants glaring at each other, some nearly coming to blows. While Lao Fong and Nana were quietly dining, a flamboyantly dressed young dandy suddenly approached them provocatively. "Hey, isn't this the 17-year-old prodigy?" The young man, with a model on each arm and a cigar in his mouth, sneered, "I heard you're from, I can't remember the name of that backwater place." Lao Fong raised an eyebrow at the obnoxious guy, not surprised at all. As the youngest contestant, he had expected this kind of petty provocation. "Haha, I didn't realize you had such an exotic taste, dining with a mixed-race girl. Quite the playboy from the sticks, aren't you?" Before he could finish his sentence, Nana stood up abruptly, her hand striking out like a dragon's claw towards the dandy's messy hair. Although startled, the young man quickly opened a spatial gate in front of him. However, another spatial gate opened simultaneously in front of his, and a black shadowy sword slashed out, accompanied by a spray of blood and the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. The 2 spatial gates closed instantly, and the young dandy's face turned pale with shock and anger. In the next moment, his face made intimate contact with the floor. Look at that dandy lying on the ground, unconscious, with blood streaming from his head. The massive leopard head beside him is particularly eye-catching, with blood still slowly seeping out. This sudden scene left everyone around in shock. The onlookers, the scantily clad models, the bodyguards, all without exception. The incident happened so quickly, like a flash of lightning. Nana delivered a fierce slap that sent the dandy crashing to the ground, while Feigu swiftly decapitated the shadow panther with a single stroke. Throughout the entire process, Lao Fong merely glanced at the fool with a sideways look and then continued enjoying his dinner as if nothing had happened. The 6 bodyguards finally snapped back to reality, realizing their master had been taken down. As they reached for their batons, Nana's fists were already pummeling their faces indiscriminately. These ordinary bodyguards were no match for a high-level martial artist, let alone Nana, whose combat power had reached the 6-star threshold even without transforming. In the blink of an eye, 6 more unconscious bodies lay on the ground. 2 scantily clad models turned pale with fear, almost kneeling to beg for mercy. Nana glanced at them with disgust, and then delivered two resounding slaps that sent them flying. A woman hitting another womano, one could really argue with that. The crowd around looked at Nana with eyes full of fear. What a violent mixed-race woman, someone murmured. But the most shocking sight was still the massive head of the Shadow Panther on the ground. How could a rank lower-tier battle beast be suddenly decapitated? The scene was utterly bizarre. All the provocateurs lay on the ground, while the provoked party continued their meal nonchalantly, as if nothing had happened. Shortly after, the Security Bureau personnel arrived to handle the aftermath. They checked the fallen individuals. Broken nose, concussion, severe facial injuries. Still alive, that's good enough. Similar incidents had become routine for the Security Bureau these days. As long as no one died, no public disturbance was caused, and it didn't escalate, it wasn't considered a big deal. The Security Bureau staff reviewed the surveillance footage, made a brief record, and then called in doctors to take the injured away. They knew very well that if someone caused trouble without the ability to back it up, getting beaten up was their own fault. As for the beaten-up dandy who seemed wealthy, it was unrealistic to expect special treatment from the Security Bureau. They were well aware that none of the participants in this competition were ordinary people. Good enough was good enough. Once word of the incident spread, Lao Feng enjoyed a much quieter life. No more foolish individuals came to humiliate themselves. Indeed, the tactic of making an example out of someone worked well, and those monkeys became much more well-behaved. However, Lao Feng was unaware that his participation in this competition stirred up quite a commotion in Huangming City. Have you seen the list? Tianyun is actually participating in the state competition. See? I told you. The man I admire really has guts. Aren't you a guy too? Ah, don't get hung up on gender. You rascal. With Fang Deshao's participation in the state competition confirmed, his massive fanbase immediately sprang into action. It was the end of the year, and students were on vacation. Under the organization of some leading fans, this group of 15 to 20-year-olds set off for Qingtan City. Travel expenses, accommodation all covered by one of the biggest fan leaders, Hesha, who went by the online name Princess of Raw Stones. Just as Hesha had covered this small expense, a sum of money suddenly hit her account. It was from another major fan leader, second sister of the Fang family, with a note. Miss Hesha, the Fang family appreciates your kindness, but it's more appropriate for us to cover this expense. Recognizing the familiar tone, Hesha immediately guessed the true identity of second sister of the Fang family. The Thrina girl, no money, no looks, no talent, was instantly flustered, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. She used an online alias to hide her true identity, only to be easily seen through by someone. On the other side, Mylia, who had just transferred the money, revealed a slightly mischievous smile. Lao Feng usually stayed home to train unless necessary and seldom paid attention to his own information online. He knew he had a large fanbase in the eastern cities, especially in Huangming City, but had little idea of the actual scale of the Fang family army. As the chief steward of the Fang family, Mylia naturally took on the responsibility of organizing the fans in secret. The two biggest fan leaders of Fang Dashao were second sister of the Fang family and Princess of Raw Stones. Seeing someone as enthusiastic as herself, Mylia had to investigate the real identity of Princess of Raw Stones. The result left her astonished. She never expected that the aloof and reserved girl from the Foster family would be so talkative and lively online. Ling's fingers flew across the keyboard, and the chat window on the screen was filled with her enthusiastic messages, a stark contrast to her quiet demeanor in real life. Is this what they call the complementing personalities of online and offline selves? Seeing her brother's fan club heading towards Qingtan City, Ling was excited to join them. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she began to plan the trip in her mind. However, Melia stopped her with a serious expression. This state competition is very complicated, Melia said with concern in her voice. You might encounter danger if you go there. It's safer to stay at home. Fortunately, Ling was very sensible. After listening to Melia's explanation, she nodded and obediently gave up her idea. Despite her longing, she understood that Melia was looking out for her. As for how Ling knew about the Fang family's movements, it turned out that her online username was Fang Family Little Sister, and she had been silently following her brother's every move in the group for years. Meanwhile, Hesha and her cousin Hu Bin were also heading to Qingtan City. Hu Bin was in high spirits, his face beaming with pride. In the recently concluded city-level competition, his cousin Hesha, who had 2 level battle beasts, had won first place, giving him a chance to bask in the reflected glory and show off in his social circle. Cousin, Hu Bin whispered mysteriously, Fang Lao Da's ambitions are quite grand. Do you know about the 7 Nations Invitational in 6 months? And the selection competition in 3 months? He wore an expression of having uncovered a major secret. However, Hesha remained expressionless, showing no reaction to Hu Bin's revelations. She knew that she had more information than her cousin. This state competition was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. My goodness, this is huge! Fang Ingjier exclaimed. standing in front of the massive battle beast arena, his eyes filled with excitement and curiosity. The arena, capable of seating over 50,000 people, left him in awe. It was his first time witnessing an official event in person, and he felt like a country bumpkin visiting the city for the first time. Enough! Laura scolded in a low voice. Stop gawking like you've never seen the world before. She wore a hat and mask, keeping herself well covered. Upon hearing his wife's words, Fang Yingjie immediately restrained himself, though the excitement in his eyes was still evident. As time passed, the battle beast arena became increasingly crowded, with fewer and fewer empty seats. Suddenly, Fang Yingjie pointed excitedly in one direction and shouted, "Hey, honey, look over there." Laura pulled her hat lower, regretting not coming alone, but she still looked in the direction Fang Yingjie was pointing. She saw an area crowded with teenagers holding large banners and posters, all related to Fang Tianyun. This massive fan club left Laura both surprised and conflicted. In fact, Laura had secretly brought Fang Yingjie here to observe her illegitimate grandson up close. After all, seeing is believing. The entire Battle Beast arena was circular, with the outer circle being the larger spectator seats. At this moment, the seats were almost full, with a sea of heads as far as the eye could see. Fang Yingjie was wide-eyed with amazement, while Laura remained composed, having attended a few live events in her younger days. Hello to all the viewers at home. The commentator Zhang Chen's voice echoed through the sound system. Welcome to the live broadcast of the Donghua State Competition. I'm your commentator, Zhang Chen, and beside me is our special guest commentator, the president of the Donghua State Beastmasters Association, Master Qin Fei. Hello everyone, and hello to our host. I'm Qin Fei. The elderly man with white hair greeted the camera with a smile. Master Qin Fei, Zhang Chen said, flipping through his notes. The drawing ceremony is currently underway, and the competition will officially begin soon. What do you think of the contestants this time? Qin Fei stroked his beard and smiled mysteriously. All I can say is that this state competition is a must-watch, even if you have to skip work or school. The contestants are highly skilled, and the competition will be fierce. By the way, Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. Master Qin Fei, the youngest contestant this time, is only 17 years old, and it's said that he is exceptionally talented, well known throughout the entire eastern region of the Federation, even hailed as the #1 among the young generation in the East. Have you heard of him? Fang Tianyun, Qin Fei answered without hesitation. He will officially turn 18 in a few days, at the end of the year. Of course, I've heard of him and have studied him extensively. I'll be honest, not just in the East but even in the entire Federation, he is the #1 under 20. Zhang Chen's eyes sparkled. Such a confident statement was bound to stir up discussions. It seems Master Qin Fei has high hopes for this young dark horse? Perhaps, Qin Fei laughed. But this competition is different from previous ones, with intense competition. His courage to participate is commendable, but being young and impulsive, he might suffer setbacks. Watching the conversation between the hosts and guests on the big screen, Laura felt a mix of emotions. The #1 under 20 in the Federation was high praise indeed. However, what she didn't know was that Qin Fei's words were actually conservative. He had intended to say Fang Tianyun was the #1 under 25, but held back, considering the presence of veteran competitors in this competition. As the conversation between the hosts and guests continued, the doors to the inner circle of the arena suddenly opened. Amidst thunderous cheers, the participating Beastmasters slowly entered the arena, signaling the imminent start of the competition. As the contestants gradually entered the arena, the state-level competition was about to begin. Fang Tianyun glanced indifferently at the packed outer seats before taking his designated spot. He had experienced many such grand events in the Night Queen, but now, he couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic. Since his identity was revealed after the Beast Tide incident, he hadn't participated in any underground battles. With all the contestants in place, the official supervisors and judges from the Beastmaster Association also made their appearances. Compared to the city and regional competitions, the scale and grandeur of this state-level event were worlds apart. Suddenly, a loud chant snapped Fang Tianyun out of his thoughts. Tianyun, Tianyun, you're the best. Swordmaster twins. Invincible all the way. The crude slogan gave him goosebumps. Looking in the direction of the voices, he saw a group of young people holding his posters and banners. Faced with this group of excited teenagers, Fang Tianyun felt both amused and awkward. Being idolized by such a young crowd was a bit uncomfortable for him, but he still smiled and waved, triggering another round of screams and cheers. The surrounding contestants and spectators all took notice, with many of the contestants showing signs of irritation. After a series of official speeches, the state-level competition officially began. Barriers rose, and the arena was filled with intense clashes of various energies. As battle beasts fought fiercely, blood splattering everywhere. This high-level combat instantly ignited the audience's enthusiasm. Even Laura, usually busy with business matters, put everything aside to watch intently. Fang Tianyun also focused on observing the matches. The intensity of this competition was indeed high, with mostly level battle beasts. Unless a clever beast had some exceptionally rare abilities, it would struggle under the pressure. Most of the beasts were mid to lower level, with fewer high-level contenders. When the announcement came over the loudspeaker, Contestant 66, Fang Tianyun, Contestant 82, Peng Liang, prepare to enter the arena, the audience's attention was drawn again. The host, Zhang Chun, immediately hyped up the atmosphere. Here they come. Finally, the debut of the 17-year-old prodigy. I'm sure the viewers at home have been eagerly waiting for this moment. Master Qin Fei offered a more measured assessment, but let's not get too carried away. His opponent is 22 years old and ranked second in the city. I don't think this match will pose much of a challenge for Fang Tianyun. Facing the somewhat nervous Peng Liang, Fang Tianyun calmly said, "You shouldn't have entered this competition." This remark startled Peng Liang, who then smiled and replied, "Brother Fang, we're all here to gain experience. Besides, I'm a fan of yours. Go easy on me, will you?" Fang Tianyun didn't respond, turning instead to fly towards the battle stage. He thought to himself, "Who's on the same level as you? A fan? Huh? If you say you're my fan off stage, ID thank you. But on stage, saying you're my fan just means I'll randomly pick a fan to crush for everyone's entertainment." Once on stage, Fang Tianyun immediately summoned Fang Muqing. The appearance of the twin queens from the giant flower drew gasps and cheers from the crowd, with countless envious eyes focused on them. Fang Yingjia watched the match with excitement, waving his arms and legs energetically, his face beaming with joy. Laura, on the other hand, stood silently, reminiscing about the substantial resources she had invested to secure a Class C upper-tier battle pet for Gina. At this moment, the video of that beast tide replayed in her mind. She was all too familiar with the twin empress before her. After all, it was a creature capable of withstanding a beast tide of millions hidden. Apart from the newly added Deciation, Laura knew every one of Old Fang's battle pets inside out. The battle was far less intense than everyone had imagined. The match lasted a mere 1 minute and 12 seconds from start to finish. Peng Liang's Class B and 2 Class C battle pets were all defeated. If all three had attacked together, the match might have ended even quicker. Standing on the safety platform, Peng Liang's face was ashen, his lips purple, and he trembled uncontrollably. Whether he learned anything from the experience was uncertain, but he definitely mastered the art of falling in unison. These three crushing victories left the surrounding spectators covering their mouths, exchanging bewildered glances. Other contestants looked at the tall figure descending from the stage with apprehension and caution in their eyes. Truly, fame did not come without merit. Wow, this young man is truly formidable, utterly dominating the match. The host, Zhang Chun, was brimming with excitement. Although the outcome was anticipated, the efficiency still surprised him. Old Mr. Qin, stroking his beard, said with shining eyes, "Didn't I say there wouldn't be any surprises in this match? Just wait and see. This young man won't be easily stopped." As soon as old Fang returned to his seat, he was greeted by a unified cheer. "Tianyun, Tianyun, you are the best. Swordmaster twins, you are unbeatable. Young Master Fang." The embarrassingly lowbrow chant made old Fang cringe so hard that he almost wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. The next 2 rounds were against fairly average opponents, and old Fang managed to finish the battles in under 3 minutes, only deploying Fang Muqing. The audience was left in awe of the twin empress' versatile abilities: ground assault, long-range attacks, summoning, practically grinding the opponents into the ground. Despite being the same Class B, the disparity was staggering. Other contestants also felt the pressure, realizing that aside from its mobility and anti-air capabilities, the twin empress was nearly perfect in all other aspects for a Class B. Being the youngest contestant, old Fang naturally garnered attention, and after 3 rounds, his popularity skyrocketed like a rocket. Online debates were fierce, with supporters and detractors clashing heated. Some mocked, "Don't think that beating a few nobodies makes you great. Let's see if your master can survive the next round." Others retorted, "You mocked Tianyun for not daring to come, and now that he's here, you set new hurdles. Shameless, aren't you?" As old Fang advanced, the online forums buzzed with heated arguments. This year's contestants were a mixed bag, including renowned national-level competitors like the upcoming opponent, Devon. Even before their match, their fanbases were already clashing online. Although old Fang was a rookie, his impressive resume and young age attracted a massive following among young fans. Throughout Donghua State, almost everyone under 20 sided with old Fang. Young fans were a force to be reckoned with online, their fervor and energy unmatched, often wielding the underdog card. The atmosphere at the venue wasn't as tense, but there were still plenty of unfriendly gestures exchanged. Just then, a clear announcement echoed. Contestant 66, Fang Tianyun, and Contestant 104, Devon, please prepare to take the stage. Here they come. The audience erupted with excitement, their energy levels soaring. The atmosphere in the arena instantly reached a fever pitch, with all eyes fixed on the two contestants about to take the stage. The most popular newcomer and dark horse, 16-year-old Fang Tianyun, is the youngest competitor in this state competition. Facing him is the seasoned veteran, Devin, a national-level competitor at 29, making him the oldest contestant this year. This clash between youth and experience is set to be the highlight of the event. Devin stared intently at Fang, exuding a powerful aura, trying to create psychological pressure before the match even began. However, his intimidation was like a stone thrown into the sea, not even causing a ripple. Boring, Fang muttered nonchalantly, not even glancing at Devin as he floated up to the safety platform high above. Devin, feeling annoyed, had no choice but to take the elevator, secretly envying his opponent's ability to fly. Commentator Zhang Qing eagerly asked, Master Qin Fei, what are your thoughts on this matchup? Master Qin responded cautiously, Fang Tianyun may be young, but his battle pet is very strong. Devin's setup is slightly inferior, but he has a wealth of experience. I believe they are evenly matched, and this battle will be very exciting. As the command to start rang out, the tens of thousands of spectators held their breath. The dark curtain slowly lifted, and half a minute later, both contestants released their battle pets almost simultaneously. Shadow God, Ghostly Owl, Sky King, Battle Golden Eagle. Two airborne beasts appeared before the crowd. Fang was not surprised to see the imposing Golden Eagle with a wingspan of nearly 20 meters. Considering his own battle pet's configuration, it made sense for Devin to lead with an aerial beast in the first round. The Battle Golden Eagle, a rank upper echelon beast of the raptor category, is an altered form with wind elemental attributes. It is the king of aerial combat, boasting immense strength and formidable defense, making it Devin's ace battle pet. Devin was secretly pleased, believing he had a significant advantage. His Battle Golden Eagle was not only twice the size and wingspan of Fang's pet, but also overwhelmingly superior in strength and defense. Seeing the black ground chicken on the opposite side, Devin couldn't help but smirk, feeling victory within his grasp. However, no one knew that Fang had intentionally released Feigu. He had thoroughly studied Devin's tactics, and this move was within his expectations. Despite holding a powerful trump card, Fang chose not to be overconfident and decided to test Devin's strength with Feigu first. At that moment, Feigu, standing on the ground, suddenly beckoned with its wing, as if saying, come on, hit me. This human-like taunt caused an uproar in the arena, with some jeering and others laughing, creating a lively scene. Devin's expression changed, then he sneered, Humph, what a disgrace. Like master, like pet. Angered, he immediately commanded his Battle Golden Eagle to attack. The massive eagle soared into the sky with a gust of wind, diving down from above in an instant. Its iron-like, razor-sharp talons extended, ready to grab Feigu. Given the Battle Golden Eagle's terrifying grip, if it managed to seize Feigu, the match could be over prematurely. However, just as the talons were about to make contact with Feigu's head, an unexpected scene unfolded. Feigu vanished into thin air. The scene on the screen left everyone wide-eyed and frozen in place. The silhouette of the warhawk disappeared into the black smoke, and the audience held their breath. When the smoke cleared, the bird was nowhere to be seen. Even the warhawk itself seemed puzzled, a flicker of confusion in its golden eyes. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through its back. The massive hawk staggered in midair, nearly losing its balance. Somehow, Feigu's round, plump figure had appeared behind it and delivered a heavy wing strike. Lao Fang watched the scene, his mouth twitching involuntarily. This chubby bird was clearly getting excited again. If it really went all out, that strike wouldn't have been so mild. The warhawk was enraged by the hit. It let out a piercing, intimidating screech, and violently swung its gigantic golden wings backward, slicing through the air with a sharp, whistling sound. Unfortunately, it missed again. Meanwhile, Feigu's wing struck the warhawk's neck from the side. This time, Feigu didn't stop its assault. It executed a rapid series of moves, delivering a flurry of blows from head to tail. Though the injuries were superficial, the pain was very real. Through the giant screen, the audience finally understood the secret behind Feigu's bizarre movements. It was teleportation. This revelation left everyone astonished. How could Fang Tianyun's battle pet always be so extraordinary? Wow, no way. Fang really is something else. How is this even possible? Hubin clasped his head in frustration. He had just bet with his cousin that Fang would lose first, but now it seemed things weren't looking good. I told you, he won't lose here, Hesha said calmly. Why are you so sure? Hubin shot her a sideways glance. I've been beaten by him, Hesha replied curtly, leaving Hubin speechless. At this moment, Devin's face changed. Even with his vast experience, he found this situation tricky. A teleporting bird? Unheard of. And on a battle beast that shouldn't have such an ability. Master Qin Fei, what do you think? Commentator Zhang Chun was also at a loss. What do I think? I think this is insane. Old Master Qin was equally stunned. After a moment of thought, he could only marvel, incredibly rare, one of a kind. However, their astonishment was premature. Using its blinking ability, Feigu was overwhelming the Warhawk, making it look utterly disheveled. It cleverly used its erratic blinking to temporarily conceal the presence of its invisible coordinates. Finally, the battered Warhawk had enough. It spun violently on the spot, whipping up a gale to force Feigu back. Then, a golden aura spread over the Warhawk, eventually covering its entire body like a golden armor. This was its signature skill battle armor, significantly boosting its defense. Feigu teleported to a tricky angle again and swung its wing. This time, the wing was deflected by the golden armor, causing Feigu to lose its balance. The Warhawk seized the opportunity and lunged with a fierce beak strike, but Feigu managed to blink away just in time. The audience noticed the issue though Feigu's movements were elusive and it had the upper hand. Its attacks were barely causing any damage. The Warhawk still looked vigorous, clearly unaffected by any substantial harm. Devon breathed a sigh of relief. Speed is useless without damage. Watching Feigu land and stand calmly with its wings folded, the Warhawk let out another furious screech and dived towards the ground. With its armor, it could attack more boldly. However, it remained cautious, ready to change direction at any moment. Unfortunately, this bit of caution was far from enough against Feigu. Just as the Warhawk was about to close in, Feigu moved. It teleported to the familiar spot behind the Warhawk and swung its wing again. This time, few noticed the layers of black sword shadows overlaying Feigu's wing. As it swung, the shadows shot out with black feathers. Thud thud. The sound of flesh being pierced was unmistakable, and blood splattered, creating a ghastly sight. The Warhawk let out a deafening, agonized screech. Everyone was stunned. Devon was utterly horrified. The battle armor was shattered. Once the sword is drawn, there's no reason to hold back. Feigu's wings transformed into sharp blades with rapid flickers, creating a fan-like display of dazzling, lethal sword shadows. The splatter of crimson on the screen left the audience in stunned disbelief. Feigu pulled back, folded its wings, and landed with a tilt of its head. With its wings on its back and yellow talons shaking, it looked like a streetwise rogue. In stark contrast stood the opposing war eagle, its golden armor shattered, with clear penetrating wounds on its shoulders, back, and sides. Blood dripped down, black feathers embedded in its flesh, accelerating the dissolution and spreading of poison. Despite the war eagle's robust build, the heavy dose of toxins began to take its toll, causing it to stagger and twitch. Yet, in the face of a perfect opportunity to press the attack, Feigu chose to maintain its nonchalant demeanor, as if to say, just playing around. It was only then that the audience realized that this mutated ghost owl seemed to be deliberately toying with its opponent. Commentator Zhang Chun had a wry smile, and even the seasoned Qin Lao couldn't help but chuckle. Who could have imagined that not only beast masters could put on a show, but their battle pets could too? Online comments quickly took a sharp turn. The most vocal supporters from before were now silent, while Feigu's fans began to mock wildly. Some joked, "My chicken Brono, Bird Bro just played around and you guys are already on cloud 9? Now it's sage time." Others reminded those who vowed to eat crow live to keep their promises. In the arena, the war eagle finally shook off its dizziness. Devon's face turned betrayed, and the boos from the surrounding audience only fueled his rage. Never having faced such humiliation, he watched as Feigu swaggered closer with a graceful stride and couldn't help but shout, "Attack! What are you afraid of?" This outburst not only revealed Devon's insecurity but also drew the attention of the professionals. Old Fong smiled knowingly, clearly seeing the subtle psychological shift between Devon and his battle pet. The war eagle let out a piercing cry, its body glowing with a golden light. Its wings flapped fiercely, unleashing a wave of golden energy mixed with a powerful gust. However, Feigu merely spread its wings effortlessly, its beak curving into a mocking grin as if to say, "You dare to send a wave?" It elegantly maneuvered its wings, easily deflecting the attack and sending the golden energy wave crashing back into the defensive barrier. The arena fell silent for a moment, followed by an eruption of thunderous applause and cheers. Feigu's performance not only showcased its strength, but also demonstrated its ability to toy with its opponent, thoroughly captivating the audience. "Wow, is that really a bird? Let's see it without the costume." Just then, Feigu suddenly vanished without a trace. The golden war eagle, reacting on instinct, whirled around and launched a fierce attack. However, it struck nothing but air and nearly toppled over from the effort. Cuckoo. Feigu hadn't moved at all. It was rolling on the ground, clutching its belly and laughing uncontrollably. Its wings flapped against the floor, producing bursts of excited laughter. A bag of sunflower seeds fell to the ground with a thud, but the stunned audience didn't even notice. The same expression was plastered on many faces as they stared at the fat, black bird wriggling on the ground like a giant, chubby maggot. The entire arena fell silent for a moment, then erupted into deafening laughter. While the Golden War Eagle being tricked was amusing, the most hilarious part was Fei Gu's exaggeratedly human-like reaction. Ha ha ha, I can't take it. Fei Gu is too funny. That Golden War Eagle is being played with like a toy. It's so naughty, but I love it. Laughter echoed everywhere. Fei Gu laughed. The commentator laughed. The audience laughed, and even the netizens laughed. Only Devon remained pale-faced, gritting his teeth as he stared at the big, fat black bird below, cursing silently. What a sly little devil. What experience. What mental fortitude. None of it mattered in front of Fei Gu. Hersa, sitting in the audience, glanced sympathetically at Devon on the safety platform. As the first victim, she knew all too well the maddening sense of hanging by a thread. Fei Gu might not be the strongest of Lao Feng's battle pets, but when it came to trickery, controlling the situation, and messing with minds, it was undoubtedly the champion. So far, only Devon had suffered. What kind of bird is this? Devon roared internally, even considering appealing to the referee to check if the ghostly owl was actually a person in disguise. The Golden War Eagle, having had enough, lunged at the still laughing Fei Gu, pecking furiously. Its sharp beak gouged deep holes in the ground, but it never once touched Fei Gu. Fei Gu dodged left and right, its movements so swift and erratic that it was dizzying to watch. Dodging, got it? Agility, got it? Mind games, got it? It seemed to mock silently. Devon, both furious and aggrieved, thought, do you really think maxing out agility is useless? This is just cheating. In most games, you'd need cheat codes to teleport like that. The most infuriating part was that Fei Gu was teleporting while lying on the ground. It leisurely stood up, brushed the dust off its wings, while the Golden War Eagle panted heavily in the distance, its chest heaving. In truth, if Devon could stay calm and observe closely, he'd notice that Fei Gu's teleportation points followed a pattern. Despite the crafty blackbird's attempts to disrupt the rhythm, some trajectories could still be discerned. However, Fei Gu's series of antics had completely shattered Devon's mental defenses, leaving him irrational and prone to brute force. It's human nature when mocked by someone, you might laugh it off. But if a small dog barks at you, snarls, and even pees on you, you'll probably want to chase it with a stick. It's just natural to get worked up. Suddenly, Fei Gu's carefree expression changed, and it took off into the air, diving down with ferocity. One moment it was laughing, the next it was menacing, turning hostile in an instant. The audience barely had time to react before Fei Gu was already in front of the Golden War Eagle. In a flash, it seemed like 7 Fei Gu zipped past, and then it reappeared behind the Golden War Eagle. The crowd rubbed their eyes, seeing the two birds, one large, one small, one yellow, one black, standing back to back. Fei Gu spread its wings wide, then drew them back. As it moved, sharp sword-like energy slashed through the air, attaching to its wings. The scene was both dreamlike and deadly. In the moment its wings closed, the sound of flesh being cut echoed repeatedly. The Golden War Eagle's body was crisscrossed with black sword energy, and when the eerie energy dissipated, it collapsed, falling to pieces. Mysterious sword technique. 7-star annihilation. The familiar scene of separation played out once more, but this time the cut was even more precise. Fei Gu's 7-sword auras pierced through Do Zhan Jindiao's body in the shape of the Big Dipper, connecting inside and unleashing unparalleled power, tearing the opponent apart completely. The bloody spectacle drew gasps from the audience. Eyes darted between the upright Fei Gu and the parts behind it, filling hearts with dread. Someone muttered, "True chicken brother never looks back at his kills." Some of the more faint-hearted spectators began their familiar routine of looking away. The competitors handled it slightly better. Anyone who made it to the state competition had weathered storms before. Though some faces turned pale, most managed to keep their composure. Everyone was stunned by the erratic nature of this ghostly owl. Initially thought to be a cute comedian, it had transformed into a bloodthirsty butcher in an instant. This big black bird is definitely not to be trifled with, someone whispered. The screen replayed the scene of Do Zhan Jindiao being taken down in an instant. Even in ultra-slow motion, the audience struggled to see how Fei Gu had done it. All they saw was the two passing each other, with 7 bloody holes appearing on Do Zhan Jindiao, which then stood there in a daze until it exploded. The commentator turned to the guest expert. "Master Qin Fei, did you catch what happened?" The elderly man squinted and replied, "It's a very eerie use of energy. It looks like sword slashes? Anyway, it's very unique and very powerful." At this moment, Devon's face was pale, his eyes unfocused. The crushing defeat left him somewhat disoriented. Although he had anticipated a loss, he hadn't expected it to be so thorough. The gap in strength was far beyond his imagination. "Devon, there's 1 minute until the next round. Please prepare, the referee reminded him. Devon snapped back to reality, his gaze shifting between the nonchalant Fei Gu and the yawning Fong Tianyun. His expression fluctuated before he finally gritted his teeth, sighed deeply, and seemed to deflate. I forfeit, he said quietly. Seeing the referee's surprised expressions, Devon raised his voice slightly and repeated clearly, I forfeit. The referees exchanged glances, nodded in confirmation, and announced, Contestant 104, Devon, has chosen to forfeit. The winner is Contestant 66, Fong Tianyun. As the announcement echoed, the audience erupted into cheers. Voices of surprise, confusion, and understanding mingled together, ultimately merging into a wave of enthusiastic applause. What a spectacular match, and such unique battle pets. Haha, so much for national level 12, huh? Tianyun, my god. My eternal idol. This is unbelievable. We're the same age, but the gap is so huge. Young fans cheered excitedly, while Devon's supporters quietly left, fading into obscurity. In the arena, the rule was clear. Winners were celebrated, losers were forgotten. Fong Yingjia, flushed with excitement, blew a victory tune on his small trumpet. At that moment, this free-spirited old man was undoubtedly the happiest person there. Lola stood silently on the sidelines, her eyes fixed on the young figure below. Her hands were clenched, body tense, and her inner turmoil far from the calm facade she presented. To her, that young man was like a rising star, destined to illuminate the entire Federation, with no one able to dim his brilliance. What complicated her feelings was that such a dazzling individual came from her own family, yet had fallen out with them. This thought filled her with immense frustration and discomfort. Yingjia, do you think I was really wrong? Lola suddenly broke the silence, interrupting Fong Yingjia's thoughts. Fong Yingjia was taken aback, glancing at his wife, who was still staring intently below. Wrong? In what way? As a person or in your actions? You haven't made it clear, he hesitated before continuing. Actually, it's not about right or wrong. Sometimes, certain people and things are just not meant to be. Enough, just stop talking. Lola cut him off. While Fong Yingjia's words might have held some truth, they were not what Lola wanted to hear at the moment. Concepts like destiny and inevitability clashed with her defiant and unyielding nature. In her view, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, she would fight tooth and nail to bring that child back. Meanwhile, Devon chose to surrender. This did not surprise old Fong. The strongest level contender had been defeated so miserably that the remaining two levels had no reason to further humiliate themselves. It was a rational choice. When Fong returned to the contestant area, the other participants looked at him with a mix of fear and respect. Suddenly, shouts from fans in the distance echoed. Tianyun, Tianyun, you're the best. Stop. Old Fong couldn't help but wave and shout back. Stop it. The fan section waving banners froze in confusion. Seeing the bewildered young fans, Old Fong quickly put on a stiff smile. I deeply appreciate everyone coming here to support me. However, could we come up with a slightly more normal and rhyming chant? Thank you all. He clasped his hands together and bowed. This slightly awkward gesture made the nearby audience chuckle. He looked so aloof, but he's surprisingly down to earth, someone whispered. Wow, he talked to us. Yeah, he even smiled at us. Fong bro, you're awesome. A male fan shout nearly cracked. The fans' enthusiasm soared, with cheers and screams filling the air. Unable to resist, they started chanting again. Tianyun, Tianyun, you're the best. Sword twin, undefeated. Oh, come on. Old Fong grabbed his head and scratched his hair vigorously. He could stay calm against any opponent, but this chant was driving him crazy. It was just too embarrassing. After this round of matches, it was nearing noon. The quarterfinals to the finals would take place in an hour. Spectators, contestants, and referees took this time to eat and rest. Everyone took out food from their storage rings, while Fong returned to his private lounge in the arena. Nana had been waiting there. They had just finished eating and were about to rest when there was a knock on the door. Who could it be at this time? Long Nana opened the door to find a flamboyant female beast warrior standing outside. Who are you? What do you want? Nana asked sternly, scrutinizing the woman. Is this Master Fong's lounge? The woman countered. I asked who you are and what you want. Nana's tone grew more severe. Are we playing a questioning game here? A flash of anger crossed the woman's eyes, but she maintained a smile. My name is Emma. I have something to discuss with Master Fong. Don't tell me he's not here. I saw him come in. Emma leaned against the doorframe, casting a challenging look at Nana. Just as Nana raised an eyebrow, ready to send her away, Old Fong's voice came from inside. Let her in. Hearing the familiar voice, Emma straightened up, raising her head and giving Nana a triumphant look. But as she glanced down, her expression soured. Why so big? Surgery? Huh? She muttered, glaring at Nana's chest before looking away in irritation. Nana smirked disdainfully. giving a little shake as if in defiance, then turned and led Emma inside. You can leave now, old Fong signaled to Long Nana. She nodded and exited the room, closing the door behind her. Interesting. Emma's eyes sparkled with delight, a smirk playing on her lips. She boldly sat across from old Fong, her gaze full of flirtation. Emma, ranked 19th nationally, a strong contender for this state championship. Fong recited her details. So, Miss Electric Scooter, what brings you to me? He leaned back, maintaining a distance, and looked down at her with a barely perceptible teasing smile. I hope young Master Fong can do me a favor, Emma said, her eyes sparkling as she deliberately lowered her neckline, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of skin. She thought to herself, if I push hard enough, I'll get what I want. However, Fong's reaction was unexpected. He calmly pulled out a pair of sunglasses from his pocket, put them on, and nonchalantly said, guess if I'm peeking or not? This flamboyant move left Emma momentarily stunned. She thought, can he really play it like this? Is he just guessing blindly? Old Fong's voice broke her thoughts. A favor? I don't mind if you're more specific. Emma collected herself and rephrased. For the semifinals, I hope young Master Fong can go easy on me. Go easy? Old Fong chuckled. Why don't you try harder yourself? He brushed aside some improper thoughts and continued. Go easy? Should I take that as you trying to bribe me, or fix the match? Young Master Fong, you're indeed a smart man, Emma said, her eyes twinkling as she looked at the handsome man opposite her, pleased with his perceptiveness. In this Eastern Hua Province tournament, the top contenders for the championship were only three. Emma herself, the national-level 12-player Devon, and the youngest competitor, Fong Tianyun. Devon had already been easily defeated by Fong Tianyun, and Emma was set to face this extraordinarily skilled youngster in the semifinals. Emma knew very well that she was no match for Fong Tianyun and had to find another way. She decided to take a gamble. So, what can you offer that would make it worth my while? Old Fong asked playfully, his sunglasses concealing his eyes and making his thoughts unreadable. Emma, brimming with confidence, first mentioned her family's wealth, indicating that young Master Fong could name his price. Then, she suddenly changed her posture, like a lazy cat, and climbed onto the coffee table, leaning close to Fong Tianyun's face. She whispered seductively, if you agree, handsome, it'll be yours for the whole next year. Old Fong laughed. He already knew Emma's background well, a national-level 19 player, with a colorful and scandal-ridden personal life. To him, Emma was like a shared bike, one that could carry a dozen people. Seeing Old Fong smile, Emma thought she had a chance and became even bolder. We still have almost half an hour before the match starts. You can inspect the goods in advance, young Master Fong, she said, leaning in closer, almost touching his chest. However, Old Fang's smile suddenly vanished. He coldly said, half an hour? What do you mean? Are you underestimating me? Seeing Emma's clothes almost bursting, Old Fong raised his hand to stop her, saying seriously, do you know that bribing someone to fix a match is a very serious crime? Emma paused, then burst into a wild laugh. She sneered, why are you pretending to be all righteous? Bet your eyes are glued behind those sunglasses. She continued confidently, today, let me show you my skills and methods. Emma taunted, yes, I am bribing you. So what? Do you plan to report me and send me to jail? Would you really do that? With that, she reached to remove the obstructive sunglasses, ready to showcase her talents. Just then, Fong Daxiao suddenly stood up, moving with lightning speed. With a swift motion, he extended his 5 fingers and pushed forward, striking Emma's approaching face directly. A crisp slap echoed through the room. The unexpected blow was so powerful that it sent Emma flying backward uncontrollably, blood gushing from her nose. You wretch! How dare you disrupt my path? Fong Daxiao roared, his eyes gleaming with cold fury. The force of the slap was no joke. The fillers in Emma's face cracked from the impact. She landed heavily back on the sofa, a vivid purple handprint forming on her cheek as tears and blood streamed uncontrollably. Emma, overwhelmed by shock and anger, couldn't fathom how things had escalated so quickly. What the hell is going on? What's this script? Emma screamed internally, feeling as though she had plummeted from heaven to hell, completely losing control of the situation. Her heart was filled with resentment as she struggled to recover from the intense pain, glaring furiously at the young figure maintaining his distance across the room. You bastard, Emma began to shout, but the door suddenly burst open. Nana had returned, accompanied by 4 stern-looking middle-aged men. Seeing these men, Emma was stunned and began to tremble all over. The situation had spiraled far beyond her expectations, heading in a direction that filled her with dread. One of the middle-aged men stepped forward, pulling out a pair of handcuffs that gleamed coldly. Emma, you are under arrest for bribery and are disqualified from this competition, he announced coldly. Among the 4 were 2 officials from the competition's oversight committee and 2 members of the security bureau. It was only then that Emma realized the gravity of her mistake. Trying to cheat in such a high-level official event was akin to walking into a trap. No, you can't just arrest people. Where's your evidence? I was just here to exchange some tips. Emma screamed hysterically, her face a bloody mess as she glared at Fang Daxiao with hatred. But soon, her expression turned pleading, her tone softening. Would you really dare to arrest your sister? Fang Daxiao remained indifferent to her emotional shifts, laughing coldly. Evidence? Everyone saw what you did, clear as day. Nana sneered, pulling out a tablet. The screen displayed a clear image of Emma in her current disheveled state. As Emma stared in disbelief, Fang Daxiao removed his sunglasses, revealing deep, star-like eyes. He pointed to a button on his shirt and smiled. 4K resolution, crystal clear. You despicable, shameless man. How dare you set me up? Emma finally broke down, cursing hysterically. She had never imagined things would come to this. There was no room for negotiation. They had trapped her completely. Emma's heart was filled with unwillingness and rage. She felt as if Fang Daxiao had meticulously set a trap, waiting for her to fall into it. The tight, meticulous plan left her with no escape. Was it necessary to be this ruthless? Was it necessary to be this absolute? Emma screamed internally. Fang Daxiao coldly responded, sorry, but it was very necessary. For him, securing a spot in this invitational competition was non-negotiable. Anyone who dared to stand in his way would pay the price. Emma was just the first unlucky one to step up. Rather than dealing with continuous harassment, it was better to use this opportunity to set an example, showing those with ulterior motives his determination. As Emma, humiliated and enraged, tried to continue her tirade, 2 security bureau agents quickly subdued her. Despite her unwillingness, Emma dared not resist further. The consequences of resisting arrest and opposing the security bureau were too severe. Soon, Emma was handcuffed and her mouth was gagged with a special device. She glared at Fang Daxiao with murderous intent before being dragged away from the scene. Despite the commotion, Fang Daxiao remained unruffled. His seamless handling of the situation showed that he had long been prepared for such an occurrence. As what Dabiao and Old Tang had warned, this state competition and selection process were fraught with hidden dangers and undercurrents. Contestant number 27, Emma, has been disqualified for bribing her opponent. This sudden announcement exploded like a bomb just as the competition was about to begin. The audience erupted into a buzz of whispers and murmurs. Standing at the sidelines, Old Fang nodded approvingly at the strict, disciplinary action. He admired the transparency and accountability, believing that facing consequences hidden was the right path. Emma? Isn't she that national-level hotshot? She's got so many scandals. Her private life is a mess. She really blew it this time, getting caught red-handed. How embarrassing. She probably doesn't care. Nothing she can't solve by spreading her legs. Wait, her next opponent was clearly weaker. Why would she need to bribe? Are you dumb? Sure, the next opponent is weak, but what about the one after that? Think ahead. As the chatter continued, many quickly figured out Emma's true intentions and her bribery target. Old Fang's female fans were outraged, spouting off insults and curses, wishing they could verbally tear Emma apart. Emma's next round opponent was initially overjoyed, thinking he would easily advance to the quarterfinals. However, half an hour later, facing the calm, dark-haired boy across from him, he felt despair. Fate had sealed his loss. In the subsequent matches, Devon showcased overwhelming strength. Though the other contestants were not weak, they paled in comparison to him. Fag was swept through the competition with such ease that he eventually lost interest, opting for quick victories without delay. In the final match, the opponent decisively forfeited without playing a single round. Though the official reason was framed as having achieved his goal by making it to the top 3, the truth was he knew he couldn't win and chose to surrender outright. Thus, Old Fang clinched the Donghua State Championship without suspense, achieving an impressive 3 consecutive titles in a year and a half. He was awarded the title of Earl, surpassing the family head, Laura, in rank. The internet erupted with excitement, and countless young fans went wild. Old Fang, young and incredibly talented, had a near-perfect persona that captivated under 20s. The entire eastern region celebrated, especially his hometown, Huangming City, which was filled with pride. To them, this 17-year-old was the pride of Huangming City, a rare state champion in many years. 3 levels in 1 leap, and he can still compete in the selection tournament next quarter. This is insane. Fang Tianyun is setting unprecedented records, writing his own legend. He represents the pinnacle of what young people can achieve, our spiritual icon. No gimmicks, just pure skill. Even the critics have nothing to say. Amidst the chorus of praise, the state championship finally concluded. The host and commentator, Zhang Chun, summed it up. The new generation surpasses the old. Who would have thought the youngest contestant would emerge victorious? Let's congratulate Fang Tianyun on becoming the champion of this state championship. With that, he led the applause. Next to him, guest Mr. Chin stroked his beard with a smile of admiration. Although he had always seen old Fong as a formidable rival, witnessing the 17-year-old's victory firsthand left him deeply impressed. He felt that Fong Tianyun had yet to reveal his full potential. Throughout the competition, Fong Tianyun only used 2 battle pets, yet he swept the entire field without a single loss. The audience, shocked, began talking about this prodigy who had made it to the national top 10 at just 18 years old. As the event concluded and the crowd gradually dispersed, Fong Yingjie noticed his wife, Laura, still sitting in a daze. He gently reminded her, "Let's go. It's over. We should head home." Hearing this, Laura snapped out of her thoughts and quietly got up to leave the venue. Watching his wife wrestle with her emotions, Fong Yingjie couldn't help but feel a bit smug. "Isn't our grandson impressive? You didn't care about him before, and now it's too late to change that. Seems like I had a good eye after all." As the crowd slowly moved towards the parking lot, a luxury car stood out, inside which a green-haired second-generation rich kid was growing impatient. He was groping a young model beside him while complaining, "Can these young people hurry up?" Finally losing his patience, he started honking the horn wildly, the piercing sound causing fans crossing the street to frown. Some hot-tempered youngsters began to retaliate. "Who are you calling disabled? We're following the normal exit process." Enraged by their response, the green-haired kid got out of the car, grabbing a baseball bat, ready to teach these blind kids a lesson. Just then, a long leg suddenly kicked out from the side, folding the green-haired guy in half and sending him sliding 7 or 8 meters away. All eyes turned to a tall figure wearing a mask and sunglasses. Soon, a mysterious tall woman appeared behind the man, her perfect long legs clad in black leather pants drawing everyone's attention. The mysterious man spoke. "I think they're right. If you're in a hurry, that's your problem. These kids are crossing the street normally. Nothing wrong with that, got it?" Although the green-haired kid was in considerable pain, he still threatened. "Do you know who my dad is? You're done for." The man chuckled coldly. "Do you know who their idol is? I don't know about me, but you're definitely in for a tough time." With that, he grabbed the green-haired kid by his hair and tossed him into the crowd. At that moment, the mysterious man took off his sunglasses and mask, and the scene erupted. It's Tianyun." Fans screamed in excitement, some even crying with joy. Fong Tianyun smiled and calmed everyone down. Pointing to the green-haired guy writhing on the ground, he told his fans, "Guys, give him a good beating. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility." After the competition ended, Lao Fong and Nana changed into their casual clothes, donned masks and hats, and left the venue fully disguised. They wanted to keep a low profile and avoid causing a stir. After all, Lao Fong had gained some fame recently. However, as soon as they stepped outside, they encountered an unexpected situation. A young man with green hair was provoking Lao Fong's fans. Seeing this, a flicker of anger flashed in Lao Fong's eyes. He thought, "Mess with my fans? Unacceptable. Only I get to mess with my fans. Got it?" Without a second thought, Lao Fong executed a perfect flying kick, hitting the green-haired guy squarely in the ribs. The force of the kick was substantial, causing the young man to double over in pain. Lao Fong's swift action was like opening the floodgates. The surrounding fans erupted with excitement, as if they had been injected with adrenaline, and quickly surrounded the troublemaker. Under Lao Fong's command, the fans took turns punching and kicking the green-haired guy. "Take your time, one at a time. Everyone gets a kick. No one leaves without a stomp." Lao Fong egged them on. By the time Lao Fong dragged the now deeply unconscious young man out, his body was covered in a myriad of shoe prints. Lao Fong unceremoniously tossed him into his own luxury car. Turning to his eagerly awaiting fans, Lao Fong declared with grand flair, "Let's go to the hotel. Tonight, it's on me." The crowd erupted in cheers once again. Looking at the young, eager faces in front of him, Lao Fong felt a warm, indescribable sensation. Although he had no experience being an older brother, the pure love and support from these young fans moved him. He thought, on the field, I'll hit the fans who need hitting. Off the field, I'll pamper the fans who need pampering. No problem with that. Thus, Lao Fong hosted a grand victory banquet for the fans who had come to cheer him on. When photos and autographs from the event were uploaded online, it caused quite a stir. Online comments poured in. "So jealous of those who were there. If I had known, I would have gone too. Boo-hoo. I heard Tianyun even chartered a plane for the fans to go home. That's too sweet. So envious. Rich, talented, and good-looking. You guys are so lucky. I'm so mad." This down-to-earth move made Lao Fong's image even more relatable, winning him another wave of popularity. But with fame comes scrutiny. Fans and haters are two sides of the same coin. However, since Lao Fong was riding high at the moment, the haters could only lie low for now. When Lao Fong's plane landed in Huangming City, the scene that greeted him was overwhelming. Cannons, music, a military honor guard, and enthusiastic citizens lined the streets to welcome him. This VIP treatment left the usually low-key Lao Fong feeling a bit out of place. Lao Tang, what's all this? Lao Fong began, but the city lord cut him off. Oh, it's the people's will. The people's will. Can't go against it, you know? I didn't force anyone. They all came voluntarily to welcome you, Lao Tang explained with a smile. Lao Fong had no choice but to keep waving to the crowd, which only made the cheering louder. Enough talking, let's get in the car, Lao Fong said as he got into the luxury car. Through the window, he saw Met guards clearing the way and members of the security bureau maintaining order to prevent overexcited citizens from rushing in. Lao Fong thought to himself, wow, I've really made it big now. This grand setup, just short of opening the top and letting me stand up to shout hello, comrades. Good job, comrades. Although Lao Fong had strong nerves, he still felt a bit strange considering his actual age. Regardless, Lao Fong understood that at least in Huangming City, as long as he didn't do anything outrageous, he could pretty much do as he pleased. What followed was a standard procedure. An official banquet with the city lord, a few official statements in front of the cameras. Once everything was over, Lao Fong finally returned to his estate. His residence had become a famous landmark in Huangming City, with paparazzi on 24-hour watch outside. Lao Fong was extremely popular now. The security bureau had asked if he wanted them to clear the area, but Lao Fong declined. The paparazzi were relatively well-behaved, just taking photos from a distance without crossing the line into his personal life. Lao Fong figured everyone was just trying to make a living, so he let them be. Moreover, all reports about Lao Fong had to go through a special review. What could be published, what couldn't, was all decided by the higher-ups. And who was in charge up there? Lao Tang. Lao Tang and Lao Fong were close allies, with public opinion firmly in their control. After returning home, Lao Fong finally relaxed completely. He organized a grand celebration banquet at the Fong family manor, inviting everyone, including the servants. Each person received a red envelope, and the entire estate was filled with a festive atmosphere. Despite a more intense selection competition looming in 3 months, Lao Fong wasn't too concerned at the moment. He felt that after a year of hard work, it was perfectly reasonable to gather and rest during the new year. The following day, Bob, the toy merchant, paid a visit. His obsequious demeanor and ingratiating smile made it seem like he was there to collect money. In reality, he was there to deliver it. It was time for the year-end bonus. Despite this, Bob appeared genuinely ecstatic, feeling fortunate and proud of his efforts during the beast tide to secure the partnership. Lao Fong looked at the new contract in his hand with interest, then glanced at Bob's round, smiling face. A 90-10 profit split? You're only taking 10? What, are you bleeding yourself dry? Bob quickly bowed and explained, young Master Fong, everything I have now is because of you. Working with you is the greatest honor of my life. Besides, 10 profit is more than enough for me. At this time, distributors from other cities were all trying to curry favor with Bob. He knew the real reason behind their flattery. This commercially gifted chubby man wasn't blinded by the huge profits. He understood who the real backer was. To him, the value of the demon sword Saint might be limited, but the value of Hao Gu was immeasurable. The thigh of the man in front of him was astonishingly thick. To Bob, 10 of the profit was insignificant. The key was to maintain a steady flow. He understood well that he was replaceable. If word got out, there would be a line of people eager to latch onto this opportunity, stretching from the Manor's Gate to Zhanhua Academy. Given this, his strategy was to kneel properly, kneel beautifully, and kneel while working. Lao Fong nodded in satisfaction. For this shrewd and capable business genius, he had just 2 words, sensible and perceptive. Although Lao Fong no longer valued money at his current level, sensible people always left a good impression. You can choose to be the agent for either Feigu or Fong Muqing's rights, Lao Fong suddenly said. Bob's smile froze instantly, and then his chubby body began to tremble uncontrollably. After several deep breaths, he barely managed to contain his explosive excitement to avoid losing composure. Can I choose the Twin Empress? Bob felt this was the most exhilarating moment of the past year. Let's follow the same profit split as this contract, Lao Fong said, effectively granting his approval. Fong Muqing's popularity far exceeded Feigu's. With her high attractiveness and rarity, she was universally adored, making her extremely marketable. Bob's choice was undoubtedly wise. Of course, young Master Fong, everything will be as you say. You can change the contract anytime you want, Bob said, his face flushed with excitement. Just one Hao Gu figurine had already skyrocketed sales. Adding the Twin Empress would be an incredible boost. He felt like shouting, I need a bigger bag. However, obtaining the licensing rights was secondary. The most important thing was that Bob felt he was gradually earning the favor of the man before him. Establishing a good relationship with Fong Tianyun was more valuable than anything else. Bob didn't just come to deliver money. He also brought a plethora of exquisite gifts. From Lao Fong, Nana, Ling, and Melia, to even the Fong family's cat, He made sure everyone was taken care of. Not to brag, Feng Shuedong, but look at him. That's how you kneel to others, so they have no way to kneel back. Lao Feng thought to himself. As an old viewer from the M5 days, I never imagined that LPL's bottom lane could be beaten so badly, sigh. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.